Chapter 966, Battle of Yi Tian Mountain, Two Halves. Suddenly, an intense explosion broke the tranquility of the mountain valley. The aftermath of the explosion created a huge inferno that rapidly spread in all directions. In just a breath of time, the lush trees in the surroundings were destroyed, and the area became a barren desert. The 8 rank 8 GU immortals that came from Heavenly Court gradually revealed their figures. They had formed a circle, each of them heavily injured, their gazes looking heavily at the proud and aloof figure in the center. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was standing upright and proud like a spear. He slowly moved his eyes, a sword light suddenly flickered from them. The 8 GU immortals were terrified, 3 even subconsciously retreated a step. In the intense battle earlier, they had suffered a lot under these sword lights coming from his eyes. However, the sword light in Bo Qing's eyes died out in an instant. Afterwards, the lively light in his eyes completely dissipated. His whole body became motionless like a stone statue. Success! We finally killed the remnant soul within Bo Qing. Heavenly Court's GU immortals let out breaths of relief. They had obtained victory in this battle. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-immortal venerable, but he had only left behind his corpse, and the remnant soul in it was Mo Yao's. Heavenly Court's GU immortals targeted this weak point, using their battle tactics to completely annihilate Mo Yao's remnant soul. Without the control of the remnant soul, Bo Qing's immortal zombie body moved no longer. It has been so long since I had such a thrilling battle. A GU immortal sighed, deeply moved. Fortunately, this immortal zombie Bo Qing had such a huge weakness, otherwise someone among us would definitely be annihilated. It is a pity we couldn't take it alive. After taking this immortal zombie body to Heavenly Court and storing it properly, I will continue my sleep. Previously, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Bai Chen Tian and Lian Zhusheng used an immortal GU house, Illusion Garden, to trap immortal zombie Bo Qing and Yu Mu Chun. Bo Qing battled the 3 immortals with incredible sword path might. Heavenly Court's 3 immortals were no match for him and could only request for reinforcements. 5 GU immortals from Heavenly Court had no choice but to come out of their rest and enter the mortal world as reinforcements. The 8 GU immortals formed an ancient battle formation, and after over a month, they finally killed Yu Mu Chun and extinguished Mo Yao's remnant soul. The battle ended, the 5 Heavenly Court GU immortals that were awoken immediately returned to their headquarters and continued to rest. They had almost no lifespan remaining, they had to treasure every second they had. Bai Chen Tian and Lian Zhusheng also wanted to leave, but their situation was better than the 5 immortals. They still had time to care for their descendants and sects. But, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord gave the task of cleaning up the battlefield to Bai Chen Tian, and persuaded Lian Zhusheng to go to the riverbed of Falling Heavenly River and search again. He now was flying towards Heavenly Court. Although we have won this battle, my unease has instead increased, and I am feeling very restless, as if an apocalypse is approaching. Standing in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower, this old rank 8 GU immortal frowned. He stepped inside the tower and continued the previous deductions. What's going on? Soon, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's forehead was dripping with sweat. His gaze was extremely puzzled. There was an enormous pressure which made it difficult for him to move forward. In the past, he only needed to spend a bead of rank 8 immortal essence for each step, but this time, he did not know why, but the consumption of immortal essence had doubled. Ever since I have been in control of Heaven Overseeing Tower, there has never been such a situation. What's happening? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's intuition was urgently telling him, Sword Immortal Bo Qing's matter was only a prelude, and behind the scenes, there was an even stronger mastermind. I understand, it seems someone is secretly hindering me from deducing. Haha, if that is the case, then I want to succeed even more. I will walk to the top of the tower. I want to see who it is that has escaped the judgment of fate. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to climb, his expression was firm with no more puzzlement. But after he climbed 100 steps, the wall turned dark. It was like the darkest, blackest ink had spilled over the whole wall. There were no more images. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's heart sank. Who is it? Who is interfering with my deduction? They could actually interfere with a rank 9 immortal GU house, Heaven Overseeing Tower, to this degree. A month later, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord finally stepped onto the top floor of the tower. He was extremely exhausted, most of the immortal essence accumulated in his lifetime had been consumed. He looked at the wall with anticipation. After the first pitch-black wall, he no longer saw other images. However, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord knew fate Immortal Goose might extend it over the whole world and could not be blocked. The wall at the end would definitely reveal the true perpetrator behind the scenes. When he stepped on the top floor, he widened his eyes, gazing impatiently. At the next moment, his pupils shrunk down to pin size. His aged body shook intensely. The final wall was still pitch black. Darkness, incomparably deep darkness. But unlike before, in this darkness, a pair of eyes were shining. This was a pair of human eyes. But it was filled with bone-chilling coldness and terrifying killing intent. They gazed at Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord like a beast hiding in the darkness, waiting patiently for an opportunity, upon which it would charge of the darkness, causing terror over the world. You are, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was soaked with cold sweat, he trembled and even his teeth chattered. After a long while, he barely managed to calm down. But fear and panic still remained on his face. Crisis. A huge crisis. If this is left unchecked, even Heavenly Court will be destroyed. Immortal zombie Bo Ching was no more than a distraction for us. I must awaken many more of Heavenly Court's GU Immortals. This is a battle that decides our survival. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not hesitate. He ran out of the Heaven Overseeing Tower, directly to Floating Maple Cliff. On Floating Maple Cliff, there was a giant GU formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord decisively activated the GU formation. A sound of a bell, vast and unparalleled, immediately resounded throughout the sky. Heavenly Court shook. At the same time, in southern border. Finally, the deduction has succeeded. Fang Yuan had already taken another appearance and stepped onto Yi Tian Mountain, his immortal aperture sealed. After obtaining a portion of old Immortal Kong Ju's inheritance from Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fang Yuan did not encounter any obstacles in his deduction. Using the method of sealing the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan sealed his own immortal aperture and turned into a rank 3 GU master, officially stepping into this huge stage. At this time, the situation on Yi Tian Mountain had already undergone a huge change. Large numbers of GU masters had entered both the righteous and demonic sides. The righteous path had initiated the third and fourth waves of offense. Both sides suffered heavy losses. On the demonic path side, Second Zombie King had summoned many of his disciples, their zombie army giving a huge headache to the righteous path. On the righteous path side, Wei Yong and Hong Fei Yu had allied, getting an advantage over Lan Meihe and Fei Yu Wang in the aerial battles. However, Divine Dr. Sheng Shou was supporting the righteous path. This person was one of the 4 great doctors of southern border, extremely proficient in healing and treating wounds and illnesses. With him there, righteous path GU masters had fewer losses, and most injuries were quickly healed, so they did not fear fighting fiercely. Xiao Shan knew if this were to continue, the righteous path would continue becoming stronger, thus he decided to make use of a diversion while taking the initiative to attack, beginning the 5th wave of battle between righteous and demonic. On the surface, he, Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing attacked, while Lu Zuanfeng was commanded to sneak towards the rear of the righteous path and try to kill Divine Dr. Sheng Shou. But the result was, Divine Dr. Sheng Shou was not killed. Instead, Shang Fushi of the righteous path had planned for their scheme, laying an ambush and killing Second Zombie King. With Second Zombie King dead, the demonic path's disadvantage was quickly enlarging. Around this time, Killer Ghost Dr. Cho Ju stepped onto Yi Tian Mountain, suppressing Divine Dr. Sheng Shou, salvaging the situation. Cho Ju saved many demonic GU masters' lives, and soon took the 3rd highest rank. Lu Zuanfeng was ranked at 2nd while Xiao Shan still was at 1st. As for Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing, they had already been squeezed out to the 4th and 5th. Because of Cho Ju, the demonic path could recuperate and build up strength day by day, and because one of the rising stars of the demonic path, Mo Wu Tian, had joined and challenged many to one-on-one battles, the righteous path had lost many strong warriors. Shang Clan sent Dr. Su Shou, who together with Divine Dr. Sheng Shou, managed to close the gap created by Cho Ju. A phantom path inheritor, Yan Clan's young clan leader, Yan Jun, entered the spotlight. He sneaked into Yi Tian Mountain and killed Cho Ju before swaggering off. The righteous path's morale was boosted, making another attack, beginning the 6th wave of battle between righteous and demonic. However, they fell into the demonic path's trap. Cho Ju had remnant life GU, as long as his body was mostly intact, he could resurrect. After Yan Jun killed him, he had secretly resurrected while pretending to be dead, causing the righteous path to take the bait. In the 6th battle, Mo Wu Tian showed his demonic might, killing 3 rank 4 GU masters in the chaotic battle. His fierce might surged and even Yan Zheng was defeated by him and suffered heavy injuries. The righteous path retreated in defeat, but the demonic path had also incurred huge losses. Both sides temporarily rested, trying to recover their strength. During such a situation, Fang Yuan stepped onto Yitian Mountain, joining Yitian village. He had disguised himself as a rank 3 GU master, and after joining, his status in Yitian village was outside the top 100. The higher-ups arranged him a position of guarding an archery tower. Fang Yuan was extremely low profile, working without making any disturbances. He patiently waited for the first 3 days, and after seeing no GU immortals had appeared to stop him, began to stealthily refine the battle will in the immortal GU house. The number of demonic path GU masters who had joined Yitian village had already reached 600. Among these people, some were pawns of GU immortals, while some were not. Fang Yuan was hidden among them and was not in the least bit conspicuous. He was secretly earning a fortune, rapidly refining the battle will in the immortal GU house with his wisdom path grandmaster attainment. Other GU immortals could only make their pawns fight and indirectly refine the battle will from this. But Fang Yuan did not need to fight, he could continue to unceasingly refine the battle will. After all, a GU immortal was personally making a move, it naturally would be extraordinary. Day after day passed, the righteous and demonic sides were like 2 giant beasts. After taking a few breaths, their energy was restored and they began to battle again. It was the 7th wave of battle, and this was a draw again. The demonic path made a crafty scheme, cutting off the righteous path's supply lines. But on the righteous path's side, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei personally arrived with his forces, and used gourmet food box GU, providing a feast for the army, foiling the demonic path's scheme. Next, the clan leaders of southern borders super forces like Yi clan, Luo clan, Yao clan and Sha clan also showed themselves, joining the battlefield. The battles were getting increasingly heated, affecting the minds of countless GU masters and forces. But from Fang Yuan's viewpoint, it was simply another ordinary scene. Righteous and demonic battled, it looked to be extremely brilliant, but in fact the true manipulators were southern borders GU immortals. During these last days, the GU immortals had also clashed. Although they did not officially fight, they secretly schemed and strategized, each trying to cheat or outwit one another, making everyone on guard. Fang Yuan was able to obtain huge amounts of information from this and his understanding of the world of southern borders GU immortals increased at a rapid speed. He had refined large amounts of battle will, but graceful chaotic duel stage seemed like a bottomless pit. Time continued to pass, a month had gone by. On this day, old man Yan Shi secretly came to the surroundings of Yitian Mountain with over 10 GU immortals. He took a deep breath, and said in a slightly shaky tone, Heavenly Court has already detected this and is preparing for an expedition to southern border. Time does not wait for anyone, we can only begin early. The GU immortals behind him turned into shadows as they flew in all directions. Chapter 967, Trapping Immortals, Tribulations Fall Like Rain. What's going on? At this moment, the GU immortals of southern border, who were situated 10,000 li away from Yitian Mountain, looked at the sky one after another. Even the mortal GU masters on Yitian Mountain also felt an indescribable chill. A vague rumbling sound could be heard coming from the sky. Several breaths later, the rumbling got louder and louder, as if hundreds of people were beating war drums far away. Ever since Fang Yuan stepped on Yitian Mountain, he had been making use of every second in refining the battle will, but the commotion in the sky right now was getting louder and louder. He had no choice but to temporarily stop his work and look above. From high up in the air, he saw the sky suddenly brightening with a series of white light specks. These light specks were extremely vast in scale and densely packed together. They started to fall rapidly and powerfully down towards Yitian Mountain. This is the 1,000-pearl light tribulation. A GU immortal exclaimed in shock. Wrong, the 1,000-pearl light tribulation only has 1,000 light pearls, but this tribulation has at least 100,000 light pearls. How could there be a tribulation? Many GU immortals were baffled. Could someone be undergoing a tribulation? Most of the GU immortals immediately looked towards Yitian Mountain. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, and he became extremely vigilant. Soon, he was dripping in cold sweat as he felt waves of immaterial investigative senses scanning his whole body. Although he had vaguely familiar face, the core immortal GU of this immortal killer move was only at rank 6. It could deceive rank 6 GU immortals, but facing the inspection of rank 7 and rank 8, there was a huge chance of being exposed. Fang Yuan was filled with anxiety before he finally let out a sigh of relief. He was not discovered. There was no discovery. The GU immortals were surprised. They searched Yitian Mountain and its nearby surroundings, but did not discover any rank 5 GU master that was facing a tribulation. Just when they were about to continue searching with even more powerful investigative methods, the 1,000 Pearl Light Tribulation was already just above the immortals. Just in case, we can't let this tribulation affect Yitian Mountain. Right, let's block this tribulation. Some GU immortals started guessing, perhaps this tribulation was caused by graceful chaotic dual stage. The southern border GU immortals soon came to an agreement. According to the gambling agreement, if a menace appeared, the GU immortals participating in the gambling contest would band together to obstruct it and protect their interests. Although the 1,000 Pearl Light Tribulation was high in quantity, the GU immortals that occupied this place had power in numbers. They included 4 rank 8, 9 rank 7 and over 10 rank 6 GU immortals. The immortals made their moves, and soon the 1,000 Pearl Light Tribulation was destroyed, with not even one light pearl touching the ground. It was to the extent that even some GU immortals used their methods to draw in layers of clouds, blocking the sky of Yitian Mountain, and preventing the mortal GU masters from sensing this anomaly. A lone cultivator rank 8 GU immortal, Peng Shilong, stroked his beard, laughing. No matter who it is that is ascending to immortal at this moment, they are quite creative. We need to find this person. The people here are all elite GU immortals of southern border. We can't even find a mortal who is facing tribulation. The rank 7 GU immortal Yi Qing Tang smiled coldly. Being taken as a meat shield by someone else and used as a tool to face the tribulation made this proud GU immortal extremely displeased. Whose descendant is this mortal? Speak up, avoid losing your face when we find them. GU immortal Wang Kai chuckled. The immortals looked at each other, but no one stood out. Rank 8 GU immortal Ren Hai Yang's expression turned dark as he shouted, "You don't know what is good for you. You still want to hide, do you take us as fools? Look, another tribulation is falling." Suddenly, a GU immortal gave a reminder. The sky was dark, like a giant had coated it with a dense black dye. Endless ice and snow circled around like sharp blades before pouring down like a storm. Yi Qing Tang's expression turned heavy, calling out, "Dark flying frost." Who is facing the tribulation? They could actually attract one of the 10 great catastrophes. No, that's wrong. The scale of this tribulation is even greater than the 10 great catastrophes. It's here, hold it back. Rumble, lightning flashed and inferno roared as the dark flying frost was destroyed. Dark flying frost was indeed one of the 10 great catastrophes. After this tribulation, many GU immortals suffered injuries. GU immortal Guo Lao was heavily injured, and he could not help but think of retreating. Strange, could this be because graceful chaotic dual stage is about to appear? So, the heavens sent down the tribulations. No, this won't do. I don't have any immortal GU, I can't stay here, foolishly facing the tribulation. I need to leave this dangerous place before thinking of anything else. The moment he thought of this, Guo Lao turned into a ray of light, as he flew away. This guy ran quite quickly. Yi Qing Tang sneered, proudly floating in the air with his hands behind his back. Dark flying frost was strong, but he could still deal with it. However, many ranked 6 GU immortals started imitating Guo Lao. Most of these people were bottom-tier GU immortals, with no immortal GU, and injuries all over their bodies. However, at the next moment, Guo Lao's figure suddenly appeared in the center of the GU immortals. He was stunned. How could he appear here? Shortly afterwards, many more ranked 6 GU immortals were also sent back, appearing beside Guo Lao. Ambush. Someone has set a huge space path GU formation in the surroundings. Soon, a GU immortal reacted and shouted in shock. Rank 8 auras burst out. Peng Shilong's eyes let out a ferocious light as they gazed all around. Who is it? Come out. He. With a sinister laugh, old man Xianxia appeared with over 10 black-robed GU immortals, encircling the southern border GU immortals. Old man Xianxia was at the back, his hand pointing towards the sky. Everyone, a word of advice, the third tribulation is already here. Everyone looked up. The sky was packed with lion groups. Desolate beast, Qi Grand Lion. These lions had Qi Path Dao marks and could innately fly. There were over 6,000 Qi Grand Lions. The ranked 6 GU immortals turned deathly pale. Rank 8 GU Immortal Jia Yi shouted in fury, such little things. Get lost. He waved his sleeve, and a wild wind started blowing. Giant wind sickles, numbering in tens of thousands, shot in every direction. The lion group howled in pain, severely injured by the wind sickles, many even died on the spot. The corpses were cut in thousands of pieces, blood started to rain down majestically from the sky, mixed in it were countless bone fragments and crushed flesh. Berserk Wind Jia Yi, you are truly mighty. Old man Xianxia lightly smiled, freely giving praise. Jia Yi, however, frowned. He had sent most of the wind sickles towards old man Xianxia, but the wind sickles were blocked by a GU formation and were completely destroyed, while the GU formation only rippled and had suffered no damage. Its defensive prowess was beyond imagination. Who are these people? What are they aiming for? Scheming against us? They really are audacious, they are seeking death. You dare to oppose GU Immortals of the whole of southern border. The GU Immortals shouted and cursed, while having doubts in their mind. Time did not permit for them to wait for the response of Shadow Sect. A tribulation was descending again. Roar! A majestic dragon's cry resounded throughout the surroundings. Cloud of fire spanned 10,000 li of distance, and started pressing downwards. 4 Inferno Clouds Tribulation, someone shouted. Careful, I have faced this 4 Inferno Clouds Tribulation, it has 4 layers in total. Each layer above is much more ferocious than the one below. A fire path GU Immortal warned. Block it. There is also the Dragon Roar Tribulation, this is 2 tribulations at once. Protect surrounding GU Immortals, maintain our strength. The GU Immortals shouted one after another, as they worked together to face these tribulations. A typical 4 Inferno Clouds Tribulation covers at most 100 li, why is this so large? At Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan also watched with shock. The clouds drawn in earlier could block the vision of mortal GU masters, but could not obstruct Fang Yuan's gaze. He felt extremely uneasy. I seem to have entered a huge trap. These black-robed GU Immortals are extremely similar to the Shadow Sect GU Immortals that He Lu Lan had described. They actually dared to scheme against so many southern border GU Immortals. What are they trying to do? It seems these tribulations are not because someone is undergoing tribulation, but their own handiwork. With old man Xianxia at the lead, Shadow Sect's Immortals had constructed a giant GU formation that completely trapped the southern border GU Immortals. The southern border GU Immortals wanted to escape and tried to break the GU formation, but their efforts showed no results, thus they could only face the bombardment of the tribulations. As time passed, the strength of the tribulations became more terrifying, soon even rank 7 GU Immortals felt difficulty. After another 3 waves, rank 8 GU Immortals also struggled to cope, their expressions looked unsightly. It was not that they had not tried breaking the formation, but their attempts had failed. Hold back this tribulation, let me do it. Peng Shilong decided, activating his trump card. Waves of light scattered with imposing momentum, but Shadow Sect's GU formation only shook 3 times before stabilizing again. What GU formation is this? The southern border GU Immortals' hearts sank to rock bottom, they were unable to hide their worries. The tribulations came in succession, and the time interval between each wave became shorter and shorter. Different kinds of tribulations poured down like an endless rainstorm. The GU Immortals gradually defended more and attacked less, losing the initiative. Persevere. Jia Yi shouted, we still have a chance. The tribulations are coming against us continuously, but it is also affecting the surrounding GU formation. The Immortals felt a surge of morale. Despite the fact that some ranked 6 GU Immortals were already dead, the remaining Immortals did not give up. They held on bitterly, retaining hope. Once the GU formation was destroyed by the tribulation, they could escape with their lives. The situation of the battlefield was observed by old man Xianxia, he saw all the changes clearly. Wuxia, he softly called. Behind him, a young man stood up. He had wavy black hair that draped down to his shoulders. His eyes shined with countless lights of all kind of colors, forming a vortex that was slowly but constantly spiraling. He had a tall nose bridge, the contours of his lips were like knife carvings, and when they were closed, they gave off a cruel and demonic charm. However, right now, he was concentrating on the sky, his lips opened wide as a smile filled his face, revealing white teeth, unexpectedly appearing somewhat silly. Wuxia, hearing no response behind him, old man Xianxia called again. Ah, you called for me, I was looking at the fireworks. The young GU Immortal responded with a smile. Old man Xianxia gave a bitter smile. This is not a simple display of fireworks, these are tribulations, although they look beautiful, they contain fatal danger. These are all the work of heaven's will, it is attempting to destroy us, it is our greatest enemy. The young Gu Immortal immediately revealed an earnest and serious look. Ah, so it is like that. Then tell heaven's will to come out, I will take it down. Chapter 968, 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation. Old man Xianxia sighed. Heaven's will is not a physical enemy, it is everywhere, vast and boundless. As long as the 5 regions in 9 heavens exist, heaven's will is eternal. Even if you destroy a portion of heaven's will, at the same time, another portion of heaven's will would be created. The young Gu Immortal was stupefied. Then what do we do? What we are doing is defying heaven, so heaven's will is our greatest enemy. After 100,000 years of preparation, we are going to unleash an explosive strike. There is a common saying, man proposes, heaven disposes. But right now, we will be taking action all of a sudden, catching heaven's will unprepared. This can be considered to be man winning against heaven. While old man Xianxia spoke to wuxia, he pointed with his finger. The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation we set up has already entrapped all the southern border Gu Immortals nearby. But only a small portion of this formation has been set, it cannot even display 1/10 of its might. The tribulations are constantly affecting the Gu formation, the formation won't last long at this rate. Next, I and some other Gu Immortals will sacrifice our souls in setting up this formation. With this, the formation can display 90% of its might, only lacking a step for completion. The southern border Gu Immortals will have no more chance to escape. So powerful, the young Gu Immortal stared with wide-opened eyes, looking blankly. Old man Xianxia continued in a serious tone, after I die, you will be the strongest of us. You need to remember, you were born from a dream realm, and only have 18 hours of lifespan in total. Every 2 hours, your cultivation will rise by 1 rank. Right now, you have just advanced to rank 7, your lifespan only has 4 hours remaining. The stronger you become, the closer your death approaches. When you advance to rank 9, no one can defend from even 1 attack of yours. Rank 9 is so powerful. The young Gu Immortal had a look of ignorance. Old man Xianxia chuckled. Of course. Rank 9 is the limit in the whole world, it is the highest summit, this world cannot have rank 10, so rank 9 is the strongest. I can only live for 4 hours, isn't the time too short? After 4 hours, will I die? Death, what is it? The young Gu Immortal asked questions one after another. Old man Xianxia patiently explained. Everything has been planned properly, 4 hours is more than enough. Should the plan fail, even if you live longer it won't change the outcome. As for death, old man Xianxia paused, before speaking slowly with a quiet and deep voice. Death is the end of life, and is also the beginning of life. The young Gu Immortal scratched his head, not fully understanding this. Old man Xianxia took a deep breath, his emaciated, aged body trembled in the wind, as if he would be blown away the next moment. He gazed far away, his eyes did not have whites, they were pitch black, but right now countless inverted images emerged in them. In the inverted images were Fang Yuan, Bai Ning Bing, the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation, Heavenly Quartz Gu Immortals, Southern Border Gu Immortals, Yitian Mountain, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. It's time, old man Xianxia spoke, but before I die, I will use my remaining lifespan to deduce for you. Remember my words, they will provide huge help to you. After he finished speaking, old man Xianxia's life force started to quickly weaken. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, for the first time his face showed bewilderment, seemingly being puzzled and terrified of the result of the deduction. He turned his head with difficulty, and looked at the childlike Gu Immortal with an extremely complicated gaze. His lips squirmed a few times, before he finally let out several words, one of, us, be careful, failure. He revealed the heavenly secret with extreme difficulty, his body started turning into powder while he spoke, dissipating in the wind. When he said, failure, he had no more time remaining, he completely dissipated and unraveled. His soul was absorbed by the formation, completely merging in an instant. Not only old man Xianxia, a number of shadow sects Gu Immortals also sacrificed themselves, their souls merging with the formation. 90%, 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation. A vast radiance suddenly soared to the sky. At this moment, even the mighty heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities seemed to dim and lose their luster. The radiance was so dazzling, all the southern border GU immortals had to tightly close their eyes. The radiance passed in an instant and the southern border GU immortals quickly opened their eyes. The entire area was covered by a gigantic GU formation. 10 GU immortals stood in the air, separated from each other, standing at the outermost periphery, seemingly encircling the group of southern border GU immortals. Among them, 9 GU immortals wore black robes, their appearances covered under their hoods, veiled in mystery. The last one was the young GU immortal, Ying Wuxia. He looked all around him with curiosity. After all, he had begun life just 14 hours ago. It was understandable he had a mindset of exploring the novelty of this world. What happened? This GU formation has suddenly become much more powerful. Previously, under the bombardment of the tribulations, the formation had already been swaying unstably, but now it appeared like a giant reef at the seaside, unbreakable by the storm, standing firm and stable like a mountain. Sensing this situation, the hearts of the southern border GU immortals sank. Rank 8 GU immortal Ren Haiyang stopped protecting the ranked 6 GU immortals, and chose a direction to attack the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Merely putting up a facade, die, he shouted as he clapped his hands. A giant tsunami rose from thin air. The water was incomparably vast. With a roaring sound, it fiercely charged towards a black-robed GU immortal. Protect him. The other 3 rank 8 GU immortals exerted themselves to block the tribulation's overhead, protecting Ren Haiyang. With their help, Ren Haiyang had less pressure on him. He laughed heartily as he stopped holding back and activated his immortal essence again. Waves after waves erupted, giving a feeling of covering the sky and the sun, as if an ancient beast had opened its mouth to devour heaven and earth. Wu Xie wanted to go help, but was stopped by a black-robed GU immortal beside him. Stay at the formation core where you're located, don't move recklessly. He can deal with it. Sure enough, the mysterious GU immortal who faced the tsunami, suddenly sent out a burst of flames that soared to the sky. In an instant, with the black-robed GU immortal at the center, the surroundings turned into a seething world of lava. Waves over 30 meters in height smashed into the formation, and evaporated into white vapor. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, the fire roared as it spread quickly, the intense temperature clearing up the vapor in an instant. Such power, I almost cannot control it. The black-robed GU immortal was pleasantly surprised. He stood proudly in the center of the lava. The black robe on him was already mostly destroyed, revealing his true appearance. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He recognized this person. The southern border GU immortals also exclaimed in surprise. You actually are a 10 extreme immortal zombie, blazing glory lightning brilliance. This person was precisely the blazing glory lightning brilliance zombie that had participated in the 100 Days battle and had successfully escaped. After he was captured by old ancestor Shui Hu, he was then saved by blazing heaven demoness and others sent by Zombie Alliance. Who could have thought he would actually appear here? Could it be that the party scheming against the southern border GU immortals is Zombie Alliance? That can't be. If it were Zombie Alliance, it would be impossible for blazing heaven demoness to not know of it. Perhaps, Shadow Sect. These 2 words suddenly jumped into Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan's whole body shuddered. The situation was becoming worse. His own circumstances were actually similar to the southern border GU immortals. He was also trapped here. Ren Haiyang's attack failed and he could only discontentedly retreat. The tribulations from the sky rained down like a storm. Not only did they not halt for even a moment, their power also continued to grow greater. The air was mixed with constant sounds of shouting and screaming. The rank 8 GU immortals could hardly look after themselves. Many bottom-tier ranked 6 had already lost their lives. These GU immortals, who stood high and mighty above the masses under normal circumstances, were as weak as chicks and pups in front of the tribulations. Many of the ranked 7 GU immortals could only be carried along by the tide, like a small raft in a stormy sea. They had no control over their circumstances and with any slight carelessness, they could be swallowed by the waves. The tribulations were very difficult to face, but the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation firmly withstood them all and was unshakable, while the southern border GU immortals were in a predicament. At this juncture of life and death, they let go of any previous enmity and collaborated. They soon realized their only remaining path to survival. That was the Immortal GU House graceful chaotic dual stage. This Immortal GU House had extraordinary defensive strength. It could block the vast and boundless tribulations, and protect the GU immortals. At the same time, the Immortal GU House's offensive prowess was also the most suitable weapon to break through the 10 extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation. The Immortal GU House graceful chaotic dual stage that lay deep under the earth was the hope of the southern border GU Immortals. Although the Forbidden Zone made it extremely difficult for the southern border GU Immortals to approach in person, it did not damage Immortal GU. Though the powers of Immortal GU were weakened greatly in there, they still surpassed the vast majority of mortal methods. Combine our strength to bombard Yi Mountain and get hold of graceful chaotic dual stage. GU Immortal Jia Yi shouted. However, the only remaining ones who still had such ample strength left were the 4 rank 8 GU Immortals. The rank 7 GU Immortals, dodging and defending desperately from the tribulations, had no energy to spare. The 4 rank 8s attacked furiously, but it did not affect Yi Mountain. The thick layer of clouds above Yi Mountain had been infused with the power of the 10 extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation, and could defend from the powerful attacks. It absorbed all the attacks. Clouds and fog surged intensely for a while before it was calm again. The 4 rank 8 GU Immortals' efforts showed no results. Their eyes shone with a ferocious light, they clenched their teeth as they attacked without stop, their expressions gradually turned frantic. On Yi Mountain, it was still a scene of serenity. Mortals were all kept in the dark, knowing nothing about the blood-curdling scene above them. So long as a fraction of the tribulations leaked out, they could destroy Yi Mountain completely, and all the mortal GU masters would turn into dust. Fang Yuan gazed at the sky heavily. Was there such a situation in my previous life as well? None of us knew death was right above us. Calm down, calm down. Fang Yuan took a few deep breaths, and forcibly dispelled his nervousness and unease, before starting to think. The shocking and enormous action taken by Shadow Sect schemed against the southern border GU Immortals, Fang Yuan was also trapped within and could not extricate himself. Although He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan have joined this gamble, they are currently in Shaohun Blessed Land, using Luopo Valley to cultivate their souls. This GU formation cuts off links between the inside and outside, it even restricts all my communication methods. Chapter 969, Losses and Deaths are Natural. Even if I still had self-strength Immortal GU, Rank 7 battle strength is simply not enough in this situation. The top priority now is still graceful chaotic dual stage. The southern border GU Immortals outside the Forbidden Zone already have no hope of taking this Immortal GU house. But I still have a chance. Only with the help of graceful chaotic dual stage will I have hope of escaping. Otherwise, I can only use Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan thought rapidly. The only chance in front of him was to become the new owner of graceful chaotic dual stage. He had fixed immortal travel. But this Immortal GU was in his immortal aperture. The aura of Immortal GU could be easily detected, and they could only be kept safe when stored within an aperture. However, Fang Yuan had already sealed his immortal aperture. If Fang Yuan were to break the restriction of the Forbidden Zone, he would be destroyed at the first moment. He simply would not be able to last 3 breaths of time to activate fixed immortal travel. However, Spring-Autumn Cicada was not under this seal. Spring-Autumn Cicada was Fang Yuan's first vital GU, it had long ago been placed under a different seal in his first aperture. After all this time, Spring-Autumn Cicada had already recovered for the most part, and even though it was heavily sealed, it was already giving huge pressure to Fang Yuan's first aperture. Prior to this trip, it was not that Fang Yuan had not considered sealing fixed immortal travel and other immortal GU in his first aperture just in case something happened. But it simply got nowhere. The aperture could store some mortal GU, but containing a second immortal GU was impossible. Even with fixed immortal travel, I am afraid, Fang Yuan's gaze pierced through the cloud layer, falling upon the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, his breathing turned somewhat rough. Among the southern border GU Immortals, there were Space Path GU Immortals as well as Space Path Immortal killer moves. But none of them were able to do anything. Clearly, this formation restricted Space Path as well, its defense was extremely tight, with no loopholes that could be exploited. GU Immortals continued to die miserably under the tribulations. The 4 rank 8 GU Immortals were also injured, they knew that the longer this continued, the lower their chances, they had no choice but to work together and break through simultaneously. You are all flies trapped in a web, where can you escape? A black-robed GU Immortal GU blocking their way sneered, his aura was surging as his hood swayed. Northern Dark Ice Soul, Peng Shi Long shouted in shock. Frost energy spread rapidly, a crystalline ice wall that was dozens of meters tall spanned in front of them all. While the four immortals were obstructed, a lightning strike smashed down on them. Typical Snow War tribulation lightning was already one of the 10 great catastrophes. But this tribulation lightning in front of them had multiple bolts branching out, its might over dozens of times stronger. When it rains, it pours. The four immortals did not dare to face such lightning head-on. Among them, one activated a time path killer move to slow down the lightning, which gave the four immortals time to move away. The Snow War tribulation lightning continued on its path, as it struck the northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie's crystalline ice wall. A huge hole was pierced through the icy wall. The northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie snorted as he suffered minor injuries. Heavens will! The northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie stared fiercely at the sky. The four southern border rank 8 GU Immortals changed their direction, towards another area of the GU formation. You shall not pass. The black-robed GU Immortal located here chuckled. Both sides attacked each other. They fought for a long time, but they were evenly matched. The four immortals were obstructed and their momentum was halted, but the black-robed GU Immortal also did not have it easy. Carefree Wisdom Heart Physique. This was another immortal zombie of the 10 extreme physiques. You are Shang Clan's Shang Wei Kai. Peng Shilong frowned, recognizing the black-robed GU Immortal's identity. Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder and I have a close friendship. As a member of Shang Clan, you actually joined a demonic organization, bringing disaster to the world. A prodigal son who returns is immeasurably precious. You still have time to repent. Otherwise, if this leads to catastrophe, you will implicate your clan as well. The black-robed GU Immortal sneered with disdain. What do you understand? Shang Wei Kai is just an identity I used after soul replacement. What is mere Shang Clan? How can it compare to my great plan? A lightning bolt of the tribulation struck the four immortals, causing them to be on the verge of collapsing. Don't bother with him, let's change to another direction. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, Northern Dark Ice Soul, Carefree Wisdom Heart. The 10 extreme physiques that one seldom sees in 100 years are actually appearing one after the other. I am afraid this is not a coincidence. This GU formation should be using the 10 extreme physiques to garner such huge power. That means he is the only flaw. After they were thwarted by the Carefree Wisdom Heart Immortal Zombie, the four immortals quickly communicated and fixed their gazes at the young GU Immortal Ying Wuxia. Among all the GU Immortals present, he was the most peculiar. He was alive, and at the same time, his aura revealed he did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques. The four immortals bore heavy injuries as they charged towards Ying Wuxia. Ying Wuxia's heart was thumping. He thought frantically, what to do? What to do? They are coming over. Don't be nervous, use your most proficient method. The black-robed GU Immortal beside him immediately reminded. I am not nervous, I am not nervous. Ying Wuxia took a deep breath. His breathing, however, was rushed. But as the four immortals neared him, Ying Wuxia thought of the scene when he was born. He had been born from a dream realm. When he opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Old Man Yanxi. Old Man Yanxi had chuckled when sizing him up with his black eyes, his tone hardly concealing his happiness. Good, good, good. Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique, you are the greatest accomplishment of my dream path research. Since Bo Qing is dead, you will replace him, becoming our greatest strength in suppressing the situation. Who are you, who am I? Ying Wuxia curiously asked. I am you, and you are me. I am Old Man Yanxi, and you shall be called Ying Wuxia. Old Man Yanxi chuckled. He then lightly waved his arm. Countless thoughts were transferred into Ying Wuxia's mind. Ying Wuxia felt information flowing into the depths of his mind. Time is limited. I can only impart an immortal killer move to you. Although it doesn't have any killing power, it is the pinnacle of dream path achievement currently in the 5 regions, at the forefront of this era. Even those Heavenly Court GU Immortals are far behind. As the saying goes, when you have the skill, you can eat your fill. Learn it properly. When you become a GU Immortal, I will give you a complete set of GU worms for you to speed up your practice at that time. The recollection stopped. The 4 immortals had already neared him. Among them, Berserk Wind Jia Yi was at the lead. Ying Wuxia's eyes suddenly let out a sharp light. He slowly spoke, like he was reciting, Immortal Killer Move, Lead. Soul, into, Dream. The 4 immortals slowed down sharply, and were extremely vigilant, as if they were facing a powerful foe. However, There was no movement even after several breaths of time. Kid, you actually dared to trick us. Peng Shilong was about to attack in fury. Right at this time, the rank 8 GU Immortal Jia Yi, however, began to fall down. What's going on? Just when Peng Shilong and the rest were bewildered, the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation sent out an incomparably swift attack at Jia Yi. Jia Yi made no movement, the layers of heavy defense over his whole body began to slowly dissipate. The remaining 3 immortals quickly moved to block the GU formation's attack. Jia Yi was still falling. Z's. He had actually fallen asleep. That kid's behind this. Ren Haiyang was grim and frantic. The enemy was only a rank 7 GU immortal, but Jia Yi was struck by his immortal killer move, putting up no resistance. What's more, the layers of defense over his whole body showed no effects. What killer move was this? Careful, Peng Shilong exclaimed. Another form of tribulation lightning descended. This time, countless bolts of falling star lightning struck at the speed of light, reaching the southern border GU immortals in an instant. In this wave of tribulation, most of the southern border GU immortals lost their lives. Even the rank 8 GU immortal Jia Yi, renowned as Berserk Wind for hundreds of years, was turned into countless pieces by the falling star lightning. Peng Shilong and the others were not even able to take care of themselves, they simply had no time to save him. We are finished. The 3 rank 8 GU immortals started to despair. Ying Wuxia was indeed the flaw in the formation, but his battle strength far surpassed the imaginations of the 3 immortals. This unprecedented dream path killer move directly sent Jia Yi into deep sleep, unable to wake up. Jia Yi died, the remaining 3 immortals' momentum immediately slowed, and their hopes of breaking through became minuscule. Hold on. On Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan, who had been observing the battlefield, also started to feel anxious. Even if he became the owner of graceful chaotic dual stage, with just his strength, it would be hard to activate the enormous immortal GU house. It would be like a lone person controlling a battleship, it would be extremely difficult for him to make use of it. So, he had to ally with the southern border GU immortals. The more GU immortals in the immortal GU house, the more immortal essence would be consumed, the more power the immortal GU house could unleash. Just with Fang Yuan alone, it would be impossible to increase the immortal GU house's strength to the level where it could break through the formation. Time passed, the 3 rank 8 GU immortals were extremely exhausted, let alone the few remaining rank 7 GU immortals who were fleeing desperately from the tribulations. When Ren Haiyang perished under the tribulations, the remaining 2 rank 8s had lost all hope. It's over now. Fang Yuan exhaled painfully. Sigh, now I can only continue with my disguise and hope I won't be discovered. But right when the rank 7 and rank 6 GU immortals had all died, with only the 2 rank 8 GU immortals remaining, Yitian Mountain suddenly began to shake. Soon, the tremor increased rapidly. The earth was shaking. What's going on? The tremor attracted the gazes of the 2 rank 8 GU immortals. Could it be that graceful chaotic dual stage has been obtained by you? The 2 rank 8 GU immortals said to each other with strange tones. Both were stupefied, realizing it was not due to them. Fang Yuan's body shook, he had yet to refine the immortal GU house, so who was it? Boulders cracked, the ground opened up, and from the huge rift jumped out a figure. The great strength true martial immortal zombie. He had actually gotten free of the immortal GU house's suppression, and flew to the sky. However, before Fang Yuan and the others could react, a cold snort resounded throughout the scene. You want to escape fate in front of us? Die. A beam of light shot down from the sky. Rank 9 Immortal GU House, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heavenly Court Immortals had arrived. The pure white beam of light was extremely terrifying, breaking apart the 10 extreme formation like snapping a rotten branch. The 2 southern border rank 8s were immediately exterminated. Damn it! The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was not able to dodge, and could only roar in extreme unwillingness as he was turned into fine powder by the beam of light. The beam of light continued its path as it shot down onto Yitian Mountain. Am I going to die? Fang Yuan raised his head and clenched his teeth, all the muscles in his body tensed. A rank 9 immortal GU house's full power attack, he had no way to defend from it. He only had one remaining trump card, Spring Autumn Cicada. At the next moment, Fang Yuan self-detonated. It failed. Spring Autumn Cicada was carrying Fang Yuan's will and had just entered the river of time when it suddenly crumbled, exploding into countless tiny fragments. Fang Yuan was dead. Chapter 970. Rebirth. Ghost face, red lotus. Legend says there was a river in this world. It connected the beginning and the end, it had hidden causes and effects, flowing to every part in the world, it was everywhere. With its irrigation, the world could operate normally and all things were able to change. This river was called the River of Time. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, a place where time path flourished, and countless time path worms lived and propagated. The endless river flowed wantonly without pause. The river was vast and boundless, its tides rose and fell along with the surging waves. Each drop of the water of time was pale and colorless, but innumerable droplets of water crashed, intertwined, collided, and spun all the time, giving off a brilliant show of lights. These brilliant lights were in all kinds of shapes and colors, and were hard to put into words. Fang Yuan felt this was one of the most beautiful sights in the world. When the rank 9 Immortal Gu House, Heaven Overseeing Tower, sent out the attack which it had prepared for a long time, Fang Yuan was like a bystander that had been implicated, unable to avoid it. His only remaining option was to activate Spring Autumn Cicada. However, the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada had a huge flaw. There was a chance of failure every time it was used. At Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan successfully activated it once. At Xianxia Mountain, Fang Yuan successfully activated it again. If his previous life of 500 years was counted, then Fang Yuan had already successfully activated Spring Autumn Cicada 3 times. Now, he had finally failed. Spring Autumn Cicada's activation failed. Although his will entered the River of Time, at the moment of activation, Spring Autumn Cicada self-detonated, turning into countless fragments. Fang Yuan's will was like a baby that had lost the small boat it was in and was drowning. The surging River of Time would engulf and destroy Fang Yuan's will in an instant, not even a trace would remain. In the end, I still failed. At the moment of death, Fang Yuan's remaining will was strangely tranquil. There was no worry, no discontent, and no regret. When he had first chosen this path, he had already expected the situations that could occur. The situation right now had already been within Fang Yuan's consideration. He could do nothing now. He had already done everything he could. If a chance was given to me again, I would still choose to live this way. So be it, my story as a Gu Immortal shall end here. Although I did not leave behind any biography or inheritance, but it doesn't matter. Fang Yuan's will was quickly dissipating. He was tranquil, even feeling happy in a way. If he still had a face, the corners of his lips would probably be curled up into a smile right now. Dying while pursuing one's goal, what regrets could he have? Fang Yuan's laughter abruptly stopped. A strange change was occurring at this moment. From the remote and grand River of Time, a ghost face suddenly came out. The ghost face first looked at Fang Yuan's remaining will and made faces, seemingly in silent mockery. Then, the pitch-black ghost face's cheeks swelled up, its expression seemed like one of extreme suffering, like it was going to vomit. A giant flower bud, dripping wet, came out from the ghost face's mouth. The ghost face's mouth almost ripped apart, its lips had stretched to an exaggerated degree, even reaching its ears. After vomiting out the flower bud, the ghost face relaxed before starting to make faces at Fang Yuan again. It was amusingly comical, but at the same time was a ghastly and terrifying smiling expression. And that flower bud started to slowly blossom in the river. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. In the blink of an eye, the flower bud opened, turning into an enchanting red lotus. From the center of the lotus shot out a slightly red light ray that landed at the area where Spring Autumn Cicada had shattered. The time in the red light began to turn back. At the same time, the ghost face that had carried the red lotus slowly sank down into the river. Like a movie being played backwards, everything began to go backwards. As if water spilled from a basin was returning. Fang Yuan's will had almost completely dissipated, the scant few bits remaining were negligible. But under the illumination of the red light, his will began to rapidly restore and countless Gu worm fragments also began to appear. And when these Gu worm fragments joined together, they turned into an intact Spring Autumn Cicada. Spring Autumn Cicada carried Fang Yuan's restored will, and began to set on its path again. The red light dissipated, the red lotus immediately scattered, and that ghost face also had been completely washed down into the endlessly surging River of Time. It was as if everything had been an illusion. However, Spring Autumn Cicada was already forcibly restored. It carried Fang Yuan's will, carrying Fang Yuan's remaining hopes as it flowed in the river. Flowing backwards, returning to the past, Fang Yuan's face was stern. Next is the most troublesome and difficult to process immortal material, earthly limit astral chi. Astral chi was the heaven chi found up in the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens was a thick wall of astral chi. If a GU immortal wanted to explore the 9 heavens, they would need to break through the astral chi wall. Fang Yuan shook it by moving his hands rapidly, as this lump of earthly limit astral chi melted, fusing with the black soil and becoming a lump of fog. Processing such an immortal material is most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves cannot deal with it perfectly. Only the 4 publicly recognized strongest immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials, Slumbering Lightning Python, Reflect Snow, Muffled Thunderstone Drum, and Wind Grind, can complete this step instantly. Unfortunately, I do not have any of these 4 immortal killer moves. To process the earthly limit astral chi, I can only put in much time and effort. Fang Yuan's thoughts flashed as he moved his feet, his huge body shot into the air, he leapt and jumped into the turtle shell, into the poisonous blood. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. The poisonous blood in the turtle shell was drawn away, it moved into Fang Yuan's wounds. Fang Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the turtle shell acting as a pot continued to fuse and circulate, they were entering and exiting Fang Yuan's body. Blood flowed out of Fang Yuan's body through the wounds, into the turtle shell pot, and sank to the bottom. At the same time, the other poisonous blood in the pot flowed into Fang Yuan's body through the wounds, engulfing the earthly limit astral chi again. Time slowly passed, 3 days and 2 nights later. Still a night remaining. I need to completely process all the earthly limit astral chi in my body. As long as I can get past this step, the most difficult part of refining change form immortal GU would be over. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's pained expression stiffened. Under his deep frowning expression, his bright eyes suddenly showed confusion, almost losing all their luster. When refining immortal GU, one had to maintain high degrees of concentration. How could he be allowed to be distracted? Peef! He immediately spat out a large mouthful of poisonous blood. Shortly afterwards, he fell down heavily in the poisonous blood in the giant turtle shell, raising a huge wave of blood. The bloody wave splashed out of the turtle shell, into the grassland. Soon, a large patch of healthy green grass turned into dark red smoke due to the corrosion. Master! Star-form land spirit shouted worriedly, jumping into the turtle shell. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's head emerged from the pool of blood. He splashed around twice, before standing up. The confusion on his face quickly disappeared, his gaze brimming with energy as he mumbled, this place. Hearing Fang Yuan's mumbling, star-form land spirit became even more worried. Did Master lose his mind because of the refinement failure? Fang Yuan gazed at his hands first, then swept through the turtle shell in the blood pool, before finally stopping on star-form land spirit. What time is it now? Fang Yuan asked. Star-form land spirit jolted inwardly, but still replied, many days have already passed since Master began refining the immortal GU. Ha 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 ha, Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily. Star-form land spirit felt bleak. Oh no, Master has lost his mind. After failing the immortal GU refinement, his body suffered heavy injuries, he has even forgotten the time, and is still laughing so happily. There was no need for Fang Yuan to tell others about the reason for his happiness. I have returned once again. Despite the activation of spring-autumn cicada failing, because of a strange change, I returned to life from death, from defeat to victory, my will has once again returned to the past. I am still refining change form immortal GU, the time is over a year ago. This is actually so short. According to my foundation and with so many immortal GU on me, I should have at least traveled several hundred years back. Is it because spring-autumn cicada failed to activate that I only returned to a point over a year ago? Also, that ghost face in the red lotus, what was going on, what had happened? Chapter 971, a bit of excitement thinking about it. The strange phenomenon in the river of time only occurred for a very short moment, but it was deeply etched into Fang Yuan's mind and left a lasting memory. It was at the crucial moment between life and death, it was impossible to not have a clear memory of it. Now, as he recalled that moment, Fang Yuan was filled with doubts. The ghost face and the red lotus, what do they mean? Why did I not come across this situation when I used spring-autumn cicada before? Does it occur only when spring-autumn cicada's activation fails? Or, shaking his head, Fang Yuan stopped thinking about this mysterious subject. He jumped out of the poisonous blood and flew out of the turtle shell. The injuries on me are heavy, and the soul's success Dao mark is now destroyed because of the GU refinement failure. It is truly a pity. Fang Yuan examined himself and soon noticed the aftereffects of this GU refinement failure. His body was filled with cracks, almost on the verge of falling apart. Such injuries would require months of recuperation before they could be mended. GU refinement in itself was a dangerous task, not unlike a heated battle. Let alone when refining immortal GU. This time, Fang Yuan had failed in GU refinement because of his rebirth. Suffering serious injuries was to be expected. What made Fang Yuan feel even more regret was that the success Dao mark, which he had obtained after painstaking efforts in the refinement path convention and a difficult journey to reach the top ranks, was destroyed. This gave Fang Yuan some insight. Previously, the reason I failed in refining Star Thought Immortal GU was not because there was a problem in my method, but the subtle aspect of mutual fusion of the Dao marks of each immortal material, which is not something one can control. This is one of the crucial reasons for the low success rate in refining immortal GU. The greatest use of success Dao marks is to influence this aspect, to let the Dao marks of the immortal materials fuse together and reach the standard for the GU refinement. Thus, when I began refining immortal GU, the success Dao mark was consumed, turning into a special type of immortal material that assisted in refinement. Last time, there was no mishap and I was able to refine change form immortal GU. The aid of the success Dao mark was immeasurable. But this time, because of my rebirth, this highly likely refinement was messed up. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt some irony. It was not that with the success Dao mark, the GU refinement would succeed no matter how it was done. If the GU master was purposely trying to fail, intentionally using wrong refinement methods, then it would be certain failure. Success Dao marks were not all powerful. Earlier, why did Fang Yuan intentionally choose star form blessed land to refine the immortal GU? It was because he was afraid of being disturbed by outside forces, which could cause the GU refinement to fail. Once the refinement failed, the immortal materials would be lost. Injuries were a small matter. The main thing was that the success Dao mark would also be destroyed. Fang Yuan was reborn, and it just so happened to be during the process of refining change form immortal GU. This doomed him to failure. Nothing could be done about it now. Last time, change form immortal GU had been refined successfully, but now it had failed. I have been reborn, and although I have the advantage of future knowledge, accurately speaking, it doesn't mean a path to success. But this rebirth gave me huge advantages. Losing a success Dao mark is inconsequential. Fang Yuan soon sorted out his mood, and stabilized his mindset. Fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan activated the immortal GU and returned to Hu immortal blessed land. In the past, he was anxious, but now he knew that there would still be a while before Central Continent made a breakthrough with the matter of 88 Truyong building. He could be more at ease. Although he had his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan had always been the one to consider everything before taking action. An impetuous person would absolutely be unable to reach his current stage. How would he use the countless disorderly clues in his current resources to obtain the maximum benefits? This was the main question Fang Yuan needed to consider. An immortal zombie had slower thought processes. Fang Yuan stepped in the light of wisdom to ponder. Compared to his previous life, his wisdom path attainment had already reached Grandmaster level. He had even thought of a small GU formation that could let him use the light of wisdom more efficiently and save a large amount of time. In just half a day, Fang Yuan finished pondering over the question. An immortal zombie did not need to eat or drink. Although he was injured, Fang Yuan had to make use of every minute and second. He immediately activated this immortal GU to secretly return to southern border. Using his methods, he removed most of the aura of the immortal GU, then he quietly approached Yitian Mountain. Fang Yuan was familiar with the surrounding 10,000 li of Yitian Mountain. In his previous life, an unprecedented gambling contest had been held on Yitian Mountain. Fang Yuan had also participated in it. As time passed, the range of the forbidden zone for immortals had continued to expand, and Fang Yuan had to constantly move farther away, along with the southern border GU immortals. Thus, he was very familiar with the scenery near Yitian Mountain. Yitian Mountain. At this moment, it was still only a nameless mountain peak. Before Fang Yuan's arrival, there had just been rain over this mountain. The future Yitian Mountain was tall and beautiful, with lush trees and deep valleys. A rainbow appeared above and life seemed to brimming with vitality. Fang Yuan gazed from afar, moving in carefully and full of expectations. If Fang Yuan was asked what was it that enticed him the most after rebirth, it was no doubt Yitian Mountain, under which was buried the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic dual stage, and the suppressed rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. The significance of the latter to Fang Yuan did not need to be said. Although last time, this rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had actually leapt out, getting rid of graceful chaotic dual stages suppression. As long as I can successfully refine the immortal Gu House and become its new owner, I can continue to suppress him. If I can obtain graceful chaotic dual stage, Fang Yuan licked his lips as he thought of this. An immortal Gu House was no small matter. Immortal Gu houses and ancient battle formations, they were the highest achievements of formation path. Among them, ancient battle formations were gradually eliminated over the course of time, and immortal Gu houses had become mainstream. Whether it be southern border, northern plains, eastern sea, western desert or central continent, all powerful super forces had at least one immortal Gu house as their trump card. Like Hey Tribe, Dark Prison was their symbol as well as a powerful trump card. In Fang Yuan's previous life, after Dark Prison had been lost, to seize it back, even the 4 supreme elders of Hey Tribe had risked going out and chasing Hey Chang. Dark Prison was only a ranked 6 immortal Gu house and Hey Tribe had been so anxious to take it back. The significance of immortal Gu houses could be seen from this. And graceful chaotic dual stage, which was buried deep under Yitian Mountain, was not only of higher rank than Dark Prison. A mysterious Gu immortal had used its power to forcibly challenge someone of a higher rank and succeeded in suppressing a rank 8 expert, one who furthermore possessed the great strength true martial physique. The value of graceful chaotic dual stage was clearly many times higher than Dark Prison. Thinking back to my previous life, the profound ice house used by Shark Demon and Su Bai Man was only an incomplete immortal Gu house, but it could repeatedly break through the hindrance of the battlefield killer moves and escape. If I can obtain this graceful chaotic dual stage, even if I can't reach the level of moving unhindered in the world, in the future, when the truth is exposed and I am hunted down by Central Continent, Northern Plains and others, I can protect myself and intimidate other immortals. An immortal Gu house was a fortress for battle. It did not have any shortcomings and covered all aspects of attack, defense, movement, healing and even assistance in cultivation. It was structurally stable, and was easy to control. A ranked 7 immortal Gu house could be controlled by a ranked 6 Gu immortal as well. However, immortal Gu houses had 2 major flaws, one was feeding and the second was immortal essence. An immortal Gu house was constructed from many immortal Gu and vast numbers of mortal Gu. Feeding these Gu worms was naturally extremely troublesome and a huge burden. But Fang Yuan knew that graceful chaotic dual stage seemed to involve food path in its construction, and the feeding problem could be disregarded. Next was the immortal essence. To activate an immortal Gu house, the amount of immortal essence consumed would be a gigantic number. Just with Fang Yuan's capability, he would not be able to bear it. In his previous life, when Shark Demon had no choice but to activate Profound Ice House, all the immortal zombies had to share the burden of immortal essence consumption, and the amount of consumption had greatly distressed everyone. The price to activate an immortal Gu house was huge. Because the amount of immortal essence consumed was extremely high, Fang Yuan was now in a poor state. He had staked it all and used up all his assets to barely be able to gather one set of immortal materials for refining change form immortal Gu. And now, he had failed the refinement, losing most of the immortal materials. He had little money in possession. Even though he had many rich income sources like the Guts Gu trade, earning 1,000 immortal essence stones every month, half of a year of accumulating this income would not be enough to activate the immortal Gu house for even 30 seconds. But none of these mattered. Fang Yuan had very little green grape immortal essence, but he had large amounts of Giant Sun's immortal essence. This could be traced back to Imperial Court Blessed Land. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was rank 9, the immortal essence he had left behind was the Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence that only rank 9 Venerables could form. The quality of this immortal essence was countless times greater than Green Grape Immortal Essence. The difference between the two was like the gap between heaven and earth. Giant Sun's immortal essence could not be used by Fang Yuan himself, but the immortal Gu house could absorb it. Immortal Gu houses could absorb immortal essence of others, otherwise Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies would not be able to combine their powers to activate Profound Ice House. This was the fundamental characteristic of immortal Gu house, integrating the power of a group of immortals into one. Fang Yuan had thought of this in his previous life. As far as he was concerned, Giant Sun's immortal essence was like water with a source or a tree without roots. The more it was used, the more it would be consumed, and it could not be replenished. Thus, the even more economical method was to gather many GU immortals to serve as a source of labor in activating the immortal GU house. Unfortunately, the southern border GU immortals had died too quickly. Or one could say Fang Yuan was not able to make it in time. Graceful chaotic dual stage had yet to be refined by anyone when the great strength true martial immortal zombie had broken out. This was a huge pity. If I have graceful chaotic dual stage, I could resist even that beam of life that was about to kill me. Fang Yuan had confidence. Graceful chaotic dual stage naturally was not Heaven Overseeing Tower's match, but Heaven Overseeing Tower's condition was not optimum. That light pillars might had been reduced after being whittled down by the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. With graceful chaotic dual stage, although he could not say, with a house in hand, the world is mine, it was enough to say, with a house in hand, advancing or retreating is up to me. With a house in hand, the world is mine. The rank 888 True Yong building could be said to be one such example. It was specialized in plundering GU worms, even immortal GU. The rank 8 refinement cauldron was another one. Compared to the immortal GU house graceful chaotic dual stage, self-strength immortal GU, all-out effort immortal GU, star thought immortal GU, all of them seemed unimportant. As long as he had the immortal GU house, with Giant Sun's immortal essence, Fang Yuan could use his rank 6 bottom-tier cultivation level in immortal zombie body to forcibly fight rank 8s, directly becoming one of the strongest experts. Just thinking about it gives me a bit of excitement. Fang Yuan carefully inspected his surroundings, and after confirming there was no one around, he immediately drilled into the ground, entering deep into the earth. Chapter 972, Rebirth Plans. What's going on? Where is graceful chaotic dual stage? Fang Yuan was filled with doubts and disappointment. After he was reborn, he had almost immediately hurried to Yitian Mountain, thinking of getting this immortal GU house. But when he searched under the ground, he discovered that graceful chaotic dual stage was simply not present. Even that rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie could not be found. Could it be that there were other reasons behind the appearance of graceful chaotic dual stage? I came early, so the opportunity was not available. Fang Yuan frowned as he pondered. He had guessed correctly. Previously, the reason graceful chaotic dual stage appeared was due to Bai Ning Bing. He had activated a mysterious immortal GU, and this immortal GU had been given to him by old man Yan Shi. Fang Yuan naturally did not know this detail. He also did not have this immortal GU, so he could not find any trace of graceful chaotic dual stage. If graceful chaotic dual stage was simply buried under the ground, then it would probably have already been discovered by others. How would it remain up until now? Without any other choice, Fang Yuan could only leave quietly. He was unable to obtain graceful chaotic dual stage. As such, Fang Yuan had to modify his plans and put it aside for the moment, carrying out his other ideas first. After moving a long distance from Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan carefully activated Immortal GU fixed Immortal Travel. The Immortal Gu's aura leaked, jade green radiance flashed. The next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared from southern border, and appeared in that giant formation in northern plains Earth Trench. This giant formation was a space path formation. The space inside it was extremely large. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had used fixed Immortal Travel to enter here. In this life, he had once again used fixed Immortal Travel to enter here. There were no mishaps or setbacks. Moreover, this time, he directly entered the central area of the GU formation. This was a large, desolate land of purple sand. In this desolate land, some rarely seen and extremely valuable immortal materials were spread. His memories were still very clear. Fang Yuan did not even need to put in the effort to search. He directly ran to each key area and collected the immortal materials. These immortal materials were of extremely high rank. They were basically all at rank 8, and there were even some top quality rank 8 materials with such dense Dao marks that their light could be seen with naked eyes. Like the tiger-striped honey bee's wings, the fragment of the immemorial desolate beast cloud phoenix's body. Altogether, 18 immortal materials ended up in Fang Yuan's hands once again. He then moved to the middle of the desolate land of purple sand, where he discovered those multi-layered GU formations once again. He carefully inspected the contents and saw it was just like his previous life. He left the GU formations as they were, but destroyed all the crucial thoughts. Fang Yuan naturally did not intend to leave the life and death immortal aperture method for others. Before leaving, Fang Yuan gave the place a final glance, sighing inwardly. He knew that outside the desolate land of purple sand, there were large numbers of desolate plants and desolate beast corpses, but these immortal materials only looked impressive. Once they were picked up, they would all turn into purple sand. Thus, Fang Yuan did not even look at them. In his previous life, he had to painstakingly scheme, joining Zombie Alliance's headquarters first, then after being schemed by Blazing Heaven Demoness, he was thrown into Northern Plains' Dark Flow Giant City. He had to deceive several immortal zombies before he was able to enter Earth Trench. He kept on scheming the whole way, not hesitating to be swallowed by the mouth earthworm, then arriving at the nest of Xianxia octopuses, searching painstakingly, taking the risk to unravel a small portion of the GU formation, before he was finally able to enter this hidden space. But this life, because of rebirth, he went straight to his destination, getting the maximum benefits while spending the least amount of time and energy. The whole process was very simple, it was like a dream. Using fixed immortal travel again, Fang Yuan left the place and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Change form Immortal Gu's refinement failed. Not only was the success Dao mark lost, most of the immortal materials were also destroyed. To prepare for this single refinement of change form Immortal GU, he had taken out all his assets. After rebirth, he could be said to be dirt poor. But now, he had these precious immortal materials as very timely assistance. These immortal materials were extremely valuable. If their value was to be maximized, it would undoubtedly be by keeping them until a time when Fang Yuan refined rank 8 Immortal GU. However, the time needed for this was too long. Fang Yuan's cultivation was still at the bottom tier of rank 6, advancing to rank 8 was a distant prospect and not within the foreseeable future. Fang Yuan had already considered how to make full use of these immortal materials. Like in his previous life, Fang Yuan put several of the immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven, causing a huge commotion among the GU immortals. Even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, these immortal materials were extremely rare and were very sought after. Fang Yuan easily traded them for the things he wanted, and fed all the immortal GU he had, except for Self-Strength Immortal GU and Wisdom GU. Taking a look over the immortal GU Fang Yuan had: Strength Path, Self-Strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Iron Crown Eagle Strength, Eat Strength. Star Path, Star Shoot, Star Mark, Starlight. Luck Path, Connect Luck, Time Luck, Calamity Beckoning. Besides these, there was also his first vital GU, Spring Autumn Cicada, the extremely practical Space Path Immortal GU, Fixed Immortal Travel, the less frequently used Poison Path Immortal GU, Woman's Heart, a Soul Path Immortal GU, Cleanse Soul and a Wisdom Path Immortal GU, Unravel Mystery. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had change form Immortal GU at this time. But after rebirth, the refinement had failed, and change form Immortal GU did not exist. As for the rank 9 Wisdom GU, Fang Yuan could not refine it, so it was temporarily placed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Thus, whether it could be considered Fang Yuan's Immortal GU was debatable. Normally, most ranked 6 GU immortals only had Mortal GU and not even one Immortal GU. The number of Immortal GU Fang Yuan had already numbered 16, without counting Wisdom GU. As such, the burden of feeding the Immortal GU was extremely heavy and had always been on Fang Yuan's mind. The feeding issue of the Immortal GU was resolved for now. Fang Yuan could relax for the moment. Land Spirit, Fang Yuan softly spoke in the secret room. Master, I am here. The Land Spirit Little Hu Immortal swiftly appeared, beaming with a smile, and hugged Fang Yuan's leg. Master, I didn't disturb you because you were busy, but I really missed you. Little Hu Immortal said while shaking her furry tail, before saying some childlike words, although Master has turned ugly. Fang Yuan laughed, stroking Little Hu Immortal's head as he instructed her, go command all the hairy men in the stone nests to start refining only airsac GU. Yes, Master. Little Hu Immortal immediately replied. You can leave now. Okay. Little Hu Immortal gazed at Fang Yuan with a reluctant look, before disappearing. Fang Yuan's thoughts shifted, as he activated fixed immortal travel, leaving Hu Immortal Blessed Land. When he appeared again, he was already at Langya Blessed Land. At this time, Langya Land Spirit had not changed his nature, and was still that long-robed, white hair, and seemingly sage-like land spirit. Why are you here? That immortal material I wanted, did you get it? If you didn't, then there is no need for discussion. Langya Land Spirit waved his large sleeves and spoke with a cold and detached expression when he saw Fang Yuan. Because of his excessive demands, Fang Yuan's relationship with Lang Ya land spirit had already turned cold. Fang Yuan wanted to request for Lang Ya land spirit's help, but Lang Ya land spirit's condition was extremely harsh, asking Fang Yuan to get a type of immortal material. And this immortal material's origin was from the immemorial 9 heavens, and was extremely rare even in treasure yellow heaven. If not for this, Lang Ya land spirit would not have asked Fang Yuan to do this. Of course I have it, take a look. Fang Yuan laughed, not minding Lang Ya land spirit's cold attitude. You really got it, Lang Ya. Land spirit looked at the immortal material in Fang Yuan's hand, his expression immediately relaxed and his tone revealed his incredulous feelings. Clearly, he had not been optimistic about Fang Yuan's chances. Rightfully so. The task of getting this immortal material had already surpassed Fang Yuan's capabilities. At least, that was the case in his previous life. But in this life, after Fang Yuan was reborn, he made use of the rank 8 immortal materials in his hands. Why would he fear not being able to purchase goods of this level? Fang Yuan handed the poisonous flower petals to Lang Ya land spirit. I need a certain amount of exert strength GU and disappointment GU, along with large numbers of star thought GU. Fang Yuan already knew. Lang Ya blessed land was extremely special. The space inside was so large that it had already surpassed most grotto heavens. This was because Lang Ya land spirit had merged the rank 8 immortal GU house, refinement cauldron, into the whole blessed land. Countless hairy men lived here, the number beyond imagination. The land of cloud soil in front of him was only a layer of clouds in Lang Ya blessed land. Under this layer were 3 continents, where large numbers of hairy men lived. Specializing in GU refinement, they selected talents, living and working in peace and happiness. With the help of these hairy men, it was extremely simple for Lang Ya land spirit to refine exert strength GU, disappointment GU and star thought GU. On the basis of this immortal material, I will do you this favor. Lang Ya land spirit replied, before adding, but next time, I hope to get scales of the half-moon Qilin, at least 30 of them. Otherwise, I won't agree to any of your requests. His tone was still rather frigid, but his expression was no longer cold. Fang Yuan nodded, and without speaking further, he activated fixed immortal travel and left. He possessed the life and death immortal aperture revival method, as well as a strength path version of Nirvana fire, so he could get rid of the immortal zombie body and become a living person. But for the moment, Fang Yuan had no plans to do so. Becoming alive would only mean having the potential to advance. His cultivation would still be at the bottom tier of rank 6. He would also lose his immortal zombie body, and his battle strength would instead decrease. More importantly, Fang Yuan did not have much lifespan left, and thus would not be able to use the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan asked Lang Ya land spirit to refine exert strength GU and disappointment GU as early preparations for the future. What he had paid for this was an immortal material, while Lang Ya land spirit was only refining mortal GU. Although the numbers were somewhat huge, Fang Yuan had still incurred a loss. But Fang Yuan did not seriously concern himself with it. He had his own plans regarding Lang Ya land spirit, but it was not the time for them yet. Fang Yuan left Lang Ya blessed land, directly arriving at a certain village in central continent. There was an extraordinary tree here. It was a spring dream fruit tree. It indeed still exists. Fang Yuan hid his figure and inspected it, feeling some joy. In his previous life, he had obtained information about this tree from Mo Yao's will, but before he could collect the spring dream fruits, this tree was cut down by someone. But after rebirth, Fang Yuan had no need to join Zombie Alliance and search for the revival method. He was able to come here half a year early, making up for a regret in his previous life. Chapter 973, Spring Dream Fruit Tree. Spring dream fruit trees were a very special type of plant. They could be any kind of fruit tree, but only extremely few fruit trees could become spring dream fruit trees. One of these spring dream fruit trees was next to a farmer's home. The head of the family was an old man, known as Old Man Chen. Son, in half a year, you will be married. I will build a house for you. The main girder of the house will be built using this fire date tree. Old Man Chen stood in front of the tree, and patted its thick bark, as he spoke to his son who was at the side. The son looked at this date tree and gave a thumbs up. Pleased, father, this is a good idea. This date tree is older than the history of our village. I remember that it has already stopped producing dates. It will be useless even if it keeps on growing. Cutting it down to construct the main girder for my house will be putting it to good use. Fang Yuan coldly snorted. He was standing not far away, but was invisible. Old Man Chen and his son, who were not even GU masters, were unable to sense him. Finding out by chance the reason for the spring dream fruit tree being cut down, Fang Yuan inwardly frowned. This spring dream fruit tree's existence was supported by this date tree. A true spring dream fruit tree was a tree that existed in dreams and did not have a material body. But it required a real tree to be the foundation for it to live long. This date tree was several thousand years old. Only old trees like this could be used by the spring dream fruit tree. Naturally, the specific requirements involved not just age. Humans needed to be living near the tree. The dreams of these humans from generation after generation would nourish the spring dream fruit tree. In history, this place was once the base of a volcano. Because the volcano erupted every several hundred years, the large amounts of volcanic ash created fertile soil in the surroundings. Attracted by the excellent natural farmland, there would be people migrating now and then. They would gradually form villages, which would later be destroyed by the volcanic eruptions. Fire date trees were extremely resistant to heat. They could even resist lava, thus they were able to continue existing. If the date tree was cut down, the spring dream fruit tree would be destroyed. But to move the date tree, there needed to be corresponding dream path methods to move the spring dream fruit tree at the same time, otherwise Fang Yuan would only obtain an ordinary date tree and not the spring dream fruit tree. Fang Yuan did not have methods to move the spring dream fruit tree. Currently, it was not possible for him to even pick the spring dream fruits. He would need to refine some dream path mortal GU that were targeted at picking the fruits. In the past, Mo Yao seemed to have recognized the extraordinariness of this tree, but due to her limited knowledge, or perhaps she also sensed that casually picking the tree would not work, she chose to leave it behind. It seems I still need to preserve the living environment of this spring dream fruit tree for some time. Fang Yuan flicked a finger. Two wills separately drilled into the minds of Old Man Chen and his son. The son suddenly let out tears. Father, let's not cut down this tree. Even if it can't produce dates anymore, I want to keep on seeing it. It has accompanied me as I have grown. When I was young, I urinated on the tree. When I got slightly older, I built a swing on it. Let's forget about cutting it down. Sigh. All right. Old Man Chen's eyes had also reddened, nodding emotionally. Then let it continue to grow here. We will choose another tree. Although there is not any that is as tall as this one, they will be enough for the main girder of the new house. After dealing with the mortals' thoughts, Fang Yuan arranged a GU formation here to protect the spring dream fruit tree. In the meantime, he would have to refine some corresponding dream path mortal GU to pick up the fruits. This required time. Almost all the refinement materials for dream path mortal GU were derived from dream realm. According to how my previous life went, after refining change form immortal GU, I helped Tai Bai Yunsheng pass his tribulation, then participated in the battle to defend Langya blessed land. After the battle, I took up the identity of Xing Shangzi to enter Eastern Sea and participate in the invasion of Yulu blessed land. In this process, because of the collapse of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, I was invited by Immortal Crane sect to invade a fragment world of the Grotto Heaven. After this matter, Blazing Heaven Demoness appeared, defeating the immemorial desolate beast One Finger Flow Shark. I was forcefully recruited by Blazing Heaven Demoness, then returned to Northern Plains and obtained the Earth Trench inheritance. After that, I took part in killing He Cheng, then was forced to set a new agreement with Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others, then we went on to seize Luopo Valley. Finally, I took part in the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain. This time, after my rebirth luckily succeeded, my main objective is still the Immortal GU House Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. As long as I can become the owner of this Immortal GU House, I can smoothly suppress the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. In that case, my gains will be huge. Although Fang Yuan's plan of taking the Immortal GU House early had failed, how could one failure shake his resolution? Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage had not appeared now, then he could only wait for the moment it appeared. Originally, Fang Yuan's plan had been to take the Immortal GU House, then suppress the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. He would wait until the alliance agreement expired, then he would use the Immortal GU House to deal with He Lu Lan, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness. Maybe he could even borrow the rank 8 Immortal GU House, Refinement Cauldron, from Langya Blessed Land, and seize their Immortal GU, obtaining the greatest benefits. However, he could not do that now. Without the Immortal GU House, Fang Yuan's strength was clearly weaker than He Lu Lan's side. Even if he had many plans and plots, without strength, they could not come to fruition. After all, He Lu Lan was also a formidable character. She was not someone who could be trifled with easily. This was clear from when she killed her own father, then disguised herself to enter He tribe. Fang Yuan's original plan was wonderful, but reality was cruel. Fang Yuan made calculations on the basis of the worst possible situation. If graceful chaotic dual stage appeared at the same time as in his previous life, then he would be unable to covertly take this immortal GU house. The likelihood of this was huge. When graceful chaotic dual stage appeared, it produced a grand sight. The battle scene of that day in history kept on being displayed. If that is the case, then I can only follow my previous life, and participate in the gambling contest between the southern border GU immortals, and personally entering the demonic path side on Yitian Mountain. If he went in like this, the risks would be extremely huge. He would have to face the GU immortals of southern border, Shadow Sect, and also Heavenly Court. It would be entering great danger. But how can there be gains without any danger? Fang Yuan was cautious, but he did not lack the mindset to take risks. The huge benefits had already made him resolved to take the risk. He had been reborn, and had plenty of experiences and knowledge of his previous life. If he did not dare to conspire, then Fang Yuan considered this to simply be cowardly. Since the protection of the spring dream fruit tree has been ensured, I can put it aside for the moment. I should change my plans. I need to ally with He Lu Lan again. Fang Yuan had self-strength immortal GU, blazing heaven demoness would definitely target him. If Fang Yuan obtained the immortal GU house early, then he would not be afraid of blazing heaven demoness. But the situation happened to be different now. Fang Yuan needed to obtain the immortal GU house, and in the process, he might have to face the southern border GU immortals, Shadow Sect and Heavenly Court. Now, he needed the strength of others. Tai Bai Yun Sheng, He Lu Lan, Fairy Li Shan, Blazing Heaven Demoness and others, especially Blazing Heaven Demoness, with her rank 8 cultivation, she could add much power to the immortal GU house. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had suffered from going in alone without help. When Shadow Sect mobilized, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan were both in Shaohun Blessed Land, using Luopo Valley to cultivate their soul. And Tai Bai Yun Sheng was still in Eastern Sea. Naturally, it was also because Fang Yuan had intentionally concealed it from He Lu Lan, Fairy Li Shan and the others, sneaking into Yitian Mountain alone. Even if Fang Yuan revived, he would only have rank 6 bottom-tier cultivation. To advance to rank 7, he needed to go through many earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. In the Blessed Land's time, it would take 300 years. There was clearly not enough time for Fang Yuan to do this. Of course, he could also devour Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, but his body had a strength path immortal aperture which did not relate to these blessed lands. Right now, the utmost priority was to turn enemies into allies and strategize from there. Fang Yuan wanted to eliminate He Lu Lan and the others, but this kind of impatience could spoil his grand scheme. There were many times when one needed to compromise. To accomplish one's aims in the world, it was necessary for any person to compromise, and to learn how to compromise. No matter how high someone's position was, they would need to follow this. Giving up small benefits for greater benefits, this was a display of a person's growth. Using fixed immortal travel again, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan wanted to target He Lu Lan, she had already left Hu Immortal Blessed Land for the outside world. Her tracks were concealed, and as such Fang Yuan was not able to make a move against her. But in this life, at this time, He Lu Lan still was staying in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She was using her strength Chi Immortal GU to help the hairy men in the stone nests to refine Airsac GU. When Fang Yuan found He Lu Lan, she was within a stone nest. She was holding an information path mortal GU in her hand, frowning at the information brought by the GU worm. Seeing Fang Yuan, He Lu Lan raised the information path mortal GU and asked, "Did you hear about the matter of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent ambushing Song Zixing?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "Of course I did. This matter can be kept secret from mortals, but it cannot be hidden from GU immortals. Even though Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are hiding their traces, the other GU immortals in Central Continent would not want to keep this a secret. Right now, they are looking forward to seeing some drama in the 10 great ancient sects." Oh, He Lu Lan sighed deeply. Such a prime opportunity, but we missed it. If we could kill Song Zixing during this period, we might be able to obtain star form blessed land. Fang Yuan glanced at He Lulan, sighing internally, this person really is formidable. She already had attitude GU, but had restrained herself. Not only was he not informed, she did not even inform her closest friend and relative, her Aunt Fairy Li Shan. To deceive the enemy, one had to start from deceiving those they were closest to. But Fang Yuan was like her. He had obtained possession of star form blessed land, but had deliberately concealed the information, keeping He Lulan in the dark. In his previous life, were it not for blazing heaven demoness, this secret would not have been revealed. It was because Fang Yuan and He Lulan were similar kinds of people, that Fang Yuan appreciated He Lulan while also being apprehensive at the same time. If possible, he truly wanted to get rid of her and get rid of her quickly. But destiny worked in mysterious ways. Fang Yuan had to deepen his collaboration with He Lulan to obtain the Immortal GU House graceful chaotic dual stage. Therefore, at the next moment, Fang Yuan took out self-strength Immortal GU, placing it in his hand and holding it out for He Lulan. Chapter 974, Difficult Interaction with He Lulan. Self-strength Immortal GU. Fang Yuan's action shook He Lulan's mind. This Immortal GU was originally hers, but because she failed her tribulation, she had been trapped in a dream realm and was later saved by Fang Yuan. The result was that this Immortal GU became the price for saving He Lulan, ending up in Fang Yuan's hands. This self-strength Immortal GU had huge significance to He Lulan. Not only was it very suitable for He Lulan as she possessed the great strength true martial physique and cultivated strength path, this self-strength Immortal GU had been refined by He Lulan's mother, Su Xian, and was a memento she left to He Lulan. Thus, self-strength Immortal GU had extremely great importance to He Lulan. He Lulan had been extremely unwilling to give it, but she had no other choice. She thought about this Immortal GU day and night, and really wished she could seize it back from Fang Yuan. However, she had restrained this impulse. On one hand, it was because GU worms were very difficult to take away and could be destroyed with a thought from their owner. On another hand, it was because He Lulan was astute. She deeply understood there was an art called compromise when interacting with people. He Lulan and Fang Yuan were natural allies. He Lulan still needed to rely on the Guts GU business to support her cultivation. Working together created benefits, while being enemies formed losses, so He Lulan had continued to endure. Besides the first meeting after waking up, He Lulan had not raised any objection towards Fang Yuan having self-strength Immortal GU. It was as if she had already forgotten this. She had deep shrewdness. But now, Fang Yuan was suddenly handing over the self-strength Immortal GU, like he was returning it to its rightful owner. He Lulan was caught unprepared and was unable to conceal her desire. But at once, He Lulan calmed down, her frown deepened as she fixed her sharp gaze on Fang Yuan. She had already snapped back to awareness, and she was filled with vigilance. She knew Fang Yuan's nature, and just like Fang Yuan, who had both appreciation and apprehension towards her, she also felt the same about Fang Yuan. Why would Fang Yuan hand over self-strength Immortal GU for no reason? This is impossible. Then what is he planning? As if seeing He Lulan's doubts, Fang Yuan chuckled, don't be nervous. Self-strength Immortal GU is rather suitable for me as well, but I believe this Immortal GU is more important to you. Like they say, a gentleman doesn't take advantage of others, isn't that the case? He Lulan's eyes flashed with dark light. She glanced at the self-strength Immortal GU in Fang Yuan's hand, before fixing her gaze on Fang Yuan, sneering, you are a gentleman. Just say what you want to say. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, if I speak directly, I am afraid it will scare you. He Lulan snorted, just tell me. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered, speaking in a serious tone, then I won't beat around the bush. I want to use this self-strength Immortal GU to trade for your attitude GU. What? He Lulan's body shook, the ferocious glint in her eyes increased, and she almost took a step back involuntarily. I have kept the matter of acquiring attitude GU extremely secret, how did he know? I hid it from even little Ant. Besides heaven and earth, only I know. The shock He Lulan felt was hard to express. This was her greatest secret, but it was suddenly exposed by Fang Yuan, she could not help being shocked. Killing intent surged inside her, subconsciously wanting to attack Fang Yuan. To eliminate the person who knows her secret. This was the nature of ferocious characters. However, at this time, Fang Yuan took the initiative to retreat a step. This movement was simple, but had subtle effects on He Lu Lan's current mentality. He Lu Lan was like a frightened beast, but Fang Yuan moved away some distance and showed a harmless smile, emitting good intention, making He Lu Lan feel safer. He Lu Lan's eyes squinted into a slit, fixing her gaze at Fang Yuan. Her expression was cold as ice, her killing intent had not dispelled yet, instead it was restrained for now. It seems you truly possess the legendary attitude Gu. Fang Yuan pretended to be observing her expression, and spoke with a surprised tone. He Lu Lan stared blankly before speaking in fury. You tricked me. Of course not. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, shrugging his shoulders. Do you still remember my master, Purple Mountain True Monarch? He Lu Lan took a deep breath. Hearing the name of Purple Mountain True Monarch again, she was filled with wariness. She knew this Purple Mountain True Monarch. Fang Yuan was his disciple and so was Tai Bai Yunsheng. That was the reason why Fang Yuan called Tai Bai Yunsheng senior brother. Of course, all this was false information. In his previous life, even Blazing Heaven Demoness had been deceived. It was your master who informed you? He Lu Lan asked. Her killing intent went down to rock bottom. From her view, Fang Yuan had huge backing. It was very difficult to kill Fang Yuan, let alone Purple Mountain True Monarch, who was not someone she could handle. After all, at this time, Fairy Li Shan had yet to fully reconcile with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan chuckled. What do you think? He Lu Lan snorted, thoughts churning in her mind. Purple Mountain True Monarch actually knows my secret, he indeed has vast powers and is unfathomable. Fortunately, we have set an agreement with Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan is really scheming. No matter how important self-strength Immortal Gu is, it is only a rank 6 Immortal Gu, how could it be traded for my attitude Gu? HMPH. He Lu Lan immediately refused Fang Yuan's suggestion. My attitude Gu is a rank 8 Immortal Gu. As long as it is someone with a thinking mind, they can wear it and use it. It is a legendary Gu worm recorded in the Legends of Ren Zhu. You are actually thinking of using the rank 6 self-strength Immortal Gu to trade for my attitude Gu. Hehe, aren't you daydreaming? Fang Yuan pondered it before speaking. Then how will you trade for it? Not trading, He Lu Lan immediately replied firmly. Fang Yuan's expression sank, letting out a dangerous aura. He Lu Lan, think properly, I will remind you this is my territory, my Hu Immortal blessed land. He Lu Lan laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, so what? Don't forget the agreement between us, it has not ended yet, allies cannot attack each other. Of course, He Lu Lan added, you have your master's backing, maybe you have already undone your restrictions. But do you think I, He Lu Lan, am afraid of death? You underestimate me too much. Even if I die here, I will destroy all my Gu worms before I die. Also, I know all about the resources that are in your Hu Immortal blessed land. After the battle, how many of these resources will remain? Tai Bai Yunsheng's landscape as before cannot restore these resources. Fang Yuan could not help but laugh. In his previous life, he had threatened Blazing Heaven Demoness by showing a fearless stance towards death. This life, after he was reborn, He Lu Lan was using the same method to pressure him, and he similarly had to accept and go along with it. Fang Yuan's expression changed, laughing and clapping. He Lu Lan, I wouldn't dare to underestimate you, it was only a joke. Using a rank 6 Immortal Gu in exchange for a rank 8, your joke only reveals your greed and stupidity. He Lu Lan coldly berated, without giving any face to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with sharp light. Then I will add some more on the table. How about I give up in contesting for Star Form blessed land? He Lu Lan shook her head, giving up in contesting for it. Even if you hand over both Hu Immortal blessed land and Star Form blessed land to me, I won't trade it. Attitude Gu is not only a rank 8 Immortal Gu, the requirements to use it are very minimal, it doesn't need immortal essence and only consumes mental energy. That means, even I, a rank 6 Gu Immortal, can use this rank 8 Immortal Gu. This kind of Immortal Gu is a peerless treasure, I absolute won't give it up. Don't mention trading for it. Fang Yuan, you are a smart person, you won't make useless efforts, right? Fang Yuan nodded, sighing. I understand, then I shall take a step back, I want to use self-strength Immortal Gu to exchange for your slavery Immortal Gu. He Lu Lan's eyebrows raised. She had a slavery Immortal Gu, she had obtained it during the final moments in Imperial Court blessed land, after deceiving Giant Sun's will. He Lu Lan sank into silence. Fang Yuan's offer enticed her. As far as she was concerned, self-strength Immortal Gu's value was undoubtedly far above slavery Immortal Gu. He Lu Lan gazed at Fang Yuan's eyes. My slavery Immortal Gu is only rank 6. You are using rank 6 in exchange for rank 6, this is feasible. But slavery Immortal Gu cannot be used repeatedly, it can only be used once. Trading self-strength for slavery, don't you think you are losing out? Yes, there is some loss. Fang Yuan laughed, before raising a finger. So I still have a condition, I want to borrow attitude Gu for some time. He Lu Lan did not reply, sinking into silence. Fang Yuan was trying all kinds of methods to borrow attitude Gu, this made her acutely sense the importance of attitude Gu to Fang Yuan. However, how much importance it had, He Lu Lan was not too sure, she needed to probe. Therefore, she refused, I will not lend attitude Gu. Fang Yuan's expression sank, then forget it. He then turned around, leaving. He Lu Lan stood at her spot, watching coldly without moving. Fang Yuan moved several steps before stopping, turning around with a bitter smile as he faced He Lu Lan again. I only want to borrow attitude Gu for 3 years. 3 years? I wouldn't agree even if it was 3 days. He Lu Lan's expression was cold and ruthless. Internally, however, she was excited. She saw an opportunity to rip off Fang Yuan. He Lu Lan's concealment was good, but she was in the end still young, and Fang Yuan was an old monster who had lived hundreds of years. Fang Yuan gave a displeased snort. How could he not know He Lu Lan's current thoughts? He threw out his trump card. It seems you don't want revenge. You have such a good opportunity in front of you to kill He Chang. But it feels like you don't want it. What, He Chang? He Lu Lan's eyes flashed with a ferocious glint, her expression fluctuating. Although He Chang was her own father, the hatred between them was so great, she would not rest until he was dead. Killing He Chang and taking revenge was already the greatest obsession of He Lu Lan. This obsession was so deep that it had affected her cultivation, becoming a permanent scar in her mind. In Fang Yuan's previous life, He Lu Lan had killed He Chang, got back the self-strength Immortal Gu, dispelled the scar in her mind, and found her self, so when she activated Strength Path Phantoms, they turned into her appearance, and not the brawny burly man. Chapter 975, New Alliance Agreement. The negotiation with He Lu Lan lasted for 6 hours. After it ended, even Fang Yuan with his immortal zombie body felt extremely exhausted. His pitiful immortal zombie mind could not think on its own easily, who knew how many thoughts he wasted in the process. He Lu Lan also wasn't better off. She felt this negotiation was much more exhausting than an intense battle of life and death. A feeling of weakness emitted from deep within her, her tongue went dry and she was feeling dizzy. After the negotiation, Fang Yuan brought over Tai Bai Yun Sheng, and formed a new agreement with He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan handed over self-strength Immortal Gu, trading for He Lu Lan's slavery Immortal Gu, as well as borrowing attitude Gu for 1 year. Fang Yuan also had to provide an opportunity to kill He Chang for He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. As for Star Form Blessed Land, everyone would continue to participate fairly. Besides these, Fang Yuan also obtained He Lu Lan's consent to connect their luck. The new agreement was tightly linked together in all aspects. Even Fairy Li Shan with her information path quasi-great grandmaster attainment would need to spend several years to break the agreement. More importantly, it also took account of Blazing Heaven Demoness. There was a condition inside that stated more allies could be added, but the new allies must follow the agreement. Moreover, both sides could not get the help of external forces to target each other. Both sides would also have a one-time opportunity to request for support, and once used, the other side must be assisted. The compensation after the matter would be calculated according to the specific situation. The agreement was extremely stringent. The division of profits was stipulated in detail. Fang Yuan used He Lu Lan's apprehension towards Purple Mountain True Monarch, and his previous life's memories, to reach his goal. One who could only fight was no more than a boor. Battles could not resolve all issues. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Humans possessed great wisdom. If they used this wisdom only to fight, they would be letting down this gift from heaven. After the agreement was made, Fang Yuan's situation had changed greatly. First of all, He Lu Lan was Fairy Black Moon, with vigorous luck that would not decline for a long time. Fang Yuan connected his luck with hers, offsetting Spring Autumn Cicada's flaw. Second, he was able to borrow the rank 8 attitude GU. This immortal GU was used in the past by thieving heaven demon Venerable. It was the core GU of the legendary immortal killer move, Familiar Face. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable had only been ranked 6 GU immortal, but by using this killer move, he deceived 2 rank 8 GU immortals in a row, obtaining large amounts of treasures as well as causing the 2 rank 8 GU immortals to misunderstand each other, indirectly causing their deaths. Fang Yuan had lost change form immortal GU, but obtained attitude GU, which was countless times better. His improved vaguely familiar face killer move's effect would be sharply increased to an astonishing level. Fang Yuan was now confident of deceiving even rank 8 GU immortals. Lastly was Blazing Heaven Demoness. In his previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness, this rank 8 GU immortal, had schemed against Fang Yuan. This life, Fang Yuan had reached a new agreement with Fairy Li Shan and others, which could be taken as stopping Blazing Heaven Demoness' scheme early. Blazing Heaven Demoness' guilt and affection towards He Lu Lan was her biggest weakness. Fang Yuan was planning to, inadvertently, make use of Blazing Heaven Demoness. Even if Blazing Heaven Demoness did not join the new alliance, when He Lu Lan falls into a predicament while assisting Fang Yuan, could Blazing Heaven Demoness do nothing? It could be said that He Lu Lan was the best tool to control Blazing Heaven Demoness. He Lu Lan's side is no longer an obstacle to me. After turning enemies into allies, my plans should now go much more smoothly. But He Lu Lan and the others are extremely shrewd, they are not easy to fool. They are now very satisfied with this new alliance agreement, but they will slowly realize the enormous advantage I am holding. At that time, they will definitely be displeased and may even try to go against me. Because of his previous life's memories, Fang Yuan was able to gain the advantage. But he had not removed his vigilance against He Lu Lan's side. Wait until I possess graceful chaotic dual stage, then the course will be set, the contrast between the strength of our sides will be overturned. Even if He Lu Lan's side is unsatisfied, they won't be able to create any problems. Fang Yuan did not hesitate on giving up self-strength immortal GU, it was because he was planning for the immortal GU house, graceful chaotic dual stage, and the great strength true martial immortal zombie. With self-strength immortal GU, he would only have the first style of myriad self, at best, his strength would only be rank 7. But with the immortal GU house, Fang Yuan did not need to fear even rank 8s, easily advancing or retreating. After obtaining attitude GU, Fang Yuan stored it in his own immortal aperture and moved to Xianxia Blessed Land. Xianxia Land's spirit was extremely surprised, asking, "So quickly? You got what I wanted?" "No." Fang Yuan shook his head. Xianxia Land's spirit's expression immediately turned gloomy, shouting coldly, "Fang Yuan, you brat, are you disregarding my words? Before you left last time, I told you Xianxia Blessed Land is not a place for you to come whenever you want. If you don't have the immortal material I want, then don't come bothering me. I won't agree to any of your requests." "Is that so?" Fang Yuan chuckled, his attitude calm. "What if I want to use my final opportunity to request you to refine GU for me?" "Ah." Xianxia Land's spirit was staring blankly, lost for words. Fang Yuan had stolen Ma Hong Yun's fortuitous encounter, arriving at Xianxia Blessed Land with the identity of an inheritor of thieving heaven. Because Long Hair Ancestor had made an agreement with thieving heaven demon Venerable, Xianxia Land's spirit had to refine GU 3 times for Fang Yuan without any costs. If refining mortal GU, Xianxia Land's spirit must guarantee the success of the GU refinement. If refining immortal GU, Xianxia Land's spirit could fail, but the materials for the GU refinement must come from his own pockets. Fang Yuan had used 2 opportunities. The first was to refine Stargate GU. Although this GU worm was only a mortal GU, it had provided huge help to Fang Yuan at that time. The second was to refine second aperture GU. During the GU refinement process, Fang Yuan drank 4 types of fine wines, obtaining divine travel GU. Finally, he used divine travel GU to trade for Gruel Mud immortal GU from Xianxia Land spirit. Thus, Fang Yuan only had 1 remaining opportunity to request GU refinement. Xianxia Land spirit said sternly, "Kid, what GU do you want to refine?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting Xianxia Land spirit's shoulder. "I only said, if, I don't truly want to waste the 3rd opportunity now." Xianxia Land spirit snorted, brushing away Fang Yuan's hand, and dusting off his clothing with extremely dislike. But in the end, he did not speak anymore. As long as Fang Yuan did not use his final opportunity, he could casually enter Langya blessed land. Langya land spirit knew this was Fang Yuan's warning towards him, even a verbal attack. But he was unable to do anything about it, so he felt very displeased. If you don't want to use the final chance, then leave quickly. Langya land spirit said, displeased. Fang Yuan unconcernedly shrugged his shoulders. Although I did not get the immortal material you mentioned, but I brought this. Take a look. The corners of Langya land spirit's lips curled up. Brat, you want to deceive me? HMPH, you think immortal materials can easily substitute for each other? I cannot. He suddenly stopped speaking. His eyes flew wide open, his gaze intensified sharply as it fixed upon the immortal material in Fang Yuan's hand. This immortal material naturally was not a simple one, it was a rank 8 immortal material Fang Yuan had picked up inside the GU formation in Earth Trench. Langya land spirit's eyes were captivated. This looks like fragment of the immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix's body. Langya land spirit stuttered in an incredulous tone. Fang Yuan gave a thumbs up. As expected of Langya land spirit, you are correct. After I obtained this immortal material, I had to spend some effort before I found out its origin. As he said this, Fang Yuan handed this immortal material to Langya land spirit. Langya land spirit did not restrain himself, he quickly stretched his hand, grabbing the immortal material and put it in front of his eyes, examining carefully. Good stuff, good stuff. Sure enough, it is a fragment of a cloud phoenix, this is a rare object. What dogshit luck do you have, to actually get such a treasure? Langya land spirit muttered non-stop, he was extremely enticed, and his gaze looked somewhat infatuated. No matter which Langya land spirit it was, they both originated from Long-Hair Ancestor. Long-Hair Ancestor excelled in GU refinement, and was also infatuated with it. Langya land spirit had also inherited this nature. Right now, as Langya land spirit looked at this rank 8 immortal material, his thoughts started to fluctuate. He had bitterly sought for such immortal materials, but had not found them. If he had this, the gaps in materials for a lot of immortal GU recipes could be filled up. The GU refinement materials for 1 or 2 immortal GU would even be collected entirely, and the GU refinement could begin immediately. Langya land spirit had already stopped paying attention to Fang Yuan, his gaze was tightly fixed at the Cloud Phoenix's fragment, inspecting it from all directions. He was almost salivating. Even in Langya blessed land, there were very few rank 8 immortal materials. It was simple, they were hard to gather. Like this Cloud Phoenix's fragment, its main body was an immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix. This Cloud Phoenix was extremely powerful, able to match rank 8 GU immortals. To gather this immortal material, normally speaking, one had to kill the Cloud Phoenix. GU immortals were few in numbers, rank 8 GU immortals were even fewer, only a handful of them existed. They had to consider their tribulations and their own safety, and would not easily start a battle. Unless they had some specific demands, there would be extremely few rank 8 immortal materials entering the market. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan had only put 2 immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven, yet he was easily able to trade for all kinds of food for immortal GU. Even Langya land spirit's main body, Long-Hair Ancestor, did not have too much capability to personally gather rank 8 immortal materials. One of the reasons he agreed to refine GU for Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was to borrow the strength of the rank 9 Venerables to gather rank 8 immortal materials. Fang Yuan saw Langya land spirit's expression, and smiled. He then took out another rank 8 immortal material, and intentionally asked, Langya land spirit, help me check the origins of this immortal material. Ah! Langya land spirit raised his head to take a glance, immediately letting out a loud and shocked scream. His eyes were wild with joy. Heavens, isn't this the wing of a tiger-striped honeybee? Look, such beautiful lights from Dao marks. The metal path Dao marks on this wing are so dense that we can see the light from the Dao marks with our naked eyes. Brat, how could you obtain something of this level? It simply angers me to death. I searched so hard for so many years, but even I have barely over 20 of them. They are so precious that I am not willing to use them. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. What if I say I picked them up, do you believe me? Saying this, he immediately took back the Cloud Phoenix's fragment from Langya land spirit's hand. Langya land spirit was caught unprepared, and after he reacted, he gave a miserable howl, feeling like a piece of his heart had been cut out. He stamped his foot and shouted, What are you doing? Doing what? Fang Yuan had a baffled expression. This belongs to me, are you thinking of stealing it? Lang Yalan's spirit stiffened, he was not able to retort and could only glare at Fang Yuan. Chapter 976, Familiar Face. Lang Yalan's spirit looked straight into Fang Yuan's eyes, unsure of what to say. These immortal materials were Fang Yuan's, he was so anxious that he almost scratched his own head. Fang Yuan looked at Lang Yalan's spirit with a smile. Not matter how bad Lang Yalan's spirit's attitude towards him was, as long as these immortal materials were with him, he seemed to have taken hold of Lang Yalan's spirit's weakness. Suddenly, Lang Yalan's spirit's eyes turned, and he quickly reacted. He was no longer anxious, instead sneering, HMPH, brat, do I still not know you? You swindler, you don't do anything without benefits. Speak, what advantage you want to take from me? Fang Yuan pretended to be unhappy, your words are really wrong. I didn't come to take advantage of you, but to do a fair transaction with you. Hee. Lang Yalan's spirit was already somewhat prepared for Fang Yuan's shamelessness. Speak up, don't talk in a roundabout way. Fang Yuan drooped his eyelids, staring at the immortal materials in his hands. Since you are so forthright, then I will speak directly. Can I ask if you have the immortal killer move Familiar Face? Lang Yalan's spirit was stunned before asking back, how did you know I have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature killer move? Fang Yuan was inwardly joyous. Lang Yalan's spirit indeed had it. He had only made a guess about this. Thinking of the past, Lang Yalan's spirit lacked a desolate beast and wanted Fang Yuan to grab a living one, using the mortal killer move Unfamiliar Face as a reward to tempt Fang Yuan. Back then, when they had been discussing, Fang Yuan had asked about Familiar Face and Lang Yalan's spirit's original words were, Familiar Face, you are really daring, that is an immortal killer move, the core GU is the legendary attitude GU. Even if I give it to you, you will not be able to use it. But this killer move of mine has a huge relationship with Familiar Face, it can be said to be the former version of it, this is a mortal killer move and is suitable for you to use. Land spirits were simple and would not tell lies. Lang Yalan's spirit had not said that he did not have Familiar Face, he had only said that even if he gave it to Fang Yuan would not be able to use it. But Fang Yuan now already had attitude GU with him. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had deceived 2 rank 8 GU immortals with his rank 6 cultivation in his time. Fang Yuan should also be able to do it. Looking back over that time, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable sought out my main body to refine Space Escape GU. My main body also had been interested and worked an entire 21 years with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. This duration was according to the time of the 5 regions, when calculated with Lang Ya Grotto Heaven's time, it would be even longer. Lang Yalan's spirit recalled those eventful years with a nostalgic expression. He paused for a moment, before continuing, in these 21 years, my main body and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable made many attempts, but they all failed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's accumulated savings were spent, and even my main body's treasury was used. My main body naturally would not accept making a loss. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had to bring out his resources to buy immortal materials from my main body. Unfamiliar Face, Vaguely Familiar Face and Familiar Face, this set of killer moves was one of them. So it was like that. Fang Yuan nodded, engraving this information in his mind. Lang Ya blessed land indeed had deep foundations, actually having Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's possessions. A person's wealth is their own ruin, no wonder Shadow Sect targeted them, and even Heavenly Court also attacked. Fang Yuan had also been eyeing this land of treasures, but his strength was simply not enough, and rashly attacking would only cause trouble for himself. Brat, what do you want Familiar Face for? He, did you experience the benefits of Unfamiliar Face? My things are all of top quality. But Unfamiliar Face is only a mortal killer move, it indeed is not suitable for your current cultivation. Lang Yalan's spirit laughed. Fang Yuan spoke frankly, I want to exchange a rank 8 immortal material for Familiar Face. Lang Yalan's spirit had still been laughing, but the next moment his laughter turned into anger. Brat, you really think I am stupid? You want to use a rank 8 immortal material to buy Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature killer move? Keep on dreaming. Fang Yuan did not mind it, and asked with a warm attitude, then what's your price? 10 rank 8 immortal materials. This time, it was Fang Yuan's turn to change his expression. Impossible. How could I have so many in my hands? Do you really think I picked them up? He cried out in seeming seriousness, lying brazenly. Lang Yalan's spirit was in the dark. He sheepishly smiled. Then 8. Fang Yuan's eyes were wide open as he shouted, 8. You are robbing me. Back then, you told me yourself that familiar face's core immortal GU is attitude GU. Without attitude GU, familiar face simply cannot be used. I am only trying to use it as reference, to make my own deductions and create an immortal killer move suitable for myself. You think I will use 8 whole immortal materials in exchange for merely familiar face? Fang Yuan's saliva flew out as he shouted, landing on Lang Yalan's spirit's face. Lang Yalan's spirit looked embarrassed, retreating a few steps. He had been tricked many times by Fang Yuan, and had learned to bargain. But clearly, his experience was still not enough, and he was stumped by a few words from Fang Yuan. In the end, Lang Yalan's spirit's existence was only an obsession formed by heavenly power. They were extremely simple. Lang Yalan's spirit being able to reach this stage was already extraordinary. Fang Yuan continued to lower the price loudly with ragged breathing. According to him, familiar face had already been degraded in value to being of no worth whatsoever, while the rank 8 immortal materials' rarity and value were emphasized and enhanced countless times. Lang Yalan's spirit was unable to hold his own, and kept taking steps back in defeat. In Fang Yuan's previous life of 500 years, he had worked as a merchant. He ran a merchant caravan and built stores, earning a huge fortune, but in the end it was destroyed in just one day, breaking his habitual thought processes from Earth, and he comprehended the logic that this world was different from Earth. It was a world where the fist was strongest. Fang Yuan finally reduced the price to 5 immortal materials. This was the limit. If he tried to reduce it any further, Lang Yalan's spirit would not sell familiar face. Land's spirits were simple but stubborn. However, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature move was indeed worth this much at the minimum. Lang Yalan's spirit would not make a loss. He had calculated internally, at most he could say he had sold it at base price. Fang Yuan knew he could not change the outcome, immediately paying 5 immortal materials and getting possession of familiar face. The joy Fang Yuan felt was hard to describe. Although he could use the light of wisdom, it would be extremely difficult to deduce familiar face. His wisdom path attainment was Grandmaster level, but his transformation path attainment was merely at Master level. In the familiar series were transformation path killer moves. Even if I could deduce it, it won't be the same. But now what I have is the original familiar face, which contains its full contents without any flaws. Fang Yuan had no mood to keep staying, and left immediately. He returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and started to carefully study the immortal killer move. There was only one core of familiar face, that was the rank 8 attitude GU. This move fully utilized the might of attitude GU. One could say attitude GU was the essence of this move, and without it, no matter which other immortal GU was added, it would be hard to display the profound capability of familiar face. Besides attitude GU, familiar face had over 20 supplementary GU. Among them were 2 immortal GU, including change form immortal GU. Fang Yuan had failed in refining change form, while he did not even have the immortal GU recipe of the second immortal GU. This was the only blemish in this otherwise perfect matter. It seems that in the past, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was at rank 6, he possessed these 2 supplementary immortal GU. Shortly afterwards, Fang Yuan entered the underground cavern and used the light of wisdom, continuously consuming large amounts of star thoughts as he began modifying the immortal killer move familiar face. Several days later, he succeeded. The 2 supplementary immortal GU were removed, about 1,000 mortal GU were added in, barely replacing the effect of the 2 immortal GU. With this, the activation of Fang Yuan's modified familiar face was over 10 times slower and more complicated. The original familiar face only had over 20 GU worms, even including attitude GU, it did not reach 30. The fewer the GU worms, the simpler and faster the process of activation. After Fang Yuan's modification, the number of GU worms was over 1,000, their activation naturally was not as fast and convenient as the original. Fang Yuan tried activating the modified familiar face. The result of the test made him quite satisfied. The modified familiar face could show 60% of the original's capability. The 2 supplementary immortal GU had been replaced with 1,000 mortal GU, being able to reach this point was already extremely exceptional. It was just that the activation was very slow and required about an hour. This was not of much importance, after all, familiar face was not used for battle. In my previous life, I refined change form Immortal GU and used it as the core to form the modified vaguely familiar face. Now, I have this modified familiar face where the effect is over 100 times better. I can completely deceive rank 7 GU Immortals, while the specific situation needs to be assessed for rank 8 GU Immortals. Fang Yuan inwardly calculated. The killer move familiar face was exquisite beyond compare, especially the attitude GU at its core, causing Fang Yuan's transformation to not be a transformation of surface appearance, but directly affecting others' minds. Even if Fang Yuan transformed into a stranger, if the enemy was affected by this move, they would feel Fang Yuan was a long-lost friend, or have a warm impression, or feel intense familiarity. After gaining familiar face, Fang Yuan spent some time to practice every day. Although attitude GU was at rank 8, its requirements for activation were very low, only using up mental energy, not using up any immortal essence. Thus, Fang Yuan's practice did not cost much. As he became more accustomed, the time taken to activate familiar face reduced to half of the original 1 hour. The preparations are done. Now, I will have to wait for Tai Bai Yun Sheng's tribulation. Fang Yuan settled down, staying in Hu Immortal blessed land and occasionally traveling back and forth from that small village which had the spring dream fruit tree. He continuously refined Dream Path Mortal GU, and used these GU to pick up large numbers of spring dream fruits. As time passed, his injuries gradually turned better, and finally it was the day of Tai Bai Yun Sheng's tribulation. Chapter 977, Slavery Immortal GU. In a green heaven fragment world within Western Desert, the sky was green, the wind that would not stop in all 4 seasons was blowing gently. A pure white and vast city was stably floating in the air, letting out faint golden radiance. At present, humans were the rulers of the world. The variant human races, who once were dominant, were already hiding in corners of the world, surviving with difficulty. In this green heaven fragment world was the paradise for a group of one of the races of variant humans, the Feathermen. Immortal GU House Sacred Feather City was the strongest headquarters of these Featherman descendants. Right now, rainbow flags were hanging in Sacred Feather City, cheers and shouts could be heard everywhere. All the Feathermen were calling the same name, Yu Fei, and just a while ago, the battle had concluded. The most popular candidate, the Featherman Prince Dan Yu, had actually lost. While the ordinary citizen, the black-haired youngster Yu Fei, had obtained the final victory. I, Yu Fei, have finally realized my life's dream, I have become the Featherman King. Yu Fei was severely injured, but it did not bother him, as he raised his head and laughed heartily. He stretched his arms as well as his wings, enjoying everyone's cheers. He grinned from ear to ear, and his mouth was opened wide, revealing his gums. This new Featherman King is quite unique, he is quite different from the other kings. Behind the scenes, 3 Featherman GU Immortals were communicating with each other, wearing smiles on their faces. But right at this moment, a powerful attack suddenly hit this peaceful city. The enormous explosion shook the entirety of Sacred Feather City. They appeared to face the invading enemies while shouting to their Featherman citizens. The enemy had come in with such momentum, the 3 Featherman GU Immortals were grim-faced, but they held a hope as they tried to negotiate peacefully. But the command from the enemy's leader, White Sea Shituo, destroyed the 3 Featherman GU Immortals' hopes. This old GU Immortal's eyes were extremely apathetic, as he commanded, attack. The 3 Featherman GU Immortals were no match for them, and could only retreat to the Immortal GU House Sacred Feather City and defend. Sacred Feather City was besieged from all directions by the Western Desert's Immortals. Battlefield killer moves followed one after the other, as they covered the whole area. Countless mortal killer moves and immortal killer moves impacted the Immortal GU House, creating grand fireworks. White Sea Shituo had clearly come prepared, as his methods immobilized Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City seemed like it had sunk into a mire. It would be difficult for it to get free in a short period of time. The Feathermen had lived in peace for very long time and now they were suddenly thrusted into a life and death battle. They were not able to cope in time. The 3 Immortals were also the same, thus losing the best chance to escape. A bolt of lightning shot out and struck a section of the wall of Sacred Feather City. The city wall immediately crumbled, and shortly dispersed into countless GU worm fragments. None of the Featherman GU masters defending the city wall were able to escape, their dead bodies covered the ground. Dust clouds rose, from within, a slight trace of green light suddenly flashed. Damn it! The battle had already lasted for 2 days and 2 days, the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zong's eyes were bloodshot. He saw the destroyed city wall. Their defense had a flaw now, thus he immediately flew to guard it. Immortal Gu houses were essentially formed from countless Gu worms. This destroyed city wall meant all the Gu worms in it had died, and it was like a hole had been opened in the Immortal Gu house. This was like a boat with holes, its defense had reduced by a large extent. If the enemies pierced through it and took the chance to enlarge this hole, the whole Immortal Gu house could be destroyed in the end. Right now, although the hole was small, it absolutely could not be ignored and allowed to be enlarged. Zhou Zong quickly hurried to block the hole, buying crucial time for the Immortal Gu house's self-recovery. However, just when Zhou Zong had arrived, he heard a sinister laugh. He, you have fallen into the trap. Suddenly, two figures appeared at his sides, flanking him in the middle. The portion of the sacred feather city that had collapsed had already formed a gap which allowed the two Gu immortals to enter. Scoundrels! Zhou Zong was extremely furious and panicked, as he counterattacked. But he had lost the initiative, and after several rounds, he was severely injured and on the verge of death. Bind. From outside the city, a western desert Gu immortal got close and suddenly activated his immortal killer move. Instantly, Zhou Zong could not budge an inch, like he was bound all over. The two Gu immortals beside him laughed sinisterly, as they struck Zhou Zong's chest. Zhou Zong spat out huge amounts of blood and was sent flying back like a cannon, crashing through countless constructions on the way before finally laying down motionless on a pile of rubble. His body shook slightly as he struggled with all his strength. However, the killer move's effect was still there, making him unable to move. Those two Gu immortals came rushing over. Zhou Zong could not help but feel despair. Zhou Zong, hold on, I am coming. At the crucial moment, a stalwart figure stood in front of Zhou Zong. The strongest expert in the Featherman City, First Supreme Elder. Even by collaborating, the two Western Desert Gu immortals were unable to match the First Supreme Elder's strength. This Supreme Elder's cultivation level was almost at the peak of rank 7. Right now, as he attacked in anger, his might burst out. It was overwhelming. The two Western Desert's Gu immortals were unable to attack back, and were soon injured heavily. They quickly retreated back to the hole. The final Featherman Gu immortal, Zheng Ling, was controlling the Immortal Gu house to quickly repair the hole as quickly as possible. The hole was already 80% restored and was getting increasingly smaller. The two Western Desert Gu immortals hurried to the hole in the Immortal Gu house, but were unable to escape. They would have to stay and enlarge the hole slightly. However, at this critical juncture, every second was extremely important. The Western Desert Gu immortals simply did not have the time to attack the hole. Zheng Ling, great work. The Featherman First Supreme Elder was joyous. Right now, the Immortal Gu house was continuously being repaired, and the situation had already become such that the enemies were trapped inside, waiting to be attacked. Once they kill these two Western Desert Gu immortals, the Featherman tribe's morale would surely be uplifted greatly. The enemies would be shaken and no one would dare to rashly charge into the Immortal Gu house anymore. But right as the Featherman First Supreme Elder was about to kill the two Western Desert Gu immortals, a shocking change occurred. The two Western Desert Gu immortals no longer had panicked expressions, instead replaced by a smile, as if they had a plot which succeeded. At the same time, four Western Desert Gu immortals appeared beside the Featherman First Supreme Elder. Our true target is you. You will die. The leading Gu immortal was actually White Sea Shituo. At this moment, his aura erupted and surged, and overwhelming might burst out, revealing rank 8 cultivation level. The Featherman First Supreme Elder paled in fear. The moment of carelessness had sent him into a dangerous situation. Damn it! The rank 7 Featherman Gu immortal Zheng Ling, who was controlling the Immortal Gu house, was extremely anxious, activating the Immortal Gu house quickly. Both sides were focused in this peripheral area of the Immortal Gu house, this crucial battlefield. Old Ancestor, are you alright? Yu Fei shouted as he moved towards the Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zong, who was lying on the ground motionlessly. Zhou Zong was struck by the immortal killer move and its effect had yet to dissipate, thus he was still unable to move from the rubble. The newly crowned Featherman King, Zhou Zong sighed as he looked at Yu Fei. He transmitted his voice, "Leave quickly, the battle here is not something you can participate in." But Yu Fei ignored it, flying towards Zhou Zong's side and activating Mortal Gu. Old Ancestor, I will save you. Zhou Zong appreciated Yu Fei's bravery, feeling moved, but also helplessness. There were countless injuries on his body, all inflicted by immortal killer moves. The injuries were filled with Dao marks. How could they be healed by ordinary mortal Gu? But the next moment, Zhou Zong's eyes protruded out, as he stared at Yu Fei. You are not Yu Fei, you, Zhou Zong tried to cry out furiously, wanting to resist, but he could not budge. Before he could even alarm others, Fang Yuan had sealed his voice. The moment when there was a gap in the immortal Gu house, Fang Yuan had used fixed immortal travel to travel here from northern plains. The immortal Gu house's control near the hole had fallen to almost nil. Fang Yuan was thus not detected by anyone. He then waited for a chance, and taking advantage of when the two sides were in an intense battle, with their attention focused on the key battlefield, he immediately made a move, disguising himself as Yu Fei, and was able to smoothly approach Zhou Zong. Right now, he was silently activating slavery immortal Gu. Zhou Zong resisted intensely, his resistance kept on increasing. But after a while, all his resistance suddenly disappeared, as he was turned into Fang Yuan's slave. In an instant, he turned to Fang Yuan's side. I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan was completely exhausted. Shortly after, he gave a command to Zhou Zong. Go replace Zheng Ling to take control of the entirety of Sacred Feather City. Yes, Master. Zhou Zong moved his heavily injured body, flying towards the center of Sacred Feather City. Elder Zheng Ling, go reinforce First Supreme Elder. I will control the immortal Gu house. Zhou Zong called out. Zheng Ling was joyous. The Featherman First Supreme Elder's situation was already extremely bad. Although he was controlling the immortal Gu house, the entirety of Sacred Feather City was already immobilized by the enemy. As such, it was not able to display its true power. Instead of using Sacred Feather City's power, it was better for him to go in person to reinforce the First Supreme Elder. Are your injuries okay? Zheng Ling was about to move, but hesitated. Quickly go. At this point, even if I die, I will guard the immortal Gu house. Zhou Zong shouted, his whole body bathed in blood. All right, I am leaving. Hang in there. Zheng Ling nodded, and turned into a bolt of lightning as he left. Chapter 978, Subduing the Featherman. Continuous explosions resounded like thunder. Every explosion shook the whole of Sacred Feather City. Fang Yuan was standing within ruins, hiding inside the rolling dust and dirt as the entirety of Sacred Feather City shook. Enslaving a Gu immortal is indeed countless times more difficult than enslaving beast groups. Fang Yuan felt the pressure on his soul. Enslaving other life forms created a burden on the Gu master. Back in northern plains, during the contest for the imperial court, Fang Yuan had commanded tens of thousands of beasts, but it was not that he had enslaved all of them. Rather, through enslaving myriad beast kings, 1,000 beast kings and 100 beast kings, he had been indirectly controlling the whole beast army. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Beasts did not have much intelligence, so Fang Yuan was able to enslave a lot of them. However, Zhou Zong was completely different. Zhou Zong had deep wisdom and intelligence. Although enslaving him did not fail, it created an extremely huge burden on Fang Yuan's soul. After all, Zhou Zong was a Gu immortal. Rank 6 slavery immortal Gu could only enslave a rank 6 Gu immortal. It is also because Zhou Zong is a featherman and not a human. His intelligence is inferior. Just by a bit, if I were to enslave a human Gu immortal, I might have failed. I had cultivated soul path previously and have some foundation in regards to my soul. But this is only at the limits of mortal levels, and my foundation in it as a Gu immortal is quite shallow. By enslaving Zhou Zong, my soul has become heavily burdened. If my soul was like an energetic youth before, now I have turned into an old man with a heavy load on my back. With such a sharp reduction in strength, it would be good if I can display 20% of my ability. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. All the paths of Gu were broad and profound. So too was enslavement path. At Gu immortal level, there were extraordinary abilities that laymen could not grasp. Simply put, Fang Yuan was a layman in enslavement path. He did not know of any enslavement path immortal killer moves. If he had, then in combination with slavery immortal Gu, his current situation might have been much better. He was only able to use the slavery immortal Gu superficially. But with his previous lives' experiences, along with the help of the light of wisdom to deduce the plans, he was able to achieve a huge success. Master, I have received control over Sacred Feather City. Zheng Ling has already moved towards the battle to support the First Supreme Elder. Zhou Zong's voice suddenly resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan excitedly licked his lips, clenching his fist subconsciously. He sent a command. First, kill the real Yu Fei. He now had Yu Fei's appearance. The real Yu Fei was his greatest flaw. Shortly afterwards, Zhou Zong's voice arrived again. Yu Fei is dead, turned into ashes. At present, Zhou Zong was the only one controlling Sacred Feather City alone. As such, this was accomplished easily. Good, do all you can to control the Immortal GU house and get away from the battle. Fang Yuan sent another command. This time, it took a good while before Zhou Zong's weak voice arrived. Forgive me, Master, I was not able to do it. The whole Immortal GU house is already locked in place by the enemies. Fang Yuan snorted, a ferocious light flashing in his eyes. So it is still like this. He did not feel much disappointment. In his previous life, he had laid a trap which caused all the Feathermen to suicide, and he was only able to obtain Featherman GU Immortal Zheng Ling's soul. Zheng Ling had personally participated in the battle to defend Sacred Feather City, and not much time had passed, thus his memories were extremely clear. His soul was not like Shui Songzi's, which had been tampered with by a soul path expert. Fang Yuan could easily search his soul and obtain all his memories. It was these memories that let Fang Yuan feel like he had personally experienced the battle to defend Sacred Feather City. Thus, his timing was so precise, he could infiltrate the Immortal GU house and take the opportunity when the two sides were in an intense battle to successfully enslave GU Immortal Zhou Zong. There were a lot of opportunities like this, but the best one was this. Zhou Zong just happened to be restricted by an immortal killer move and was not able to budge, providing huge convenience to Fang Yuan. From Zheng Ling's soul, Fang Yuan also knew this Immortal GU house, Sacred Feather City, was locked down by the enemies and was unable to be moved. However, a person like Fang Yuan would absolutely not be reconciled to this, they would personally attempt it. The attempt indeed failed and he was unable to steal this Sacred Feather City. Fang Yuan could only choose the second best option, observing from the sidelines and letting the events continue to develop. Similarly to his previous life, Zhou Zong carried his heavily injured body and controlled the Immortal GU house with difficulty, freeing Zheng Ling from the duty. Zheng Ling hurried to reinforce the first Supreme Elder and had a huge fight with White Sea Shituo and the rest. This huge fight was the most crucial fight of the battle to defend Sacred Feather City. The outcome of the fight was the same as Fang Yuan's previous life. White Sea Shituo and the rest were beaten back, and escaped through the gap in the wall. The first Supreme Elder was heavily injured and was on the verge of death after being targeted by the combined strength of the Western Desert GU Immortals. As for Zheng Ling, his situation was slightly better. The battle ended, the Immortal GU house was restored and there was no gaps anymore, its defense becoming perfect. However, the Featherman First Supreme Elder's injuries could not be healed and he died within the city. After losing their greatest battle strength, the two Featherman GU Immortals held on for a night, and seeing that nothing could be done, they resolutely decided to give up on the Immortal GU house and leave this place. All the Feathermen gathered together and activated the Immortal Killer move Heavenly Wish. The Western Desert GU Immortals observed from the sidelines, letting the Feathermen leave. Once the Feathermen left, they could obtain the entire Immortal GU house Sacred Feather City. It was the first time Fang Yuan experienced this heavenly wish. He felt a majestic and powerful white light engulfing him along with the rest of the Feathermen, and transporting them through a white tunnel. He felt he was like a piece of wood dropped into a rapid whirlpool, as he was sent revolving round and round. After about 5 minutes, the surrounding white light suddenly disappeared and Fang Yuan found his footing once again. He was feeling extremely dizzy and almost fell to the ground. The surrounding mortal Feathermen were already sprawled on the ground. Only the two Featherman GU Immortals, Zheng Ling and Zhou Zong, were vigilantly standing. Fang Yuan inwardly shook his head at this. It seems that after enslaving Zhou Zong, my own battle strength is not worth any expectations. Where is this place? The Featherman GU Immortal Zhou Zong scanned his surroundings. Zheng Ling's expression changed rapidly. Not good. This is a human GU Immortal's blessed land. We were treated as an earthly calamity and transported here. With Tai Bai Yunsheng at the lead, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan slowly flew towards the Feathermen. In his previous life, Fang Yuan helped Tai Bai Yunsheng to pass the tribulation and did not invite them. But this life, Fang Yuan wanted to use this earthly calamity to intimidate them, so he invited them to help. Tai Bai Yunsheng was expressionless, feeling both shocked and joyous internally. Fang Yuan looked for me to tell me he could deduce this calamity and told me what to do. I did not dare to believe him then, but now it seems everything is just like what he said. I can definitely pass this earthly calamity. He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan were both inwardly shocked. Having a featherman calamity was rare and peculiar. But Fang Yuan had actually accurately predicted it. What did this mean? One of the reasons it was difficult to pass heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities was that they could not be predicted. Fang Yuan now had this ability, which was simply like a divine weapon to pass tribulations. As long as they made specific preparations before the tribulation, the probability of successfully passing the tribulation would be raised by a terrifying degree. The Featherman Gu Immortal Zheng Ling's heart sank to rock bottom. In his previous life, when he had seen Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, he had a feeling of contempt. But now, the rank 7 Fairy Li Shan, He Lu Lan with the great strength true martial physique and Tai Bai Yunsheng arrived together, especially the unconcealed aura of Immortal Gu on them, they involuntarily brought huge mental pressure on Zheng Ling. There was nothing much to say after that. With Tai Bai Yunsheng displaying the ability of landscape as before Immortal Gu, the Featherman Gu Immortal's threat towards Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture had become non-existent. In his previous life, just with Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, these Feathermen had been duped over and over. This time, not only was there He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan, Zhou Zhang and Yu Fei were also hidden traitors. After a duel, Zheng Ling was once again killed, but Tai Bai Yunsheng and the others did not force the remaining Feathermen. This was a mistake Fang Yuan had made last time. This time, he would not make it again. These Feathermen were different from those Feathermen sold in the markets. They lived in the immemorial Green Heaven fragment world, living on for generations in isolation from the rest of the world. They had the nature of the ancient Feathermen, they would rather suicide than lose their freedom. Thus, Tai Bai Yunsheng did not restrict them, instead negotiating with them deceptively. Under the lead of Zhou Zhang and Yu Fei, the Feathermen moved to star-form blessed land. With these Feathermen, Fang Yuan's development in Western Desert could reach a new stage, and his prospects were bright. This was not his only harvest. After the event, He Lu Lan indirectly asked him regarding the prediction of the calamity. Fang Yuan intentionally gave a bitter smile, asking back, "You think I have such an ability? Don't forget, Purple Mountain True Monarch is my master." At the same time, Tai Bai Yunsheng is also his disciple. He Lu Lan thought. So it was indeed like this ability is too powerful, it is not something Fang Yuan can possess, so it was Purple Mountain True Monarch. Unconsciously, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan's apprehension towards Purple Mountain True Monarch deepened further. Fang Yuan was able to deal a heavy blow to them, this would be greatly beneficial to him in restricting Blazing Heaven Demoness in the future. It was only that after he enslaved Zhou Zhang, his soul's burden had become very heavy, and there was much difficulty in even refining Dream Path Mortal Gu. This intensified Fang Yuan's desire towards Luopo Valley. Luopo Valley and Dang Hun Mountain, if he had both of them, then even if he was a layman in Soul Path, the foundation of his soul would increase rapidly. However, right now, it was still not the time to go to Luopo Valley. In his previous life, He Cheng's soul had ended up in He Lu Lan's hands. Much of the information obtained through soul searching had been shared with Fang Yuan as well. Fang Yuan knew that currently, Luopo Valley had been remodeled into a secret stronghold by Shadow Sect, with large numbers of Gu formations arranged everywhere. Even in his previous life, when Feng Zhuzhe and the other Central Continent Gu Immortals had attacked Luopo Valley when no one was around, these Gu formations were able to hold them off until Qin Bai Sheng and the rest arrived. Right now, Luopo Valley was filled with Shadow Sect's members, it was much more terrifying than a dragon's den. Fang Yuan needed to wait for the appropriate time. Chapter 979, Going with the Flow. Fang Yuan had a lot of patience. After helping Tai Bai Yunsheng pass the tribulation, Fang Yuan refined Dream Path Mortal Gu while collecting the Spring Dream Fruits, along with expanding his Guts Gu and Eerie Fire Dragon Python trades. Soon, his monthly profits greatly exceeded his previous life, it was over 2,000. There were many reasons for this. Firstly, Fang Yuan had to spend a lot of time in investigating and gathering information before deciding on suitable trade partners in his previous life. Especially in Western Desert, but now, with his experience, Fang Yuan could easily contact the buyer and save a lot of time and effort, causing his profits to come much earlier than before. Secondly, the hairy men in the Fang Yuan stone nests were now free to refine Guts Gu. This was different from last time, When they were still refining star-thought GU and other GU worms that did not provide income. Thirdly, Fang Yuan did not have any plans to relocate star form blessed land. He had already made a new alliance agreement with He Lu Lan and the others. He might need to relocate it in the future, but it was not an urgent matter now. Fourthly, with the Featherman forming caravans and dealing with transactions for him, Fang Yuan obtained much benefits in Western Desert quickly. The use of the Featherman was starting to show. But Fang Yuan was still experimenting for now. He did not send out all of these tens of thousands of Feathermen. In this aspect, he had a long-term plan. He wanted to use these current Feathermen to increase the population of Feathermen. He might be able to implement slave trade of Feathermen in the future. In terms of slave trade, even though Feathermen were inferior to hairy men, they were much better than rockmen. Especially in Western Desert forces, they sacrificed a large number of Feathermen yearly. The demand for Featherman slaves was always high and unceasing. Fang Yuan developed patiently. While he accumulated immortal essence stones, he did not forget to accumulate GU refinement immortal materials. Time passed quickly. Langya blessed land was attacked by strong foes once again. Langya land spirit knew that the enemy was powerful. He had to seek help, sending emergency support letters to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. In this life, Fang Yuan had planned meticulously. Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture did not suffer much losses. After receiving the letters, the two of them went to Langya blessed land. In Langya blessed land, there was a thick fog of clouds that shrouded everyone's vision. They could not see anything, not the sky, the ground, or even their own fingers. This is the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. Langya land spirit explained in a deep and low tone, and these are the invaders. The land spirit waved his sleeves, as several images appeared in front of Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Qin Bai Sheng, Zhang Yu, He Cheng, Shui Song Zi, He Lang Zi, and Wei Feng Zi, as well as the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, they were all present. It's them. Fang Yuan pretended to be surprised. You recognize these people? Langya land spirit quickly asked. Fang Yuan nodded with a serious expression. These people are extremely strong. The leader, Qin Bai Sheng, might only have ranked 7 cultivation level, but he can fight with a rank 8 GU immortal. Langya land spirit was shocked. So powerful. Fang Yuan pointed at the others. This is Fairy Zhang Yu, she has dark limit immortal GU. This is the supreme elder handling public affairs of a super force in northern plains, He tribes He Cheng, he has an immortal GU house in his possession. There is also Shui Song Zi, he might be only rank 6, but he is a member of Snowy Mountain blessed land. He is backed by the rank 8 old ancestor Shui Hu. And this He Lang Zi, he is a transformation path GU immortal with high battle strength. In the past, he rejected a recruitment offer by old ancestor Shui Hu. This is Wei Feng Zi, a wind path expert. His wind path attainment level is very deep. He is the publicly recognized fastest person in Northern Plains GU immortal world. He had once escaped from many rank 8 GU immortals. As Fang Yuan spoke, Langya land spirit's expression turned grimmer and grimmer. When Fang Yuan finished his words, Langya land spirit's expression was extremely grave. He pointed at the mysterious black-robed GU immortal. To think that the enemies are so powerful. Then who in the world is this GU immortal? Fang Yuan knew who he was, of course, but at this moment, he pretended to show a confused and suspicious expression. He hesitated before saying, "This person is covering his face and has an immortal killer move protecting him. He is very mysterious. Let me make a deduction." Saying so, he pinched his fingers and deduced. His body was covered in starlight as immortal GU aura surged around him, as if he was working hard. Seeing this, Langya land spirit was deceived. He thought, even though I had approached Fang Yuan many times in the past and asked him to deduce immortal GU recipes for me, this is the first time I am seeing him make a deduction. I do not know what immortal GU he is using, but looking at this, his wisdom path attainment level is not low. The starlight on Fang Yuan's body faded gradually. His expression was grim as his eyes shined brightly. My goodness, this mysterious GU immortal is extremely special. He is an immortal zombie, and one of the 10 extreme physiques, blazing glory lightning brilliance physique. You deduced it so quickly. Langya land spirit was surprised. Beside him, Tai Bai Yunsheng chuckled. That is only natural. Fang Yuan is a wisdom path grandmaster. Wisdom path grandmaster. Langya land spirit was shocked. He assessed Fang Yuan again, looking at him in a different light. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. His voice was heavy as he spoke to Langya land spirit. the enemy is so powerful, we are in danger now. Lang Ya Land Spirit chuckled. No need to worry, as long as we persevere for a period of time, I can capture any GU Immortal no matter how strong they are. Oh, Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose, he probed Lang Ya Land Spirit while pretending to be curious. It seems you still have additional assistants. Lang Ya Land Spirit smiled with a smug expression. He did not want to say much, but he changed his mind suddenly and probed Fang Yuan instead. You are a Wisdom Path Grand Master at such a young age. Honestly speaking, I am quite surprised. Why don't you deduce where my confidence lies in dealing with the enemies? Fang Yuan naturally knew that Lang Ya Land Spirit's confidence was in the rank 8 Immortal GU House Refinement Cauldron. But afterwards, he pretended to deduce and acted like he was met with difficulty. Eventually, he admitted his failure. I cannot deduce it, honestly speaking. In the past, I have tried to deduce Lang Ya Blessed Land, but I had no gains. Now is no exception. Ha ha ha. Lang Ya Land Spirit laughed loudly. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder proudly, but did not say much. An Immortal GU house could attack and defend, so could the rank 8 Refinement Cauldron. Defensive methods were not just against attacks, they could also defend against the deductions of others. Fang Yuan pretended to fail. This was within Lang Ya Land Spirit's expectations. From his point of view, this was natural. No matter how outstanding Fang Yuan was, he only had rank 6 cultivation level. No matter how mystical his Immortal GU were, they could not match the rank 8 Immortal GU House, Refinement Cauldron. It is normal for me to fail in deducing it. If I succeed, it would cause Lang Ya Land Spirit to become very wary. Fang Yuan smiled coldly internally. Land Spirit were obsessed and pure, but that did not mean they were stupid. Especially when Lang Ya Land Spirit's original form was Long-Hair Ancestor. This legendary person had a good friend when he was alive, Immortal Yi Yan, a Wisdom Path GU Immortal that created the prophecy of 3 venerables. He was also a famous person throughout history. Thus, Lang Ya Land Spirit was clear about the capabilities of a Wisdom Path GU Immortal to a great extent. If Fang Yuan deduced something, it was evidently out of the scope of ability that a rank 6 GU Immortal had. This would cause Lang Ya Land Spirit to become very wary and suspicious. He would think, how could Fang Yuan alone deduce anything? Evidently, he has someone behind him. And this great expert is very powerful. He can breach the defense of my refinement cauldron and deduce my arrangements in the Blessed Land. Once he thought of that, Lang Ya Land Spirit would be very vigilant. He would be on guard against Fang Yuan. After all, Lang Ya Land Spirit was the obsession of Long-Hair Ancestor. And Long-Hair Ancestor was a hairy man. Towards humans and other variant humans, he had deep wariness. This could be shown from the transformation in personality and manner of speech in Lang Ya Land Spirit in Fang Yuan's previous life. The reason why Fang Yuan could get close to Lang Ya Land Spirit was mainly because he had obtained a certain inheritance of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Because of his agreement with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Lang Ya Land Spirit had to help Fang Yuan refine GU 3 times. If not for that, how could Fang Yuan, as a human, get so close to Lang Ya Land Spirit? Even though Fang Yuan had to refine Star Thought Immortal GU and All-Out Effort Immortal GU, all along, he did not want to waste this final opportunity to refine GU. That was because he wanted to remain close to Lang Ya Land Spirit. Lang Ya Land Spirit had lived countless years in this blessed land. His interactions with the outside world, other than the transactions inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, were limited to only Mo Tan Sang. He understood that great wealth would attract the greed of others, thus he had been keeping a low profile. At the same time, he had a natural form of distrust towards other individuals. Fang Yuan was not strong back then, thus Lang Ya Land Spirit was not too wary or suspicious of him, but now that he was starting to show extraordinary abilities, Lang Ya Land Spirit would naturally be alert and uneasy. How can an outsider be allowed to sleep beside his bed? In the past, Fang Yuan was a white rabbit, but the Fang Yuan who displayed Wisdom Path Grand Master attainment was considered a poisonous snake. Matters developed just like in his previous life. Fang Yuan was arranged to guard a cloud building by Lang Ya Land Spirit. But before that, Fang Yuan suggested that they should allow He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan to join the battle. Tai Bai Yun Sheng gave his assurance as well. But Lang Ya Land Spirit rejected them. Fang Yuan used a different method to deal with Shui Songzi this time. He did not sneak attack Shui Songzi, instead, he fought him openly. Even though it was a more impressive fight, the result was less of a victory. Fang Yuan only fought with Shui Songzi for a while before Shadow Sect's reinforcements came, and Fang Yuan took the initiative to retreat. There was no benefit in killing Shui Songzi. He had immortal GU and lifespan GU, but they could not be taken. He might as well let him go, so that he could deal with the Central Continent GU immortals next. Fang Yuan had thought of reminding Lang Ya Land Spirit and making arrangements earlier, so that Refinement Cauldron could take down the group from Shadow Sect in advance, but after considering it thoroughly, Fang Yuan rejected this idea. First, there was a great risk in dealing with Shadow Sect. Qin Bai Sheng was very powerful. Fang Yuan had no confidence against him. Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance also had some kind of secret connection. There was more than met the eye. Second, even if Shadow Sect was dealt with, Fang Yuan's gains would not be ideal. Refinement Cauldron would hold the biggest use. If they won, Lang Ya Land Spirit would gain most of the loot. Shadow Sect's base, Luopo Valley, would end up in the hands of the Central Continent GU Immortals. Fang Yuan would get nothing. Third, Fang Yuan needed the Northern Plains Shadow Sect members to resist the Central Continent GU Immortals. Even though he did not know how the Central Continent GU Immortals found Shadow Sect while investigating Fang Yuan, this was something he wanted to see. If Shadow Sect was eliminated, Central Continent would have no obstacles. If they found Fang Yuan, what would he do? Finally, Fang Yuan could guess that the mastermind behind the Battle of Yitian Mountain was Shadow Sect because of the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance zombie. If they were killed, the influence would be huge. During the Battle of Yitian Mountain, unexpected mishaps would occur. With many mishaps, Fang Yuan's plans would be disrupted, his preparations would be in vain. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to go with the flow for the battle to defend Lang Ya Blessed Land. Altering the result of this battle not only carried big risks, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. A wise person would not do this. Chapter 980, Joining Lang Ya Sect. Damn it, it had to be at this time. Qin Bai Sheng clenched his fists, looking at the battlefield in front of him. He was filled with discontent and reluctance. Retreat. A moment later, he sighed as he ordered. Why are we retreating? Fairy Zhang Yu was shocked. Luopo Valley is being attacked. It's the Central Continent GU Immortals who are investigating the collapse of 88 Truyong Building. Qin Bai Sheng transmitted. How could their investigation lead to us? Unless Heaven's will. Fairy Zhang Yu's body shuddered. Heaven's will is vast and grand, that is likely the case, but our action earlier caused too much of a commotion. While making preparations for our ultimate plan, Heaven's will obstructed us. Later, on Yitian Mountain, I wonder how terrifying Heaven's will's obstruction will be. Qin Bai Sheng sighed. The two conversed at lightning speed. They transmitted their words to each other. No one else heard them. Soon, Qin Bai Sheng ordered the Shadow Sect members to retreat from Lang Ya Blessed Land. They have retreated. Tai Bai Yun Sheng let out a breath. Damn it, he escaped again. He Lu Lan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Fairy Li Shan was silent. She was deeply frowning, her expression of worry. The hairy man GU Immortals first cheered before feeling great sorrow. In this battle, they had made a bloody sacrifice, and even found traitors. Life was hard to predict. With the sad state of life and death in front of them, these hairy man GU Immortals who normally only thought of refining GU were greatly incited. Lang Ya Land Spirit dismantled the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Suller. His eyes were bright red. He looked at the direction where Qin Bai Sheng and the others were leaving harshly. These people really think as hairy men are easy to bully. I will return today's humiliation with bloodshed one day in the future. In this battle, because Fang Yuan did not do much, it was quite similar to his previous life. First, Fang Yuan and the others defended the mortal GU House Cloud buildings, but they were destroyed by Shadow Sect easily, breaking the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. Once again, the Inkman GU Immortal was killed by Qin Bai Sheng rapidly, losing his life. Lang Ya Land Spirit's plan to stall for time was severely disrupted. He had no way out and was pacing around anxiously. In his previous life, during this crucial moment, the Land Spirit transformed. But now, during this period, Fang Yuan gave a suggestion and advised Lang Ya Land Spirit to use an ancient battle formation. When Lang Ya Land Spirit was desperate and at his wit's end, he heard this suggestion and quickly used it. Ancient battle formations were quite different from the currently mainstream battlefield killer moves. The Dao marks in an ancient battle formation were much less harmful to the Blessed Land than battlefield killer moves. Lang Ya Land Spirit was desperate. He could only use Heavenly Giant Suller. At this moment, Fang Yuan suggested again. Just the few of us, how can we resist them? We need more people. But Lang Ya Land Spirit was hesitant. He had more than 10 hairy man GU immortals, but they were hidden in manipulating the rank 8 immortal GU house refinement cauldron. Especially when he somewhat sensed that there were traitors among them. Fang Yuan had anticipated Lang Ya Land Spirit's response. He suggested that he had reliable aid. Lang Ya Land Spirit frowned immediately. He was very wary of outsiders. The less people who knew about the blessed land, the better. Fang Yuan smiled and said, Land Spirit, rest assured, how good is our relationship? I can definitely keep a secret for you. We will not expose any information regarding the blessed land. You just need to summon them directly into Heavenly Giant Suller, and let them fight. Afterwards, give them appropriate remuneration. Lang Ya Land Spirit did not want to agree, but Qin Bai Sheng and the others were attacking more fiercely. Even though they used Heavenly Giant Suller, they were still losing slowly. Lang Ya Land Spirit had no choice. He could only accept Fang Yuan's suggestion. This way, Fang Yuan brought He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan into Heavenly Giant Suller and caused this ancient battle formation's power to rise. However, He Cheng controlled the immortal GU House Dark Prison. He could resist Heavenly Giant Suller. Qin Bai Sheng's 5-finger fist heart sword was extraordinarily sharp. It caused great harm to Heavenly Giant Suller. The situation was only suppressed for a moment before it turned bad again. Lang Ya Land Spirit was forced to move the hairy man GU immortals in refinement cauldron into Heavenly Giant Suller in batches. In the intense battle, Lang Ya Land Spirit's other self was finally summoned. After sending 3 batches, Qin Bai Sheng finally got a chance and had the traitors take action, starting to take away refinement cauldron. Eventually, he obtained many core immortal GU from refinement cauldron and hurriedly retreated, bringing Shui Songzi as well as the 2 exposed hairy man GU immortal traitors. After the battle, Fang Yuan handed fixed immortal travel to Tai Bai Yun Sheng, asking him to bring He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan away, without staying. This way, he completed a part of the new alliance agreement that they had made earlier. He had provided a chance for He Lu Lan to kill He Cheng. But she did not grasp the opportunity. This did not mean that Fang Yuan failed on his side of the agreement. After the battle, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan were very curious and suspicious towards this Lang Ya blessed land. But Fang Yuan did not answer them. The alliance agreement did not state that all information had to be shared openly. Since Fang Yuan knew everything now, why would he create problems for himself? He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan felt that Fang Yuan was shrouded in mystery and had a deep background. He could actually be related to such an incredible existence. They could not help but think, was this related to Fang Yuan's master Purple Mountain True Monarch? First, he borrowed attitude GU, then now, using Lang Ya blessed land, he dealt several blows towards the confidence of He Lu Lan's side. This made Fang Yuan very confident in dealing with Blazing Heaven Demoness. At the same time, he was slightly setting up for the future, where he might cooperate with He Lu Lan and the others to capture Lang Ya blessed land. If possible, Fang Yuan wanted to have sole possession over Lang Ya blessed land. But many times, ideas were beautiful, while reality was cruel. This was minor preparation for the future in case Fang Yuan needed it. Lang Ya Land Spirit turned into his second personality. Like in the previous life, he immediately decided to relocate Lang Ya blessed land after the battle. At the same time, he changed the social system in the blessed land and created Lang Ya sect, inviting Fang Yuan to be an external supreme elder. Fang Yuan agreed. Speaking about the remuneration of joining this battle, Fang Yuan did not ask for the ranked 6 immortal GU recipe of all-out effort GU, instead he sought a request for reinforcements from Lang Ya Land Spirit. In the future, if Fang Yuan got into a dangerous situation, Lang Ya sect would need to dispatch GU immortals to save him. This way, Fang Yuan roped all of the Lang Ya blessed land hairy man GU immortals onto his side. Lang Ya Land Spirit handed Fang Yuan a sect mission, asking him to go deep into the icy plain and contact the super tribes that the rockmen and snowmen who were deep underground had created. As long as you complete this mission, I will release some immortal GU recipes to you. As long as you have enough sect contributions, you can use the points to exchange for the immortal GU recipes that you want. Lang Ya Land Spirit tempted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's thoughts shifted. Can I take a look at these immortal GU recipes first? After seeing them, even with Fang Yuan's broad knowledge and experiences, he was tempted. Lang Ya blessed land had dozens of immortal GU, but the quantity of immortal GU recipes was something even Fang Yuan couldn't expect. At the very least, Langya Land Spirit gave Fang Yuan more than 200 recipes to view. Fang Yuan quickly saw some immortal GU recipes that suited him. He asked, "Can I choose other missions? My Langya sect has just been established, there are many things waiting to be done, of course many missions are available. But this mission is the most dangerous, thus it is given to you. If you die, so be it, I will not feel any heartache. The hairy man GU immortals cannot die so easily, they are one of our true members." Langya Land Spirit only spoke the truth. Fang Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he feel at ease internally. "But don't you worry, I aim to create an era of hairy men, the assistance of you and other species are needed. I have a transformation path method to turn your human body into a hairy man. When you become a true hairy man, I will open up the immortal GU storage and allow you to exchange for immortal GU or borrow immortal GU using contribution points." Ha ha ha. Langya Land Spirit patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, encouraging him. This encouragement was extremely straightforward. But Fang Yuan did not care. The first question he had considered was whether he could use familiar face to turn into a hairy man and deceive Langya Land Spirit. But soon, he gave up on that idea. Not only was the familiar face that he had now an incomplete copy, the original familiar face came from Langya Land Spirit himself. Even though he was straightforward, he was not stupid. As for turning into a real hairy man, I will not consider it. Humans are the true masters of this world. It has been like this since the remote antiquity era. This is the direction the world is going, how can it be easily turned around? Back then, even long hair ancestor had to hide and conceal his own identity. Right now, he is only a land spirit, what can he accomplish? HMPH, simply wishful thinking. Fang Yuan did not think well of Langya sect's prospects. In the 500 years of his previous life, Langya sect was taken down by Heavenly Court. This was the eventual outcome of Langya blessed land. Even if the future changes, and it is not Heavenly Court, it could also be other GU immortal forces. Humans were the rulers, the status of variant humans would not change. Fang Yuan's plan, from start to finish, was to extract benefits from Langya Land Spirit. Langya Land Spirit turning into his second personality carried greater benefits for Fang Yuan than losses. At least right now, for Fang Yuan, there were greater gains. The original Langya Land Spirit was conservative, he would not create Langya sect, or invite Fang Yuan to be an external supreme elder. He would also not agree to assist Fang Yuan when he was in danger. After the battle to defend Langya blessed land ended, the 100 Days battle in Luopo Valley commenced gradually. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal blessed land, resting as he created a large number of Dream Path mortal GU. At the same time, he amassed a huge amount of GU refinement immortal materials, to make preparations for refining immortal GU. A month later, he collected all of the spring dream fruits, refining a large number of Dream Path mortal GU. The number was higher than in his previous life. 2 months later, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had settled the relationships on the other side as Fang Yuan used the Earth Tide as an opportunity to enter Eastern Sea. Chapter 981, The Might of a Wisdom Path Grand Master. Just as in his previous life, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng were led by the scenic blue travel immortal zombie, Sha Nanzhong, passing Yu Lu blessed land's entrance. "Brother Tai Bai, we meet again. Ha ha ha." Shark Demon saw Tai Bai Yun Sheng and showed a warm expression. He took the initiative to approach and pat Tai Bai Yun Sheng's shoulder affectionately. Even though Tai Bai Yun Sheng had not been in Eastern Sea for a long time, he had man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal GU that gave him fame. Earlier, when Tai Bai Yun Sheng assisted Shark Demon and the others in attacking Yu Lu blessed land, his man as before was a huge help to everyone. After Shark Demon said his greetings, he directed his gaze towards Fang Yuan. "Sir, you must be Brother Tai Bai's best friend, Wisdom Star Chen Dao. Since you are Brother Tai Bai's friend, you are also my friend. I am but a wandering lone cultivator, I would not dare." Fang Yuan smiled humbly. His body was straight, he looked like a scholar with a handsome face, he had the appearance of a good-looking young man. His skin was fair, the bridge of his nose was high, his thick brows hung over his deep eyes. Right now, Fang Yuan was smiling. With his handsome appearance, he looked like a perfect gentleman, it was very appealing. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was Xing Shangzi, but now, he was Wisdom Star. The power of familiar face was much greater than vaguely familiar face. If Shark Demon and the others could not expose his identity then, it was even more impossible now. Shark Demon's wife, Su Bai Man, looked at Fang Yuan for a while, speaking, I heard that Sir cultivates wisdom path primarily and star path secondarily. You were highly recommended by Sir Tai Bai. Can we have a demonstration? In his previous life, Fang Yuan was disguised as Xing Shangzi and declared he cultivated star path primarily and wisdom path secondarily. But now, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment level had reached Grandmaster level. Even without any wisdom path immortal GU, he had sufficient foundation. Thus, he swapped the primary and secondary path this time. Fang Yuan nodded, saying to Shark Demon and the others, all of you must be curious about my cultivation level, that is normal. Then I shall give it a go, and let everyone critique. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was very humble, but now, even though he spoke in a polite manner, his expression was full of arrogance. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man looked at each other, feeling great anticipation. Tai Bai Yunsheng felt deep worry internally, but he did not show it on his face. Bo Dan, who was among them, had a grim expression. Fang Yuan's appearance threatened his status immensely, his benefits were being infringed. At once, everyone's gazes were on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled, one of his hands was behind his back, while the other was holding a feather fan, waving it in front of his chest. He looked around, observing the surroundings. At this moment, it was still the battlefield killer move freezing rain frozen earth. Thus, when he looked around, it was a vast area of snow and ice. Once in a while, there would be icy rain forming countless snow monsters, bringing huge problems to everyone. Fang Yuan only took a while to look around before he said, I have completed my deduction. Shark Demon and the others were shocked. They thought that Fang Yuan was creating some immortal killer move, but to think that he was done so quickly. Su Bai Man spoke in an even more polite manner. Sir truly has incredible cultivation level. To think that you could unravel the flaws of this battlefield killer move in such a manner without creating any commotion, it is truly amazing. No, Fang Yuan waved his hands. Madam is too kind. It would take some effort to deduce the flaws of this battlefield killer move. What I deduced was not that. An immortal zombie asked immediately. Then what did Sir deduce? Fang Yuan spoke calmly. I deduced some details about the battlefield killer move. For example, the battlefield killer move that we are in is called freezing rain frozen earth. Hearing this, the immortals were stunned. Immediately, Shark Demon frowned as a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He had a ruthless nature. He was about to blow up when Su Bai Man stopped him secretly. Bo Dan chuckled, saying, Chen Dao, are you toying with us? Everyone knows that this battlefield killer move is called freezing rain frozen earth. To think that you have such weak abilities but such great guts, you dare to toy with Lord Shark Demon and Lady Su Bai Man. Su Bai Man laughed, relaxing the tense atmosphere. Hold your tongue, Bo Dan, I am sure Brother Chen is only joking, he has yet to use his true abilities. Fang Yuan shook his head. Madam, this is what I deduced. Su Bai Man's expression froze, her gaze also became dark. What? Shark Demon snorted, he could not stand it anymore, he stared with furious eyes as he walked up angrily. At this moment, Tai Bai Yunsheng walked forward, standing in front Fang Yuan, obstructing Shark Demon. He cupped his fists to Shark Demon as he said with a bitter smile, Lord Shark Demon, it was my fault. I did not tell you all that my brother Chen is like this. He liked to explain the deduction in bits and pieces. It has troubled me for a long time too. Oh, Shark Demon's expression eased, he stared at Fang Yuan. Sigh, oh brother Chen, tell us your full deduction. Tai Bai Yunsheng pretended to be anxious. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Everyone, I indeed did deduce the origins of this battlefield killer move, but there is not only freezing rain frozen earth. Underneath it, there is Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth, and Unmoving Troops. Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth, Unmoving Troops, is this for real? Shark Demon was drawn in by Fang Yuan's words, his eyes shined with bright light as he stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan waved his fan slowly. I made the deduction, how can it be wrong? Shark Demon and Su Bai Man transmitted to each other secretly. Shark Demon was joyful. My wife, if this wisdom star is accurate, then his wisdom path attainment is incredible. Su Bai Man agreed. That's right. The few wisdom path GU immortals that we invited earlier faced great difficulty in deducing the battlefield killer move. To think that this person found the answer so easily. Shark Demon pondered. We will see. What if he is just spouting nonsense and pretending to be mysterious? If he is wrong, what good would it do? Su Bai Man thought about it as she rejected that possibility. I think it is unlikely. Firstly, Tai Bai Yun Sheng is an honest man, he approves of this person. If he really is a wisdom path Grand Master, then it is understandable that he could find the battlefield killer moves. Secondly, we can confirm his claims. As we attack the Blessed Land, we can confirm if he is right. If he wants to deceive us, he would not be so stupid as to give us information that can be exposed so easily. Yes, you are right. While Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were conversing, Bo Dan could no longer wait. He sneered at Fang Yuan. Chen Dao, you are very smart, what an amazing deduction you made. As long as we do not go past freezing rain frozen earth, who would know if you are right or wrong? Fang Yuan sighed internally. He had trampled on and framed this Bo Dan in his previous life. It seemed that it was unavoidable this time round as well. Fang Yuan did not want unnecessary trouble, but this Bo Dan was prancing in front of him, he had no choice. At this time, Shark Demon smiled. Sir Chen, Bo Dan is rude, please don't take it personally. Even though he is rude, he is speaking the truth. The things that I deduced need some time to confirm. Fang Yuan nodded in admission. Su Bai Man smiled lightly. I don't know why, but even though this is the first time I am meeting Sir, it is as if we are long-lost acquaintances. I feel a sense of cordiality and trust. Thus, even though we cannot confirm it now, I will believe Sir. Ha ha ha, many people say that as well. Fang Yuan talked big, he was not humble at all. But he did not need to be humble anyway. The effect of familiar face was like this. Shark Demon said, Sir Chen, we are stuck at freezing rain frozen earth, I hope Sir will help. The faster we unravel this battlefield, the faster we can get to the next layer and confirm Sir's deductions, proving your capabilities. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Lord Shark Demon, that is not true. I am confident in my earlier deduction, I do not need to confirm anything to myself. It is just that all of you do not trust me and need some affirmation. After a while, Fang Yuan continued, since you want my help, should we talk about the remuneration first? Shark Demon frowned. Fang Yuan's attitude made him very unhappy. After all, Fang Yuan was only ranked 6 while he was ranked 7, this attitude of a ranked 6 towards a ranked 7 could already be considered a form of offense. Fang Yuan sucked up to Shark Demon in his previous life, that was because he wanted to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, thus he was very polite. But now, Fang Yuan had already obtained the Earth Trench inheritance, why would he need to join Zombie Alliance? Shark Demon was attacking Yulu Blessed Land, he needed Fang Yuan's help, Fang Yuan had to make use of this status to gain more benefits. After some negotiation, Shark Demon offered a huge price. Fang Yuan accepted it gladly and started to work. Even though he did not have Star Thought Immortal GU, now was different from his previous life, he had Wisdom Path Grand Master attainment level. Even if he only used Mortal GU, he could do many things. Most importantly, he had unraveled this battlefield killer move in his previous life. Thus, when he worked, results came quickly, it caused everyone to cheer and gasp loudly. In his previous life, Fang Yuan could only focus solely on unraveling the battlefield killer move, but now, Fang Yuan had a lot of leeway in doing it, he placed his focus on learning instead. Be it in his previous life or now, Fang Yuan did not have a single battlefield killer move. He was extremely curious in regards to any battlefield killer move. As time passed, Fang Yuan gained more understanding about freezing rain frozen earth, and obtained deeper insight. The core immortal GU of freezing rain frozen earth, how many there were, how many supplementary mortal GU there were, Fang Yuan gradually understood them. Except that he could not investigate for the time being how these GU worms cooperated, and how many ways they could be used in a certain manner. Once in a while, there would be icy rain and snow monsters attacking, but Shark Demon and the others attacked and ensured Fang Yuan's safety. Fang Yuan did not make the same mistake as previously, he did not increase the power of freezing rain frozen earth. Instead, he deduced and unraveled it step by step, weakening the battlefield killer move gradually. As for Bo Dan, he had already shrunken into a corner dejectedly, he did not dare to contest with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was far deeper than in his previous life. Back then, Bo Dan felt indignant, but now, he saw their immense gap and lost all fighting spirit, he felt great dejection. Eventually, when Fang Yuan almost expended all of the mortal star thought GU that he accumulated, he stopped. 60% of freezing rain frozen earth had been unraveled, only 40% was left. Why did Brother Chen stop? Shark Demon asked anxiously. Fang Yuan smiled. Haste means waste, I am feeling tired, we will stop here for today. Shark C was furious, but he needed Fang Yuan's help, he had no other choice, he could only smile. Sir, you are right, you need to rest. How about this? You are a guest from afar, do you want to visit my Shark Sea? My personal shark fishing banquet is unique in Eastern Sea. The other immortals gasped upon hearing this, they looked at Fang Yuan with much envy. Fang Yuan nodded, his expression was plain, then I will trouble Lord Shark Demon. Chapter 982, Grasping the Battlefield Killer Move. In the shark fishing banquet, delicious delicacies filled the table as the aroma of wine pervaded the air. After seeing Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were very inviting and warm towards Fang Yuan. While drinking, Shark Demon summoned many female GU masters. How can we not have dances to entertain us while in a banquet? These are the servants that I nurture, they have GU master cultivation level and are skilled in transformation path, they can perform the Sea Demon dance, many GU immortals have praised it. Today, I will let both of you watch and critique it. These female GU masters were all beautiful like flowers, their bodies were slim and attractive. Right now, music could be heard as the girls danced, their sleeves fluttered in the air, they were extremely dazzling and alluring. Suddenly, the music changed as the calming atmosphere became faster, the female GU masters transformed and gained fish tails, becoming mermaids dancing in the air. The music changed again, becoming lively, the female GU masters transformed again, growing shells on their backs, becoming clam girls, dancing around. The music changed again with a metallic feel, the hands of the female GU masters turned into crab pincers, they danced around causing wind to blow, they were bold and grand. The music changed time and again, as the female GU masters transformed every time, showing an array of dancing styles, Fang Yuan had a truly eye-opening experience. Eastern Sea has various unique and wondrous cultures, it is truly different from Northern Plains' brutish and bold beauty. Tai Bai Yun Sheng praised deeply. Shark Demon saw that Fang Yuan did not speak and asked, how would Sir Chen critique it? It is indeed beautiful beyond imagination. Fang Yuan said, finding it a bit funny internally. In his previous life, his wisdom path attainment was not high, even though he suppressed Bo Dan, it was through schemes and framing. But now, after displaying great capabilities, Fang Yuan obtained the enthusiastic hosting of Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. In his previous life, even though Fang Yuan joined the shark fishing banquet, there were no dances or songs provided for him. But now, its appearance showed that Shark Demon was placing great emphasis on Fang Yuan. As the dance ended, the female GU masters left. Su Bai Man smiled. I wonder which servants Sir Chen and Sir Tai Bai like. Just tell us, I can make the decision and give them to you. I am too old, too old. Thank you madam for the thought. Tai Bai Yun Sheng rejected it politely. Fang Yuan said, I have heard some things about the shark fishing banquet. I am more interested in the shark groups outside of the underwater palace. Su Bai Man felt some disappointment but she smiled. Sirs did not choose the servants, it is their misfortune. But I cannot make decisions about the sharks in this sea, they are my husband's prized possession. Ha, if you want to take part, how can I not agree to it? In every shark fishing banquet, I will gift some sharks. But there is a rule in this, I wonder if you have any understanding towards it. Shark Demon asked. Of course I understand. Fang Yuan nodded, waving the fan in front of him, but I need to confirm with the owner, the sharks in this sea, no matter what we catch or how many we catch, they will belong to us. That is true, but you have to do it personally. Shark Demon nodded without hesitation. Fang Yuan smiled. Then let me deduce which is the most valuable shark in this shark sea. If I can really obtain it, I hope you can bear with the pain and give it to me. Sir Chen, go ahead and use your methods. Shark Demon smiled, he wanted to probe Fang Yuan's true foundation. Fang Yuan pretended to pinch his fingers and deduce. At once, his body was covered in starlight, shining brilliantly. A moment later, starlight shone and shot out everywhere, filling the entire palace. A moment later, bells rung, the scene was beyond words. Starlight shone with a grand appearance, aura of immortal GU surged as Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were moved, they transmitted to each other secretly. This wisdom star Chen Dao is truly incredible. Did you notice, He has already used 3 different Immortal GU, I wonder which Wisdom Path Immortal GU they are. What they did not know was, Fang Yuan was just pretending, it was a facade. The starlight faded, Fang Yuan's forehead was covered in sweat. After resting for a short moment, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes burst out with starlight, shooting out several meters past. The light was extremely dazzling, one could not stare directly at it. To think that Lord Shark Demon and Lady Su Bai Man have such incredible methods. You actually used enslavement path methods to restrain a rank 8 level 1 finger flow shark, I am truly impressed. Even though I deduced it, my methods are too weak, I cannot capture this beast, what a shame. Earlier, I spoke arrogant words, but now my abilities are insufficient, I hope the 2 of you do not laugh at me. The bodies of Shark Demon and Su Bai Man shuddered. Wisdom Star Chen Dao could deduce even this secret. This. At once, this ranked 7 GU immortal couple stared with wide eyes, they looked at Fang Yuan with an expression of disbelief. A few breaths later, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man calmed down slowly as they finally reacted. Su Bai Man sighed, I finally know how skilled Sir Chen is. 1 finger flow shark is our greatest secret, Sir Chen might not know this, but to prevent others from deducing this matter, we had put in a lot of effort to ask Song Jia Dan to conceal this information for us. Shark Sea continued. Jia Dan sits in Twin Polar, Wan hides in Nangong, there is also Dragon Head Tortoise, living inside Adversity Sea. Song Jia Dan is one of the 3 most outstanding Wisdom Path GU Immortals in Eastern Sea's GU Immortal world. Brother Chen's methods could breach Song Jia Dan's defenses, that means that Brother Chen's Wisdom Path attainment can match Song Jia Dan already. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, he had overdone it. He quickly waved his hand, salvaging the situation. Oh, I cannot match Song Jia Dan yet, I had been lucky earlier and did better than usual. If I faced off against Song Jia Dan personally, I would not be able to win. Shark Demon's upper body moved forward, he looked at Fang Yuan, saying, I finally have seen Sir's abilities. But, earlier in Yulu Blessed Land, why did Sir not use Immortal GU? Fang Yuan chuckled. Wouldn't using Immortal GU expend Immortal Essence? This would raise my cost in unraveling it. I am not as rich as Lord Shark Demon, if using Mortal GU can also unravel the battlefield killer move, except that the time needed would be longer, why wouldn't I do it? Shark Demon's heart was jumping. Fang Yuan did not mind the time, but he did mind it a lot. He had accepted Zombie Alliance's mission to attack Yulu Blessed Land. As time passed, Zombie Alliance's higher-ups would urge him more. If he did not show progress, others would take over. Thus, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man's pressure had always been high. Sir knows I am a hasty person, dragging on would lead to mishaps, we should take down Yulu Blessed Land as soon as possible. Shark Demon laughed, continuing, it seems that my earlier remuneration did not satisfy Sir. Sir Chen can quote a price, I will try to satisfy you. Fang Yuan shook his head as he smiled, it is better to take down Yulu Blessed Land slowly. Lord Shark Demon, do you not know the value of a battlefield killer move? Of course I do, I know that the true value of Yulu Blessed Land is not just these battlefield killer moves. It is the method to use the Dao marks in the Blessed Land to create a battlefield killer move. But these methods can be obtained from the land spirit after capturing the Blessed Land. Shark Demon said, what if there is no land spirit? Fang Yuan asked immediately. It is only a small possibility. Shark Demon hesitated. There is a possibility no matter how small. Has Lord Shark Demon seen the land spirit after attacking Yulu Blessed Land for so long? I doubt that is the case. Thus, the safest way is to slow down the attack and comprehend all of the battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. Shark Demon was starting to get angry, he continued to urge him, but Fang Yuan was insistent on his idea. Shark Demon could not ruin their relationship, he needed Fang Yuan's help, he could only endure it. Fang Yuan had no fear, he raised the price, finally stopping after reaching Shark Demon's limit. After resting for a few days, Fang Yuan followed Shark Demon into Yulu Blessed Land again. This time, he used Star Thought Immortal GU, expending many days and finally unraveling the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth killer move for Shark Demon. As for this Star Thought Immortal GU, it was quite a peculiar thing. After rebirth, Fang Yuan succeeded in his first attempt at refining Star Thought Immortal GU. But in fact, refining Immortal GU was not so easy. He could refine star thought Immortal GU because Fang Yuan had a lot of practice in his previous life. Or perhaps his luck had become better after connecting luck to He Lu Lan. His elevated luck could be one of the reasons why the GU refinement succeeded. Fang Yuan was accumulating materials now. He waited for the time to be right before he refined the rank 6 all-out effort GU. Time passed, several months went by quickly. Under Fang Yuan's help, Shark Demon had a much easier time attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land than in his previous life. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth, they were all unraveled by Fang Yuan one after another. After refining Star Thought Immortal GU, Fang Yuan no longer lacked star thoughts. He grasped 80 to 90% of Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield, and 8 Doors Labyrinth. Even though Fang Yuan did not have the corresponding Immortal GU to create any of the Battlefield killer moves. This was already an immense gain. Fang Yuan's understanding towards Battlefield killer moves had become very deep. Using the light of wisdom, one day, Fang Yuan was confident of creating his own unique Battlefield killer move using the Immortal GU that he possessed. Finally, Fang Yuan faced the Battlefield killer move Unmoving Troops once again. He finally met with difficulty. Unmoving Troops was the final trial in Yu Lu Blessed Land. It involved Wisdom Path and was very tough to breach. Since Fang Yuan did not have any experience of unraveling it in his previous life, progress was slow. Fang Yuan simply abandoned it. He did not join Zombie Alliance so Shark Demon could not command him. Of course, the main reason was that Central Continent was in chaos now. With the shattering of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, countless fragment worlds had scattered over Central Continent. In his previous life, Fang Yuan obtained dual Grand Master attainment level from the fragment world's Dream Realm. But he did not explore the Dream Realm fully. In this life, Fang Yuan was deeply in anticipation. If he fully explored the Dream Realm, how much would his gains be? Would his Wisdom Path and Star Path attainment level rise again? Or maybe his other paths, attainment levels? Chapter 983, Shocking Appearance of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Several days later, Fang Yuan appeared in a nameless valley in Central Continent. A certain fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had fallen here, and it was temporarily stable. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent their GU immortals to guard this valley. Seeing that He Feng Yang had led Fang Yuan in, the other GU immortals did not have good expressions. Currently, it was thanks to Fang Yuan's rank 6 bottom-tier cultivation level, otherwise, he would not be able to obtain such a benefit. This fragment world could barely allow a rank 6 bottom-tier GU immortal to enter. But in the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, where would they find a GU immortal who had cultivation level as low as Fang Yuan? Thus, Fang Yuan became the sole and unique person in this category. Immortal Crane Sect made full use of the rules of this contest and allowed him to enter the Grotto Heaven fragment world. Like in his previous life, Fairy Bai Qing asked Fang Yuan to take care of Feng Jinhuang. Fang Yuan agreed, but he was thinking internally, should he kill Feng Jinhuang here? Due to spirit affinity house keeping it a secret and concealing Feng Juji's death, according to Fang Yuan's information, he knew that Feng Juzhe had gone missing in northern plains. But thinking about it, Fang Yuan gave up on this idea. Even though Feng Juzhe died in my previous life, at this point, the 100 Days battle has not concluded yet, anything is possible. Furthermore, Feng Juji's death was not confirmed in my previous life. Most importantly, I harmed Feng Jinhuang back then because I wanted her Dream Wings Immortal GU. But even though she is immortal, she can destroy the Immortal GU with a thought. Even though I am a GU immortal, I do not have special methods to steal it. Dealing with her now is courting death. With Feng Juzhe still at the height of power, I will definitely face the attack of Spirit Affinity House and the other forces. There was no other choice. If Fang Yuan entered first, the mortal GU masters from the other 9 sects could not compete with Fang Yuan. Of course, this showed Immortal Crane Sect's weakness as well. If Immortal Crane Sect was as strong as Spirit Affinity House, it would not be difficult to arrange Fang Yuan as the first person to go in. The fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was right in front of Fang Yuan. An ocean blue lake appeared like a half-torn drawing, suddenly inserted into this mountain valley that was full of trees. This was not a complete Grotto Heaven or Blessed Land. Fang Yuan stepped in directly. At the next moment, he was inside the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fragment world. Looking back, the GU immortals from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were still in the valley. they were no longer in the same world as Fang Yuan. The gazes of these GU immortals were either solemn, envious, or jealous. They could not help it, their cultivation level was too high, they had too many Dao marks. If they entered outright, they would directly cause this weak fragment world to break apart. This lake is huge. I remember that in my previous life, a desolate beast dragonfish was hidden near the small island at the center of the lake. It was influenced by someone's immortal GU and became berserk and frenzied. I have lost self-strength immortal GU and cannot use strength path giant hand. It will be harder for me to capture it now. Fang Yuan recalled as he flew out. Similarly to his previous life, elite GU masters of Heaven's Envy Manor were trapped on the small central island. Around the island, the lake water was treacherous, that desolate beast dragonfish was wreaking havoc, creating huge waves. Fang Yuan descended from the sky, using immortal methods and expending some effort to capture the dragonfish. Other than the desolate beast dragonfish, there were over 600,000 ordinary dragonfish. Leaving behind the shocked and paralyzed Heaven's Envy Manor GU masters, Fang Yuan flew towards the direction of the Dream Realm. Arriving at the Dream Realm's area, Feng Jinhuang had already led the 4 GU masters from Spirit Affinity House and occupied this Dream Realm. Fang Yuan, I have been waiting for quite a while. Feng Jinhuang smiled, her facial features were picturesque, her skin was fair and she radiated deep confidence. Fang Yuan smiled too. Before this trip, your mother asked me to take care of you. I will not find trouble with you. I will try to let you have an easy time, but there is a price for it. What can you give me? Feng Jinhuang was prepared and was about to speak. Fang Yuan interrupted her. If you want to use a method to restore an immortal zombie back to human as the price, forget it. I have already found a suitable method. Of course, it is not the 10 extreme physique ascension method that you told me before. Feng Jinhuang stared blankly, being caught off guard. She did not expect Fang Yuan to find a suitable immortal zombie revival method so quickly. How about this? I know that Spirit Affinity House's research in Dream Realms far surpasses the other 9 ancient sects. I only need the GU recipe of a Dream Realm mortal GU. I will let you stay at this Dream Realm and explore it for some time. How about that? You have Dream Wings immortal GU. Don't tell me you do not know the recipe of some Dream Realm mortal GU. Fang Yuan suggested. According to the 10 sects, agreement, for the representative of Spirit Affinity House, Feng Jinhuang, to occupy this place, she needed to face the challenge of any sect. Only with 2 out of 3 victories could she take away the opponent's rights to claim this territory. Even though Feng Jinhuang had Fairy Bai Qing's immortal GU, will, and immortal essence, she was still immortal. She could not beat the immortal zombie Fang Yuan. Feng Jinhuang's expression was bitter. Fang Yuan, your request is too hard to meet. I have Dream Wings immortal GU, everyone knows that. But the value of a Dream Path mortal GU recipe is immense, you may be severely underestimating it. I have used some Dream Path mortal GU before, but they were only extremely secret practice. I planned to combine them with Dream Wings to create an immortal killer move, but I failed. Those mortal GU were given to me by the sect. I do not know a single Dream Path mortal GU recipe. Change your request, for example, a Strength Path mortal GU recipe. At this time, Dream Realms had not appeared on a large scale. Dream Path was still being explored, it had not been created yet. Even though Dream Path GU worms were appearing, they were limited in quantity. To make Dream Path a mature path, it was not enough with just Dream Wings or Dream Travel. Only a widely cultivated path can be known as a path. Dream Path was still developing in its infancy period. In the 5 regions, only super forces could research on it. Thus, the value of Dream Path mortal GU recipes was immense. Fang Yuan did not pester about this matter. He knew, even if Feng Jinhuang knew any Dream Path mortal GU recipes, she would not hand them to him. Thus, this request was only to set up for his true motive. Fang Yuan said, then in that case, I want information on Sword Immortal Bo Qing. You may not know, but this person is a legendary character from Spirit Affinity House. Hand his information to me, don't try and deceive me with those details already in the market. Feng Jinhuang thought, this Fang Yuan underestimates me. Even though I am a mortal GU master, I have been in the GU immortal world since a young age. How would I not know Bo Qing? But, why is Fang Yuan seeking Bo Qing's information? She thought again. Bo Qing is already dead, what's wrong with agreeing to it? It is easy for Mother to get the information, even if it involves Spirit Affinity House's secrets. I know my limits, I will not hand all of the confidential information to Fang Yuan. After thinking about it, Feng Jinhuang agreed. But Fang Yuan continued, this dream realm is something Immortal Crane sect must have. The duration of your exploration will depend on what information you give me. You can transmit to your mother to start preparing already. 2 hours later, in Central Continent's time, I want to see it. Then, according to the value of the information, I will decide your time in the dream realm. Feng Jinhuang's heart sank. She knew that Fang Yuan could not be fooled so easily. She was the treasure of both her parents, she naturally had Immortal GU with her, and large numbers of information path Mortal GU. Fairy Bai Qing could learn about Feng Jinhuang's status at any time. After spending some effort, both sides finally came to an agreement. Fang Yuan was very straightforward, he left the area near the dream realm immediately. This time, even though he had already subdued the desolate beast dragonfish, he still needed to take the desolate beast hidden essence turtle, and the desolate plant nether grass. 2 hours later in Central Continent time, a few days had gone by in the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment world. Fang Yuan captured the hidden essence turtle in nether grass, and just like his previous life, he let out some rockmen to explore for him, searching for valuable GU worms or materials. He returned to the dream realm's location as Feng Jinhuang handed him the first batch of information, while unable to conceal her dejected and irritated emotions. Fang Yuan looked at the information as he nodded. It was very in-depth, as expected of Spirit Affinity House's internal information. In my previous life, the Heavenly River in Central Continent had a huge disturbance and many GU immortals gained a lot of benefits, but I could not interfere. This time, with my experience, I will not need to make many deductions, I can save much time and effort, I might be able to explore Falling Heavenly River in time. Fang Yuan thought as he evaluated openly, this information, although in depth, does not talk much about secrets. According to our agreement, I will give you 3 days. Of course, that is in terms of the fragment world's time. Feng Jinhuang nodded, sighing internally. She had overestimated herself, while underestimating the dream realm's difficulty. Until now, even though she had Dream Wings Immortal GU, she could not pass the first layer of the dream realm. She had thought that 6 to 7 days was enough to explore this dream realm completely and obtain great gains. But the cruel reality was like a loud slap on her face. If I knew this, I would lower the price during our agreement. Now, this information can only provide me 3 days, this is not enough to even heal my injuries. Sigh. Feng Jinhuang sighed deeply again. Fang Yuan knew about her status clearly, but he pretended to not know and left. But secretly, he turned towards the other side of the dream realm and entered it stealthily. With his previous life's experience, he was very proficient, and with enough preparation, he had a large number of Dream Path Mortal GU, he could use the killer move Unravel Dream much more frequently. The first layer's Beastman Wind Knot Grass Dream Realm, the second layer's Mountain Peak Astrolabe Chessboard Dream Realm, they were all unraveled. He finally came to the third layer of the Dream Realm. He did not manage to come here in his previous life. There was a shore with willows on it, the lake's surface was like a mirror. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, a female immortal was playing the zither. You are finally here. She looked at Fang Yuan, starlight shining brilliantly in her eyes, as her mouth was showing a mysterious smile. Fang Yuan's body shuddered. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Chapter 984, Mystical Dream, Mysterious Song. This was the third layer of the dream realm. The night was calm, as stars filled the sky. The water of the lake was peaceful. Fang Yuan had just entered the dream realm when he stood in the pavilion at the center of the lake. His gaze was staring fixedly at the female immortal, feeling extremely surprised. Throughout history, among the 10 venerables, only Red Lotus Demon Venerable was mysterious and unfathomable, with his appearance publicly unknown. As for the others, their appearances were widely known. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the second venerable in history, a disciple of primordial origin Immortal Venerable, as well as the second-generation Immortal King of Heavenly Court. She had incredible accomplishments and fame, her appearance was known by all, Fang Yuan recognized her instantly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a tall body, she wore a long blue dress as it was dragged along the ground. She had a long black waterfall-like hair, extending to her waist. Her brows were thick and long, her eyes were like the moon in the well, peaceful but oozing with wisdom and mystery. Her skin was white like snow, she looked at Fang Yuan deeply as her slender hands played the zither. You are finally here. She spoke slowly, her voice was soothing like this beautiful night sky. Interesting, in this dream realm, who is my character? Fang Yuan looked at his clothing, he realized that he was in his true appearance. This was shocking to Fang Yuan. Logically speaking, this should not be happening. Earlier, in the first layer of the dream realm, Fang Yuan was in the form of a child. In the second layer of the dream realm, he was a mortal youngster seeking the path of immortals. Why was he in his original appearance now in the third layer of the dream realm? Before entering this dream realm, I have been activating the immortal killer move familiar face. Right now, even this immortal killer move has lost its effect. Maybe this dream realm is so deep that my soul has already submerged deeply into it. Fang Yuan thought about this and became increasingly alert. When he was exploring the first two layers of the dream realm, he was clear that it was a dream, it was not real. But if his soul sank into it completely, he would lose that perception, he would think that everything was real. Like back then, when He Lu Lan was undergoing tribulation and had fallen into a dream realm, as it continued to loop, she lost herself in that world. In this dream realm, I am in my original appearance, this is a sign of my soul sinking into the dream realm. It seems that this third layer is extraordinary. Fang Yuan thought of this and focused, not daring to be careless. But star constellation Immortal Venerable in front of him seemed to understand Fang Yuan's worry, she smiled lightly, "Don't be afraid, listen to my song." Saying so, her tender fingers moved. The zither produced an alluring and beautiful sound under her manipulation, it was like the soothing sound of flowing water. Next, she opened her mouth and sang with an ancient tune and method. Fang Yuan only heard her sing. Fallen songs and despondent heroes, difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. Bent swords sink in the sand, rising and falling from ancient times, the rumbling of an unceasing heavenly river. Alas, spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams, where can one rest in peace? During spring and autumn body and mind shifts, only heavens will remains vast and boundless. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sang in the night, her voice was clear like a mountain spring, flowing into the deepest part of Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan frowned deeply, hearing this, he felt that the song was some kind of prophecy, it contained deep meaning, it was trying to say something, but he could not comprehend it in this short time. Star constellation Immortal Venerable finished her song, her figure gradually faded, but the mysterious smile was still hanging on her face. Fang Yuan focused intensely, concentrating his mind, but at the next moment, the dream realm vanished. What happened? This dream realm suddenly vanished. Outside the dream realm, Feng Jinhuang, who was recuperating, opened her eyes with shock and suspicion. Fang Yuan concealed his figure in time, he was not exposed. He stealthily left this place, feeling great shock. Why did this happen? The third layer of the dream realm vanished before I explored it. What sort of dream was it? Why was it so mystical? Even with the 500 years of experience in my previous life, I have never heard of such a dream realm. Fang Yuan frowned tightly, he vaguely felt that this dream realm was very special, it had a sort of great meaning and purpose regarding him. In the dream, what was star constellation Immortal Venerable trying to sing? What was she trying to tell me? Fang Yuan tried to recall, but he could not remember anything. It was like a person waking up after a dream, even though he knew there was a dream, he could not remember any details about it. Fang Yuan thought hard, even using wisdom path methods, but he could not recall the contents of what star constellation Immortal Venerable sang, only the sound of the zither remained in his mind. Shadow Sect's base, Life and Death Blessed Land. Life and Death Blessed Land contained the door of life and death, and in front of this door, there was a dream realm. Old man Xianxia held 9 rank 8 immortal GU, stepping into the dream realm slowly. The moment he went in, old man Xianxia felt a cold and surging killing intent. Die, die, die. A man dressed in a black robe pounced at him with bloodshot eyes and messy hair. At once, old man Xianxia could not move at all. If outsiders were here and saw this black-robed man, they would scream, "Spectral Soul Demon Venerable." At the next moment, old man Xianxia was forced out with a heavily injured soul. Returning to his body, he spit out a mouthful of blood, his expression pale. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's dream realm was much more difficult than the star constellation Immortal Venerable dream realm that Fang Yuan had explored. Old man Xianxia only entered the first layer of the dream realm and was forced to act as a character in the dream. This character was an enemy killed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Old man Xianxia tried countless times, but the moment he entered the dream, he was killed by spectral soul demon Venerable, unable to react. But I have already left the immortal Gu in the dream, it is time to use the killer move. Old man Yanxi disregarded his injuries, his old and wrinkled right hand opened and revealed an immortal Gu in his palm. This immortal Gu was refined by Yu Mu Chun in Central Continent, it was of Rule Path, named Become Real. Become Real immortal Gu was activated by old man Yanxi using immortal essence, turning into a flash of silver light, flying into the sky. It flew around the dream realm in the air, creating a long silvery trail that stopped in the air and did not disappear. Rise! Old man Yanxi chanted internally, countless Gu worms flew out of his immortal aperture, circling around spectral soul's dream realm, forming a formation in the air. The hundreds of thousands of mortal Gu, all rank 5, with Become Real immortal Gu and the 9 immortal Gu left in the dream realm as the cores, formed into a mysterious immortal killer move. An hour later, old man Yanxi's face was purple and gold, the immortal essence that he accumulated in his life, along with all his Gu worms, were all expended or dead. Only a silver light cocoon was left, it was huge and wrapped around spectral soul demon Venerable's dream realm completely and tightly. Old man Yanxi let out a breath of air, his body shook as he almost fell to the ground. He was extremely tired, but he was joyful and looked at the silver light cocoon, muttering to himself, "Next, we will have to wait for it to mature." Several days later, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan laughed loudly, coming out of the underground cave. He had succeeded. After spending a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he finally created an immortal battlefield killer move. This move was called Star Soul Battlefield, using Cleanse Soul, Star Mark, Star Shoot, Starlight, and Star Thought as the cores. It did not have explosive strength, but it could endlessly drain the enemy's battle strength over time. The Light of Wisdom is truly formidable. If I had to deduce this alone, I would not have any results even after 3 years. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. Even though this Star Soul Battlefield only had 600 or so Gu including immortal Gu. In fact, the coordination of the Gu worms and the methods to use them were extremely complex. Thus, to set up this Star Soul Battlefield, Fang Yuan needed at least a few minutes. This time was not too long, compared to other battlefield killer moves, it was average. Normally speaking, battlefield killer moves took a long time to set up. In his previous life, when Fairy Li Shan faced off against the 4 elders of He tribe and their Green City Rampage, the immortal battlefield killer move Orchard Garden in Mountain was prepared in advance a while before. In terms of trapping enemies, my Star Soul Battlefield cannot rival Orchard Garden in Mountain. But the ability to drain the enemy's strength inside the battlefield is almost endless, it is superior to Orchard Garden in Mountain in this aspect. After all, my Star Soul Battlefield used Fighting Soul Battlefield as the main reference. With Star Soul Battlefield, Fang Yuan wanted to test it on a suitable target. He quickly thought of the One-Finger Flow Shark. One-Finger Flow Shark has rank 8 battle strength, it also has 3-time Path Immortal Gu, my Star Soul Battlefield cannot trap it. Furthermore, to deal with the One-Finger Flow Shark, I will also have to fight Shark Demon and Subai Man. Fang Yuan discarded this unrealistic idea very quickly. He could cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness, of course. At this time, Fairy Li Shan had already sent many letters to Blazing Heaven Demoness, establishing some common grounds and understanding. If Fang Yuan used his identity as He Lu Lan's ally to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness and deal with the One-Finger Flow Shark, it was highly possible. But Fang Yuan did not want this. Even if he succeeded in dealing with the One-Finger Flow Shark, in terms of loot, Fang Yuan would not be able to compete with Blazing Heaven Demoness, he would only gain a small portion of the benefits. And it was impossible to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness to kill Shark Demon and Subai Man. Even though Fang Yuan was not a Zombie Alliance member, Blazing Heaven Demoness was. According to the Alliance agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness could only suppress Shark Demon and Subai Man, she could not take their lives. However, I need to look for Blazing Heaven Demoness. If I do not find her, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan might conceal her existence to try and deal with me using her. If I take the initiative to find her, He Lu Lan will lose all hope in this aspect, and it will also be a form of deterrence towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. Shark Demon and Subai Man in Eastern Sea were already in great anticipation regarding Fang Yuan. In this life, their progress in attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land was greatly advanced due to Fang Yuan. But the final step, unmoving troops, was extremely difficult. Shark Demon and the others had no way to break it, they could only look at the immortal Gu fluttering in the air while sighing. Shark Demon's desire towards Fang Yuan's help was apparent. But Fang Yuan ignored him completely. Rather than helping him, he might as well help Blazing Heaven Demoness in devouring Yu Lu Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness was closer than Shark Demon. Fang Yuan could get much more benefits by working with her. Chapter 985, Fang Yuan's entry into Ascending Heaven Plane. The sky was blue, several clouds were floating. Fang Yuan floated in the sky, looking far away into the horizon. He only saw that the sky was vast, his vision was filled with blue, both from the sky and sea, waves were moving about, the atmosphere was grand. These were the special characteristics of Eastern Sea, it was completely different from the mountainous southern border. When Eastern Sea was peaceful, the scenery was flat and still, like the grand and brutish northern plains. Yet when fierce waves appear on the surface of the seas, turning it into a dangerous place, the resemblance to northern plains vanishes. Along with the changes of the seas and waves, Eastern Sea constantly shifted in various ways. Precisely because of these changes, such grand scenery could be created, and there were cultures that had various unique features. The sea area below him was rather small, it was within Zombie Alliance's territory, the private sea area of Bo Dan. But Bo Dan had been chased out long ago. The person who was occupying this place was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, Rank 8 Fire Path Immortal Zombie Blazing Heaven Demoness. A moment ago, the letter GU that Fang Yuan had prepared for Blazing Heaven Demoness had been tossed into the sea. But there was no disturbance in the sea. Who are you? Such guts, you interrupted me when I was at the most crucial moment of refining GU. Suddenly, Fang Yuan heard a voice. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He had used his investigative methods long ago, but Blazing Heaven Demoness could not be traced at all. Fang Yuan did not sense her. She actually got close to him, and before she spoke, Fang Yuan had no idea. On the surface, Fang Yuan was unmoved. He spoke calmly and slowly turned around, bowing. I am Fang Yuan, my respects to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan, Blazing Heaven Demoness' eyes shined with brilliance. These last days, her mood had been good. Because she and Fairy Li Shan had started to communicate using letters ago, and in the letter, Fairy Li Shan mentioned that she was trying to mend their relationship for the sake of Lu Lan. Earlier, she was not refining GU. But when she received the information path Mortal GU, stating that it was Lu Lan's friend, Blazing Heaven Demoness was curious and wary. She sneaked out and got close to Fang Yuan, probing him. Fang Yuan did not sense her. Because of his ranked 6 cultivation level, Blazing Heaven Demoness' wariness fell drastically. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a tough personality. The moment she spoke, she claimed that Fang Yuan had interrupted her refinement. She wanted to gain the initiative in the conversation, so that she could pressure him later. But the initiative that she took did not faze Fang Yuan. Blazing Heaven Demoness was impressed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. That is me. Saying this, he deactivated familiar face, turning from the appearance of Wisdom Star back to his immortal zombie body. Blazing Heaven Demoness' pupils expanded slightly. She sighed. This rank 8 attitude GU is really amazing, I could not find any flaws in it. However, what is your relationship with Wisdom Star Chen Dao? Fang Yuan laughed. Wisdom Star Chen Dao is me, but I am not just Wisdom Star alone. Blazing Heaven Demoness, impression of Fang Yuan rose. In Fairy Li Shan's letters, she did not mention that you had wisdom path attainment. She had been eyeing Yu Lu Blessed Land for a long time. Thus, she had been collecting information about Shark Demon secretly. The information of Wisdom Star Chen Dao that Fang Yuan had been disguised as was known by Blazing Heaven Demoness. If I did not have wisdom path attainment, how could I venture into Imperial Court Blessed Land alone? Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, I wonder if you are interested in Yu Lu Blessed Land. Fang Yuan spoke about his intention. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled. What do you think? Fang Yuan was calm and collected. If you are not interested, I would not have come here. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed loudly. Is this also the intention of your master, Purple Mountain True Monarch? Fang Yuan did not deny it. Madam, with my capabilities, as long as I am given some time, I will be able to unravel the final battlefield killer move in Yu Lu Blessed Land. But how to get rid of Shark Demon and Su Bai Man will be your matter. Without Star Thought Immortal GU, Fang Yuan would not be so confident. But with the Wisdom Path Immortal GU in his hands, and with the fact that the battlefield killer move on moving troops was unmanned, Fang Yuan would not face much difficulty in dealing with it. Blazing Heaven Demoness expression sank. Fang Yuan had control of the flow of the conversation, she could no longer control her patience. Baseless talk, she snorted. You say you have the ability, is that necessarily true? How can I believe it? The anger of a rank 8 GU Immortal was not to be underestimated, the atmosphere became heavy at once. Fang Yuan smiled calmly, he knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness would react like this. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not familiar with Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan had his previous life's experiences, he knew about Blazing Heaven Demoness temper. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan had control of the conversation. It is simple to get Madam to believe in my abilities. Please bear with me. Saying so, Fang Yuan started deducing. At once, starlight shone on his body as Immortal GU aura surged. After a dozen breaths, Fang Yuan stopped pretending, he said to Blazing Heaven Demoness, sighing, a rank 8 great expert is truly difficult to deduce. Is this your excuse for failing? Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows. Of course not. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. I have already deduced that Madam has already contacted the Zombie Alliance headquarters and is prepared to push aside Subai Man and Shark Demon. Bo Dan has already been captured, right? Subduing him first, then letting him go and making him bribe Subai Man with an immortal material. By then, you can find an excuse of stealing immortal material to righteously seek trouble with them. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard this and her expression changed. She was very shocked internally, she did not expect Fang Yuan to deduce her plan so quickly in such a short time. She was a rank 8 GU Immortal, even though she was Fire Path, she had methods to defend against the deduction of Wisdom Path GU Immortals. Why did her methods fail against Fang Yuan? No wonder this person could make little sister feel wary and cause a loss to little Lan. No, maybe this is what his master Purple Mountain True Monarch deduced, he is only using that information to act in front of me. Blazing Heaven Demoness calmed down quickly. She was not an ordinary immortal zombie, anyone who could reach rank 8 was not easy to fool. Alright, since you have the ability, I have a difficult problem for you to solve. Saying this, Blazing Heaven Demoness grabbed him and fire burst out, surrounding Fang Yuan's entire body. He saw Blazing Heaven Demoness' domineering personality once again, but he was not afraid that she would cause him harm. Because He Lu Lan's attitude GU was in his hands. If Blazing Heaven Demoness tried to kill Fang Yuan, would she not be afraid that Fang Yuan would destroy attitude GU along with him? Fang Yuan did not resist, he was grabbed by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Next, Blazing Heaven Demoness turned into a rainbow of fire and tore through the sky. Fang Yuan's eyes could only see fire, he could not move. He did not know how long it took, but suddenly, the flames vanished and Fang Yuan found himself in a plain. This plain was filled with greenery, young and tender grass grew over the entire plain. The plain had few trees, one could see very far. What was most eye-catching was a palace not far away. This palace had a green gold floating sculpted design, the surface was carved with the sea, sky, and mountains, this was the design style of the remote antiquity era. The radiating Immortal GU aura showed that this palace was extraordinary. This was an Immortal GU house. At this moment, many GU Immortals were standing on the plain, surrounding this Immortal GU house from all directions. There were some GU Immortals who floated in the air, far from the Immortal GU house. Whichever GU Immortal it was, their gazes were all focused on Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fang Yuan. Earlier, a fiery rainbow had descended, it was a huge disturbance, nobody could miss it. Blazing Heaven Demoness released her rank 8 GU Immortal aura, causing them to focus on her. With such a high-profile entrance, Fang Yuan who came along with her was also heavily locked on by many gazes. I am Song Kun, greetings to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Kai Shang pays respects. I, Ruo Lai Guiyi, am truly honored to be able to see Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness in person. Soon, 3 GU Immortals acted as the representatives and spoke. Even though their cultivation level was not as high as Blazing Heaven Demoness, they were the representatives of Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruo Lai Clan. These 3 clans were super forces in Eastern Sea. They were also the main forces competing for the ownership of Ascending Heaven Plane. Even Blazing Heaven Demoness could not be too arrogant with them. She nodded lightly at the 3 of them, speaking, I have heard about old eccentric Tien Nan's inheritance, I am here to try and obtain it. You can feel free to handle your own matters. The three clans were silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness said that casually, but the three clans did not dare to be careless. Blazing Heaven Demoness cultivation level was at rank 8, and she even had a huge force, Zombie Alliance, behind her. If Zombie Alliance wanted to interfere in Ascending Heaven Plane, there would be a huge disturbance in the current situation within Ascending Heaven Plane. Lady Blazing Heaven is from Northern Plains, you are a guest here. How can we be so rude? I am unworthy, but allow me to accompany you. Song Kun took the initiative and flew over. Brother Song Kun is right, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness has just arrived here. I am willing to explain the situation to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Kai Shang had just spoken when Ruo Lai Gui Yi also flew towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness gave the three immortals a look. She did not chase them away, she allowed them to stand beside her. The geographical location of Ascending Heaven Plane meant that Zombie Alliance could not intervene in it. There were many super forces in Eastern Sea, but the ones who could influence this place only numbered to 3. These 3 clans contested both upfront and in secret, but when a strong external force like Blazing Heaven Demoness came, they collaborated and resisted her together. There was no need to guess, Blazing Heaven Demoness knew that these 3 had already informed their clans. Soon, rank 8 experts were going to show up and hold the fort for them. But Blazing Heaven Demoness also knew that even though what was in Ascending Heaven Plane was good, she could not obtain it. Even though she was a rank 8 GU Immortal, if she tried to interfere in Ascending Heaven Plane, not only would Zombie Alliance not help her, she would offend the 3 super forces. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a domineering and firm attitude, but she was not stupid, in fact she was very wise, she understood the value of giving in. Otherwise, in Fang Yuan's previous life, she would not have established that alliance agreement with him. Blazing Heaven Demoness' motive in this trip was not to obtain old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance, she wanted to test if Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment, or whether he was only a fraud, merely relying on Purple Mountain True Monarch. Chapter 986, Wisdom Path Fame Spreads in Eastern Sea. Wisdom Star, this is Ascending Heaven Plane, a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was recorded inside the legends of Ren Zhu. This place is filled with space path Dao marks. Not only does it have no regular pattern, it is extremely complex and rearranges constantly. Since you are confident in your wisdom path methods, obtain the Tian Nan inheritance here. Blazing Heaven Demoness said to Fang Yuan. He understood Blazing Heaven Demoness' intention. His wisdom path methods were only exposed recently. Even He Lu Lan and the others were not very clear on them. Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to take down Yu Lu Blessed Land. She needed to test the might of Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods. If Fang Yuan had decent capabilities, she would believe him and entrust the duty of attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land to him. If he was a fraud, Blazing Heaven Demoness had to find someone else. As for Fang Yuan, if he was useless, he would have to scram. Wisdom Star, why is this name so familiar? Since this person is thought highly of by Blazing Heaven Demoness, he must have some proficiency. HMPH, not only are the space path Dao marks in Ascending Heaven Plane complex, they change at every moment. Our 3 clans are restricted by this and have little progress. How is it possible for him who is working alone? Song Kun, Kai Shang, and Ruo Lai Gui Yi transmitted to each other, as Fang Yuan landed on the ground, walking towards the immortal GU house that old eccentric Tian Nan left behind. Not just the 3 of them, the other GU immortals' gazes were also on Fang Yuan. In the Song clan camp, a young woman was dressed in white, seemingly glowing with snow-white light, pure as jade. She was the prized jewel of Song clan, one of the beauties of Eastern Sea, Song Yishi. Wisdom Star Chen Dao. At this moment, Song Yishi's eyes stared at Fang Yuan unblinkingly, filled with curiosity. I know this person. Recently, Shark Demon has been attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land. He is doing all that he can to ask this person to help. Earlier, it was Chen Dao who helped Shark Demon unravel the first few battlefield killer moves at a rapid pace. But for some reason, Chen Dao started ignoring Shark Demon recently. Strange. Little Shi, why are you so knowledgeable about Chen Dao? Come to speak of it, this lad has quite the gentlemanly appearance, he is also quite handsome, one glance at him produces good feelings towards him. A female GU Immortal Senior from Song clan teased Song Yishi. Song Yishi's face turned bright red. She explained, Chen Dao had once exposed one of Shark Demon's secrets, but Shark Demon had asked Uncle Song Jia Dan to protect this secret. This is why I am paying attention to him. Now was different from his previous life. Back then, Fang Yuan had been disguised as Xianxia, an elderly man. But now, with attitude Gu and familiar face, Fang Yuan naturally would make full use of this killer move. He transformed into a handsome appearance which could make people put down their guard, to make it easier for him to execute his current plans. Song Clan's Gu immortals heard these words and their expressions changed. Song Jia Dan was the pride of Song Clan. He was also one of the 3 publicly recognized wisdom path Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan could actually break Song Jia Dan's methods. Just in this aspect, one could see his capabilities. At once, the Gu immortals from Song Clan looked at Fang Yuan with changed gazes. Fang Yuan walked 5 to 6 steps under everyone's eyes before stopping. His expression was calm, but he was secretly on alert. Ascending heaven plane was not simple. Secluded domains of heaven and earth were usually very mysterious. For example, Danghun Mountain and Luopo Valley were filled with soul path Dao marks, while ascending heaven plane had an uncountable number of space path Dao marks. Precisely because of these space path Dao marks, ascending heaven plane could connect to the immemorial 9 heavens. Even a mortal could enter the immemorial 9 heavens through ascending heaven plane. However, after the havoc caused by Renzu's children, many of the immemorial heavens were destroyed. Even ascending heaven plane was implicated. Ascending heaven plane was no longer as safe as during the immemorial antiquity era. The space path Dao marks here were complex like interlinked spider webs, and they were changing all the time. Even though ascending heaven plane looked peaceful and safe currently, danger was lurking everywhere. It was full of life-threatening traps. Even Gu immortals would suffer terrifying damage from the space path Dao marks here if they were careless. Blazing Heaven Demoness brought me here to test the capabilities of my wisdom path methods, and also to suppress me through a show of force. She is probably still suspicious that I am relying on Purple Mountain True Monarch, not using my personal wisdom path methods, instead acting as a middleman. After all, the things I deduced were all predetermined matters. The deductions could be prepared earlier. Only in this environment which is ever-changing can my wisdom path ability truly be tested. It was not surprising that Blazing Heaven Demoness would be suspicious. After all, Fang Yuan's display of wisdom path methods was too sudden. Furthermore, he was an immortal zombie. There were wisdom path immortal zombies, but after becoming an immortal zombie, it was rare for them to still have such formidable wisdom path methods. Fang Yuan's mind was filled with star thoughts, colliding continuously. With star thought immortal Gu, he no longer lacked star thoughts. This gave Fang Yuan a great amount of confidence. After a while, he continued moving forward, progressing towards old eccentric Tian Nan's immortal Gu house. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After 11 steps, Fang Yuan stopped again. At this time and place, he was about 300 steps away from old eccentric Tian Nan's immortal Gu house, but he had already caught up to the farthest Gu immortal. This Gu immortal was from Ruo Lai clan. Seeing that Fang Yuan had reached the same progress as him, he smiled without feeling ashamed. Fang Yuan deduced again. The space path Dao marks here were invisible and did not show traces. He had to make deductions to progress. He had already reached the end of the path that he deduced earlier. Fang Yuan needed to walk and stop, while deducing on the way. Deducing a long path was not worth it. Because the space path Dao marks kept changing at varying speed, even if he deduced a long path, by the time he walked on half of it, the latter half would change. The result would be that half of his deduction was wasted. I need to demonstrate my values so that I can participate in Yulu Blessed Land. I need to show my wisdom path ability. It seems that after this trip, my reputation as Wisdom Star is going to become renowned in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with starlight. He had an understanding while deducing. Several minutes later, he had surpassed many of the Gu immortals on the ground. He was one of the closest people. Wisdom Star Chen Dao. Kai Shang stared at Fang Yuan's back as he muttered. How old is he? This attainment level is at least Wisdom Path Grandmaster. Ruo Lai Gui Yi gritted his teeth. Song Jia Dan sighed internally. It is a pity that my clan's Song Jia Dan cannot come personally. Otherwise, this inheritance would have been ours long ago. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very pleased. With such an achievement, it was enough to be qualified to attack Yulu Blessed Land even in the vast Eastern Sea. At the same time, Blazing Heaven Demoness could not help but feel shock. How many years has it been since Fang Yuan became an immortal? Not only did he cultivate Strength Path, he also has such an attainment in Wisdom Path. And from Sister's letter, he even displayed exemplary enslavement path methods in the imperial court contest. This shows how incredible his master Purple Mountain True Monarch is. This should be enough. I am 108 steps away from the Immortal GU house now. Even though I can progress more, I am already one of the closest people. If I move any closer, I would attract trouble. Fang Yuan assessed this situation. Relying on Blazing Heaven Demoness, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man could be bullied. But against Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruo Lai Clan, Blazing Heaven Demoness was too weak. The space path Dao marks here became more numerous and changed faster as one got closer to the inheritance. Thus, the difficulty of deduction rose rapidly. With just Fang Yuan's capabilities, he could not get to the Immortal GU house. Especially after he got to within the range of 80 steps, he would need a Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move. The Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move here did not mean defensive methods like Star Fog Concealment, or attacking methods like Myriad Star Fireflies. It needed to be specialized for deductions. Fang Yuan did not have this foundation, but he had Wisdom GU. Even though he did not subdue Wisdom GU, he could use the Light of Wisdom. Relying on it, he could obtain a result that far surpassed any deduction Wisdom Path Killer move. If he had the Light of Wisdom, Fang Yuan would have broken through already. He would be 50 steps away, not 100. The Light of Wisdom naturally could not be known to others, and in any case, if Fang Yuan obtained the inheritance, he would not be able to leave. The three super forces were wolves waiting to pounce. How could Fang Yuan leave after taking their food? Thus, Fang Yuan stopped, looking at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed internally. Fang Yuan truly was very aware of the situation. Not to mention this rank 6 immortal zombie, even with her rank 8 cultivation level, she did not dare to attempt to take the treasure here. She wanted to leave already. But leaving without fighting would cause trouble. Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruo Lai Clan were three super forces that treated Ascending Heaven Plane as theirs. Blazing Heaven Demoness coming here would cause others to place their attention here if they did not show a firm stance now. And for Blazing Heaven Demoness, if she left now, the three super forces would pursue the matter for sure. She might as well stay and settle it now. It was impossible unless she fought with a rank 8 GU Immortal. As expected, not long later, rank 8 GU Immortals from the three clans appeared, getting into a vague alliance as they spoke with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness, although alone, was not weak in stance. She suggested for them to fight. The four immortals flew to White Heaven. The scene of their fight was unknown to everyone. After fighting, Blazing Heaven Demoness descended, laughing loudly as she left with Fang Yuan. The three rank 8s from Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruo Lai Clan showed deep wariness and solemnness in their eyes. They secretly conversed. I have heard that Northern Plains GU Immortals have incredible battle strength, above the other four regions. After this battle with Blazing Heaven today, it appears true. Although she is an immortal zombie, she has incredible battle strength. We can only resist her when two of us collaborate. She has great Grandmaster Fire Path attainment level. This woman cannot be underestimated. Earlier in Northern Plains, she destroyed a fragment world of the immemorial Nine Heavens, giving her the title of Blazing Heaven Demoness. She is extremely thuggish and unscrupulous. Even though she left, in my opinion, we need to guard against her. Your words make sense. Chapter 987, Star Fog Conceals Traces. Eastern Sea, Twin Polar Sea Strait. The sounds of waves penetrated the thick fog as it entered the sea strait. Song Jia Dan sat beside the cliff, his eyes were shut as he rested. His lower body was encased in gray stone. His upper body had the appearance of an old man. It was extremely wrinkled and he looked very aged. Suddenly, his eyelids moved. He sensed that Song Clan's first Supreme Elder, the rank 8 GU Immortal Song Chi Yuan, had used his token. At Song Jia Dan's will, the fog dispersed, revealing a path to walk on. A moment later, from the path, two figures walked in. One male and one female, both GU Immortals. The female immortal was dressed in white. She was like a lotus flower, pure and moving. Her clear eyes were oozing with liveliness and anticipation. The male immortal was middle-aged. He was experienced and mature, walking behind the female immortal. Uncle Jia Dan, Song Yi, she called out from afar. Song Jia Dan wanted to smile, but his face was firm like a statue. His muscles were stiff and could show no expression. His wisdom path cultivation was very unique. He could fuse with the world and make deductions. They were often very accurate. But the advantages came with disadvantages. Song Jia Dan lost his freedom. his lower body turned into stone and had fused with twin polar sea straight. When his lifespan runs out, he would turn into stone completely, losing all life. Eventually, Song Jia Dan could only speak expressionlessly in a low and drawn-out tone. Little Shi, cousin Sha Qi, it has been a long time. The people who came to Twin Polar Sea Strait to visit Song Jia Dan were Song clans Song Yi Shi and Song Sha Qi. Uncle Jia Dan, this is grandfather's token, please take a look. Song Yi Shi first handed the token to Song Jia Dan. Song Jia Dan inspected it thoroughly and nodded, asking, "This time, what do you want to deduce?" Song Sha Qi spoke, "This time, we are here for the Tian Nan inheritance in Ascending Heaven Plane." Song Jia Dan pondered, Ascending Heaven Plane's space path Dao marks are complex and ever-changing. I cannot go personally, thus I cannot deduce the path spontaneously. But Ruo Lai clan and Kai clan have no powerful wisdom path GU immortals. I believe that all of you can succeed using the wisdom path immortal GU that I have. Song Yi Shi smiled lightly, Uncle Jia Dan, there has been a change in Ascending Heaven Plane. Immediately, Song Yi Shi talked about Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fang Yuan, about how they entered Ascending Heaven Plane. Song Jia Dan immediately understood Song Yi Shi and Song Sha Qi's intentions. He spoke, "So you want to employ this Wisdom Star to help Song clan obtain the inheritance?" "That's right, Wisdom Star is not a member of Zombie Alliance, he is only Tai Bai Yun Sheng's good friend, he is a Northern Plains GU Immortal, coming here because of the Earth Tide. Since he can work for Zombie Alliance, he can also be employed by Song clan. He had quite an amazing wisdom path attainment. If we are slow and the other two clans take action first, we would get into a passive situation." Song Sha Qi said, "So you are here to ask me to deduce matters regarding Wisdom Star?" Song Jia Dan continued. Song Yi Shi nodded. "Uncle, we really cannot hide anything from you." "That's right, since we want to employ Wisdom Star, we need to know about his background, after all, he is not a clansman. Most importantly, the other party is also a Wisdom Path GU Immortal. If he tries to scheme, we will not only suffer a loss, we will also lose our face. Thus this time, we need you to use your methods and see if you can defeat this Northern Plains Wisdom Path GU Immortal." Song Jia Dan's eyes were lowered, he had a hint of hesitation, but this Wisdom Star Chen Dao can crack the method that I used for Shark Demon, and he was able to achieve that much in Ascending Heaven Plane. That means he not only has Wisdom Path attainment, he even has Wisdom Path Immortal GU. It goes against the usual customs and manners of us Wisdom Path GU Immortals if I make deductions on such a Wisdom Path expert abruptly. If I am careless, we may attract the animosity of the other party and create a strong Wisdom Path enemy for our clan. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was disguised as Xianxia Zi, because he peeked at Song Yi Shi when bathing. Song Jia Dan made deductions on him. In this life, Fang Yuan was disguised as Wisdom Star. He did not leave behind any flaws, and most importantly, he had incredible Wisdom Path methods. This made Song Jia Dan very apprehensive. Song Yi Shi and Song Sha Qi looked at each other. The former did not speak while the latter said, "There are advantages and disadvantages in everything, it depends on our judgment. Before coming here, we have already discussed with First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder, Cousin Jia Dan, please do it." Song Jia Dan nodded. Even though he was a Wisdom Path GU Immortal, he was not in charge of making decisions in the clan. In that case, he no longer hesitated. After preparing for a while, he took action. A long while later, Song Jia Dan opened his eyes, showing signs of fatigue in his eyes. "I could not deduce anything." "What, Uncle, you are one of the 3 strongest Wisdom Path GU Immortals in Eastern Sea, how can you fail the deduction? Is this Chen Dao really that formidable in terms of Wisdom Path? He can already match cousin." Song Yi Shi and Song Sha Qi were both very shocked. Song Jia Dan shook his head. "A person's effort is limited, while heaven's will is unpredictable. Maybe this Chen Dao is very skilled, able to block all my deduction methods, or maybe he isn't in Eastern Sea." "Not in Eastern Sea, where can he be? The Earth Tide is gone, there is still a long time until the next Earth Tide." Song Yi Shi was very confused. Every immortal aperture is a small world, it is isolated from the outside world. I am only rank 7, it is not. Strange that I could not deduce it. Is that so? Song Yi Shi muttered, feeling dejected and disappointed. Song Jia Dan's words shifted, saying, "I am more concerned about Ascending Heaven Plane. This place can connect to White Heaven and Black Heaven, it is of strategic importance and is wanted by many. Just now, even though Blazing Heaven Demoness left, we did not defeat her. This would lead to increase in the greed of others. We have to be careful of Eastern Sea's lone immortals and demonic cultivators. And although the other Righteous Path super forces cannot interfere directly, they can use their influence to meddle with the situation in Ascending Heaven Plane. These are our biggest lurking dangers. Cousin is truly wise, this makes perfect sense. Song Sha-Chi's expression changed, he nodded repeatedly. Song Yi-Shi also showed an expression of worry. Rather than deducing wisdom star Chen Dao, I might as well deduce this matter. Don't worry, as long as you use my arrangement, you will defeat the lone immortals and demonic cultivators. We can even use their strength to weaken Ruo Lai clan and Kai clan. Song Jia Dan was very confident. Star Fog Concealment. Fang Yuan willed, using his immortal killer move. Immediately, fog made of starlight came out of his second immortal aperture. Soon, the star fog shrouded Fang Yuan's entire body, blurring his facial features. Others could only see a vague figure of Fang Yuan inside the fog. I finally succeeded in deducing the modified star fog concealment. Fang Yuan inspected it and felt joyous. This star fog concealment could defend against the deductions of others against himself. After leaving Ascending Heaven Plane and negotiating with Blazing Heaven Demoness, he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and used the light of wisdom to modify the original star fog concealment. The original star fog concealment had 2 core immortal GU, one of them was Star Thought Immortal GU. The modified Star Fog Concealment also had 2 core Immortal GU. Star Thought Immortal GU was one of them, while the other was replaced with Unravel Mystery Immortal GU. Right now, Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment level. The Wisdom Path Immortal GU Unravel Mystery that he could not utilize well previously was starting to display its capabilities. The trip to Ascending Heaven Plane earlier will soon make the name of Wisdom Star spread throughout Eastern Sea's GU Immortal world. By then, there will be many who will try to make deductions on me, to find information on Wisdom Star. Familiar Face is a transformation path killer move. It can disguise me, but it cannot block deductions. With Star Fog Concealment, I am much safer in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan thought. Of course, the defense of Star Fog Concealment had its limits. Firstly, it could only defend against deductions from others. It could not block fire, wind, water, or physical punches and kicks. Secondly, it only used 2 ranked 6 Immortal GU as the core. If a ranked 7 Wisdom Path GU Immortal makes a deduction, it would only be able to defend for a while before collapsing. But Star Fog Concealment did not need constant activation. The star fog produced after activation was a layer of defense. As long as the fog remained, it could defend him. This star fog is filled with tiny fragments of Star Path and Wisdom Path Dao Mark. Because of this jumbled mix of fragments, I can block outside deductions. Even if Song Jia Dan makes a deduction, the star fog can block him for a while. It would alert me and I would be able to use fixed immortal travel to hide in a blessed land. Once he entered a blessed land, he would be in another world. Even a rank 8 Wisdom Path Great Expert would be unable to make any deductions on him. First, he created Star Soul Battlefield. Next, he made Star Fog Concealment. 2 of Fang Yuan's weaknesses had been eliminated. Next, he should focus on refining the ranked 6 all-out effort Immortal GU. At the same time, he had to patiently wait for Blazing Heaven Demoness to act. In my previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness had succeeded in pushing aside Shark Demon and Su Bai Man, but because the timing was bad, she had to go to Northern Plains. Right now, with my influence, progress in Yulu Blessed Land was much faster, thus she can take action early. We should have enough time. I hope that the rewards in this Yulu Blessed Land will not be as disappointing as the Dream Realm inside the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment World. Earlier, Fang Yuan got through the second layer of the Dream Realm and came to the third, reaching a new layer that he did not enter in his previous life. Both his Wisdom Path and Star Path attainment levels had risen, but they were still at Grandmaster level. But the most important thing was, the third layer of the Dream Realm was very strange. Fang Yuan could not understand. The third layer of the Dream Realm collapsed on its own, not giving Fang Yuan any boost to his attainment levels. And in the dream, the song that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recited could not be recalled by Fang Yuan no matter what he tried. Blazing Heaven Demoness finally settled the relationships within Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Similarly to Fang Yuan's previous life, she used Bo Dan as an excuse to oust Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Fang Yuan did not participate in this. He would only take action when Blazing Heaven Demoness was attacking Yulu Blessed Land. As he expected, even though the battlefield killer move on moving troops was mystical, it did not have anyone controlling it, it was like an empty formation. Fang Yuan expended a huge amount of mental energy and immortal essence, unraveling this final level and completely capturing Yulu Blessed Land. There is only one strength path, Immortal Gu. Don't think about it, this is a present I am giving to Little Lan. According to our agreement, you can take 2 rank 6 Immortal Gu. But this star path Immortal Gu, even though it is only rank 6, it is on the list of top 10 mystical Gu, it has immense value. If you choose it, you will not be able to take another Immortal Gu. Blazing Heaven Demoness said to Fang Yuan. Chapter 988. Star Eyes Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan concentrated, without any distraction, on refining all-out effort Gu. Large amounts of immortal materials had fused into a lump of liquid. The yellow-brown liquid was floating in the air. At Fang Yuan's will, his second vital Gu, all-out effort Gu, shot into the liquid. Saying this, Fang Yuan grunted as he stretched out his hand, his 5 fingers opened and grabbed at the ground. With bursts of sound, the rocks on the ground rumbled and completely surrounded the liquid, forming a big muddy ball. This was an Earth Path Refinement Path killer move. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had traded for it with Lang Ya Land Spirit. This was a small benefit of joining Lang Ya sect. Of course, he had to pay a price. Fang Yuan deduced an Immortal Gu recipe for Lang Ya Land Spirit, completing 30% of it. This refinement path killer move, even though it was not immortal level, was very useful. The all-out effort Gu recipe that Fang Yuan had modified used this refinement path killer move many times during the process of refinement. Blood refinement killer move, blood refinement snake. Fang Yuan's body shook, his eyes, nose, and ears, all his 7 orifices started to bleed. The blood flowed continuously, forming 7 snakes that slithered around and hissed, producing scary sounds. The 7 snakes climbed onto the muddy ball. The muddy ball was coiled around, becoming a ball of snakes. Fang Yuan threw Mortal Gu in continuously, as the blood snakes opened their mouths and ate. With every Gu worm that they ate, their bodies would sink into the muddy ball. 2 hours later, the blood snakes completely fused into the muddy ball. On the muddy ball surface, there were countless red snake scales. The entire muddy ball almost seemed to be alive, the red snake scales flickered with faint light, it seemed like this muddy ball was breathing with life. Fang Yuan roasted it with fire. These were 3 different types of fire, roasting the muddy ball of snake scales in turns. The blue fire made the flickering of the muddy ball's scales less frequent, as a layer of frost appeared on the red scales. Fang Yuan used a green fire next. After roasting it, the muddy ball became more lively. From the frost, a layer of moss grew. Finally, Fang Yuan used a yellow fire. From within the fire, the moss on the muddy ball hardened, turning into a brown cocoon of blood. The cocoon of blood was flickering with golden light, as if golden sand was mixed in it. The yellow fire roasted the muddy ball for the longest time. After roasting it for a day and a night, the brown muddy ball turned into a pure golden color. By this point, he had finally finished a crucial step. Fang Yuan let out a sigh, he obtained some precious time to rest, he slept for 2 days and 2 nights. After recovering completely, he took out the golden muddy ball. The original brown muddy ball was as large as a basin, but the golden one was only slightly larger than a baby's head. Next was another crucial step. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, activating a special Gu worm, attacking the golden ball. With a bang, the golden muddy ball exploded, endless gold powder scattered around the surrounding 3 li. Failed. Fang Yuan's expression was grim, his expectant gaze had dimmed. The gold powder was all over the place, but nothing else was left. If he had succeeded, a half-completed immortal Gu would have been formed. But unfortunately, it did not. The immortal materials and immortal essence stones that he had invested earlier were all wasted. His only gain was the experience of refining the Gu. During his next attempt, he would be slightly more proficient. Sighing, Fang Yuan quickly settled his mood, becoming calm once again. Refining immortal Gu was not easy, the success rate was too low. This failure was very normal. He could only continue to accumulate immortal materials and try again next time. Fang Yuan had refined Spring-Autumn Cicada in his previous life, and succeeded in refining Star-Thought Immortal Gu now. After these experiences, he had a very strong mental fortitude in terms of this. After resting for a bit, he used fixed immortal travel and left the blessed land, arriving in southern border. It was night time. Fang Yuan flew up into the clouds. Above the clouds, the stars in the sky could be seen shining brightly. Star Eyes. This immortal GU was recently obtained by Fang Yuan. It was his reward in Yulu blessed land. Fang Yuan activated this immortal GU. Immediately the pupils in his eyes turned into whirlpools, spiraling and spinning non-stop. A formless attractive force sucked the starlight in the night sky into Fang Yuan's eyes. Rank 6 Immortal GU Star Eyes, 10th on the list of top 10 mystical GU. This was an investigative immortal GU. Fang Yuan did not lack investigative methods, but after careful consideration, he still chose this immortal GU. That was because this GU's investigative ability far exceeded most investigative immortal killer moves. Using Star Eyes, Fang Yuan could turn the stars in the night sky into his own eyes temporarily, using them for observation. The light of stars in black heaven shined over all 5 regions. Any place with the light of stars shining on them could be seen and investigated by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could stay in central continent and use the stars in the night sky to observe southern border and northern plains. Thus, this GU was a 10th. It is a pity, if it did not have this weakness, its position would rise by 2 or 3 places. Star Eyes Immortal GU's weakness was that it could not be used immediately. Before using it, there was a need to connect with the stars. Fang Yuan was doing this now. The spiraling in his eyes slowed in speed, as the light of the stars were drawn in and filtered, until the remaining starlight intertwined together, forming a trace of starlight that was the thickness of a finger. One in his left eye, one in his right eye, a total of 2 starlight traces. These 2 traces were formed from starlight, one was connected to Fang Yuan's pupils, while the other was connected to a star in black heaven. Beads of green grape immortal essence were expended. Star Eyes Immortal GU continued to be activated, as a mystical force was transmitted through the traces of starlight towards the end point. Fang Yuan's eyes had been wide open, but now his vision was filled with darkness. But with the continued activation of Star Eyes Immortal GU, he could gradually see a faint blue speck in the darkness. Time continued to pass. Soon, the night was over. Fang Yuan's vision was still covered by darkness. But at the center, the blue light had already expanded by quite a bit. In time, this blue light will grow larger and larger, regaining its appearance as a star. Hopefully, the light of the star that I chose is small, otherwise, to completely make use of it, I would need a lot of time and effort. If the starlight was small, Fang Yuan could turn it into his tool much quicker. Even though a smaller star's starlight was dimmer, and a larger star's starlight had greater penetrative force. But Fang Yuan still preferred the former. He wanted to quickly be able to use Star Eyes Immortal GU. The sky turned bright. Fang Yuan finally stopped. He counted. After one night, he had consumed 8 beads of immortal essence to activate Star Eyes. Star Eyes is a 10th, a flaw is that its expenditure is too high. To refine a star, the consumption is around 10 attempts at refining rank 6 Immortal GU. Thankfully, I can bear it. In fact, my star path attainment level is Grandmaster, and with the light of wisdom, Star Eyes can combine into other immortal killer moves and show great use. Most importantly, if I can combine the use of Star Eyes and fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered. Thinking of this combination, he smiled. Blazing Heaven Demoness must have known this point beforehand, placing so much emphasis on Star Eyes Immortal GU. It was true, Star Eyes and fixed immortal travel had very complementary effects. In the following days, Fang Yuan attempted to refine all-out effort Immortal GU while deciphering the battlefield killer moves left behind by Fairy Yu Lu. Among which, the most important information was the method to create a battlefield killer move in an immortal aperture without harming it. All the while, Fang Yuan found some time to use Star Eyes Immortal GU and refine the star in black heaven. Furthermore, he had been paying close attention to the information of the outside world. Time passed quickly while Fang Yuan was hard at work. The situation in northern plains and central continent was not much different from in his previous life. But in Eastern Sea, Ascending Heaven Plains situation changed. In Fang Yuan's previous life, large numbers of lone cultivators and demonic immortals charged into Ascending Heaven Plain, messing up the arrangements created by Song Clan, Kai Clan and Ruo Lai Clan. In this process, Seven Seas Snake Woman even laughed at Song Yi Shi, causing her to destroy a village by the sea, killing Li Xiaoyao's ancestor. But now, these lone cultivators and demonic immortals were attacked by the combined forces of Song Clan, Kai Clan, in Ruolai clan, they broke apart before they even did anything. The reason was because Blazing Heaven Demoness brought Fang Yuan and caused trouble first, resulting in them becoming more alert. The internal conflicts between the clans also became more limited and controlled. With the appearance of outsiders, the three clans collaborated immediately. Fang Yuan was most concerned about Luopo Valley. He knew that Luopo Valley was undergoing the 100 Days battle. Led by Feng Juzhe, Central Continent's side were battling against the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals led by Qinbai Sheng. Fang Yuan wanted to know about the situation of the battle, but he could not find out. He could only set up some investigative Gu about 100 li away from Luopo Valley. This was a very dangerous range. If he got closer, the Gu Immortals from both sides would likely discover him. Be it Central Continent or Shadow Sect, they were not to be trifled with. They were fighting to the death in the valley. They were definitely afraid of third parties trying to benefit from this. They would inevitably set up many investigative and counter-investigative methods, setting up battlefield killer moves and GU formations in advance. Now is different from my previous life. I purposely kept Shui Songzi alive to increase Shadow Sect's strength. The overall situation in the 100 Days battle will likely change. In his previous life, Shadow Sect failed, but people managed to escape. Even though Central Continent won, they lost Feng Juzhe. It was only a Pyrrhic victory. This time, Fang Yuan was very curious about the result of the new 100 Days battle. But before the winner was decided, he did not want to interfere. Having lost self-strength and failing to refine all-out effort GU, he did not have enough confidence now. Time continued to pass. 3 days had already gone by since the end of the 100 Days battle during his previous life. Fang Yuan pinched his fingers as he deduced, he was already in Northern Plains, waiting patiently. There was finally a reaction from Luopo Valley. Chapter 989, Chasing Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. 2 figures emerged from Luopo Valley, one in front and one behind. They were the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and He Cheng. Fang Yuan went on alert, his gaze followed the two. He did not chase them immediately. After a while, there were no Central Continent GU Immortals who came out of Luopo Valley. Fang Yuan guessed in his mind, it seems that even though I kept Shui Songzi alive, the result was only stalled by 3 days. Shadow Sect still lost. Now it seems only the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and He Cheng escaped. Actually, this result was not strange. The decisive factor of this battle was the fighting between Feng Juzhe and Qinbai Sheng. Fang Yuan kept Shui Songzi alive, but just merely him alone did not have much of an impact towards the two experts. I wonder if there are any other changes in the 100 Days battle in Luopo Valley this time. Fang Yuan thought as he chased. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie flew quickly. His speed was very fast. He turned into a black line in the air, shooting forward rapidly. Who is it? Suddenly, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie stopped, his eyes burning with fire. Tai Bai Yunsheng appeared, smiling coldly. You are finally here. You will die today. Merely a rank 6, HMPH. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance burst out with killing intent, pouncing at lightning speed. He hit Tai Bai Yunsheng harshly. The latter turned into a clump of bubbles and dissipated. Illusion. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie's heart jumped. The other party is only rank 6, he dares to obstruct a rank 7. Most importantly, how did he know my location? Is he a Northern Plains pawn of Central Continent? Earlier, he did not join the 100 Days battle because his battle strength was too low, and could not do much. Or perhaps he just arrived. Or do the Central Continent GU Immortals not trust him? This Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, even though he was an immortal zombie, had high wisdom path attainment. In an instant, countless thoughts turned in his mind. He understood Tai Bai Yunsheng's objective. He is only rank 6, while I have rank 7 cultivation level, and I have 40% of my battle strength left. He is not my match, and has a Northern Plains GU Immortal aura. The most likely reason is that he is just here to slow me down and delay my escape. Slow down, no rush. Tai Bai Yunsheng's illusion appeared again. This illusion was very vivid. Earlier, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance was not paying attention and thought it was his true body. But now, after using investigative methods, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance took a look and found something amiss. HMPH. He snickered, flying far away. Tai Bai Yunsheng's battle strength was not high, and he did not have fast movement abilities, he could only cause a disturbance. But the blazing glory lightning brilliance did not care. After realizing Tai Bai Yunsheng's intentions, he only thought of escaping. Where do you think you're going? Stay here. Fang Yuan finally caught up. He had fixed immortal travel, and arranged for Tai Bai Yunsheng to slow him down. With their information path methods, he could keep an eye on the blazing glory lightning brilliance, he could catch up easily. If not for the fact that Fang Yuan did not want to expose fixed immortal travel and his identity in front of the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, he would have arrived long ago. Seeing Fang Yuan's arrival, Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart was uplifted. Next was the crucial moment. Blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie saw Fang Yuan and his heart jumped, he was so scared he shuddered. Feng Ju Jie, he screamed. In fact, Fang Yuan had used familiar face to turn into Feng Ju Jie's appearance. His battle strength was only at the peak of rank 6. Because he enslaved the Featherman Gu Immortal, his battle strength fell by a lot. If they properly fought, he would not be able to do much. But Fang Yuan had a trump card. This trump card was Star Soul Battlefield. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was only rank 7. After the 100 days battle, and breaking out with difficulty, his remaining battle strength would be less than half of usual. In this situation, as long as they forced the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie into Star Soul Battlefield and used it to drain his strength, Fang Yuan could likely win. Forget about He Cheng for now, he is like a stray dog, probably in a worse state than in my previous life. His immortal Gu house has already been lost in Luopo Valley. Otherwise, why did the Central Continent Gu immortals not chase him? He has heavy injuries and only has Dark Arrow immortal Gu, he is not a concern. But this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie is a crucial member. Qin Bai Sheng and Zhang Yu went through all means possible to keep him alive. During the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he was one of the members inside the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation, acting as a formation core. He is assigned an important mission, he will not die easily. In my previous life, after old ancestor Shui Hu captured him, he awaited the rescue of Zombie Alliance. Thus, there is a high chance of me capturing him. As long as I capture him, I can soul search him and Shadow Sect secrets will be exposed to me. Of course, if his soul was tampered with, it would be like Shui Songzi in my previous life. But even then, when I kill him, it would be a huge loss to Shadow Sect in the execution of their plans. Fang Yuan had many considerations. Shadow Sect had huge power. If he wanted to take graceful chaotic dual stage, he would need to face this mysterious and powerful Gu immortal force. According to Fang Yuan's experience and ruthlessness, as well as his forceful personality, why would he not find trouble with Shadow Sect personally? Fang Yuan was not going to wait passively. This time, he was going to strike at their weakness and deal a huge blow to them. Is it really Feng Ju Jie? The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie saw that Fang Yuan was approaching while having a thought. He was a core member of Shadow Sect. Qin Bai Sheng's plan was not hidden from him. Before the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie broke out, he had seen Qin Bai Sheng using the location to drag Feng Ju Jie, Ao Shui, and Ling Mei into the space of the thieving heaven true inheritance. Afterwards, Qin Bai Sheng would suicide, using the winds of assimilation to eliminate Feng Ju Jie and the rest. How could Feng Ju Jie appear here? The likelihood was very small. Because Shadow Sect had already learned, Zhao Lian Yun had been secretly sent to Central Continent. From Spirit Affinity House's perspective, they had control of a thieving heaven true inheritance, they would naturally send Zhao Lian Yun there. Unless, among Feng Ju Jie, Ao Shui, and Ling Mei, one of them is an otherworldly demon. But we had investigated this beforehand too. Blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie thought quickly as he recalled Tai Bai Yunsheng's previous illusion, feeling deeper suspicion towards the Feng Ju Jie who was chasing him. Thus, he decided to use his investigative immortal killer move. After investigating, he broke out in cold sweat. This is the real Feng Ju Jie. At once, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie wanted to grow 100 pairs of wings to help him fly away faster. My familiar face can fool even rank 8 Gu immortals. How can you overcome it? I have star fog concealment protecting me, which means, even if you use wisdom path methods, it will take a long time for you to find out my identity. With star fog concealment, a large part of familiar face's flaws were alleviated. Furthermore, if the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie makes deductions on Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan would sense that the star fog was thinning. He would naturally activate the Immortal Killer move Star Fog Concealment again and resist the deduction, concealing the truth. Unless the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie had very strong Wisdom Path methods that could defeat Star Fog Concealment quickly. But this was very unlikely. At least, in Fang Yuan's previous life, in the information he got from He Lulan, there was nothing that stated the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie had shown any Wisdom Path methods during the 100 Days battle. Familiar Face's power was fully displayed at this moment. Even though it did not have attacking power, the Great Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie, having one of the 10 extreme physiques with rank 7 battle strength, was sent into shock by Fang Yuan, and escaped in a panic. He had powerful movement ability, at least 2 Immortal Killer moves were meant for movement. Fang Yuan's flying speed could not keep up with the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie. But Fang Yuan had fixed Immortal Travel. Fang Yuan had used Wisdom Path methods to scout the surrounding area completely already. As long as he knew the direction that the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie was going, Fang Yuan would teleport there and block his path. This way, Fang Yuan chased and obstructed him at times. Doing this repeatedly, he gradually chased the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie towards the area he had made his arrangements. There, Fang Yuan had placed many GU worms and set up most of the Star Soul battlefield. Once he gets there, he would use his Immortal GU and in a few breaths' time, Star Soul battlefield would be formed. Once the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie falls into Star Soul battlefield, he would be a trapped beast. But just as the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Killer move was forced towards Fang Yuan's specially created trap, he suddenly turned around, using an Immortal Killer move to attack Fang Yuan. The blazing red flames shot towards Fang Yuan. The temperature in the air rose. Fang Yuan felt incomparable heat before the flames even reached him. His eyebrows and hair were turning charred. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed sharply. He had to retreat. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie laughed heartily. "Lowly rat, you actually dared to deceive me." Fang Yuan sighed secretly. No plans were perfect. His biggest flaw was that his flying speed was too slow. In the 100 Days battle, Feng Zhuzhe displayed incredible speed. Fang Yuan could not replicate it. This flaw made the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie increasingly suspicious. As his suspicions grew, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie started to guess Fang Yuan's motives. Not only did he have great battle strength, he had a meticulous mind. Even as an immortal zombie, he was not held back by its weakness. He was very astute. Fang Yuan almost succeeded in his plan, but at the crucial moment, it failed. Now, the situation had turned around. Fang Yuan was the one in grave danger. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie's flying speed was much faster than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan had enslaved the Featherman GU Immortal. His situation was very bad. After dodging the flames with much difficulty, Fang Yuan was in a pathetic state. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie was angry that Fang Yuan deceived him. He was greatly enraged. He charged towards this fake, Feng Zhuzhe. Fang Yuan suddenly looked inspired, laughing. "Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie, you fell for it. Everyone, my mission is complete. I will leave the rest to you." The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie was shocked. He subconsciously turned around and escaped for his life. Chapter 990, Fang Yuan's second entry into Luopo Valley. Seeing that Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie was flying away, Fang Yuan relaxed. He immediately left in the opposite direction. Although he had fixed Immortal Travel, it was best that he did not expose this GU. Fixed Immortal Travel was too obvious. If it was exposed, even if one was not a Wisdom Path GU Immortal, they could deduce the true identity of Fang Yuan. "I have fixed Immortal Travel, many GU Immortals know that. Sigh, if not for that, it would be much more convenient for me to do things." Fang Yuan flew towards the direction he had set up the battlefield killer move. A moment later, he arrived at his destination. There, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had been waiting already. The strategy to force the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie here failed. Fang Yuan said solemnly. Tai Bai Yun Sheng sighed in relief. "In my opinion, this is a good thing. After all, with just the two of us, to deal with a ranked 7 GU Immortal, it is very dangerous. Actually, Fang Yuan, you do not need to be so anxious. Central Continent still hasn't found us, right? Even if they found us, Master would not leave us in the lurch. Don't forget, We have fixed immortal travel, where can we not go in this world? We can develop peacefully now and accumulate our strength. Why is there a need to put ourselves in danger all the time? Fang Yuan sighed, he shook his head and did not speak. Fang Yuan did not tell Tai Bai Yunsheng about the immortal Gu house. It was not that he did not want to develop peacefully, but the situation did not allow it. Tai Bai Yunsheng was not a person from the future like Fang Yuan, only with his 500 years of experience did Fang Yuan know how deep the Gu immortal world's secrets could be. Once the truth of 88 True Yong building was exposed, the suppression of Heavenly Court and the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent would come faster and with greater severity than Tai Bai Yunsheng could imagine. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to develop peacefully, he would not be able to. His businesses would definitely suffer greatly. As long as Heavenly Court hands out false information that Fang Yuan had obtained an immense amount of wealth inside 88 True Yong building and has countless immortal Gu with him, as well as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path true inheritance. Then no matter where he went, he would be suppressed and chased after. After all, the current era was not the one where Dream Realm flourished. It was no exaggeration that Fang Yuan, with Giant Sun's true inheritance, would become the focus of the entire Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan with only rank 6 bottom-tier cultivation level would become the target of countless greedy people. By then, Fang Yuan, with insufficient battle strength, would have to roam everywhere like a stray dog. Even if he wanted to develop, he would not be able to. Don't forget, he had to undergo calamities and tribulations. Once in a while, he would be faced with them. But if he had the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic dual stage, everything would be different. Rank 8 battle strength was at the peak of the Gu immortal world. A Fang Yuan who had nothing but cultivation level at the bottom of rank 6 could be hunted down by the entire world. But a Fang Yuan with rank 8 battle strength would only be targeted by rank 8 Gu immortals or super forces that owned immortal Gu houses. Even if they had strength, they needed time, effort, and most importantly, confidence in taking down Fang Yuan. Thus, these two situations were vastly different. Tai Bai Yunsheng saw that Fang Yuan was silent and spoke to console him. Fang Yuan, are you forcing yourself too much? No need to be like this. Actually, you can change your lifestyle. We are immortals, we should enjoy life occasionally, shouldn't we? I am enjoying life now. Fang Yuan gave Tai Bai Yunsheng a glance, before looking into the horizon. It has been a while, but we have not seen that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie approaching. He is truly cool-headed. With his intelligence, he should have been able to know that I was lying very quickly. But that person was not overcome by rage, he used the chance to leave. Instead, oh you, Tai Bai Yunsheng shook his head, sighing, but this Gu formation that you set up is quite something. It is very interesting. It surrounds an area of tens of thousands of li. It is the largest Gu formation I have seen, and within it, I can actually control Gu worms and create illusions. Most importantly, the Gu worms used to create this formation are all mortal Gu. Where did you get it? Was it obtained from Yulu blessed land as well? Fang Yuan nodded, but did not explain it. He had not only obtained Star Eye's immortal Gu from Yulu blessed land, he had also gotten Fairy Yulu's cultivation knowledge. From it, he had an inspiration, and using the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan created this huge Gu formation that was designed for this situation. Fang Yuan said, just an area of 10 of thousands of li, so what? Look at 88 True Yong building, it covers the entirety of northern plains. And this Gu formation is actually very weak. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie merely did not break it because he was busy escaping and did not have the time for it. Alright, let's go, we are going to chase He Cheng. Fang Yuan's plan against the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie did not work, the other party was simply too astute. But Fang Yuan was not going to let He Cheng go. Fang Yuan had planned for the Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhang to tail He Cheng. He instructed him to follow secretly and avoid battling. The process of chasing He Cheng was very successful. Even though He Cheng had high cultivation level, he was injured and only had Dark Arrow immortal Gu. He had also experienced the 100 Days battle. Fang Yuan did the same thing again and set up the trap. This time, he did not turn into Feng Zhuzhe, but pretended to be old Lord Can Yong. He Cheng was escaping and fell into the trap easily. Fang Yuan had been waiting for a long time. He activated his immortal Gu and opened the Star Soul battlefield. The pitiful He Cheng was continuously weakened by Star Soul battlefield. He had no choice but to scream surrender. Fang Yuan did not take his life, instead, capturing him alive. This way, He Cheng became the first gain that Fang Yuan had after creating Star Soul Battlefield. He Cheng had great value. At the very least, if he were to be sold to He Lulan, she would be willing to be extorted by a huge sum. But before this, Fang Yuan had to conduct a thorough soul search on He Cheng. He had obtained information from He Lulan in his previous life, but how could that compare to Fang Yuan's personal search? Bringing along the captive He Cheng, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He rested while observing Northern Plains situation. My next target is Luopo Valley. Once I have it, together with Dang Hun Mountain, my soul foundation will grow at a rapid pace. The backlash of using slavery Immortal GU will be quickly eliminated, and my battle strength will recover. Fang Yuan had a strong desire towards Luopo Valley. Back then, he had chosen to trade for slavery Immortal GU because of Luopo Valley's existence. Fang Yuan wanted to take Luopo Valley, but he needed to wait for some time. After soul-searching He Cheng, Fang Yuan knew that during the initial period of the 100 Days battle, Shui Songzi died. The rest of the battle was similar to his previous life, and towards the end, it was nearly identical. Feng Zhuzhe was trapped by Qin Bai Sheng using some unknown method. By now, Luopo Valley has been taken over by the Central Continent GU Immortals. It is not time to go yet. He would never lack patience. Soon, the situation in Northern Plains changed. Fang Yuan's attention was drawn over. The blazing glory lightning, brilliance Immortal zombie escaped and sneaked into Earth Trench, but found out that old ancestor Shui Hu was stealing Immortal zombie corpses. A battle ensued. The blazing glory lightning brilliance Immortal zombie was captured, while old ancestor Shui Hu was exposed, attracting the rage of Zombie Alliance. Even though the 100 Days battle was dragged on by a few days, the incident regarding old ancestor Shui Hu still occurred. Fang Yuan felt a bit of pity regarding this. He did not want Blazing Heaven Demoness to return to Northern Plains so quickly. Blazing Heaven Demoness, along with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, these three immortals together gave Fang Yuan a lot of pressure. He still wanted to sell He Cheng for a good price. But if Blazing Heaven Demoness helped He Lulan, Fang Yuan would be very passive. Later developments were almost the same as in his previous life. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance ordered Blazing Heaven Demoness to return to Northern Plains and defend Dark Flow Giant City. Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She could not refuse it. Even though she knew that Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel, to play it safe, she chose 2 rank 8 immortal zombies and some others to accompany her in passing the regional walls. Fang Yuan told Blazing Heaven Demoness a plan, saying that he had deduced it using wisdom path methods. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard it and praised him. This plan is brilliant, I like it. Old ancestor Shui Hu is hard to deal with, but he has a weakness, that is, he lacks immortal materials to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal GU. Tell me, knowing your personality, what do you want in return for giving me this plan? Blazing Heaven Demoness did not know that this was a plan that she had come up with after returning to Dark Flow City and thinking deeply for a long time. Fang Yuan told her that he wanted Strength Path Immortal Zombie Bodies. Blazing Heaven Demoness hesitated, but thinking about Fang Yuan's deep background, she agreed to it. Fang Yuan was doing this for assurance. In case he fails in obtaining the Immortal GU House and the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie, he still had a way out. Time passed rapidly. Fang Yuan was investigating Central Continent, and knew that the Central Continent GU Immortals had started to leave Northern Plains. It is time to take Luopo Valley. Fang Yuan mobilized Tai Bai Yunsheng and Zhou Zhang, using fixed immortal travel to get to the deepest part of Luopo Valley. He had come here in his previous life, and after soul-searching He Cheng, he knew the scenery of Luopo Valley. Thus, it was easy to get here. At this time, Wei Fengzi, who had surrendered to Central Continent, was guarding this place, preventing anyone from entering Luopo Valley. He did not know that Fang Yuan was already inside. Immortal GU Pulling Mountain. Fang Yuan had just activated this Immortal GU and was about to take Luopo Valley into his Immortal Aperture when a change occurred. In his ears, a voice could be heard. It was when he was in the Dream Realm. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had once sang. This time, Fang Yuan heard it clearly. At the same time, a wave of information entered his mind. Fang Yuan's shock was beyond description. Luopo Valley actually has a thieving heaven true inheritance. Chapter 991, inheriting the thieving heaven true inheritance. Even the person involved, Fang Yuan, did not know the reason. When star constellation Immortal Venerable's song echoed in his ears again, he received some mysterious information in his mind. The information told him that at a certain area in Luopo Valley, a thieving heaven true inheritance was hidden. Fang Yuan was greatly enticed. And also very suspicious. This isn't a trap left by the central continent GU Immortals, right? In which there is actually no thieving heaven true inheritance, but it is a wisdom path method specially used to influence the rationality of enemies who enter the valley. Fang Yuan quickly calmed down, and began to inspect all over his body as well as the surrounding environment. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's song had appeared abruptly and disappeared just as quickly. Fang Yuan inspected himself and found nothing wrong. He then checked his surroundings, the many GU formations arranged in Luopo Valley as well as large numbers of damaged GU formations. However, Fang Yuan did not discover any wisdom path GU formations. He lowered his head and pondered, feeling this matter might be strange but its credibility was high. The reasons: one was star constellation Immortal Venerable's song, and the second was the contents inside the information, indicating to Fang Yuan that he had to use open door GU to enter the thieving heaven true inheritance. I am already a wisdom path grandmaster, normal wisdom path methods probably won't be able to influence me. Let alone when the only wisdom path GU immortal among the group of central continent GU immortals, Old Oracle, is already dead. Actually, it is easy to verify this, I just have to test it out myself. Fang Yuan made a decision and cautiously neared the location. He detoured around 4 GU formations and unraveled 3 GU formations. Central continent's GU immortals had arranged large numbers of GU formations in the periphery of Luopo Valley. This was because they had been attacking Shadow Sect for a long time from the periphery. When they invaded the valley, they destroyed Shadow Sect's GU formations. After the battle, Central Continent's GU immortals officially occupied this valley. The intense battle was already concluded by then and they had no more need to arrange any GU formations. Adding in Fang Yuan's deepening wisdom path attainment, these GU formations were simply no obstacle to him. After a while, he arrived at the location which the information during star constellation Immortal Venerable's song had indicated. Fang Yuan observed for a long while, having no hurry in using open door GU. But in the end, he could not find any clues. This place was extremely safe, at least, Fang Yuan could not detect anything even after using all his methods. After confirming again and again, his eyes flashed before he resolutely decided to use open door GU. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also used open door GU in Luopo Valley, but he had not obtained any results. Fang Yuan had thought Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangement was already dismantled by Shadow Sect. But this life, soon after Fang Yuan used the open door GU, a change occurred. An entrance of light suddenly appeared in the air. Shortly, a beam of light shined on the prepared Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was shocked, he thought for a moment before letting the beam of light engulf him. At the next moment, Fang Yuan entered the space of the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. This space was vast, extremely vast. Behind him was that entrance of light which had not disappeared and was still there. It was only that the size of the entrance was gradually becoming smaller. If it continued shrinking, it would likely disappear. Sounds of wind appeared from nearby. Fang Yuan moved his gaze towards the source and was immediately shaken. Winds of assimilation, he cried out inwardly, his gaze revealing extreme wariness. He was extremely clear of the power of winds of assimilation. This wind could assimilate everything into itself and expand continuously. Back then, Imperial, court-blessed land had been destroyed by winds of assimilation. This time, dozens of huge tornadoes of winds of assimilation had formed, slowly moving in the true inheritance space. Fang Yuan quickly retreated, creating some distance from the winds of assimilation. He only felt slightly at ease after retreating hundreds of steps away. He then carefully sized up this true inheritance space. I had not expected there was truly a space here. That mysterious information was true. Fang Yuan was cautious, and still held doubts towards the information during star constellation Immortal Venerable's song. He did not hurriedly wander around this true inheritance space to look for the true inheritance, instead his mind was focused on closed door GU. If open door GU can let me enter, then closed door GU can close the entrance. Fang Yuan activated closed door GU. Sure enough, the next moment, that shrinking entrance of light in his vision suddenly disappeared. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with sharp light as he activated Open Door GU again. Under the use of this rank 5 mortal GU, a new entrance of light formed in front of him again. Fang Yuan stepped into this entrance of light and immediately left the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance space, returning to Luopo Valley. This means that information should be true. No, more precisely, the part about Open Door GU and Closed Door GU is true. Fang Yuan unavoidably had some expectations. He entered the True Inheritance space again. According to the contents in the information, these winds of assimilation are genuine, but they are harmless to me. And I can only inherit the True Inheritance after dispelling these winds of assimilation. Fang Yuan carefully approached one of the tornadoes of winds of assimilation. He revealed his true form and stretched out his 8 large arms. He slowly moved one of his hands towards the tornado. Suddenly, the roaring winds of assimilation completely dissipated. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He mumbled to himself, "Incredible. Winds of assimilation can assimilate everything, but they are so restrained in this True Inheritance space. Even if the GU Immortal who arranged this space is not Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, just this method shows they are absolutely a peerless expert." Although he removed one of the tornadoes of winds of assimilation, Fang Yuan was not careless, and was very cautious in touching the winds each time. If anything was wrong, he could instantly retreat. Every time, after moving a certain distance, he would use Open Door GU and Closed Door GU, letting the entrance of light open up as close to him as possible. Like this, even if something happened and he did not have time to activate Fixed Immortal Travel, Fang Yuan could still retreat rapidly to the entrance of light and move to the outside world. One after another, the tornadoes of winds of assimilation started to disappear under Fang Yuan's efforts. After a while, there was only one tornado left in the center. Fang Yuan observed briefly and discovered, this tornado not only had the largest size, it was also moving the fastest. The sound of the wind roared in Fang Yuan's ears. This tornado seemed to be hiding something in the center. Could it be that the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance is within this tornado? Fang Yuan could not help but guess this. He stretched out his finger and touched this dark green tornado. The winds of assimilation suddenly disappeared, revealing a person. This person was sitting cross-legged in midair, wearing a red and white robe, and was revealing a faint rank 7 aura. Feng Zhe. Fang Yuan cried out softly, and subconsciously retreated. But Feng Zhe was even faster than him. He suddenly opened his eyes, letting out a sharp gaze. The piercing, sharp gaze scanned Fang Yuan, before Feng Zhe turned into a rainbow light, and with lightning speed, he flew past Fang Yuan, moving into the entrance of light. The whole process was over before one could even blink. Fang Yuan reacted. His first action was to activate Closed Door GU. The entrance of light closed and Fang Yuan finally relaxed. Why is Feng Zhe here? Could it be that the place he was trapped in was this True Inheritance space? Since he was here, then what about the others? Where are Qin Bai Sheng, Ao Shui, and Ling Mei? Fang Yuan quickly inspected, but the True Inheritance space was empty, with just an information path mortal GU hovering in front of Fang Yuan. This information path GU worm was left behind by Feng Zhe. When Fang Yuan did not discover anything wrong with it, only then did he send his consciousness inside to check. Fang Yuan, so you are an otherworldly demon. I will keep this a secret for you. You want to know why I recognize you? Because I am Feng Jin Huang's father. Today, you saved my life. In the future, I will save yours. After I leave, there will only be you left in the True Inheritance space. The Thieving Heaven True Inheritance will be inherited by you. We shall meet again someday. Feng Zhe. Fang Yuan grasped this letter GU with a complex expression. He heaved a sigh before storing the GU in his immortal aperture. At this moment, the entire True Inheritance space began to dim. The bright light rays that had been present earlier disappeared in an instant, turning the space into darkness. In this darkness, there was only one spot where there was some light. It was precisely the spot where Fang Yuan stood. A charming masculine voice came from the darkness. Traveler from far away, you and I are the same. We are both pitiful people who cannot return to our homes. My real name is Benjia's son. People in this world call me Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. In truth, I am just a vagrant who wants to return home. This world feels like a cage of despair. If you also want to return home, then accept my present. I believe it can definitely help you. But if you want to return home, you still need to rely on your own effort. This gift's name is Ghostly Concealment. At the next moment, Fang Yuan appeared in Luopo Valley. A layer of gray light was shining over his whole body. Fang Yuan ignored this gray light, and instead used investigative and defensive methods, being vigilant of his surroundings. Feng Zhuzhe did not appear. It seems his injuries are extremely serious, not even having half of his strength. If not for this, he might have made a move against me in the true inheritance space. But this person clearly distinguishes kindness and hatred. Kindness is repaid, and revenge is taken for hatred. His biography after he died explained this point. His words of repaying me for saving his life are perhaps true. Feng Zhuzhe did not take action against Fang Yuan. Perhaps it was not because his battle strength had fallen, but because Fang Yuan had saved him. No matter what, Fang Yuan had profited hugely this time. Having Feng Zhuzhe owe him a favor, such a huge connection would probably be of great use in the future. He also obtained ghostly concealment. Although Fang Yuan did not know what its use was, it was after all a thieving heaven true inheritance. Besides these two, there was also this Luopo Valley. Feng Zhuzhe has probably already left Luopo Valley. Now it is the best time to take this valley. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decisively took action. What's going on? Wei Fengzi, who was guarding the valley, was shocked by the scene of Luopo Valley. His eyes widened as he shouted incredulously, "Someone is taking away Luopo Valley." Chapter 992, Fang Yuan outwits Wei Fengzi. Wei Fengzi was startled and furious. Even though he did not surrender willingly, because of the situation, after he had surrendered to them, he could only work for them even if he did not want to. Central Continent ordered him to stay here and guard Luopo Valley. They had naturally made many arrangements on his body. Wei Fengzi was restricted by them, and for the sake of his safety, he had to stand up and stop Fang Yuan from taking Luopo Valley. But when he saw Fang Yuan, Wei Fengzi, who was startled and furious, shook intensely. He called out in fear, "Feng Zhuzhe." Fang Yuan looked at him lightly with a calm expression. The Central Continent GU Immortals had already left Northern Plains and returned to Central Continent. Then, they would naturally leave some arrangements back in Northern Plains. How could the astute Fang Yuan not guess this? Thus, while taking Luopo Valley, he turned into Feng Zhuzhe. So the Central Continent GU Immortals arranged Wei Fengzi to guard this place. It seems that Central Continent has good methods, making this fastest person in Northern Plains defend their interests against his will. Furthermore, seeing his expression, did he not see Feng Zhuzhe leave earlier? Is Feng Zhuzhe still in the valley? No, that is unlikely. After the 100 Days battle, the Shadow Sect GU Immortals have already left. Feng Zhuzhe knows this is a dangerous place. He is heavily injured. Although he mentioned repaying the debt of saving his life, he was very intent on urgently escaping. Thus, he did not speak to me inside the true inheritance space. Guarding against others was a necessity. Feng Zhuzhe's actions were extremely wise. After all, Fang Yuan was not Zhao Lianyun. In the previous life, Feng Zhuzhe spoke when Zhao Lianyun appeared. But now, when Fang Yuan showed up, Feng Zhuzhe kept completely silent. Let alone another point. If Fang Yuan knew Feng Zhuzhe was there, he would likely attack. Killing Feng Zhuzhe would give immense profits, even if he could not get his immortal GU. Searching his soul was very valuable. In addition, if he could capture Feng Zhuzhe alive, he could either extort Spirit Affinity House or sell him to enemy forces of Feng Zhuzhe. Such transactions would be hugely profitable. Feng Zhuzhe is heavily injured. He is extremely vigilant now. He did not speak with me. Maybe after leaving Luopo Valley, he saw Wei Fengzi but did not approach him. The likely reasons for that being, either he did not know Wei Fengzi surrendered, or even if he knew, he was afraid of the internal conflicts of the 10 great ancient sects. After all, a person's inner thoughts and intentions are inscrutable. With Feng Zhuzhe's current state, he could not take a risk. Fang Yuan appeared impassive, but he had already considered many things. Countless thoughts had appeared in his mind in just these few breaths of time. He is real. Wei Fengzi used his method to investigate, and after confirming Feng Zhuzhe's identity, he sighed in relief. Feng Zhuzhe was the leader of the Central Continent GU Immortals. If he personally was taking Luopo Valley, Wei Fengzi had no reason to stop him. This subordinate greets Lord Feng Zhuzhe. Wei Fengzi was very obedient. He flew forward and paid respects to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. I have understood what happened. Defend me. I am not to be interrupted when taking Luopo Valley. His words were short and did not contain much information. But by stating this beforehand, he prevented Wei Fengzi from becoming suspicious. Yes, Lord, Wei Fengzi quickly replied. Like this, under the protection of Wei Fengzi, Fang Yuan succeeded in taking Luopo Valley. Even though Luopo Valley was moved away, there are many blessed lands left. Stay guard here and prevent any problems from occurring. Before leaving, Fang Yuan said this to Wei Fengzi in a serious tone. Wei Fengzi did not suspect anything, he nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan flew away calmly. Feng Zhuzhe has already escaped, that confirms that Qin Baisheng is dead. Wei Fengzi looked at his figure while sighing at Feng Zhuzhe's great strength. Wei Fengzi was not surprised by this. He knew that Qin Baisheng was heavily injured. Wei Fengzi suddenly thought, oh no. The 10 great ancient sects restrain each other, they have internal conflicts. Feng Zhuzhe is a member of Spirit Affinity House, I have no reason to stop him from taking Luopo Valley, but I have to send this information over to the other 9 sects. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate, he quickly used his information path methods. Prince Feng Xian quickly received his letter. Oh, Feng Zhuzhe is still alive. Not only did he come out, he even took Luopo Valley. Prince Feng Xian was overjoyed, he laughed loudly. Meanwhile, after leaving Wei Fengzi, Fang Yuan flew to a safe location and met with Tai Bai Yunsheng, as well as the featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhang. These two were arranged to be situated not far away, just in case they were needed. At the same time, he had been maintaining contact with He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. If any trouble occurred, they would be called over as reinforcements. With He Lu Lan and Blazing Heaven Demoness relationship, even if a rank 8 Gu Immortal appears, Fang Yuan could deal with them. Naturally, the current situation was best. Fang Yuan obtained Luopo Valley on his own. And He Lu Lan was not like in his previous life, without He Cheng's soul, she could not know the location of Luopo Valley. Fang Yuan wanted to keep quiet and earn a fortune, not telling her about Luopo Valley. Fairy Li Shan had once suppressed Fang Yuan, there was no way he would tell them about Luopo Valley. Once they knew, with Blazing Heaven Demoness demanding personality, she would definitely request the use of Luopo Valley. Even in the future, if I want to trade with them using Luopo Valley, it will be after my soul becomes sufficiently powerful. Fang Yuan returned to Star Form Blessed Land and placed Luopo Valley there. He Lu Lan went to Hu Immortal Blessed Land often. She had to use Strength Chi Immortal Gu to refine Airsac Gu with the hairy men. Thus, it was not wise to put Luopo Valley inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The matter regarding Luopo Valley came to an end, but Fang Yuan was still apprehensive. His gains in Luopo Valley were beyond his expectations, but the course of events was way out of Fang Yuan's control. The feeling of losing control over the situation was extremely irritating. Fang Yuan felt uneasy. In the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, Fang Yuan obtained ghostly concealment. Fang Yuan checked his body, he found that his soul was covered by a layer of Dao marks. But Fang Yuan did not know what the use of ghostly concealment was. Thankfully, he had joined Langya sect. Thus, Fang Yuan went to Langya Blessed Land and asked about Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Langya Land Spirit did not conceal things or make any requests, he told Fang Yuan a lot of information. There are many inheritances of Thieving Heaven, but he only has 10 true inheritances. The one you got earlier was to make me refine 3 GU, that was not a true inheritance. Each Thieving Heaven true inheritance is an unparalleled treasure in the world, they contain the essence of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's cultivation. Anyone who obtains them will gain immense potential. There is only one requirement of these true inheritances, that is, the inheritor has to be an otherworldly demon. Legend says that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had 2 defensive killer moves, named Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment. The use of Divine Concealment was to conceal oneself from the deductions of any thoughts, wills, and emotions. As for Ghostly Concealment, it is very mysterious, I do not know much, it seems to have something to do with the soul. Ah, you are suddenly so interested in Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's information. Why, did you obtain a clue to a Thieving Heaven true inheritance? Fang Yuan laughed. You guessed correctly. Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment. Langya Land Spirit sighed, deeply moved. If I had Divine Concealment, Langya Blessed Land would become a true paradise, we will no longer face any heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities. It is a pity, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created 10 true inheritances, but they are extremely mysterious, until now, I have not heard of anyone obtaining them. His true inheritances come in pairs, divine concealment and ghostly concealment are a pair. Obtaining one will give you clues to the other. Fang Yuan, if you can obtain divine concealment and contribute it to Xianxia sect, I will make you the second supreme elder. In the whole of Xianxia sect, you will be second to only me, you will have immense authority. In fact, you will be able to take one rank 7 immortal GU from my inventory. Ah, no, at least 2 rank 7 immortal GU. Fang Yuan nodded. Xianxia Land Spirit's change of personality gave him a lot of benefits. At least, the previous Xianxia Land Spirit was too conservative, he would not promise Fang Yuan such benefits. However, if I can obtain divine concealment, that is a thieving heaven true inheritance. Back then, thieving heaven demon venerable went around stealing everywhere, nobody could deduce his location, was it not because of divine concealment and ghostly concealment? This inheritance is far more valuable than merely 2 rank 7 immortal GU. Fang Yuan had a faint smiling expression. Xianxia Land Spirit pouted, he laughed loudly and tried to alleviate the awkwardness. You are not wrong. Actually, I did not finish what I was saying. Not only will I give 2 rank 7 immortal GU, you can even ask me for countless immortal GU recipes, immortal killer moves, and all sorts of ancient secrets and inheritance clues. How about that? Is that reward enough? That is about enough. I will be back when I get divine concealment. Fang Yuan obtained the information he wanted and turned around abruptly to leave Xianxia blessed land. Xianxia Land Spirit stared with wide eyes, muttering as he looked at Fang Yuan leaving, this fellow, he might have really obtained some clues. If I can get divine concealment, what is there to worry about? Wahaha, even if I let him become the second supreme elder, the hairy man GU immortals only listen to me, wahaha. Arg, I accidentally said my thoughts out loud again. Xianxia Land Spirit covered his mouth, staring at Fang Yuan innocently. Fang Yuan was used to such strangeness, he laughed internally. If it were any other force, he would feel wary and alert. But joining Xianxia sect, with a leader like this, things were extremely easy. I heard everything you said. Fang Yuan waved to Xianxia Land Spirit without turning around, using fixed immortal travel and leaving Xianxia blessed land. Xianxia Land Spirit was left behind with a dejected expression. He stomped his foot and muttered, damn it. Damn it. Returning to Hu immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered uncertainly as he fell into deep thought. I am a transmigrator, even though my body is from this world, my soul is from outside. Thus, I am an otherworldly demon, I have the qualification to obtain thieving heaven's true inheritances. Earlier, thieving heaven demon venerable left behind some words, it indicated that he was also an otherworldly demon. It can be either very difficult or very easy to obtain thieving heaven's true inheritances, the most important thing is the status of being an otherworldly demon. No wonder thieving heaven demon venerable spread clues everywhere in setting up this true inheritance. I was wondering why the clues of open door GU and closed door GU were so easily obtained. But after obtaining ghostly concealment, I did not find any trace of divine concealment. This means, divine concealment has already been taken by someone. Chapter 993, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing appears. Fang Yuan still had many questions. He did not get the answer he wanted from Xianxia Land Spirit. Fang Yuan still did not have conclusive clues regarding ghostly concealment. Up until now, he only knew ghostly concealment targeted the soul. Divine concealment is already an extraordinary wonder, and ghostly concealment, which is equally famous, should not be worse. Actually, I am even more curious about that song than ghostly concealment. Every time he thought of this, Fang Yuan would subconsciously frown. The song which star constellation Immortal Venerable had sung in the dream realm was extremely peculiar. According to logic, the song originated in the dream realm and should have no relation to reality. But Fang Yuan's experience in Luopo Valley showed that this song had huge significance in reality, almost like a prophetic song. Speaking of prophecies, they have always been a specialty of wisdom path great experts. Like Immortal Yi Yan's prophecy of 3 venerables. Could it be that this dream realm is a prophetic dream realm left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable? Fang Yuan guessed. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the greatest expert in wisdom path. After she died, the arrangements she left behind schemed against 3 demon venerables, ensuring heavenly court did not fall. This dazzling achievement consolidated her status in wisdom path firmly at the peak, and later generations could only look up to her. For her dream realm to be special and able to deliver a prophecy was not that strange. Moreover, Although the latter stages during Fang Yuan's previous life of 500 years was the time when Dream Path developed rapidly like a raging fire, it was far from being explored fully. It was not strange for Fang Yuan to not be aware of this special kind of dream realm. Fallen songs and despondent heroes, difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. The first verse of this song should be talking about Luopo Valley's thieving heaven true inheritance and also Feng Juzhe. Then what about the second verse? Fang Yuan mumbled, heavenly river, falling heavenly river. Bent swords sink in the sand, is it talking about the greatest expert in sword path, Bo Qing? It has already been countless years since he died under the tribulation. During his time, all 5 regions paid attention to him, he could do whatever he wished. Upon his death, even his corpse was lost, his glorious radiance dissipated. This could be said to be rising and falling from ancient times. After the experience in Luopo Valley, Fang Yuan had already remembered the complete song. After making deductions, he increasingly felt this second verse of the song was related to Sword Immortal Bo Qing. Adding in his previous life's memories, Fang Yuan was even more determined to explore Falling Heavenly River. He had wanted to go anyway. It was filled with danger, but those corpses of ancient and immemorial desolate beasts along with desolate plants in Falling Heavenly River could be said to be superior immortal materials. They could not compare to those rank 8 and quasi-rank 9 immortal materials Fang Yuan obtained in Earth Trench. But their quantity was extremely large, and adding all of them would have a price that surpassed Fang Yuan's gains in Earth Trench. Although large numbers of GU immortals had died at the bottom of Falling Heavenly River, at the initial stages of the exploration, almost every GU immortal had made a fortune. It seems there is much to reap from Sword Immortal Bo Qing's appearance. It is just that it is still not the optimal time to explore. On one hand, the sword lights don't follow a fixed pattern, just being scratched would cause injuries and death if struck, it is too dangerous. On the other hand, Falling Heavenly River is home to ancient and immemorial desolate beasts, desolate plants, hidden undercurrents and whirlpools, there are countless dangers. Although Fang Yuan's modified immortal killer move Familiar Face was usable, it had limits. At present, Fang Yuan could only take on human form and could not transform into beasts or other species. The original Familiar Face could transform into anything. Fang Yuan did not have change form Immortal GU. One of the core supplementary Immortal GU in Familiar Face was change form Immortal GU. With this Immortal GU, Fang Yuan could transform into other species, getting rid of the shackles of being only able to disguise as a human. But even with change form Immortal GU, Fang Yuan could not go to the bottom of Falling Heavenly River. Besides ancient and immemorial desolate beasts along with desolate plants, Falling Heavenly River was filled with countless dangerous natural traps that were enough to take Fang Yuan's life. He only had to wait until Bo Qing's sword lights finished erupting, Falling Heavenly River would be cleansed, the beasts and the dangerous plants would be cleared away temporarily, the natural traps would also be almost completely destroyed. That would be the optimal time to enter Falling Heavenly River. During this short preceding period of time, Fang Yuan could only wait, there was no better alternative. Prince Feng Xian. The rank 8 GU Immortal Prince Feng Xian was one of the peak experts of Northern Plains GU Immortal world. But his true identity was a mole of Central Continent arranged by Spirit Affinity House many years ago. He had infiltrated Northern Plains when he was a GU master. After going through Immortal Ascension, he became a genuine Northern Plains GU Immortal. On one hand, he had support from Spirit Affinity House, on the other, it was also his own effort and talent that combined to let him achieve his current level. Prince Feng Xian was very loyal to Spirit Affinity House. He knew how much strategic importance Feng Juzhe had in regards to Spirit Affinity House currently. He had been extremely worried during the time Feng Juzhe disappeared. When he received Wei Fengzi's message and learned Feng Juzhe had appeared, he was extremely happy. It was just that he did not know the Feng Juzhe in this message was Fang Yuan in disguise. He waited for several days but did not see Feng Juzhe coming to his residence. I lead Spirit Affinity House's matters in Northern Plains, since Feng Juzhe is already out of danger, why did he not look for me? Could it be that he encountered some powerful enemies or troublesome matters? Prince Feng Xian knew Feng Juzhe's battle strength, but he was also aware of the huge battle between Feng Juzhe and Qinbai Sheng. Feng Juzhe had been trapped for so long, and had now suddenly appeared. This information itself hinted at Feng Juzhe's miserable state. But since he has already freed himself, why didn't he come to find me at the first moment? The other Central Continent GU Immortals have already gone back. He probably won't be able to return to Central Continent with just his strength. He needs my help. Does he not trust me? While Prince Feng Xian was having doubts, a letter came from Spirit Affinity House. The letter expressed that Zhao Lian Yun had successfully obtained divine concealment some days ago, and also that they knew ghostly concealment was in Luopo Valley's thieving heaven true inheritance. Since Prince Feng Xian was able to become rank 8, he naturally had an astute mind. He came to a realization after reading the letter. So it was like this. He heaved a sigh. Where people interacted, there would be conflicts. Even after uniting to form an organization, internal conflicts would exist. Feng Zhuzhe was in power for too long. It had definitely resulted in dissatisfaction from many forces in Spirit Affinity House. This dissatisfaction had the chance to erupt when Feng Zhuzhe was missing. Merely considering the time when Zhao Lian Yun obtained divine concealment, Prince Feng Xian knew someone had intentionally delayed matters. He immediately realized Feng Zhuzhe's plan. It seems Feng Zhuzhe is keeping a low profile currently to see who in the sect has ill intentions towards him. Or maybe he already knew and was only waiting for an excuse. He wants to grab hold of them using this opportunity and throw these people deep into the abyss. So, Feng Zhuzhe won't come to me because he knows he cannot influence me and I can send a message back to the sect at the first moment. But he is safest in my residence, and I am also help that he needs to rely on in order to return to Central Continent. He is not an idiot. He is a champion who knows how to make plans and schemes. It is very likely for him to still have injuries, while dangers exist from Shadow Sect externally and sect conflicts internally. Even if he doesn't come here, he must be near this place. Then, once something unexpected happens, he can ask for my help in time. So if I am going to search, I should first search the areas nearby. The moment he thought of this, Prince Feng Xian's eyes flickered with sharp light as he immediately took action. A rank 8 GU Immortal's full-powered search naturally was extraordinary. Soon, Prince Feng Xian discovered Feng Zhuzhe. Ha ha ha, brother Zhuzhe, I had to search for a while. He laughed heartily as he patted Feng Zhuzhe's shoulder. I hope brother Prince doesn't blame me. Feng Zhuzhe's expression was still slightly pale. I understand. Prince Feng Xian nodded. Let's go. My grotto heaven is the safest place for you to recuperate. This Feng Zhuzhe naturally was not Fang Yuan in disguise. The two entered the grotto heaven and as they conversed, they talked about Luopo Valley. Prince Feng Xian was slightly furious. Wei Fengzi was negligent, he should be punished. As for the GU Immortal who took Luopo Valley, he might be from Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan's image appeared in Feng Zhuzhe's mind for a moment, but he did not speak. Prince Feng Xian continued. I sent a letter to the sect after seeing you. You are able to return alive. This is the greatest news for us. I can't let your wife and daughter spend time in sorrow any longer. When your injuries are healed, I will hold a celebration for you. The celebration will last for 7 days and 7 nights, and only then will I let you go back to Central Continent. Us brothers will definitely drink until we get drunk. Feng Zhuzhe smiled bitterly. He knew Prince Feng Xian's intent. Prince Feng Xian was half an outsider to Central Continent. What he had to consider was the growth and interests of the whole sect. Feng Zhuzhe wanted to suppress the other GU Immortals in the sect, but if the process was too intense, it would inevitably create internal friction in the sect. Prince Feng Xian did not want to see this. However, when he thought of his wife and daughter, Feng Zhuzhe's heart softened. Never mind, brother Prince truly considers everything. Feng Zhuzhe cupped his fists, his words containing hidden meaning. Prince Feng Xian laughed even more happily at this reply. The information reached Spirit Affinity House, all the higher-ups were in great jubilation. Feng Zhuzhe's disappearance brought these GU Immortals huge mental pressure. When Feng Zhuzhe was there, they had subconsciously neglected his worth. But his disappearance now made Spirit Affinity House's GU Immortals recognize how important Feng Zhuzhe was to the whole of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Jinhuang laughed with tears on her face, while Fairy Bai Qing also had a smile. Some were happy, and some were apprehensive. Feng Zhuzhe did not die. Things will be difficult for us in the following period of time. Xu Hao and Li Junying were feeling heavy. They had intentionally delayed and hidden the news regarding Zhao Lian Yun, although it was not blatant, discerning people would know it immediately. Even if Feng Zhuzhe could not use it against them, when he returns, he would definitely be displeased at Xu Hao and Li Junying, and it would be a natural thing for him to suppress them to some extent. Feng Zhuji's news had reached Spirit Affinity House early. Naturally there was now no conference between the higher-ups, and Fairy Bai Qing also did not go to investigate Bo Qing. However, the immortal zombie Bo Qing still appeared. Swords roam unhindered over central continent. Countless sword lights shocked immortals and mortals. When the sword lights stopped, countless GU immortals began to move towards falling heavenly river. But Fang Yuan had already arrived at this place before them. In front of him, falling heavenly river was already dyed blood red and immortal materials filled his vision. Chapter 994, Stealing Bo Qing's Immortal GU. This is the immemorial desolate beast myriad eyes clear bull. Fang Yuan looked at falling heavenly river, as a sinking bull head attracted his attention. He quickly hurried over, using his methods to pull up this bull head. An immemorial desolate beast was a strong life form that could rival rank 8 GU immortals. The myriad eyes clear bull had a large body. Just this head already was like a small hill. And it was very heavy. Fang Yuan had once pulled up Luopo Valley, but this bull's head alone was heavier than the valley. This bull head's weight is mostly on the horns. Incredible, the horns were already cut by the sword light and only half remain, but it is still so heavy. Fang Yuan gasped. The bull's horns were rank 8 immortal material, they were filled with metal path and earth path Dao marks. And the bull's skin was very rare, it was full of water path Dao marks. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan only had part of the skin from the bull's head. If it was the skin of the bull's body, not only would there be water path Dao marks, there would also be light path Dao marks. It was very useful for the refinement of investigative immortal GU. But the eyes of the bull were the most valuable part of the myriad eyes clear bull. The two eyes were dark and deep, they were full of dark path Dao marks. When Fang Yuan obtained them, there were many dark path wild mortal GU inside, mostly rank 5, they could not escape in time. The eyes of the myriad eyes clear bull could not see. They were blind to begin with. The mechanisms through which the myriad eyes clear bull truly perceived vision were the eye tattoos on its thick skin. They were very mystical. The Dao marks that were on such rank 8 level lifeforms already had functions helpful to them. For example, the 10,000 Li earthworm was also an immemorial desolate beast, it had extremely strong regenerative abilities. As for what gave it this ability, it was the wondrous Dao marks on it. Only by destroying these Dao marks can the 10,000 Li earthworm truly be killed. But 10,000 Li earthworms were hidden deeply inside Earth Trench or Earth Abyss, they did not exist in Falling Heavenly River. The lifeforms in Falling Heavenly River were mostly related to Water Path, followed by Earth Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Light Path and Dark Path. There were few Fire Path lifeforms here. This is the right arm of an ancient desolate beast, Icefall Divine Ape. This is the tail of an ancient desolate beast, Snow Soil Crocodile. What is this? Never mind, I will collect it first. Fang Yuan was prepared, he rapidly looted. These were all severed portions of bodies, Fang Yuan could recognize some of them, but not all. They were mostly ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants, with a few of immemorial desolate level among them. But these rank 8 immortal materials, even if they were small in quantity, had immense value. Fang Yuan felt great joy every time he saw one. Oh my, this seems to be a life and death kun peng. Fang Yuan gasped in surprise. When he was almost done collecting all of the immortal materials floating on the river, he found his 19th rank 8 immortal material. This was a gray fish with the size of a boat. It did not have gills, in place of them, there were Dao marks in the shape of feathered wings. The life and death kun peng is a law path immemorial desolate beast, it is very special. Its body is filled with life and death Dao marks, it has two forms. One is a fish, the other is a bird. It lives as a fish for 8,000 years before turning into a bird after dying. After living for another 8,000 years, it will die for real. This life and death kun peng seems to be close to becoming a bird, it is probably more than 7,000 years old. Fang Yuan sighed. Humans were the spirit of all beings, but they had short lifespans. Meanwhile, immemorial desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts would often have thousands or tens of thousands of years to live. Not to mention plants. The most famous example was Kumu Mountain in northern plains. It was not a mountain, but an old earth wood tree. This tree had 1,000,000 years of history, because it had grown extremely large, it was called a mountain. Compared to it, primordial origin immortal venerable, who had the longest lifespan among venerables, only lived for 25,000 years. Red Lotus Demon Venerable with the shortest lifespan lived for 3,000 years, it was barely a fraction of that of the old earth wood tree. This life and death Kun Peng had a well-preserved corpse, only the fish head was partially cut away, the rest of its entire body was still around. Together with the life and death Dao marks that it had, this special type of rule path Dao mark was very rare in the entire world, thus it was very valuable. This life and death Kun Peng is probably my biggest gain in this trip. Keeping the life and death Kun Peng in his aperture, Fang Yuan sighed internally. At this moment, the bloody water in falling heavenly river was frothing. Large numbers of fierce beasts and immemorial level aquatic plants were fighting over the severed limbs and corpses. Fang Yuan had insufficient battle strength, he could only work quickly and collect the immortal materials that floated to the surface. From time to time, some immortal materials floated up. These immortal materials were mostly taken by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wisely left some alone due to the might of the fierce beasts and plants underwater that sought them. Gradually, under the river, there was growing chaos. These severed limbs and flesh were good food for these living beings. As their food decreased, they engaged in fierce combat that caused bloodshed. Sometimes, some dead ancient desolate beast corpses would float up to the river's surface. Fang Yuan would take them away and earn a heavy sum. As time passed, Fang Yuan's gains decreased, while the risk of collecting immortal materials became larger. He was a bit hesitant, wanting to leave while it was safe, but on the other hand, he wanted to explore the riverbed. After all, star constellation Immortal Venerable's second sentence seemed to be referring to Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. But it was all only a guess, he was uncertain. Right at this time, star constellation Immortal Venerable's singing voice appeared in his head again. As the voice faded, a second wave of mysterious information entered Fang Yuan's mind. Sword Immortal Bo Qing, Mo Yao's remnant soul. Fang Yuan was shocked, his eyes shone with brilliant light. So what if I take another risk? As long as I can obtain Sword Immortal Bo Qing's Sword Path Immortal GU, even if I am unable to display their true power, it could be comparable to part of an immortal GU house. Fang Yuan was very resolute, he immediately left this part of the river's surface, choosing a faraway place and diving deep into the river. Because the sword lights had rampaged and almost all of the fierce beasts were gathered at that segment of the river fighting for resources, Fang Yuan could dive in very safely now. In fact, he even picked up some naturally present immortal materials. Like snow soil, unchanging water, Qilin ice and others. Arriving at the location indicated by the mysterious information, Fang Yuan stopped moving in the river. He took out Mo Yao's fake will. Fang Yuan, what do you want? Mo Yao's fake will was at first indignant, but she was quickly weakened by Fang Yuan's methods, she was defenseless and at his mercy. It seems that somehow, everything has a connection. Mo Yao, your fake will caused me to topple 88 Truyong building, today, I will return you that favor. Mo Yao's fake will was captured by Fang Yuan, it dissipated slowly, as an intense aura spread out. Sensing this aura, a beam of light appeared, as an incomparable sword chi burst into the sky. Fang Yuan was startled and almost retreated, but the sword chi did not attack him, it only cleared the surroundings and was very gentle towards him. In the beam of light, Sword Immortal Bo Qing's immortal zombie body slowly appeared. Fang Yuan held his breath, looking at Bo Qing's immortal zombie body tightly. The latter did not open his eyes, they were still closed. This meant that the remnant soul of Mo Yao inside the body was still in a semi-conscious state. This remnant soul only felt a familiar aura and was drawn over by Fang Yuan's methods, arriving in advance. His surroundings were covered in sword light, Fang Yuan could only move 3 steps closer. This distance was his limit. Any closer and Fang Yuan would not be able to conceal it. After all, he was relying on just a fake will that Mo Yao had left behind. And this fake will had been weakened and tortured by Fang Yuan countless times. Basically all my other methods are unusable. Only through using Mo Yao's will can my aura be disguised and the immortal GU in Bo Qing's immortal zombie body be lured out. Fang Yuan moved carefully, he was afraid that enough of a disturbance would wake up the other party. Actually, the most drastic method against immortal zombie Bo Qing was to take away all of his rank. 8 immortal essence, that way, even if he has immortal GU, he would not be able to do anything. Although that did not account for special existences like Dream Wing's immortal GU. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had died for a long time, his immortal aperture was completely gone. If not for the layers of sword light around his body, Fang Yuan could even capture him alive. But reality was not as Fang Yuan hoped. The thick sword light protected immortal zombie Bo Qing, anyone who breached it would be attacked by the countless sword lights. According to the mysterious information in his mind, Fang Yuan used his method and quickly saw effect. He lured out an immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was like a swan's egg, it was translucent, and from the outside, jade light could be seen in it. When it was close, Fang Yuan could feel a bone-chilling coldness emitting from this immortal Gu. Even though he did not know what immortal Gu this was, or what use it had, the aura of the immortal Gu told him that it was a rank 7 immortal Gu. What sort of person was Bo Qing? Even in history, he was known as among the strongest people beneath the venerables. Even though he was not invincible, he could still easily dominate and suppress all of Central Continent. None of the immortal Gu that he used was rank 6. They were at least rank 7, and his core sword path immortal Gu would certainly all be rank 8. If not for that, he would not have the terrifying battle strength which he was famous for. Fang Yuan enveloped this immortal Gu in Mo Yao's aura, before using wisdom path methods to seal it completely. These seals were very fragile, they were deceptive in nature. He was deceiving the consciousness of the immortal Gu, making it feel that it was still in its owner's hands, that it had not been taken away by a stranger. Fang Yuan could not touch this immortal Gu yet, he kept it in his immortal aperture. Soon, he repeated it again and used his method on Bo Qing. This time, after a long while, a second immortal Gu was drawn out by Fang Yuan. Chapter 995, Rank 8 Wisdom Sword Gu. This immortal Gu was the size of an adult's finger, it was silver and blue in color, shining with a bright light. It was like a centipede, but instead of having multiple pairs of legs, it had soft and thin hair instead. This seems to be Sword Eyebrows Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan thought and had a flash of inspiration. This was among the information that he had obtained from Feng Jinhuang. Sword Immortal Bo Qing had a rank 7 Immortal Gu, Sword Eyebrows. It was not an attack type Gu, instead, it assisted with sword path cultivation. When Gu Immortals use it, they can modify their eyebrows. Every hair on their eyebrows could be embedded with sword path Dao marks. Dao marks had immense amplification effects towards the power of Immortal Gu. The number of hairs in a person's eyebrows, if one truly counted all of them, the quantity was not few. This immortal Gu's value is very high, but to me, it can only be considered better than nothing. After all, I do not cultivate sword path. Fang Yuan surrounded this immortal Gu with Mo Yao's aura and collected it carefully. Next, the third immortal Gu appeared in front of Fang Yuan. This immortal Gu was more special. It did not have a fixed form. It was a snake at times, and a sword at other times. Its entire body was pale blue, resembling translucent liquid, like water. After being lured out, it continued to dance around Fang Yuan. The liquid formed into the shape of a blade, it was very vivid. But because it was moving around, the blade of the sword seemed to be soft and slippery, yet it gave Fang Yuan a feeling of extreme sharpness. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body did not have weak defense. But when this immortal Gu surrounded him, everywhere it went, he could feel a sense of tearing on his skin when it got close. Combined with his information, Fang Yuan guessed that this was the rank 7 Wave Sword Gu. According to Spirit Affinity House's historical records, in the past, Sword Immortal Bo Qing had tried to raise this Wave Sword Gu to rank 8, but he failed. The Gu refinement failed, and Bo Qing suffered a huge loss. The rank 7 Wave Sword Gu was completely destroyed. But later, Bo Qing spent a lot of time and effort to refine the rank 6 Wave Sword Gu again. After that, he laboriously raised it to rank 7 again. The fourth immortal Gu was Flying Sword Gu. Its outer appearance was that of a silver-winged dragonfly. This rank 7 immortal Gu was one of the most commonly used immortal Gu by Sword Immortal Bo Qing in combat. Using this immortal Gu as a core, together with other immortal Gu and mortal Gu, he created many sword path killer moves, leaving a deep mark in history. For example, among them included the killer moves Formless Flying Sword, Cloud Flying Sword, Pursuing Flying Sword, 10,000 Li Flying Sword. The fifth immortal Gu was specially used for movement, it was called Sword Escape Gu. It was shaped like a golden bee. Once used, the person turns into a sharp sword, piercing through space and moving forward. The speed was so fast it was nearly on par with the Chi Escape Immortal Gu of the same rank. In Bo Qing's life, among his countless prominent achievements, there was a recorded case. When he was rank 7, he was fighting with a Gu Immortal of the same rank. After 3 rounds, the The GU Immortal could not beat him. He used Chi Escape Immortal GU to escape. Bo Qing used Sword Escape Immortal GU to chase him. Even though he did not catch him, the distance was not reduced. Afterwards, Bo Qing used one of his Immortal killer moves, Sword Rampage. One of the core Immortal GU of this move was Sword Escape Immortal GU. Once he used this move, the enemy's head was chopped off, and the victor was decided. After collecting these 5 Immortal GU, Fang Yuan did not want it to end. He continued to use the method on the slumbering Bo Qing. Mo Yao's fake will was limited, 65% was used up already. I wonder what Immortal GU is going to be next. Fang Yuan was filled with excitement and nervousness. He was dancing on top of sharp blades. If Immortal Zombie Bo Qing awakens, he would be in danger. But Fang Yuan knew that it was Mo Yao's remnant soul here. He was not defenseless against it. With his eloquence that could distort reality, it was not impossible to deceive the Immortal Zombie and the remnant soul. But if Immortal Zombie Bo Qing reawakens with rage and shock, he might kill Fang Yuan before he can talk. Fang Yuan would not wake up Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, of course. He was not going to place his life in the hands of another person's reaction. This time, there was no reaction when luring the Immortal GU. This was truly the longest period of waiting. An hour had passed, but there was no reaction at all. Maybe Immortal Zombie Bo Qing has no Immortal GU left. This is impossible, right? If he only had these Immortal GU, how could he create those incomparable sword lights that shot through the entirety of Central Continent? 2 hours passed. Fang Yuan had barely any of Mo Yao's fake will left. His heart suddenly jumped. He had placed many investigative mortal GU and GU formations near Falling Heavenly River. Suddenly, large numbers of mortal GU and GU formations were pulled out of their place. Other GU immortals are coming. Fang Yuan's expression sank. Earlier, Fang Yuan had spent some time collecting immortal materials on the river surface. Looking at the time, it was not strange for other GU immortals to come now. But if GU immortals found out something wrong with the riverbed, and got close to Fang Yuan, that would be troubling. Fang Yuan was not worried about other GU immortals, but Immortal Zombie Bo Qing instead. Others would not have Mo Yao's fake will. If they woke up Immortal Zombie Bo Qing accidentally, what would he do if he sees Fang Yuan taking his Immortal GU? The result was obvious. Most likely, Fang Yuan would be beheaded before he has a chance to speak. Mo Yao's fake will is almost used up. I need to leave. After all, I need to conceal my aura when leaving, thus, I cannot use up all of Mo Yao's fake will here. Fang Yuan was too close to Bo Qing. If he used fixed immortal travel directly, the immortal Gu's aura would surge, Mo Yao's remnant soul would reawaken, and Fang Yuan would die. However, just as Fang Yuan was about to leave, the 6th immortal GU finally appeared in front of him. This immortal Gu's appearance was very simple. It was a bubble, floating and having an ordinary appearance. But its aura made Fang Yuan's eyes turn wide. This was a rank 8 sword path immortal GU. No wonder it took so long to lure it out. But what immortal GU is this? At once, Fang Yuan could not tell what this rank 8 immortal GU was. He had no time to think about it. Using his earlier method, he took it into his immortal aperture. Leave quickly. This time, his gains were huge, far beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. He earned a fortune. Great wealth could not describe his immense gains. Compared to this, the benefits in Earth Trench were nothing. Next, there would be more and more GU immortals exploring Falling Heavenly River. If Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was awakened, thus, he could not stay. The process of leaving Falling Heavenly River went very smoothly. The GU immortal who came had ranked 7 cultivation level. His shock had dissipated already. At this moment, his attention was drawn over by the fierce beasts which were fighting in the river. From time to time, high-grade immortal materials would float to the surface, before being swallowed by ferocious tides. This GU immortal wanted to take these body parts, but he was hesitant and did not dare to strike. After all, now was no longer the best timing. It was very risky to try and steal their food. Fang Yuan left Falling Heavenly River, relaxing himself. Just as he was about to use fixed immortal travel, he shuddered. I remember now. This rank 8 immortal GU is likely to be that legendary Wisdom Sword GU. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with immense joy. This immortal GU was created by Bo Qing. In the past, even though he had outstanding battle strength, he had suffered greatly at the hands of Wisdom Path GU immortals, thus to deal with them specifically, he created Wisdom Sword Immortal GU. This Immortal GU is not just a sword path Immortal GU, it also contains the ingenuity of wisdom path. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decided, when he subdues these Immortal GU, he would choose this GU first. His wisdom path Grandmaster attainment level made Fang Yuan gain a vague understanding. As long as he could control Wisdom Sword Immortal GU and use it for himself, Fang Yuan's gains would not just be a rank 8 Immortal GU. His wisdom path methods would improve by leaps and bounds, he would achieve a qualitative change. Safely returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan realized another point. Dong Fang Chong Fan's Wisdom Path Inheritance, Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment Level, Rank 6 Star Thought GU, Rank 8 Wisdom Sword GU, and Rank 9 Wisdom GU. Without specific intention, my wisdom path prospects seem to have become the brightest. With my current state, strength path and time path seem to be more helpful to me, but in terms of prospects, wisdom path is far greater. He handled all of these Immortal GU that he obtained appropriately. Large amounts of Mo Yao's fake will were created, used as an expendable tool to seal the Immortal GU. As long as wills did not sleep, they would think, and they would be greatly expended. Back then, in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Mo Yao's fake will used delight in water and mountain Immortal GU to strengthen herself, replenishing all of her expenditure. Now, even though Fang Yuan did not have delight in water and mountain Immortal GU, he had other methods, and was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. It was easy for him to create Mo Yao's fake will. It was just that he needed to use countless mortal GU of all kinds. Fang Yuan needed a lot of preparation. The situation in Falling Heavenly River happened too quickly. Fang Yuan's time was tight, he did not have time to create more of Mo Yao's fake will. Thinking back, his gains this time were truly too unthinkable. Chances to steal Immortal GU from others were extremely rare. Because under normal situations, Immortal GU could be destroyed with a single thought. Fang Yuan took advantage of the sleeping Immortal zombie Bo Qing. To be able to steal the opponent's Immortal GU when they were awake, only rare cases like Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable were able to do that in history. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's prophecy from that dream realm is truly formidable. What do the next few lines truly mean? Fang Yuan thought about the reasons for his huge gains and felt suspicious and expectant. Fang Yuan already understood the first 2 lines, but what were the later 3 lines trying to predict? Everything was too ambiguous at the moment. Fang Yuan could not guess now. Chapter 996, Fang Yuan cultivates his soul. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, give up, this Immortal GU cannot be saved. Bai Chen Tian urged. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not answer. At this moment, his hands were ethereal, giving off a warm orange light. An Immortal GU was nearly cut in half, but the orange light was sustaining its life. Its aura was strong at times and weak at other times, being very unstable. Lien Zhu Sheng's face was full of concern. He was a refinement path great expert. In his opinion, this Immortal GU was beyond saving. Even Lien Zhu Sheng could not save it if he tried. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was insistent on trying. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was in control of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He was a Wisdom Path GU Immortal. GU Immortals who have reached his level could make use of aspects of other paths even if they only cultivated one path, using it as the basis. A person at this level did not have shortcomings. He could use Wisdom Path to imitate the strength of other paths, and even due to taking an innovative approach, it could potentially surpass the original. Now, Lien Zhu Sheng could not help this Immortal GU, but Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's Wisdom Path methods gave them some hope. Except that the method he was using, in the opinions of Lien Zhu Sheng and Bai Chen Tian, was too risky. If there were any errors, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord would face a strong backlash. His Dao marks would go into chaos. Not only would he be heavily injured, he would not be able to use any Immortal GU for the next 30 years, otherwise his injuries would get more severe. Suddenly, from the Immortal Gu's body, an extremely sharp, formless burst of sword chi flew out. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could not react in time, but thankfully, this formless burst of sword chi only scraped past his ears, cutting down a strand of his white hair. Bai Chen Tian was shocked. It's over. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression relaxed. He let out a breath of air, saying in a gratified tone, I pulled out the sword chi that was inside the Immortal GU, it has been saved. Earlier, countless sword lights had burst out of Falling Heavenly River, rampaging over Central Continent. One of the extremely sharp sword lights, like in the previous life, penetrated Heavenly Court and cut Heaven Overseeing Tower into 2. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord quickly recalled Bai Kang Shui, Lian Zhu Sheng, and Bai Kang Shui. The four immortals had a discussion, as Bai Kang Shui headed to the riverbed of Falling Heavenly River, while the other three immortals repaired Heaven Overseeing Tower as it was being corroded by the sword qi, before its damage intensified. Soon, the immortal Gu in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's hands could be seen recovering rapidly under the orange light. Lian Zhu Sheng's eyes shined, he clapped and praised, Tower Lord, your ability to sacrifice your emotions to repair the immortal Gu is truly an incredible wisdom path method. To think that you could really revive it, amazing. But, why did you take such a risk? This is a ranked 6 immortal Gu, Heavenly Court's inventory is very abundant, we can refine it again easily. But if you got injured, you would not be able to do anything for 30 years, it would be an immense loss to Heavenly Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shook his head, saying slowly, I don't know why, but recently, ever since the Refinement Path Convention started, I felt something wrong. It is as if a hidden danger is brewing, once it strikes, the consequences will be severe. We have just repaired Fate Gu and can now use half of its might. But when I was about to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower, a sword light flew over and coincidentally cut it in half. But was it really a coincidence? Bai Chentian and Lian Zhu Sheng looked at each other, as their expressions became grave. I will not hide it from you, I have been getting this feeling too. Bai Chentian said heavily, but my feeling only started when we repaired Fate Gu. Lian Zhu Sheng also said, so it was not my feeling alone. I thought that my descendants had encountered trouble, causing me to have this feeling. Now it seems it is not so simple. Tower Lord, you are a Wisdom Path Gu immortal and you control Heaven Overseeing Tower, your senses are sharper than ours, it seems that something is really going to happen. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was still holding the healing immortal Gu, thus, I had to take a risk and try to heal this immortal Gu. Even though this is not one of Heaven Overseeing Tower's core immortal Gu, by saving it, we can resolve one of the biggest issues in Heaven Overseeing Tower's injuries at the moment. As long as we can fix the tower and use its might, together with our instincts, we will be able to deduce the truth. Also, Bo Qing died under the tribulation back then, why did he suddenly appear? Between the two, there seems to be some close connection. Next, I will continue to use this method to repair the other immortal Gu. During this process, I need to concentrate and I cannot be interrupted. If Fairy Kang Shui sends any letters back, try to inform me as soon as possible. Bai Chentian and Lian Zhu Sheng nodded in agreement, understood. Matters regarding Bo Qing's immortal zombie body continued to grow as time passed, there was a huge influence on Central Continent and Heavenly Court. Just as the Central Continent Gu immortals placed their sights on Falling Heavenly River, Fang Yuan had already obtained the biggest benefits and was cultivating on Dang Hun Mountain. At this moment, he was standing on Dang Hun Mountain's peak, waving a hand and sending out tens of thousands of souls. These souls were mostly beast souls, rabbit souls, goat souls, horse souls and others were the most common. There were fewer wolf souls, tiger souls and souls of other fierce beasts. There were plant souls too, but the type of souls in the fewest quantity were variant humans and humans. Actually, trade involving souls had long since existed, because in this world, there were many Soul Path Gu immortals. Soul Path Gu worms had appeared since the immemorial era, but they had never formed into a path. Only upon the rise of a certain Gu immortal did Soul Path get created and flourish. This person was one of the 10 venerables in history, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was the creator of Soul Path, and had also single-handedly pushed Soul Path to its peak over history. During his era, out of 10 Gu masters, at least 5 chose to cultivate Soul Path. For the cultivation of Soul Path, the soul was the most important resource. Souls were common Gu refinement materials needed for the refinement of Soul Path Gu worms. In order to create Soul Path Gu worms, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had engaged in massacre and slaughter, to obtain countless souls. Thus, in history, he was also known as the Venerable with the most murderous nature. And because he created the rise of Soul Path, it also made his era filled with endless killing. It was a dark time when the world was in unrest. Because many Gu masters and Gu immortals cultivated Soul Path, they needed to kill and gain souls for their cultivation resources. Thus, during that era, the trading of souls appeared, they were undergone openly and on a grand scale. After that, Spectral Soul died, and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared. This kind and merciful Immortal Venerable did not promote strife against others, he loved peace. Because of his experiences growing up, he knew the suffering of the commoners, and understood the harm that spectral soul had caused. Thus, when he became an Immortal Venerable and was invincible in the world, one major accomplishment of his was to suppress Soul Path. Soul Path GU masters thus decreased in numbers, and trade involving souls was forced to be done underground. The 5 regions began to recuperate and the killing subsided, the turbulence also gradually disappeared. What the people considered most memorable thing was, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not force people using strength, he won support from people with virtue, and moved the world with his actions. Thus, up until today, even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, the largest and most free market in the world, the sale of souls was very rare. Fang Yuan's souls were obtained by Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan. Ever since Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan cooperated, the matter of souls was dealt with by them, he saved a lot of trouble. They were well-connected locals of northern plains, especially Fairy Li Shan. She was the 3rd leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. She had Mountain Pledge GU and had a huge network. These souls were immediately destroyed on Dang Hun Mountain. After the vibrations from Dang Hun Mountain, the souls were shattered and turned into countless soul essences that were fused into the mountain. Not long later, because of these souls, Dang Hun Mountain produced a new batch of Guts GU. Normally speaking, the stronger the life form, the higher the quality of the soul. At the same time, the higher the intelligence of the life form, the higher the quality of the soul. This batch of souls is only average, because inside, there are few fierce beasts, and no desolate beasts, with very few variant human and human souls. The Guts GU generated will not be high in quantity. Fang Yuan estimated in his mind as he walked on Dang Hun Mountain. This batch of souls was not from Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan, but obtained by Fang Yuan. He was already different from in the past. He could obtain souls at a stable rate without Fairy Li Shan or taking action by himself personally. They were obviously not from Treasure Yellow Heaven, but Western Desert. Western Desert was the place with the greatest trade economy in the 5 regions. Fang Yuan was no longer a newcomer there. He had worked with Shao clan of Western Desert for some time, he had obtained their crucial token after gaining their recognition. Shao clan was a super force, it was not hard for them to obtain souls. But if the soul transactions were exposed, Shao clan would never admit they were involved. The trading of souls could not be done openly. Shao clan was, after all, a righteous path super force. Fang Yuan bought souls from Western Desert in order to guard against He Lu Lan, Fairy Li Shan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness. Even though they had set an alliance agreement, that did not mean that Fang Yuan did not need to guard against them anymore. Fang Yuan knew how to defend himself against others, and he was even more adept at harming others. Fang Yuan suddenly attempting soul cultivation would definitely lead to the suspicions of Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan. Fang Yuan did not want to leave any clues for them. When he uses Guts GU to cultivate, it would cause the quantity of Guts GU to fall. To make up for this, he secretly placed souls in and filled the difference. The typically rare Guts GU could be easily picked up at Fang Yuan's feet. Fang Yuan did exactly so. Once Guts GU left Dang Hun Mountain, they would be destroyed. But using Airsac GU, they could be contained and sold. After consuming a huge amount of Guts GU, Fang Yuan's soul reached its limit. If he raised it any further, his soul would collapse. Fang Yuan felt that his immortal zombie body was feeling quite tight. It was like an adult man wearing clothes he wore when he was a teenager. Chapter 997, Refining Bo Qing's Immortal GU. Actually, the limit of immortal zombie bodies in containing souls was higher than normal living bodies, it was just that they lacked the aspect of nourishing the soul. Only living bodies could nourish souls. A dead corpse's soul would continue to wither. Guts GU played the most important role in Fang Yuan's soul being able to last until now. Besides this, he also used some other soul path methods to nourish his soul. Although Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had brought disaster to the world, it was also because of him that soul path had dominated an era. Countless soul path experts emerged one after the other, innovating large numbers of soul path methods. Despite going through Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era, until now, there are still large numbers of precious soul path methods that were passed down from generation to generation. I don't cultivate soul path. Soul Path GU Immortals have Soul Path Dao marks which allow the body to hold an even stronger soul. After he reached the limit, Fang Yuan left to Immortal Blessed Land and moved to Star Form Blessed Land. Luopo Valley was placed here. Fang Yuan entered Luopo Valley. Luopo Valley had been modified by Shadow Sect and was in a completely different state. But Fang Yuan asked Tai Bai Yunsheng to restore it, thus Luopo Valley had regained its original environment. Luopo Valley's terrain was complex like a maze. The legends of Ren Zhu stated, in the past, Ren Zhu had been trapped in the maze, unable to find his way out. Right now, Fang Yuan imitated Ren Zhu and walked inside Luopo Valley. He directly let his soul leave his body. A gray-white fog spread out. This was the famous bewilderment fog. Fang Yuan's soul was shrouded by the bewilderment fog, gradually diffusing. After the fog passed, cold wind blew. This was the famous Luopo wind. The cold wind was like a knife as it cut Fang Yuan's soul, inflicting countless injuries. The incomparable pain almost drove Fang Yuan mad. This pain stemmed from the very depths of the soul and was countless times more painful than death by dismemberment. Fang Yuan roared at the sky, but he lacked a physical body, so he could only produce a piercing screech from his soul. After enduring for a while, Fang Yuan realized he had once again reached his limit. He wisely chose to retreat, his soul returning to the immortal zombie body. With the immortal zombie body's protection, the bewilderment fog and the Luopo wind's might was immediately reduced by a large extent. Fang Yuan safely left Luopo Valley. He inspected his soul. After going through the bewilderment fog and the destruction by the Luopo wind, Fang Yuan's soul had shrunk by a large degree and was clearly heavily injured. If he continued, although it would not be severe to the extent where the soul dissipated, the enslaved Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhang might be able to get rid of the enslavement. The soul was the foundation of enslavement. When the soul is heavily injured, the enslavement would greatly weaken, and the enslaved party could have a chance to free themselves. I don't know how Ren Zhu was able to stay for so long in Luopo Valley. Fang Yuan gave a moved sigh, returning to Dang Hun Mountain. He continued to consume Guts Gu. Guts Gu was a mortal Gu, but it was worthy of being a thing of legend. Using it to heal the soul's injuries would show instant effects. Soon, the injuries to Fang Yuan's soul completely recovered. Fang Yuan once again inspected his soul. His soul had condensed by at least one-fold. Moreover, his soul was smeared with something like oil that emitted a faint eerie glow. Checking again, the burden on his soul from enslaving the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhang was reduced by 30%. The inhuman torture and pain Fang Yuan suffered in Luopo Valley was worth it. It was because his soul's impurities were extracted in Luopo Valley, like iron that went through endless hammering and smelting before it finally turned to steel. His soul's quality had been elevated to another stage, and on Dang Hun Mountain, Guts Gu were continuously expended, which strengthened his soul at an unimaginable speed. The quantitative strength of the soul was increasing steadily. Luopo Valley refines the soul, Dang Hun Mountain strengthens the soul. Both quantitative and qualitative change are combined, the soul's foundation advances at a tremendous pace. It is so fast, no wonder in my previous life, after He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan obtained Luopo Valley, they moved back and forth between Dang Hun Mountain and Luopo Valley, strengthening their soul foundation. They were cultivating freely. He also wanted to imitate He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan, but he still had many things to do. Right now, there was the most important matter he had to deal with, that was Yitian Mountain's battle, and the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage. No doubt, the stronger Fang Yuan becomes, the higher his chances of seizing graceful chaotic duel stage at the crucial time. Fang Yuan could only try to think of every possibility and make more appropriate arrangements for every task. He had to squeeze out every second of time, making every second count in his cultivation. Finally, Fang Yuan obtained news of the appearance of the Immortal Gu House, graceful chaotic duel stage. What's going on? I made so many arrangements near Yitian Mountain, but they actually disappeared without alerting me. Fang Yuan made time in his busy schedule, personally going to southern border to inspect. But he did not discover any worthwhile information. Like in his previous life, Yitian Mountain displayed the ancient battle repeatedly. In the intense battle, the mysterious Gu Immortal with the red lotus mark on his forehead finally used the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage to suppress the rank 8 Gu Immortal with the great strength true martial physique. This Gu Immortal has a red lotus imprint on his forehead. Does he have any relation to Red Lotus Demon Venerable? My rebirth had failed, but in the river of time, a red lotus appeared out of nowhere and turned my failure to success, letting me rebirth. Is there some connection between the red lotus in the river of time and this mysterious Gu Immortal? Fang Yuan was confused, he could only shake his head and leave. He still had many matters to arrange. Graceful chaotic duel stage had appeared, but there was still some time before the Battle of Yitian Mountain. At the very least, Fang Yuan needed to remove the aftereffects from enslaving the featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhang in this period of time. Cultivating back and forth on Dang Hun Mountain and in Luopo Valley, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was rising sharply, while Zhou Zhang's soul was still at its original stage. The burden from enslaving a Gu Immortal has completely disappeared. I can now easily slip into Yitian Mountain and secretly refine the immortal Gu house. The body nourishes the soul, while the soul brings about intelligence, producing thoughts, will, emotions, and promoting thought processes. The increase in his soul foundation would be very beneficial for Fang Yuan in refining the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic dual stage. Besides the aspect of the soul, if I can refine Bo Qing's sword path immortal Gu, it would be a huge increase to my battle strength. That would be even better. He had tried to refine all-out effort immortal Gu several times now, but had yet to succeed. At this time, Fang Yuan's rebirth plan had already reached the final juncture. He resolutely gave up on refining all-out effort immortal Gu, not continuing to invest in this sunk cost. During these last moments, Fang Yuan went all out in making preparations. Immortal zombie Bo Qing left falling heavenly river and was slowly rising up. Under his feet, the surging waves and tides of falling heavenly river attacked the shore, engulfing the piled-up snow. Blood had already faded from the water, while countless ferocious beasts living in the river sensed Bo Qing's aura, and scattered everywhere in panic. And in the riverbed of falling heavenly river, there were corpses of many Gu Immortals. Only the rank 8 Gu Immortal from Heavenly Cower, by Kang Shui, had luckily survived. I have lost many immortal Gu, my battle strength is reduced. Immortal zombie Bo Qing spoke in a low and deep voice. What's our next course of action? Right now, standing beside him was the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Envoy Blue of Shadow Sect, Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child, as well as the Blood Path Demonic Immortal Song Zixing, also known as Blood Dragon, and the Hairy Man Refinement Path Gu Immortal Yu Mu Chun. Somehow, there was a difference in this situation as compared to the previous life. In the previous life, 7-Star Child and Song Zixing had died at Bo Qing's hands. But now, they were both alive. Perhaps this was because Fang Yuan had used Mo Yao's fake will to plunder Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun did not speak, letting 7-Star Child speak. Next, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun will use an immortal killer move to transport the four of us to Central Continent's northeast region to attack Heavenly Lotus Sect. He had already made the arrangements. In the previous life, 7-Star Child and Song Zixing had died, only Yu Mu Chun was left behind, unable to activate this powerful immortal killer move. But now, it was different. In Heavenly Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was shocked and furious. He saw the four immortals with immortal zombie Bo Qing at the lead, battling as they headed towards one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Heavenly Lotus Sect. He was unable to keep watching from the sidelines. Because, he, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, was a Gu Immortal formerly from Heavenly Lotus Sect. In Heavenly Lotus Sect, he had large numbers of disciples and descendants. Right now, immortal zombie Bo Qing had awakened, Heavenly Lotus Sect was in danger. Only Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, summoning Lian Zhu Sheng and Bai Chen Tian. An issue has occurred in Falling Heavenly River. Bo Qing revived as an immortal zombie and is attacking Heavenly Lotus Sect. We have to reinforce them now. Immediately after, they reacted and the three immortals used Heavenly Court's teleportation Gu formation and appeared at Heavenly Lotus Sect's base in a moment. At this moment, Bo Qing and the rest had also just arrived. The remaining radiance of the teleportation immortal killer move on them had yet to dissipate. Both sides stared at each other, battle intent rising immediately. What's going on? Heavenly Lotus Sect's Gu Masters and Gu Immortals were puzzled. A battle of rank 8 suddenly erupted. Success. Fang Yuan looked at the Gu formation in front of him, his eyes shining with joy as well as regret. Over these last few days, he had used the light of wisdom to continuously ponder and deduce, obtaining a powerful Gu formation to refine Bo Qing's sword path immortal Gu. This Gu formation actually used the light of wisdom as the core. It used Mo Yao's fake will along with the poison path immortal Gu, woman's heart, and the wisdom path Immortal GU, unravel mystery, to refine Bo Qing's Immortal GU. Unfortunately, after using this GU formation for 3 days, I could only refine one Immortal GU. Moreover, I still don't know what use this Immortal GU has. I can't wait any longer. The Battle of Yi Tian Mountain has already begun. The earlier I can obtain the Immortal GU house, the better. Undue delay might bring trouble. Chapter 998, Prematurely Joining Yi Tian Mountain. Southern Border, Yi Tian Mountain. Fang Yuan walked forward with big steps. His appearance had changed greatly. Huge bulging muscles, an exposed chest, thick hair over his head, chest, and beard, even along his legs. His hair was a muddy yellow color, his clothes were very tattered. His cheekbones were protruding, his fingers and toes all had extraordinarily huge joints. His nose bridge was short and stumpy, he had huge nostrils that contained thick hair, they were like open taps, gushing out together uncontrollably. Even though this appearance was ugly and disgusting, it was something that Fang Yuan had picked after careful consideration. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this person had come to Yi Tian Mountain at this time. After rebirth, Fang Yuan secretly killed this person. Taking his place, Fang Yuan arrived at Yi Tian Mountain. The sun had just risen, there was a thin fog. The scenery of Yi Tian Mountain was still peaceful, there were birds chirping in the mountain's forests. At this time, the righteous and demonic battle had not even started its first wave. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had disguised himself and joined Yi Tian Mountain. By that time, Yi Tian Mountain was already immersed in heated battles, there were even demonic path guards at the base of the mountain. But this time, Fang Yuan had arrived here. Several months early. At this time, Xiaoshan had just been forced to leave his clan, he, Zhou Xingxing, and Sun Peng who had just created Yi Tian village. Fang Yuan did not see any people as he walked. After getting partway up the mountain, he finally saw a glimpse of Yi Tian village from the crevices between the dense trees. Yi Tian village was still in the process of being built, it was not completed yet. Who is this? Which GU Immortal's pawn is this? He doesn't resemble a pure human, he seems to have hairy man blood. HMPH, this guy is a half-breed, would anyone even choose him as a pawn? He. Far away, the southern border GU Immortals discussed the matter of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked slowly, confidently and calmly. In his previous life, he had used vaguely familiar face and was not exposed by these southern border GU Immortals. Now that he was using an immortal killer move with attitude GU as the core, familiar face, it was even more impossible for him to be exposed by them. He took big steps and went to the mountain peak. Soon, before he reached Yi Tian village, someone finally stopped him. It was a rank 3 demonic path GU master. But Fang Yuan was also disguised as a rank 3, so he did not dare to be careless. He asked in a serious tone, "You are?" Fang Yuan cupped his fists, saying boorishly, "My name is Huang Sha, I heard about Hero Xiao's matter and came to join you." The other rank 3 demonic path GU master's body shook. He was not intimidated by the name of Huang Sha, instead, it was because Fang Yuan was too loud. "Okay, keep it down, why are you shouting? Since you know about our leader's reputation, come with me to meet him." The rank 3 GU master rubbed his ears as he turned around. Fang Yuan laughed as he quickly chased. He had a huge body, his steps were huge, he quickly surpassed the GU master in front. The demonic path GU master was unhappy, he stretched out his arm, pulling Fang Yuan, "Why are you running so quickly? If you want to join Yi Tian village, follow the rules, get it? I got here first, so my position is higher than yours. Follow behind me." Oh, Fang Yuan quickly nodded, pretending that he was all brawn and no brains. "This structure needs to be built properly. If anyone attacks us next time, we will defend from here. We need to set up at least 100 iron snake vine GU. Xiaoshan pointed at a location and said this to a GU master beside him. At this time, someone shouted, "Leader, your fame spreads throughout southern border. Right now, a new warrior has joined us." Xiaoshan heard this and was overjoyed, turning around to see Fang Yuan. The joy in his mind faded a little as he felt disappointment. But at the same time, he showed a look of appreciation on his face. He quickly went forward, patting Fang Yuan's shoulders. "What a strong man." Fang Yuan laughed and cupped his fists. "You are Hero Xiao. I am here to join you, you are really brave. You dared to oppose those righteous path members." Saying so, Fang Yuan raised his thumb at Xiao Shan, saying, "With just this, I am in admiration towards you. I am willing to follow you, but you have to feed me 3 meals a day." Xiao Shan saw that Fang Yuan was boorish and uneducated. The disappointment inside him grew. But on the surface, he did not show it. He praised Fang Yuan as he arranged a mission for him. After Fang Yuan left, Xiao Shan called Zhou Xingxing, asking, "This Huang Sha, what is his background? I am not too clear about it." Zhou Xingxing thought about it and laughed. "Brother, what rank are you? There are so many people in this world, how can such a minor character attract your attention? I know this person. His father is human and his mother is a female hairy man. He was born as a slave collecting sand rocks on Sand Mountain. In the end, on Sand Mountain, he obtained an inheritance by chance and became a GU master. Next, he and a water path GU master occupied a territory, calling themselves the Bai Sha Twin Generals. Afterwards, they were defeated by Tai clan GU masters. Bai Zhang died while Huang Sha escaped, with his whereabouts unknown. To think that he came here after hearing brother's name. So that's it, I remember now. There was once a time when there was news about the Bai Sha Twin Generals assaulting Tai clan's merchant ships." Xiao Shan nodded. His expectations towards Fang Yuan fell to rock bottom. He even dared to touch Tai clan's ships. This showed that the Bai Sha Twin Generals were rash and boorish. They did not use their brains. Furthermore, this Huang Sha even had hairy man blood. This made Xiao Shan look down on him more. Hairy men, feathermen, snowmen, and other variant humans were all the slaves of humans. Why would human GU masters treat them as equals? If Fang Yuan had rank 4 or 5 cultivation, Xiao Shan might have placed great emphasis on him and disregarded that point. But Fang Yuan was disguised as Huang Sha, who was only rank 3. Even though rank 3 was higher than the average GU master. But in Yitian village, it was not eye-catching. Very soon, Xiao Shan forgot about this Huang Sha. Fang Yuan was at a worksite. "Now, I have joined Yitian Mountain, and was sent by Xiao Shan to help in the building of the village. It shows that this person is not placing attention on me. Good, this is my motive after all. Everything has been very successful so far." If Fang Yuan had higher cultivation level, he would be given a major role by Xiao Shan. In the following righteous demonic battle, he would definitely be kept busy. If he did not go for the missions, he would expose himself, but if he went, he would be wasting time. If his cultivation level was lower, he would be cannon fodder, sent to the front lines to attract the enemy's firepower and waste their primeval essence. After some battles, he would be sacrificed. Only with rank 3 cultivation level, it was neither high nor low, he could be the leader of a small group. He would not be given important missions, and if he survived in the battlefield, nobody would find it strange. Yitian Mountain's Forbidden Zone only targeted immortal apertures. It did not affect immortal GU. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had deduced a method on how to seal immortal apertures. But now, he had this method prepared in advance. He could join Yitian village a few months earlier. Even though his immortal aperture was sealed, his body was still an immortal zombie body. During the day, he worked at the sites and easily did physical labor. At night, when everyone was asleep, he would be awake and refining graceful chaotic dual stage secretly. Graceful chaotic dual stage was suppressing the great strength true martial immortal zombie, not allowing any freedom. This rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had no signs of life at all. It seemed like its soul had completely dissipated. But Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. He did not dare to be careless. He did not probe the great strength true martial immortal zombie. He placed his efforts on refining the battle will. The southern border GU immortals engaging in this gambling contest were trying to refine the battle will into their own. They needed these mortal GU master pawns to engage in fierce combat to create their own battle will and resonate with the immortal GU house. They would then convert the pure battle will in the immortal GU house into their personal battle will. But Fang Yuan came in person, and was also a wisdom path. Grandmaster, he did not need to do so. Even if he did not fight fiercely, he could increase the battle will in his mind and convert the immortal GU house's battle will. His efficiency was many times that of ordinary GU immortals. Thus, there was a key point needed for Fang Yuan to snatch graceful chaotic dual stage from these southern border GU immortals. At the final period of time, the immortal GU house's pure battle will would be completely refined by everyone. But there can only be one winner. Thus, these battle wills had to engage in combat and undergo a terrifying battle. In this battle, any loser would vanish, there would only be one winner. I am a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, I have a huge advantage in a fight between battle wills. Furthermore, I am going to take the lead and refine battle will at many times the speed of others. The more battle will I convert, the bigger my advantage during the battle will contest. As long as I follow my plan, it is assured that I would obtain the Immortal GU house. But there might be unexpected surprises. While Fang Yuan was pondering, the other southern border GU Immortals were also harboring their own intentions. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder was paying close attention to the developments on Yitian Mountain. He had barely survived his last tribulation. The next one was approaching. He had lost all hope initially, but the appearance of the Immortal GU House graceful chaotic dual stage gave this GU Immortal see the light of hope within the darkness. Thus, in this unprecedented gambling contest, he went all in on his bets. Almost all of his wealth was invested into it. His stake was the highest among the Immortals. According to the rules, one of his pawns, Shao Shan, became the first GU Master to ascend Yitian Mountain. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder also became the first GU Immortal in Southern Border to start refining battle will in the Immortal GU House. I must succeed in obtaining the Immortal GU House, I cannot fail. Without this Immortal GU House, in the following tribulation, I will definitely die. Chapter 999, Chess Piece, Chess Player. But looking at it now, I have made a good start. I have converted the highest amount of battle will. As long as I maintain this advantage, the Immortal GU House is mine. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder spurred himself on secretly, but he was also aware internally, the biggest difficulty was in maintaining his current advantage. According to the rules, the second to take the stage was the pawn of a Wu Clan GU Immortal, Wu Dangji. This female Immortal from Wu Clan was an insightful character. She chose someone with lower cultivation level, as the cost of entering Yitian Mountain earlier. Hopefully, Shao Shan does not disappoint me later. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder's wish was something that the other southern border GU Immortals were unwilling to see happen. Right now, Shao Clan's ancestor had created a huge advantage. The southern border GU Immortals wanted to see Shao Shan defeated or even killed, so that the advantage of Shao Clan's ancestor would be gone, and they would have an opportunity. Wu Shentong arrived near Yitian Mountain. Everyone, I bear a mission of utmost importance to the clan. To exterminate evil, we will pay any cost. He pointed at Yitian Mountain. His expression was stern as his intent to fight surged, along with his battle will. Around him were many GU Masters. Among them, those with the highest cultivation were 3 rank 4 GU Masters. One was a Wu Clan Elder, guarding Wu Shentong. The other 2 were clan leaders of villages that were subordinates of Wu Clan. Wu Shentong was a rank 4 peak stage enslavement path GU Master. He was thin and had a pale face. He coughed from time to time, like a sickly scholar. He could not even stand in the cold winds for long. But nobody dared to look down on him, because he cultivated enslavement path. This path allowed him to fight many people single-handedly. On Yitian Mountain, the strongest person is Shao Clan's former leader Shao Shan. Below him are Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing, 2 demonic path GU Masters. These 3 are all rank 5 GU Masters. In my opinion, we should act slowly, inviting more righteous path members to join us. This will make the battle more assured, and we can prevent these demons from escaping as well. A rank 4 clan leader suggested. Wu Shentong's expression turned grim. He wanted to do this too, but this mission was a forced mission by the clan. They had given him a certain timing. It was so strict and rushed. Wu Shentong could not help but suspect that he had become a sacrifice in a political conflict of his clan. He exerted all of his effort and used his network to recruit all of these people around him. Wu Shentong would not understand the truth of Yitian Mountain even after death. All these high and mighty GU Masters were all merely the tools of the GU Immortals gambling contest. He certainly did not know, at this point in time, how many southern border GU Immortals were placing their attention on him. You do not need to say any more. As long as everyone protects me, even if they have rank 5 battle strength, how long can they last against the beasts? Once their primeval essence is expended, the accomplishment of killing a rank 5 will be all yours. Furthermore, I am going personally. I have some confidence, of course. Why would I send myself to die? Wu Shentong was a skilled person. With just a few words, he dispelled everyone's suspicions and raised the group's morale. They moved quickly. They were trying a sneak attack. A moment later, the mountain was covered in beast groups. Under Wu Shentong's manipulation, they charged towards Yitian Mountain. Right now, Yitian village was still being built. The demonic path GU masters were all in chaos, they were used to fighting alone. Even though Xiaoshan was trying to group his men together and organize them, there was little effect in the short term. Xiaoshan was extremely anxious. He thought, Yitian village has just been built, we are only partway through completion. This is my first fight against the righteous path. Yitian village is like a banner, it cannot fall. Once it falls, our morale will suffer, it is like a heavy blow that will make us falter forever. Losing our reputation, who would come here and join me? Thinking of this, Xiaoshan immediately ordered the demonic path GU masters to defend Yitian village with their lives. Xiaoshan's thoughts were very precise, but he greatly overestimated the ability of the demonic path GU masters to cooperate. If demonic path GU masters fought righteous path GU masters one-on-one, they usually won more than they lost. But when there were many people, if they had even numbers, the righteous path usually won. Without any cooperation, the demonic path GU masters were just a mob. Against the huge beast groups, they did not place priority on defending the strategic points. This was what Wu Shentong most wanted to see. Initially, large numbers of wild beasts died from the demonic path GU masters' attacks. But soon, the demonic path GU masters' attacks became more sparse. After all, mortal GU masters had limited primeval essence. The wild beasts charged past the attacks of the demonic path GU masters and assaulted them. The demonic path GU masters suffered heavier and heavier losses. The battle was tilting in favor of the righteous path. Good, great. The southern border GU immortals watched the battle as they showed expressions of joy. Xiao clan's ancestor had a dark expression, he stared at Xiaoshan fixedly. Xiaoshan was an veteran of the battlefield, he knew that the situation could not go on. He shouted, "Rank 4 and 5 experts, come with me and kill the enslavement path GU master. Everyone else, retreat while you battle." In the current situation, the demonic path was suffering terrible losses. Meanwhile, although the righteous path was few in numbers, they did not lose anyone. Everyone knew that fighting alone would not result in a good ending. Only by relying on one another and carving out a path of blood could they survive. Xiaoshan's words received quick response. The rank 4 and 5 GU masters were all secretly joyful and gathered around Xiaoshan. The remaining rank 2 and 3 GU masters, however, all had pale expressions. The people who charged out were strong. No matter what, if they managed to get out of the encirclement, they could escape alone. But the GU masters who stayed back were surrounded by beast groups. There was nowhere they could go, they could only await reinforcements. Only Fang Yuan, despite having an anxious and ferocious expression, had peace of mind. Even if the beast groups expanded by 100 times, they were no threat to him. Furthermore, he had the knowledge of his previous life, he knew what was going to happen. As expected, the following developments were almost the same as in his previous life. In this sudden fight, the demonic path GU masters fought against the waves of beast groups and moved forward, causing many GU masters to die along the way. But eventually, they managed to get to Wu Shentong. Xiao Shan, Sun Penghu, and Zhou Xingxing were rank 5 GU masters. They were forced into a desperate situation, they had to attack the righteous path. After an intense battle, 2 rank 4 GU masters from the righteous path died, while Wu Shentong retreated with heavy injuries. The other rank 4 elder from Wu clan blocked them desperately. At the crucial moment, a group of flying birds came and saved Wu Shentong from the demonic path's objective of killing him. They had no choice but to return to Yitian Mountain. That night, Xiaoshan gathered the remaining demonic path members in a certain cave. He was bathed in blood, his eyes were bloodshot as he called out in a hoarse voice, "Wu Shentong is not dead yet, he is truly a threat. As long as he is alive, we will face the threat of an unceasing tide of beasts. We need to kill him, otherwise, Yitian village will never be built." Xiaoshan had just finished his words, but there was little response. The demonic path GU masters had suffered a loss, their morale was low. Among them, a rank 3 GU master said dejectedly, "Leader, we should retreat. The righteous path is very powerful, it is normal that we cannot win. But we can always fight back another day. We should leave this dangerous place and find another mountain to rebuild Yitian village, that is possible too." As he said that, a sharp light flashed in Xiaoshan's eyes as he stood up and attacked. He raised his saber and killed the demonic path GU master on the spot, shouting, This person is trying to shake our spirit, he deserves death. If anyone dares to request to retreat, you will end up like him. Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing immediately stood up, walking to either side of Xiao Shan, with wary expressions towards everyone. The GU masters were all stunned by Xiao Shan's demeanor. They quickly spoke and agreed to battle to the death. Xiao Shan's expression relaxed. I know that everyone is having a hard time, there are injuries. But no injury can compare to our brothers who have sacrificed themselves today, right? Everyone, rest in this cave. Today, tomorrow, we will gather our forces and fight on the path to killing Wu Shentong. We will not rest until he is dead. Everyone quickly responded. Fang Yuan was among them. His wounds were still bleeding, but of course, it was a disguise. The night sky grew darker. The mountain cave was not big. There was not much space for the demonic path GU masters to sleep. This was a cave that Xiao Shan specially chose. It was easy for them to monitor each other. If they needed to use the toilet, they had to do it in the cave. Soon, the cave was filled with the disgusting smell of blood, sweat, urine and feces mixed together. The demonic path GU masters were tossing and turning, thinking about the desperate battle tomorrow. They could not sleep. Only one person was sleeping soundly. It was Fang Yuan. His snoring could be heard in the entire cave. Xiao Shan was shutting his eyes and resting. Hearing this sound, he opened his eyes and saw Fang Yuan. He smiled lightly and said loudly, "This guy has no worries." His voice attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Shan continued, "Don't worry everyone, I have complete confidence in tomorrow's battle. That Wu Shentong has already been severely injured, he is definitely going to die tomorrow. I, Xiao Shan, swear that I will not run away. If I go against my word, may heaven bring judgment upon me, and may the world shake in anger." The demons were inspired. They were in admiration towards Xiao Shan's enthusiasm and aspiration. But they did not know that Xiao Shan was trying to subdue the immortal GU in his body, and obtain the acknowledgement of Xiao clan's ancestor. Unless he had no choice, he would never retreat from here. Xiao Shan thought of these demonic path GU masters in the cave as his chess pieces. In contrast, he was a chess piece of Xiao clan's ancestor, but he did not know. On this night, the chess player, Xiao clan's ancestor, was also feeling anxious and worried. After the fight today at Yitian Mountain, he had left his place of residence, arriving at a mountain peak. He stood for a long time under the winds of the mountain. "Master, Xiao clan's ancestor has requested to meet you, but you have not agreed to it. He is a rank 7 GU immortal. He has already been outside for 2 hours. Won't it be bad if we continue dragging it on?" Lu Zuanfeng asked carefully and softly. Chapter 1000. Changes Beyond Expectations. His master, rank 7 lone cultivator Old Man Yu Sha, was sitting cross-legged on a mat. He remained unmoved and had his eyes closed, even after hearing Lu Zuanfeng's words. After a long while, Xiao clan's ancestor spoke again from outside the cave. "Brother Yu Sha, I am willing to add in 10 heavenly dragon pearls, please help me." Old Man Yu Sha slowly opened his eyes and said to Lu Zuanfeng, "Disciple, go to Yitian Mountain and solve this crisis for Xiao Shan." Lu Zuanfeng hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Old Man Yu Sha. "Master, this disciple shall leave." Although he said this, Lu Zuanfeng was still kneeling down on the ground, and did not show any signs of getting up. Old Man Yu Sha smiled. "Your crafty nature, I can see right through it." He then blew cold air towards Lu Zuanfeng. The cold air seeped into Lu Zuanfeng's belly, and lingered there without dispersing. "This immortal GU can protect you. Go now." Lu Zuanfeng was joyous, kowtowing 3 more times before getting up and cheekily speaking, "I was actually thinking in the interests of Master. As a disciple, losing my life is not important, but then Master would have no one to serve him. What to do then? Master has shown me great benevolence, I still haven't returned it, so how could I die so easily? Go now, go." Old Man Yu Sha sighed, repeatedly, waving his hand at Lu Zuanfeng. Wu Shentong led the beast group to attack Yitian Mountain. Yitian village, which only had its foundations constructed, was destroyed. The demonic side's morale fell sharply. Xiao Shan was determined to fight back to the death. But on that very evening, the rank 5 GU master Lu Zuanfeng infiltrated the Righteous Path's camp and assassinated Wu Shentong, bringing his head back to Yitian Mountain. Xiao Shan was ecstatic, saying to Lu Zuanfeng, "Brother Lu is magnanimous, thanks to Brother Lu, all of us were saved." Lu Zuanfeng was a quick-witted person, immediately cupping his fists, replying in a cordial manner, "Brother Xiao exaggerates, I only took advantage of an opportunity. If not for Brother Xiao and the other comrades fighting with all you have and inflicting heavy injuries to Wu Shentong, how could I have easily taken his life? Out of the total contribution, I can only account for 10%, and the other 90 would go to everyone here." When they heard such words, everyone immediately had a much better impression of Lu Zuanfeng. Xiao Shan's heart sank. He was not able to ruin Lu Zuanfeng's fame by overpraising him, so he quickly changed his words to stabilize and pull Lu Zuanfeng to Yitian village. Like this, the righteous path's first wave of offense collapsed under the attacks of Xiao Shan, Lu Zuanfeng and the rest. Fang Yuan was staying on the sidelines, not caring any less about this situation, viewing it coldly with the stance of a bystander and not provoking any doubts. He thought of the information gathered during his previous life. It seems in this life as well, due to Wu Shentong being heavily injured and Xiao Shan's situation being critical, Xiao clan's ancestors sought old man Yu Sha's help. This old man Yu Sha is a well-known lone immortal of southern border, with some friction against Wu clan. And with Xiao clan's ancestor giving him heavy payment, he was able to increase his wager, letting Lu Zuanfeng enter Yitian Mountain early on. And the female immortal from Wu clan, Wu Dangji, had lost her chess piece because of this scheme. Although she had refined much of the battle will, her loss was the greatest. Righteous and demonic paths are fighting on Yitian Mountain, but the masterminds are the southern border GU immortals behind them. Mortals are like ants, let them continue scheming against each other. After this battle, the amount of battle will I have refined has already surpassed Xiao Shan, becoming the highest. Like this, Fang Yuan was silently earning a fortune. The battle will he refined secretly continued to grow, but no one noticed. Time passed. The second wave of the righteous and demonic battle erupted. After the first wave of offense, in which Wu Dangji suffered a loss, she was still unreconciled. Old man Yu Sha had increased his wager, how could she not do that as well? Therefore, she chose another person and allied with a Shang clan GU immortal, not repeating the previous mistake of fighting alone. At the battlefield on Yitian Mountain, Wu clan's GU masters attacked Yitian Mountain. At the same time during this attack, Shang clan's two newly advanced elders, Yan Tu and Zhu Kai Bei, also joined. Both sides fought at the base of Yitian Mountain, having some wins and losses on either side. They were in a deadlock. However, as second zombie king entered Yitian Mountain, enslavement path showed its might again. The righteous path lacked Wu Shentong and had no choice but to fall back. Thereupon, the second righteous and demonic fight came to an end. Behind the scenes of this were the southern border GU immortals plotting and conspiring. Naturally the mortal GU masters could not imagine it. The only one who was in the know on Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan, was secretly earning a fortune, disregarding all of this. With Huang Sha's identity, he had gone on the battlefield and had encountered Wei Yong face to face. This expert under Shang Yanfei had once taken great care of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing when they were in Shang Clan City. Right now, Wei Yang's growth was large. Fang Yuan, however, was already an immortal. It could be said that times had changed. After this battle, Fang Yuan was already way ahead in the amount of battle will refined. The lead was so huge that even if all the southern border GU immortals added up their refined battle wills, it would still be slightly less than Fang Yuan's. Central Continent, Heavenly Lotus Sect. Explosions resounded without an end. All the surroundings within an enormous area had turned into a desolate land, sand rolling and covering the sky. In the desolate land were many deep craters, some burned with fire, some had piles of ice, some was still letting out rumblings of thunder. A river of blood flowed wantonly in this battlefield. Because of the battle between rank 8s, the original mountainous terrain had completely changed. This was the location of Heavenly Lotus Sect, and also home to famous mountains and rivers, possessing profound natural Dao marks. Otherwise, the landscape would be even more severely ruined. After a round of battle stopped, with Sword Immortal Bo Qing at the lead, Shadow Sect's group retreated by some distance, panting roughly. In front of them were 3 immortal GU houses hovering in the air. One was Canary Pavilion, which was delicate and exquisite. Another was Yu Yong Palace, which shined with brilliant radiance. However, the gazes of Shadow Sect's group were focused on the central immortal GU house. This immortal GU house was rank 8, named Heavenly Pool. Looking from the outside, this was a pool with a small area. It could even be said to be among the world's smallest immortal GU houses. But this heavenly pool was filled with green lotuses, some were in full bloom while some were closed. However, In every lotus was a blessed land or grotto heaven. The rank 8 immortal GU house, Heavenly Pool, was the base of Heavenly Lotus sect, created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Its greatest use was to store immortal apertures. If we can't take down Heavenly Pool, these losses to Heavenly Lotus sect can't even be considered to be harming them. Song Zixing said heavily. But it is too difficult to take down. Among the 10 venerables, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was most specialized in healing and recovery. This Heavenly Pool has inherited his style to an exaggerated degree. If it is not broken apart in one attack, it can recover any severe losses in a short period of time. Yu Mu Chun was solemn. Immortal Zombie 7-star Child shook his head. Not only Heavenly Pool, the other 2 immortal GU houses are also very difficult to handle. And Bo Qing's greatest weakness is already known and being used by them. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's greatest weakness was Mo Yao's remnant soul. This remnant soul was the biggest shortcoming. Its greatest flaw was that it was very easy to target. In the previous life, Bo Qing had died and the soul inside was destroyed by Heavenly Quartz GU Immortals. This life, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing had even lost Wisdom Sword GU, which had been a trump card against Wisdom Path methods when he was alive. After losing this GU, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing had to be even more cautious when fighting and was extremely passive. Let's go. We have already achieved our goal of delaying them. Immortal Zombie 7-star Child retreated first, his body turning into a rainbow light, quickly flying far away. Bo Qing and the rest also followed closely behind. Escaping the judgment of fate and attacking one of the 10 great ancient sects, such audacity, this is unpardonable. And you still want to leave? Heavenly Lotus Sect's 3 immortal GU houses chased after them. From within Heavenly Pool came Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's furious voice. 7-star Child's expression changed slightly, saying to the other GU immortals, in the current situation, someone has to bring up the rear and hold them off until the others can escape. I will do it. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing immediately spoke. It is better if I do it. Azure, Blue and Song Zixing, you all have higher battle strength than me, you will be a lot more helpful to our crucial plan. Yu Mu Chun had an indifferent expression while he volunteered to stay behind. The other 3 immortals' gazes flashed, and they quickly retreated without hesitation, leaving behind Yu Mu Chun to cover their retreat. Overestimating your ability. Hehe, demonic path people specialize in treachery. You think you can stop us, what gives you such blind confidence? The righteous path immortals angrily called out one after the other, the 3 immortal GU houses nearing. Yu Mu Chun looked at the approaching death calmly and with a smile. You think we haven't made any arrangements? Saying this, he fell to the ground. An enormous GU formation gave a brilliant flash of light that reached to the sky. The information about this battle was simply unable to be concealed by Central Continent. After Fang Yuan learned of the news, his gaze flickered. This event was already very different from his previous life. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was still alive. As such, he would naturally hold animosity against Fang Yuan, who had stolen his immortal GU. Fang Yuan sent his consciousness inside his sealed immortal aperture. In there was a mysterious immortal GU. This immortal GU was one of the harvests Fang Yuan had reaped from Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. But in fact, this immortal Gu's original owner was not Bo Qing but Mo Yao. Because this immortal Gu's body was filled with Mo Yao's will, Fang Yuan was able to quickly refine this immortal GU using Mo Yao's fake will. As for the other Sword Path immortal GU, their true owner was Bo Qing, with large amounts of his will in them. So when Fang Yuan used the same GU formation, it would take a lot more time to refine these immortal GU. I can forget about these Sword Path immortal GU for now, they definitely cannot be used in this battle. As for this mysterious immortal GU, I have tried to inspect it over these last days, but unfortunately I did not gain anything even from Langya Land Spirit's End. At present, the 6th wave of offense between righteous and demonic has already passed. The scale of my battle will in the immortal GU house probably is already over 30 times the total amount of the battle will of the southern border GU immortals. If I battle with them at this time, within less than 15 minutes, I can clear out all their battle will. There were probably many among the southern border GU immortals who had wisdom path attainment. Not to mention Fang Yuan's wisdom path grandmaster level, just based on the scale of the battle will, he already occupied absolute dominance. The southern border GU immortals already had no chance of victory. It could be said that these GU immortals were already of no concern, but Fang Yuan was still filled with worry. I have refined it for so long, but there is actually still pure battle will remaining in the Immortal GU house. I wonder what quantity are there exactly. Can I make it in time? Fang Yuan looked up at the sky. The night was dark and hazy. Fang Yuan felt somewhat stifled. The amount of pure battle in graceful chaotic dual stage had greatly surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. His original plan was to get this Immortal GU house earlier on and leave freely. But now, it had already dragged on until this day. When would he finish? Chapter 1001, Taking Control of Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. Time passed quickly, a month went by. In Southern Border, be it the GU Immortal World or the Mortal World, their focus was all on one place. This place was Yitian Mountain. Under the influence of GU Immortals adding fuel to the fire, countless Righteous Path and Demonic Path GU Masters set off to join the two sides. The seventh Righteous and Demonic fight had concluded. The Demonic Path members schemed and cut off the Righteous Path's supply lines. At the moment of crisis, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei personally arrived with his forces, and used gourmet food box GU, providing a feast for the army, foiling the Demonic Path's scheme. In this battlefield, rank 3 GU masters were all cannon fodder, the normally uncommon rank 4 GU masters were everywhere, and rank 5 GU masters were the most important battle power. Life and death blessed land. Spectral soul demon Venerable's dream realm had completely dissipated. Light in the 7 colors of the rainbow shined brightly, turning into a cocoon. Some cracking sounds came from the cocoon of light. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on the cocoon. Old man Yanxi had a tired and haggard face, but his gaze showed that he was extremely overjoyed. As he watched with expectations, the cocoon of light finally exploded, as a young man appeared in front of old man Yanxi, completely naked and bare. He floated in the air, his eyes were shut, as if he was sleeping. Old man Yanxi quickly moved forward, using his hands to caress the young man's body, from his thigh to his chest, and then to his face. Old man Yanxi could barely hold in his excitement, his fingers that were touching the face were shaking. He muttered, "Success, I actually succeeded. I replicated Ren Zhi's methods and used a dream realm to create a completely new extreme physique. This is a historical moment. Ha ha ha." Old man Yanxi laughed loudly for a while, before stopping. "You were born from a dream realm, created from nothingness. Since I used the rule path become real immortal GU, I will name this, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique." Saying this, old man Yanxi moved his hand and took out a lump of soul. This lump of soul was dark like ink, it immediately flew into the body with the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique. Old man Yanxi waited for a moment, but he saw no movement from the body, his frown was getting deeper. What's going on? Why is he not waking up? This shouldn't be the case. He quickly inspected. A moment later, he sighed. It seems that this body with the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique is truly flawed. The Dream Path Dao marks are very high in quantity, they gained a type of power in the body. Any soul that enters it will fall asleep and lose their memories continuously. What should I do? Old man Yanxi paced around, feeling anxious. The lifespan of the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body has already started to decrease. Time is limited, I cannot do any detailed research now to solve this problem. What should I do? After a long time, the body with the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique slowly opened his mouth, finally awakening. He was childlike and unlearned, looking at old man Yanxi, then looking around the place, his eyes were wide open and showed a naive expression. Old man Yanxi felt some regret. He tried all sorts of ways and finally awakened the soul within the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, solving the problem of the sleeping soul. But almost all the memories in the soul were lost. But it doesn't matter. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique is a consumable rank 9 battle strength, he is the greatest trump card to defend our core. As long as our plan succeeds, so what if the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique has a flaw? Thinking of this, old man Yanxi smiled as he sized him up with his black eyes, his tone hardly concealing his happiness. Good, good, good. Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique, you are the greatest accomplishment of my dream path research. Many of Bo Qing's immortal GU were robbed and his battle strength has fallen. You will replace him, becoming our greatest strength in suppressing the situation. Ying Wuxia felt a wave of information entering his mind. Old man Yanxi said, "Remember, you only have 18 hours of lifespan. Every 2 hours, your cultivation level will rise by 1 rank. Time is limited, I can only impart an immortal killer move to you. Although it doesn't have any killing power, it is the pinnacle of Dream Path achievement currently in the 5 regions, at the forefront of this era. Even those Heavenly Court GU Immortals are far behind. As the saying goes, when you have the skill, you can eat your fill. Learn it properly. When you become a GU Immortal, I will give you a complete set of GU worms for you to speed up your practice at that time. Fang Yuan, who was recuperating on his bed, shook as he opened his eyes suddenly. In his eyes, joy flashed across slightly before they went back to being emotionless. Around him, there were many injured members lying down and talking. Some healing GU masters were moving the injured members around, some were healing, while others were checking if injuries of patients were becoming worse. The air was filled with a bloody smell, it lingered in the nose and did not fade. After the 7th righteous demonic battle, Yitian village's medical ward was full of injured people. Right now, both sides were recuperating, healing from their losses and regaining their strength. Thus, the number of members in the medical ward was decreasing. Most of them were healed and left. Some could not be treated and died here. People were happy to live and hated to die. This medical ward became a place avoided by the demonic path GU masters. But Fang Yuan did not mind it. He pretended to be wounded and severely injured. Familiar face could deceive rank 8 GU Immortals, not to mention these mortal GU masters on Yitian Mountain. Fang Yuan found that this was the place which was most suitable to refine the immortal GU house's battle will. Only here could he lay back, openly and calmly refining battle will almost unceasingly. Even though there were many people moving around, none of them could threaten a GU Immortal like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's strategy finally paid off earlier. After spending so much time, I have finally finished converting graceful chaotic dual stages battle will. Now, I have to get rid of the other GU Immortal's battle will and become its owner. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, he did not hesitate, he took action immediately. Inside the immortal GU house, his battle will whipped up a storm, engulfing other battle wills easily. The battle wills of these southern border GU Immortals were all operating independently and caught unprepared, they could not react before they were all wiped out by Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan caused a huge commotion. The southern border GU Immortals were furious and shocked, some screamed while others flew out, some were staring blankly from disbelief. They communicated and realized that someone did not participate in the gambling contest, they secretly refined battle will and fooled all of the southern border GU Immortals. The southern border GU Immortals felt immense anger and hatred, a sea would not be able to douse their fury. All of their hard work had been for nothing. They had been scheming against others, but now, it was all like a joke. Who is it? You dared to toy with us. Find them and kill them. They have openly challenged our southern border GU Immortal world. Not only will I kill them, I will tear their skin and pull out their tendons, I will extract their soul and torture them for 1,000 years. The southern border GU Immortals had surging auras as they encircled Yitian Mountain. They could no longer bother with hiding their traces, countless auras burst into the sky, engulfing the entirety of Yitian Mountain. The righteous and demonic path GU masters were stunned. What is going on? Immortals, are they immortals? Such strong auras, they must be the legendary GU Immortals. To think that I could have an opportunity to meet them in my life. So many immortals, is this the plot of the righteous demonic path? The two factions of GU masters fell into chaos, a commotion ensued in their corresponding groups. It is useless, this is the forbidden zone, none of you have the immortal aperture sealing method, how can you come in? Fang Yuan snickered in his mind. But on the surface, he showed a fearful expression, similar to everyone around him. This was a crucial moment, Fang Yuan would, of course, not be careless. The forbidden zone could prevent GU Immortals from entering, but it only targeted the immortal aperture, not their immortal GU. This meant that GU Immortals could attack Yitian Mountain from afar. Who is it? Come out, you have the guts to steal from us, but no guts to admit it. The GU Immortals were furious and anxious, they screamed like the rumbling of thunder, shaking the world. Even Yitian Mountain was shaking under their voices, not to mention the mortal GU masters. Including the rank 5 GU masters, all of them had pale expressions and were shivering in fear. Fang Yuan concealed himself and did not expose any flaws. After getting rid of the other battle wills, he manipulated the battle will and started to take over graceful chaotic dual stage. This process needed some time. But Fang Yuan was not worried about the southern border GU Immortals attacking without any reservations. For righteous path GU Immortals, They needed to defend their reputations, they would not conduct a massacre here. For demonic path GU immortals, some had placed their immortal GU with their mortal pawns, similar to how Shao clan's ancestor had left immortal GU on Shao Shan. Immortal GU were very fragile. Fang Yuan's spring-autumn cicada could be crushed by a child. If they attacked without holding back, these immortal GU would likely be destroyed. As for some lone immortals like old man Yu Sha, his treasured disciple Lu Zuanfeng was on Yitian Mountain, how could he attack? More and more GU worms came under Fang Yuan's control. Graceful chaotic dual stages secret was finally exposed to Fang Yuan. So this immortal GU house is a time path immortal GU house. It uses the power of time path to seal any attacks aimed at it, before sending them back. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, this is an incredible idea. Fang Yuan continuously praised in his mind. Chapter 1002, Extreme Formation, Dangerous Situation again. The exact reason could no longer be confirmed. But in short, the immortal GU house, graceful chaotic dual stage, had been suppressing the great strength true martial immortal zombie for so many years. The two had formed a peculiar balance. The immortal GU house was ownerless, inside, there was pure battle will. Right now, Fang Yuan had completely converted the battle will into his own. He had even pushed out all of the southern border GU immortals. Since rebirth, after so much planning, he had finally achieved his goal. Fang Yuan was filled with joy. But at the same time, he was undeniably nervous. Faster, faster, Fang Yuan secretly urged himself. Even though the battle will was his, taking over the immortal GU house needed some time. This duration was when Fang Yuan was at his weakest. If any of the southern border GU immortals went berserk and suddenly attacked Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan would have to defend against the attack, exposing himself in the process. The southern border GU immortals were furious and anxious, their minds were filled with rage and hatred. If they found Fang Yuan, they would definitely gang up and chop him into pieces, or completely eradicate him. Their emotions were understandable. After all, they had spent the last few months trying to be first, they had used all their methods to obtain the immortal GU house. But in the end, their hopes were dashed. The immortal GU house that they wanted had become someone else's. If Fang Yuan had acted in accordance to the gambling contest and won fair and square, the immortals could still accept that result. But Fang Yuan had sneakily avoided them completely. His actions was simply theft in their eyes. He was unscrupulous and shameless. Why had they been working so hard over these last days? It was all useless. Even though the southern border GU immortals did not attack, they had used all their investigative methods. In a short amount of time, Fang Yuan felt dozens of mental waves sweeping across his body. His anxiety increased, his muscles were contracted, all of the hair on his body was standing. Even though he was using the immortal killer move familiar face, it was a modified version. And even if it was the original, times had changed. Some GU immortals might have developed new investigative methods that could expose it. Fang Yuan was confident in deceiving the rank 6 and 7 GU immortals. But against rank 8 GU immortals, he was not as confident. Time continued to pass, as Fang Yuan waited. Fang Yuan's mind was filled with thoughts that churned like a sea. As he took over the immortal GU house slowly, graceful chaotic dual stages inner structure was exposed to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used all his time and effort to learn about these immortal GU and mortal GU. At this crucial point of time, Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level helped him immensely. Using these immortal GU and mortal GU, Fang Yuan could deduce many things about the immortal GU house. Thus, Fang Yuan's understanding of the immortal GU house, graceful chaotic dual stage, rose rapidly from a state of nothingness. Success! Fang Yuan's eyes shined, he shouted internally. At this moment, he had finally succeeded. He completely took over the immortal GU house graceful chaotic dual stage. This immortal GU house belonged to him entirely. At Fang Yuan's will, this immortal GU house flew out. At this moment, the medical ward's doors were broken through. Shao Shan, Lu Zuanfeng and another rank 5 GU master charged in ferociously with their troops. There and that one there, they are all suspicious, kill them. Shao Shan was filled with killing intent. He pointed at 3 beds as he screamed. It turned out that not only were the southern border GU immortals themselves investigating, they were sending their pawns in both the righteous and demonic factions to undergo a bloodbath. Anyone that was found suspicious by the GU immortals was mercilessly killed, in order to find this accursed mastermind, Fang Yuan. The southern border GU immortals were all anxious. Even if their identities and the truth behind Yi Tian Mountain were exposed, they could not care less. Even though they did not see through familiar face, they were still suspicious of me, Fang Yuan muttered internally. Xiao Shan pointed at 3 suspicious people. Fang Yuan was one of them. Rank 5 GU Master Sun Peng, who walked towards him with a ruthless expression. Fang Yuan felt completely calm, feeling no nervousness. Of course, on the outside, Fang Yuan showed a confused and angry expression. He screamed, "What are you doing? I am not a spy from the righteous path. Who cares if you are not?" Sun Peng who shouted, pouncing towards Fang Yuan and kicking directly in the chest. Fang Yuan's chest was caving inwards, his heart was crushed as blood oozed out. Fang Yuan shouted in pain as he tried to retaliate. But Sun Peng whose punch sent him flying. Fang Yuan's corpse hit the wall, it slowly slid down, sprawling on the ground with his eyes wide open. He had died. Go to the next site. After settling this, Xiao Shan waved his hand as he brought his people elsewhere. The remaining injured members were all left panicking. There were also 3 unlucky corpses. Naturally, Fang Yuan was not dead. This was a disguise. Familiar Face's disguise was limited to a human-like form, but it was very easy to show an appearance of death. Fang Yuan still needed some time. Taking over the Immortal GU House graceful chaotic duel stage was not enough. There was still one matter he had to settle first. That was, to suppress the great strength true martial immortal zombie. There was still some immortal essence left inside graceful chaotic duel stage. Fang Yuan mobilized the Immortal GU House and created a huge force with his battle will, assaulting the great strength true martial immortal zombie. The slumbering rank 8 immortal zombie opened his eyes, resisting violently. Fang Yuan snorted internally. Sure enough, it will not be easy. In his previous life, this rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had charged out. Fang Yuan had previously deduced the possibility of the great strength true martial immortal zombie retaliating. A great strength true martial immortal zombie was something Fang Yuan required. He was not going to let it go. He prepared many methods just for this situation. But just as he was about to strike, tribulation clouds rumbled in the sky as the earth started to shake. The southern border GU immortals were uncertain. They shouted, "What is going on? This seems like the prelude to a heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity. Why would there be a tribulation out of nowhere? Is someone undergoing tribulation? Who cares about the tribulation? What I am concerned about now is finding that thief who stole our Immortal GU house." Fang Yuan was surprised. It is not time yet. Why is this happening earlier? Oh no, the tribulations are already starting. Then, is Shadow Sect also here already? Fang Yuan knew this was turning bad. He hesitated. Activating the tribulations in advance, was it the influence of my rebirth? Shadow Sect is a mysterious and huge power. Should I retreat? Actually, at this point, it was okay to give up on the great strength true martial immortal zombie. After all, this was not the only possible great strength true martial immortal zombie in the world. There was still He Lu Lan. Even though Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan had an agreement, once it expired, or if he used an information path method to nullify the agreement, Fang Yuan would be able to target He Lu Lan. In the past, Fang Yuan did not have the strength to deal with He Lu Lan. That was because He Lu Lan was backed by Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness. But now, Fang Yuan had the Immortal GU house. If he disregarded the Immortal Essence cost, he could suppress all 3 of these women. Who cared if she was rank 7, rank 8, or had one of the 10 extreme physiques? With the Immortal GU house, Fang Yuan had sufficient confidence. However, it is quite a big loss if I give up. This is a rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. Plotting against He Lu Lan will be a matter for the future. Who can be certain about the future? How can I ensure that I will succeed? The alliance agreement was just set recently. If I give up now, it will take too long to deal with He Lu Lan. Unexpected surprises might occur. While he was hesitating, a change occurred in the sky. Old man Xianxia appeared, leading the GU immortals of the 10 extreme physiques in setting up the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. The southern border GU immortals were encircled. After feeling shocked, rage rose in their hearts. A GU immortal shouted, "Who are you? Were you behind the theft of the Immortal GU house?" A rank 8 GU immortal snorted, "Cowards hiding yourselves, show your faces if you dare. I want to see who dares to plot against me in southern border." Old man Yanxi looked at the southern border immortals as he smiled coldly in disdain. He turned around and looked at Ying Wuxia. I have already told you everything that needs to be done, you need to remember them. Ying Wuxia blinked innocently. He nodded. You can go ahead and die, don't worry about me. He was just born 12 hours ago, his cultivation level was at rank 6, he had become a GU immortal. But he was still very ignorant about the world, and about life and death. Old man Xianxia shook his head helplessly. He naturally did not originally intend to create such an assistant. It is a pity, my attainment in human path cannot compare to Ren Zhu. The 10 extreme physiques from Ren Zhu could exist for a long time. But my pure dream reality seeker physique can only live for 18 hours. Even though the weakness of a sleeping soul was eliminated, the memories in the soul are still being lost by the effect of the dream path Dao marks. This way, there was no use in transferring a large amount of information into Ying Wuxia's mind. The more information he got, the faster he would forget them. Only if he tried to memorize it himself would there be some effectiveness. Old man Xianxia concealed his regret. I am going now, but before dying, I will make a deduction for you. Be careful, one of us, Old man Xianxia said his final words before turning into powder, dissipating in the wind. Including his soul, many Shadow Sect GU immortals sacrificed themselves, sending their souls into the giant formation. 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation, created by the sacrifice of many GU immortals, it had reached 90% completion. The southern border GU immortals had already tried to break this formation. Now that it was 90% complete, the southern border GU immortals were startled and fearful. Above them, the thousand pearl light tribulation descended. The southern border GU immortals gave up on breaking out, they had to deal with the impending tribulations first. Chapter 1003, Fang Yuan defeats Bo Qing in one move. Shadow Sect also came earlier. Fang Yuan looked at the sky, mumbling to himself internally. Although he wholeheartedly wanted to finish his plan early, after putting it into practice, he knew that although his plan was great on paper, the way events unfolded in reality turned him helpless. In his previous life, the southern border GU immortals resisted several waves of tribulations before Shadow Sect's GU immortals made their appearance. This life, however, Shadow Sect's GU immortals also appeared early and arranged the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation. Since this formation had succeeded, Fang Yuan was no longer in a hurry to retreat. The worst situation had already appeared. Like in his previous life, Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel would also be ineffective in this formation. Even with the Immortal GU House graceful chaotic dual stage, it would take some time to break through the 90% complete 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation. Fang Yuan had deciphered many battlefield killer moves, particularly in Eastern Sea's Yulu Blessed Land. However, Yulu Blessed Land's battlefield killer moves might be exquisite, but they were unmanned, and were arrangements that were fixed in place. Even if someone took control of them, their strongest state might not even match 1% of this 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation. Although Fang Yuan was not a formation path GU immortal and also was not proficient in it, he at least had this insight. If he went out now, he would definitely be a target for all. The southern border GU immortals would not let him go, and Shadow Sect's GU immortals naturally would not just look on as the Immortal GU house was taken by Fang Yuan. Suppress the great strength true martial immortal zombie first, then look for a good opportunity to use the Immortal GU house to forcibly break through. Fang Yuan concentrated on the great strength true martial immortal zombie. The sudden appearance of Shadow Sect's GU immortals had somewhat helped Fang Yuan from a certain perspective. If not for their appearance, the southern border GU immortals would definitely concentrate on Fang Yuan. The pressure on Fang Yuan had relaxed, he had even more energy to deal with the great strength true martial immortal zombie now. What made Fang Yuan shocked was that this immortal zombie still had quite a bit of strength left. Facing Fang Yuan's continuous offense, he activated Immortal GU to mobilize his battle will and resisted fiercely and decisively. For a moment, Fang Yuan was on the back foot. This immortal zombie is also an astute schemer. Previously, he used battle will to try to refine the Immortal GU house, but failed. Probably because of exhaustion, he went into a deep sleep. While in his sleep, he accumulated his strength in the hope that when he woke up, he could use the accumulated energy to turn around the situation. Fang Yuan guessed, involuntarily having some admiration for such an opponent. If the great strength true martial immortal zombie cultivated strength path, he quite likely would not have such a method. However, this immortal zombie was different, he had such good strength path talent, but he actually gave it up to cultivate wisdom path. Who knew what he was thinking? But Fang Yuan knew that it was his wisdom path method that allowed him to forcibly dig a way out in this situation of certain loss. Maybe this immortal zombie had already woken up and slept many times, repeating it and accumulating battle will. But during his sleep, the immortal Gu house would purify his battle will. If not for Fang Yuan interfering, according to such a course of events continuing, this immortal zombie could definitely free himself. He would not only be able to free himself, he could also obtain graceful chaotic dual stage. Unfortunately, his scheme was for naught, as Fang Yuan overtook him. While Fang Yuan was dealing with this great strength true martial immortal zombie, the situation in the sky around Yitian Mountain was rapidly changing. Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation, Dark Flying Frost, Desolate Beasts, Dragon Roar Tribulation, Four Inferno Clouds Tribulation, Snow War Tribulation Lightning. Like the previous life, waves after waves of tribulations, with increasingly frightening might, descended upon the southern border Gu immortals, inflicting severe losses. It was not that they hadn't tried breaking the formation. But how could they break through the 90% complete 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation? Like in the previous life, they mistakenly thought Ying Wuxia was the greatest flaw, but they were struck by the immortal killer move lead soul into dream, and had to halt in defeat. Later, they entrusted hope in the tribulations, hoping that the tribulations could destroy the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. But Shadow Sect's Gu immortals started initiating their offensive. As time passed, under the graceful chaotic dual stage, the great strength true martial immortal zombies' resistance was becoming weaker and weaker. While Fang Yuan slowly saw hope, the southern border Gu immortals had already lost theirs. Almost all of them were dead, either dying to the battle formation from the extreme immortal zombies, or dying under the terrifying tribulations. The only remaining 2 rank 8s were heavily injured, running like headless chickens in the gaps between the tribulations and Shadow Sect's offense. Fang Yuan was also without other options. It was not that he did not try to help these southern border Gu immortals. He still had not completely suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie, so he naturally hoped these southern border Gu immortals could stall for some time. Not long earlier, he had secretly transmitted his voice, trying to inform these Gu immortals about the power of Ying Wuxia. But the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation had already spread to 10,000 li around Yitian Mountain. Not only did it isolate the space, it also stopped sound transmissions. Fang Yuan was unable to achieve what he wanted. Fang Yuan had tried other methods as well, but they all failed. After several attempts, Fang Yuan had wisely given up, placing all his concentration back upon the great strength true martial immortal zombie. At the same time, high in the sky, a tall and white tower was quietly hovering. Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower. Tower Lord, the southern border Gu immortals are already almost all dead, should we make a move now? Bai Chen Tian asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick. With the help of Heaven Overseeing Tower, his gaze pierced through all obstacles and saw the battlefield below clearly. Such a powerful formation. This formation is seemingly an ancient battle formation, but in fact it relies on the Tao marks of the 10 extreme physiques. A man-made formation has the intrinsic qualities of a battlefield killer move. But this formation has a flaw, that is, it lacks one last strength path extreme physique. If all 10 extremes were to really gather, that would be quite a thorny situation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord remarked. No wonder Shadow Sect's people thought of all possible methods to capture that great strength true martial immortal zombie under the mountain. Lien Ju Sheng suddenly realized. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stroked his beard. It is not easy to take the great strength true martial immortal zombie. They must pass the obstacle that is graceful chaotic dual stage. Let's wait for now. Bo Qing and the others have yet to appear. In this journey, we have brought 13 Gu immortals, along with the immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower. But we have passed the regional wall through White Heaven without stopping on our way. We are not in optimal condition. The enemies still have trump cards unused, let them bustle about first. Even if the southern border Gu immortals are annihilated, aren't there still the tribulations? HMPH, that person refuses to stay dead. He wants to return but has provoked the fury of heaven's will. The mighty tribulations will become increasingly terrifying. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not hurried. This was different from the previous life. In the previous life, when he saw the great strength true martial immortal zombie appearing again, he had immediately struck with a vicious attack. But in this life, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was suppressed by Fang Yuan. He could not even budge, much less appear out in the open, thus Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not in a hurry to make a move. Although his 12 companions had a common goal and all had rank 8 cultivation, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not dare to make a rash move. Heavenly Court is still not making a move. Far away, Bo Qing was gazing at the sky solemnly. In the previous life, he was unable to attack Heavenly Lotus Sect and could only choose to attack Combat Immortal Sect, which made Shadow Sect's previous arrangements useless. But in this life, there were divergences. Vice Envoy Blue, who was 7-star child, did not die, and together with Yu Mu Chun and Song Zixing, they activated an immortal killer move to transport themselves quickly to Heavenly Lotus Sect. Attacking this sect was among Shadow Sect's plans. Bo Qing and the rest delayed some time before retreating. However, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not easy to deceive. The unease inside him caused him to immediately return to Heavenly Court and use Heaven Overseeing Tower to make calculations. When he deduced Yitian Mountain, this crucial area, he quickly summoned as many GU Immortals as he could and moved out together with Heaven Overseeing Tower, traveling to this place without resting. Since he won't make a move, we will. Song Zixing's voice came through an information path GU worm. Bo Qing nodded. Let me go first. Next moment, dazzling light shot to the sky, an immortal GU house of a majestic scale appeared in everyone's vision. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was surprised. This immortal GU house had been hiding in the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Who knew what methods were used, he had actually not sensed it. The immortal GU house flew to the sky before fiercely crashing down on Yitian Mountain. Fang Yuan's expression was ashen, his eyes shining with a cold brilliance. Immortal GU house Sacred Feather City. He gritted his teeth. He had not thought that at this crucial moment, Sacred Feather City, which was originally owned by the Featherman GU Immortals, would appear at this place. The moment this city appeared, Fang Yuan had started feeling uneasy. Now, seeing this enormous immortal GU house falling down on him, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He was extremely unwilling, he was just a few steps away from success. The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was already on the verge of defeat and would not be able to hold on any longer. But now, he had to stop. The Sacred Feather City directly smashed down. Fang Yuan had to activate Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage to resist it. If the immortal GU house was not activated, its battle strength could not be displayed. The amount of immortal essence used in the activation process would determine whether the immortal GU house's battle strength would be high or low. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower, a rank 9 immortal GU house, had a portion cut by Bo Qing's sword light in its inactive state. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, rise. Fang Yuan resolutely called out internally, no longer concealing himself, showing his real body. Yitian Mountain instantly crumbled, while Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage shot towards the sky like a crimson meteor. It also had Space Path GU worms, bursting out with a powerful and formless force that instantly transported Fang Yuan inside. Right now, Fang Yuan was officially controlling Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. Merely Sacred Feather City, Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, and with a flourish of his hand, rank 9 Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence spread out. Rank 9 Immortal Essence from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, it was nothing to scoff at. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was originally shrouded within an aura of red light a few meters in size. But after the expenditure of Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence, this red light was like a volcano, as it violently enlarged to 15 or 20 meters. What? Bo Qing, who was controlling Sacred Feather City, called out in shock. An earth-shaking explosion erupted. Sacred Feather City was ruthlessly sent flying by Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. Large amounts of city walls, gates and tiles were sent flying everywhere, turning into corpses of GU worms which then scattered along with the air. There was no doubt about it, Fang Yuan defeated Bo Qing in one move. Chapter 1004, Deep Underlying Schemes, Great Danger. Fang Yuan repelled Sacred Feather City. He did not know that immortal zombie Bo Qing was inside manipulating it. Using this opportunity, Fang Yuan maneuvered Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, turning around in the sky and crashing towards Yitian Mountain again. Along the way, tribulations rained down and hit Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, causing loud crackling sounds. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage defended as it charged down relentlessly. It could protect itself from the tribulations. At this moment, Yitian Mountain had already collapsed. turning into a ruin. Yitian Mountain's demonic path GU masters were all heavily injured or dead. Corpses were everywhere. It was a terrible sight. Fang Yuan took a glance and then stopped looking at these lowly mortals. His eyes were shining with cold light. At this point, he was still unwilling to give up. The earlier suppression failed, but Fang Yuan still had a chance. Great strength, true martial immortal zombie, you are mine. Graceful chaotic dual stage was about to charge down again, when a second immortal GU house blocked Fang Yuan's path. This immortal GU house was entirely black. It gave off a metallic luster. It was also in the form of a fortress. But it was not as grand as Sacred Feather City. It was a battle fort that was forged with steel. To compare them, Sacred Feather City was like a gentlemanly prince, while this immortal GU house was a warrior clad in steel armor. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He gritted his teeth and charged down again. He had to race against time. The more time the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had, the more he could recover to a better state. With a huge sound that could burst eardrums, the two immortal GU houses crashed into each other. A huge shock wave was generated, blasting out in all directions. The shock waves caused rocks from the mountain to fly away. Among them were the corpses of GU masters. The two immortal GU houses were in a deadlock. Even though graceful chaotic dual stage had a powerful charge, the iron fortress-like immortal GU house could barely hold it off. Both sides were contesting. The iron fortress immortal GU house was slowly pushed back, but graceful chaotic dual stage was losing its momentum. Graceful chaotic dual stage is a ranked 7 immortal GU house. This other immortal GU house is likely also ranked 7, specialized in defense. Fang Yuan had a realization. He sighed, knowing that he had lost his opportunity. He had tried hard, but because of obstructions, he did not succeed. This amount of time was enough for the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie to break free from the force of Fang Yuan's suppression and recover. Fang Yuan's attempt failed. He immediately tried to retreat, leaving this troublesome place. Turning around, graceful chaotic dual stage flew into the sky. Fang Yuan did not fly directly upwards. He crashed towards the southeast direction. The third and fourth immortal GU houses appeared consecutively. These two immortal GU houses were small. One was filled with blood-red light, in the shape of a chariot. The other was dark and eerie. It was an old castle with gray tiles and white walls. 4 immortal GU houses trapped graceful chaotic dual stage, which Fang Yuan was controlling. Fang Yuan charged in all directions, but he was obstructed by the 4 immortal GU houses. He could not gather enough force to charge out of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Inside graceful chaotic dual stage, Fang Yuan's expression was dark. He did not expect Shadow Sect to make such a huge move. An immortal GU house was already very rare. Shadow Sect actually took out 4 immortal GU houses. What were they trying to do by being so relentless? Even though the situation was not in his favor, Fang Yuan was still calm. The enemy might be strong, but it was not a desperate situation yet, because one party had not joined the fight yet. Fang Yuan looked into the sky from time to time. He was waiting. Would Heavenly Court fail to deduce that Shadow Sect was attacking early? Even if they failed, by this time, they should have arrived. When Heavenly Court's GU Immortals attack, the situation would be chaotic. Fang Yuan would be able to take advantage of the confusion. But Heavenly Court's GU Immortals, why are they not attacking yet? Fang Yuan thought as he reduced graceful chaotic dual stage's power purposely. The immortal GU house that was shining with bright red light turned from brilliant to faint. At once, the situation changed. Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage was suppressed by 4 immortal GU houses. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes were shining with white light that gradually faded. He used Heaven Overseeing Tower earlier to make a deduction. It had just ended. He smiled coldly. The person inside graceful chaotic dual stage is an otherworldly demon. His name is Gu Fang Yuan. The destruction of Imperial Court blessed land and the collapse of 88 Truyong building had been done by him. This person seems to have some sort of relationship with Red Lotus Demon Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Don't think that he is being suppressed in this current scenario. He is just acting so that we will strike. Oh, then, are Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect allies or enemies? Is their intense battle just an act? Lien Ju Sheng asked in confusion. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord waved his hand. I am not interested in Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect's relationship. It is not important. Since he wants to lure us to attack, let's do it. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation is part of the enemy's crucial plan. I have already deduced that they have obtained that final key immortal zombie. Everyone, come with me, activate Heaven Overseeing Tower and destroy the formation, ruin the enemy's scheme. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord called out and everyone responded, they were full of intent to fight. The Heavenly Court GU immortals around him all had stern expressions, they attacked together. A beam of light shot towards the 10 extreme formation. I wanted to use Fang Yuan to prevent the Heavenly Court GU immortals from attacking, so as to stall for time. It seems that such a shallow scheme cannot deceive these Heavenly Court members. Attack, Envoy Blue, or 7-star child. Ordered as he thought over Shadow Sect situation. Good, Heavenly Court is attacking. Fang Yuan was just starting to feel joy when he saw 3 more immortal GU houses emerging. One was a pavilion with red bricks and green tiles. One was a manor with white traces flying around. One was an altar with shiny golden lights. The 3 immortal GU houses worked together to resist the attack from Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fang Yuan did not know what to say. Since when did immortal GU houses become so commonplace? They were emerging one after another, what were they planning to do? Fang Yuan's sense of unease was growing. He had thought that the mysteries behind the Battle of Yitian Mountain were as deep as a lake. But to think that this place was as deep as an ocean. The hidden details simply ran too deeply. In the 500 years of his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, a battle of such a scale numbered to less than 5. Good, good, good. Sacred Feather City, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Manor, Golden Altar, 7 immortal GU houses were forced out by my one move. From inside Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice could be heard. He exposed the names of Shadow Sect's immortal GU house, his voice was loud as thunder, it could be heard over the surrounding thousands of li. Now then, we will let you see the might of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted as the heavens shook. Rank 9 immortal GU house, Heaven Overseeing Tower, activated fully. There was no warning. The sky turned white, the world turned white, even Fang Yuan, who was inside graceful chaotic dual stage, at this moment, could only see white. Light was everywhere, white light, it filled the entire world, all the space in this world was filled with white light. The light seemed harmless, Fang Yuan did not even feel a sense of danger. This, what sort of attack? When the white light faded, Fang Yuan regained his senses slowly. Taking a look, his body shook. In the sky, debris of these immortal GU houses was falling down. The falling debris turned back into countless GU worms as they fell. Not a single GU worm survived. The corpses of these GU worms fell in the air, scattering everywhere. The most mysterious thing was, from the outside, these dead GU worms did not have any injuries, but they had lost all traces of life. The 3 immortal GU houses closest to Heaven Overseeing Tower, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Manor, and Golden Altar had broken apart. The remaining immortal GU houses were also heavily damaged. But overall, Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage had suffered the least damage. Did Heavenly Court spare me? Fang Yuan had a thought but he quickly denied it. HMPH. Otherworldly Demon, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord gave graceful chaotic dual stage a look as he directed his attention towards the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. The move earlier had activated Fate Immortal GU, creating an incredibly strong attack. This was an attack that carried the power of fate. Fate was predestined. If one is not fated, no matter how hard they work, they will not achieve anything. If fate decrees that you fail, you will fail. This was an unavoidable attack. It could have destroyed the 10 extreme formation, but these 3 immortal GU houses sacrificed themselves and endured the attack. In contrast, from the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, Ying Wuxia had flown out. His spot was taken over by the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. After being suppressed for so many years, I faced such a great enemy upon escaping. Ha ha ha, I like it. The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie raised his head and laughed. He pointed at Heaven Overseeing Tower, shouting, "Scoundrels from Heavenly Court, come. Celebrate my resurrection." The fully completed 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation activated. Dark clouds formed, covering the entire battlefield, spreading out endlessly at a rapid speed. All 10 of the extreme immortal zombies were hidden in the dark clouds, their traces were gone. Countless immortal apertures were drawn out by the mystical power of the formation, they resembled starlight. These immortal apertures were left behind after the southern border GU immortals died. The immortal apertures went into the deep part of the dark clouds and gathered. Countless GU worms, both immortal and mortal, were flying about inside the dark clouds. At this point, Fang Yuan finally understood something. So this 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation is actually a refinement path GU formation. What is Shadow Sect trying to refine? They actually use the southern border GU immortals immortal apertures as the refinement materials. Such a method was simply unheard of. The high and mighty GU immortals were like ants now, casually killed and used to refine GU. Even Fang Yuan, with his 500 years of experience, had never seen something like this. Shadow Sect, a mysterious force hidden in the depths of history, its true motive and plan that had been ongoing for countless years was finally going to show itself. Chapter 1005, Thousand-Year Traitor, Stalling. You actually activated this formation in front of us. Even though you were once invincible in the world, you are already dead now. If you do not respect us, so be it, but such a heaven-defying act to transgress against heaven's will, how can we let you succeed? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted, gathering the strength of the Heavenly Court Immortals to use Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attack again. Endure it, the Shadow Sect Immortals, who had predicted, this activated their immortal GU houses and charged up. The world turned white, the attack from fate could not be defended against. After recovering his senses, Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, his face was purple gold in color. Even though he was an otherworldly demon, he was still a part of the world and under its influence, his injuries were only less severe than others. Taking another look, Fang Yuan saw that the immortal GU house's Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, and Nightmare Castle had broken apart, turning into fragments and falling from the sky. Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage had also suffered huge losses even though it was inside the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Up to 1,000 mortal GU had died, 2 immortal GU were on the verge of death, they already could not be used. 3 out of 7 of the dual stage's edges had broken apart. But Fang Yuan was happy about this. He wanted Heavenly Court to continue attacking this 10 extreme formation. Once there was an opening, he could escape. The situation was getting clearer, evidently, Heavenly Court's GU immortals were here for Shadow Sect. If Fang Yuan escaped now, Heavenly Court's GU immortals would not have the spare energy to attack him. Under Fang Yuan's expectant gaze, Heaven Overseeing Tower was surrounded in white light once again. The white light gathered and became thicker. When it accumulated to its maximum capacity, it would unleash Fate's strongest attack again. By then, the 10 extreme formation would definitely be breached. With a burst of wind, Sacred Feather City moved towards Fang Yuan to crash into him. You are not dealing with Heavenly Court's GU immortals, but approaching me instead, Fang Yuan snickered, but did not fight the other party. He craftily maneuvered graceful chaotic dual stage, dodging everywhere and awaiting the next attack of Heavenly Court's GU immortals. Suddenly, Heaven Overseeing Tower shook immensely, the accumulated white light exploded and vanished. Heaven Overseeing Tower was covered in blemishes, it was heavily damaged. The Heavenly Court GU immortals in the tower were spitting out blood, facing the damage of the backlash. In Sacred Feather City, 7-Star Child's voice could be heard, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you fell for our trap. At this moment, in Sacred Feather City, there were more than 10 Shadow Sect GU immortals, with Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, and Ying Wuxia at the lead. The other 6 immortal GU houses were destroyed, but Shadow Sect's GU immortals used some space path method to escape, gathering in this final immortal GU house, Sacred Feather City. With the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, and having planned for so long, it was not strange that Shadow Sect could do this with their territorial advantage. How can this be? Fang Yuan saw the damage and was shocked and doubtful. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the Heavenly Court GU immortals reacted one by one. Heaven Overseeing Tower is a rank 9 immortal GU house, how can it be damaged so heavily? Earlier, Shadow Sect did not strike, that means Heaven Overseeing Tower itself has a problem. There are traitors in Heavenly Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was grim as he looked at Bai Chen Tian and Lian Zhusheng fixedly. After Sword Immortal Bo Qing awakened, sword lights rampaged over Central Continent, one had cut Heaven Overseeing Tower. To prevent the sword chi from destroying more GU worms and causing bigger damage, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had repaired it with Bai Chen Tian and Lian Zhusheng. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had no issues, of course, thus, the traitor was either Bai Chen Tian or Lian Zhusheng. Hearing Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words, the other GU Immortals reacted, quickly moving away from these two suspects, encircling them in the process. Wait, how can I be a traitor from Shadow Sect? Bai Chen Tian's expression was shocked and furious. He defended himself. To join Heavenly Court, there are countless trials to go through. Heavenly Court has already existed for 3 million years, since when had any traitors appeared? Maybe this is a method from Shadow Sect. The urgent matter now is to destroy this refinement path formation. We must not fall for Shadow Sect's scheme of sowing dissension. Bai Chen Tian's expression was sincere, his anxiety could not be concealed. Ha ha ha! Lian Zhusheng beside him laughed loudly, his expression was dark as he looked around, speaking eerily, precisely because it was created 3 million years ago, any strict test or trial is already too outdated. How hard can it be to infiltrate Heavenly Court? Lian Zhusheng, you! Bai Chen Tian shouted, taking a step back in shock. So Lian Zhusheng is the traitor. Are you Lian Zhusheng, or someone else? Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were preparing themselves for a fight, but nobody made a move yet. Lian Zhusheng never existed in the first place. You want to stop me? Not even the rank 9 Immortal GU house can succeed. He, survive this first. Saying this, Lian Zhusheng died. A large burst of green wind blew out from within him. With his identity exposed, Lian Zhusheng immediately suicided, destroying his immortal aperture and creating the winds of assimilation. Such resolution and boldness, he was just like Qin Bai Sheng. Winds of assimilation could assimilate everything, they were extraordinary. But this was the internal space of the rank 9 Immortal GU House Heaven Overseeing Tower. Before the winds of assimilation grew any further, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord and the others spent a great deal of effort to quickly quell the winds. But Lian Zhusheng's death did not simply only create this wind. Since there were traitors in Heavenly Court, was Lian Zhusheng the only one? Were there others? The United Heavenly Court GU Immortals were starting to have trust issues. Heavenly Court's investigative methods have not been modified for many years. According to his ability, it is not impossible to infiltrate Heavenly Court. A Heavenly Court GU Immortal said gravely. Is Heaven Overseeing Tower's damage severe? More people were concerned about this. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shook his head. 40% of Heaven Overseeing Tower was destroyed. We cannot use the attack from earlier again. If we attempt to force its use, it will only lead to Heaven Overseeing Tower breaking apart. After Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said that, he sighed deeply. If it were not for Fate GU being incomplete, Shadow Sect would definitely not succeed. Although one had to admit that the creation of an undercover agent by Shadow Sect was simply brilliant. Lian Zhusheng had been there for 1,000 years, nobody had ever suspected him. Once he took action, he temporarily destroyed Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attacking method. Of course, the underlying cause for this was Shadow Sect exploiting Red Lotus Demon Venerable's achievement. If Fate Immortal GU was fully intact, Heaven Overseeing Tower would be able to stop its own attack, there would be no backlash. Everyone, the traitor is already exposed, why are you still encircling me? Bai Chen Tian could not bear to remain in this state, he asked this. The Immortals finally reacted, apologizing as they left the encirclement. But Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were not completely trusting of Bai Chen Tian, some of their gazes towards him carried deep suspicion. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord saw this and was alarmed and fearful, he quickly spoke to control the situation. Everyone, listen to me, do not be suspicious of one another. Lian Zhusheng was merely exaggerating, if he could continue to lurk, how could he expose himself? If Heavenly Court had many spies, Heaven Overseeing Tower would have been destroyed long ago. Why would they only reach this point? The morale of the Immortals rose, realizing at once. So close, we almost fell for their scheme. Tower Lord is right, it is Shadow Sect's limit to achieve this much. If Lian Zhusheng could really resist our investigative methods, why would he expose himself in suicide? He had no confidence, this shows that our methods are still useful. Let's not consider how Lian Zhusheng got into Heavenly Court for now. The urgent matter now is the formation down there. Heaven Overseeing Tower might have lost its strongest attack, but we still have hope. As long as we work together, the power of a rank 9 Immortal GU house can still destroy their schemes. The Immortals were all experienced veterans. After discussing, their morale was raised once again. Heaven Overseeing Tower was activated, crashing down like a meteor. Shadow Sect did not block it, they opened a gap in the formation and allowed Heaven Overseeing Tower to get in. Fang Yuan wanted to leave, but was obstructed by Sacred Feather City. Thus, inside the formation, 3 immortal GU houses engaged in a chaotic battle. Even though the rank 9 Heaven Overseeing Tower was heavily damaged, it was still an overlord, it charged around with an unstoppable might. Shadow Sect used the power of Sacred Feather City and the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation to barely contest with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was maneuvering graceful chaotic dual stage, with evasion as his priority. Compared to before, Fang Yuan's predicament was much better now. Because Shadow Sect and Heavenly Court had both suffered immense losses. As Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon, his losses were actually the smallest among them. No need to rush, Shadow Sect and Heavenly Court are irreconcilable enemies, they will continue to fight intensely. As they continue to weaken themselves, I will have an opportunity. Right now, my priority is to preserve my strength. Fang Yuan assessed. No need to be hasty, as long as we are inside the formation, the other party needs to focus their attention on Heaven Overseeing Tower. The longer we drag, the stronger the calamities and tribulations, and the higher our chances of winning. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord looked at the situation and explained to the Heavenly Court Immortals. Stall. Inside Sacred Feather City, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing called out. 7-Star Child continued. That's right, we have Ying Wuxia. The longer we drag this on, the higher his cultivation level, and the stronger his Dream Path killer move. Dream Path is beyond this era, even Heaven Overseeing Tower cannot defend against it. Against Dream Path attacks, it would have almost no defense. Are you talking about me? Ying Wuxia stared with wide-opened eyes, pointing at himself. 7-Star Child nodded. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord cannot deduce your actual situation. The only concern now is, the higher your cultivation level, the more sophisticated your killer move, Led Soul into Dream, becomes. But this immortal killer move needs more GU worms to become stronger, the activation process also becomes more complex. You need to use it properly, there cannot be a mistake. Ying Wuxia breathed in deeply, waving his hands with a fearful look. Uncle Zombie, I am getting nervous after hearing that. Coincidentally, Shadow Sect, Heavenly Court, and Fang Yuan, all 3 of them were thinking of stalling for time. But in the end, who would get the last laugh? Chapter 1006. Continuously going in and out. Waves and waves of lightning strikes rained down continuously. Before the previous wave dissipated, the next wave struck. The entire sky was like a dark blue forest. This forest made entirely of lightning was covered in dark clouds. The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation had already turned into dark clouds. The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombies inside could not be found at all. This made Fang Yuan's plan of attacking the formation cores a failure. In the dark clouds, 3 meteor-like immortal GU houses circled around one another, clashing from time to time, or attacking with a long-range method. All of them were patiently waiting for an opportunity, but whose tactic would emerge victorious. As the tribulations increased in strength, the 10 Extreme formation was starting to fall short, the dark clouds had scattered slightly after being struck by lightning. But it had not reached the level of weakness that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord wanted. Because the 3 sides were restricting one another, Fang Yuan's opportunity never came. Okay, I have ranked 7 cultivation level now. Inside Sacred Feather City, Ying Wuxia spoke cheerfully. Good, we will deal with Fang Yuan first and take graceful chaotic dual stage. 7-Star Child replied. Ying Wuxia nodded. Shadow Sect had specially designed the Dream Path killer move, Led Soul into Dream, for him. They had prepared a set of GU worms, every rank of cultivation would have a corresponding version of Led Soul into Dream. Why were they dealing with Fang Yuan first instead of Heavenly Court's GU Immortals? Firstly, Fang Yuan only had ranked 6 cultivation level, he was easier to deal with. Furthermore, he had control of Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. Once he was dealt with, they would obtain Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage to fight against Heaven Overseeing Tower. Secondly, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were also stalling, they were not emitting strong pressure on Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect's GU Immortals realized this and were going to make use of it. Thirdly, Ying Wuxia was only rank 7, his lead soul into Dream was still ineffective against rank 8 GU Immortals. If Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were attacked by it in advance, they would have time to try and deduce the killer move, they might be able to resolve it later. Ying Wuxia's expression was serious as he started to use lead soul into dream. Don't be nervous, do it slowly. You can do it, good luck. The other Shadow Sect GU Immortals were more nervous than Ying Wuxia himself. Rank 7 Dream Path Killer Move, lead soul into dream. Under the Immortals' expectant gazes, Ying Wuxia did not disappoint them, he successfully activated the Dream Path Killer Move. Lead soul into dream's power was sent towards graceful chaotic dual stage formlessly. Fang Yuan was caught unprepared, he fell into a dream realm after being hit. In the pavilion on the lake, star constellation Immortal Venerable was singing while playing her zither. Similar to the first two times, this time, a new wave of information somehow went into Fang Yuan's mind. Spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams, where can one rest in peace? Spectral night, soul into endless dreams, so the truth behind Shadow Sect is like this. Fang Yuan's body and mind shook. Weird. At the same time, Ying Wuxia scratched his head inside Sacred Feather City, having a strange expression on his face. What is it? You did not succeed, the other Immortals asked. They were extremely concerned about Ying Wuxia's performance. Ying Wuxia shook his head. They fell asleep and entered a dream, but this Immortal Killer Move's effect is different from what was predicted. Shadow Sect's GU Immortals relaxed. Ying Wuxia, this is the first time you are using the rank 7 lead soul into dream. It is normal for it to be different from your expectations. Since we succeeded, we should use the opportunity to obtain this Immortal GU house. Sacred Feather City moved, turning around and charging towards graceful chaotic dual stage. At the same time, the dark clouds rumbled intensely, the 10 extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation coordinated with Sacred Feather City's movement. However, just as Sacred Feather City was about to hit graceful chaotic dual stage, Ying Wuxia's eyes opened wide. Oh no, he escaped from it. Lead soul into dream would have a wondrous effect against any other GU Immortal. But against Fang Yuan specifically, it had little effect. Because among all the Immortals here, Fang Yuan's dream path attainment was second to Ying Wuxia's. He had his 500 years of memories, and he had the special Immortal Killer move, Unravel Dream. However, this move was only rank 6, Lead soul into dream was rank 7, it was superior. According to common sense, Fang Yuan should not be able to escape. But the dream realm he was in was very strange. Seemingly, because it was star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, the difficulty was very low. If one use of Unravel Dream was not enough, he would use Unravel Dream more. Fang Yuan had many Dream Path Mortal GU, he could expend them a huge number of times to use the killer move Unravel Dream. The action of collecting the spring dream fruits had given Fang Yuan immense returns at this moment. But it was too late when Fang Yuan escaped from the dream. At the next moment, graceful chaotic dual stage was sent flying. Fang Yuan could not stand stably, he fell inside the Immortal GU house. But he had regained his senses, he quickly made graceful chaotic dual stage fly upwards, causing Sacred Feather City's plan of immobilizing the Immortal GU house to fail. How could he escape? That was lead soul into dream. Shadow Sect's Immortals shouted, their expressions were like they had seen something unthinkable. This situation was too unexpected. Ying Wuxia scratched his head, he was worried too. Let me try again. Immortal Killer move, lead soul into dream. Fang Yuan was hit again. In the pavilion on the lake, star constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Fang Yuan, her eyes were deep like pools, her smile was light and mysterious. Her hands were holding her zither. But this time, she did not sing. The music of the zither was clear and beautiful, but Fang Yuan did not have the time to enjoy it, he knew that he was in the dream realm, how could he stay any longer? After using the killer move Unravel Dream countless times, he escaped from this dream realm. What is going on? Inside Sacred Feather City, Ying Wuxia screamed, he was being driven crazy. Just as Sacred Feather City was about to get close to graceful chaotic dual stage, Fang Yuan woke up again, manipulating the Immortal GU house and escaping. Sacred Feather City was more damaged than graceful chaotic dual stage, its speed was slower now. Try again. 7-star Child's expression was grim, he had a vague guess in his mind but he did not give up. Ying Wuxia quickly nodded, activating the killer move again. Damn it, this is too troublesome. The other party's dream path attainment is beyond this era. Lead soul into dream, even if I am inside the Immortal GU house, I cannot defend against it, I get hit every time. Fang Yuan's expression was not any better than that of 7-star Child. As time passed, there were bound to be improvements. Immemorial, remote antiquity, olden antiquity, during those times, the world of human GU immortals was still not as strong as now. Of course, the rank 9 venerables were special cases, they were not considered in this. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Dream Path was flourishing, dream realms were everywhere. Many of the immortal GU houses that super forces owned had added Dream Path GU worms into them. To defend against methods of Dream Path, they were effective. But graceful chaotic dual stage, which Fang Yuan owned now, originated from that mysterious GU immortal from the past. It was older than the current era, it could not defend against lead soul into dream. Immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Inside Sacred Feather City, Ying Wuxia shouted again. How is it? The immortals looked at Ying Wuxia. Ying Wuxia nodded with certainty, he is inside the dream. Attack! Bo Qing shouted, as Sacred Feather City got close to graceful chaotic dual stage. But graceful chaotic dual stage dodged at the nick of time again. What is going on? Didn't he go in? Why is his reaction faster this time? 7-star child frowned. He went in. No, he came out. Ying Wuxia stammered. The immortals were speechless. Inside graceful chaotic dual stage. Oh old bai, at this crucial moment, I need to depend on you, my ally. Fang Yuan had just come out of the dream realm, he patted Tai Bai Yunsheng's shoulder. A moment ago, Fang Yuan knew that Shadow Sect would not let go of him, they were sure to drag him into the dream again. Even though he could escape, he had to spend time for that. During this moment, graceful chaotic dual stage had no one to manipulate it, the other party could attack in the meantime. Thus, Fang Yuan brought out Tai Bai Yunsheng to reinforce him. Earlier, graceful chaotic dual stage could escape because Tai Bai Yunsheng was controlling it. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation restricted space path methods, fixed immortal travel could not be used. But before Fang Yuan came here, he had already sent Tai Bai Yunsheng into his own immortal aperture. Meanwhile, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan were hiding inside Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan, you are taking too huge of a gamble. Tai Bai Yunsheng manipulated the immortal GU house as he said with shock. Even though he had observed the battlefield through Fang Yuan, this old man was shocked beyond words at the involvement of Shadow Sect in Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan laughed. The other party has dream path methods, they might target you. Call out Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan. At the next moment, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan emerged. They had complex emotions on their faces, but among which, it was mostly shock. Looking around, He Lu Lan said, Fang Yuan, you are really good at putting yourself in danger. Her tone had a hint of admiration. Fairy Li Shan, however, said, Oh Fang Yuan, you are dragging us into a pit of fire. Fang Yuan smiled, waving his hand and saying grandly, what are you afraid of? When two tigers fight, one will definitely be injured. With you helping me, the other party cannot do anything to me. With the protection of the immortal GU house, we might have a chance of victory. Afterwards, you will be heavily rewarded. He Lu Lan nodded, she did not speak anymore. Her eyes were shining with bright light, she was assessing graceful chaotic dual stage. Fairy Li Shan felt hugely vexed internally. Because of the new alliance agreement, she had to come. Earlier, Fang Yuan had used Yi Tian Mountain and graceful chaotic dual stage to coax them into lurking in Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture. To think that the situation had already developed beyond Fairy Li Shan's imagination. Through the immortal GU house, they could see the battlefield outside. This famous GU immortal who had made countless connections in northern plains was feeling great trepidation now. Like what Tai Bai Yunsheng had said earlier, Fang Yuan was taking too huge of a gamble. Could Fairy Li Shan not feel trepidation? Chapter 1007. Everyone's abilities against the Grand Tribulation. Fairy Li Shan, can you contact Blazing Heaven Demoness now? Fang Yuan observed the battlefield through the immortal GU house and asked. In the current situation, the more reinforcements they had, the better. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not part of the new alliance agreement, this was likely He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan's arrangement, to guard against Fang Yuan. But at this moment, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan were both stuck in here, would they not want Blazing Heaven Demoness to assist them? Fairy Li Shan knew that they had fallen for Fang Yuan's scheme, she rolled her eyes and tried to contact her. In a moment, her expression was pale as she shook her head, no. This 10 extreme formation is amazing. It can even restrict my information path methods. Fang Yuan nodded, He did not speak, instead he thought, it seems that only after breaking out of the formation can we contact this strong ally. Actually, even if Blazing Heaven Demoness could come, Fang Yuan would not feel assured in letting her stay in the Immortal GU house. But if she was outside, it was too dangerous, nor could it be justified to not let her in. Ignoring Blazing Heaven Demoness for now, with the assistance of He Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, and Fairy Li Shan, Shadow Sect could not take down Fang Yuan. And to deal with Heaven Overseeing Tower, the rank 7 Ying Wuxia was not strong enough. As they continued to stall, the tribulations got stronger. Heavenly tribulations fell one after another, there was no repetition. Suddenly, golden light shot out from the sky, shining brightly. A series of crisp cracking sounds occurred. Tens of thousands of golden Vajra pearls descended from the sky in an endless fashion. Grand Tribulation, Shadow Sect's GU Immortals were all taken aback. Ha ha ha, this is the relic Vajra Tribulation. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals laughed as they stroked their beards, they knew what this tribulation was. This tribulation had surpassed the levels of the 10 great catastrophes. Catastrophes like the Snow War Tribulation lightning were still within the limits of a heavenly tribulation. But this relic Vajra Tribulation was stronger than a heavenly tribulation, it was a grand tribulation. After GU Masters ascend to Immortal, they are troubled by calamities and tribulations. According to the time in their immortal aperture, once in a while, calamities and tribulations would occur. Calamities and tribulations contain both disaster and fortune. If one could not pass them, they might die, but if they pass, their foundation would deepen, their cultivation level would rise. Among which, ranked 6 GU Immortals had Green Grape Immortal Essence. They faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years, after 3 heavenly tribulations, they would become rank 7. Rank 7 GU Immortals had Red Date Immortal Essence. They faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years, they would become rank 8. As for rank 8 GU Immortals, their immortal apertures would create White Lychee Immortal Essence. They faced a heavenly tribulation every 10 years, a grand tribulation every 50 years, and a myriad tribulation every 100 years. After 3 myriad tribulations, they would become the invincible rank 9 GU Immortals. Earthly calamities, heavenly tribulations, grand tribulations, myriad tribulations, the calamities and tribulations were ranked according to increasing strength. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were already very dangerous, grand tribulations were even more terrifying. Countless GU Immortals had died because of them, being wiped out of existence. Thus, every GU Immortal expert was wary and careful. They worked day and night to cultivate in great difficulty, facing this pressure. As for myriad tribulations, there was a term in the cultivation world, known as apocalyptic myriad tribulations. It was extremely difficult for GU Immortals to survive them. Once someone survives a myriad tribulation, it would be an incredible glory. GU Immortals from all over would look up to and admire them. In the long history of humanity, there were only 10 people who had passed 3 myriad tribulations. They were the 10 Venerables. Sword Immortal Bo Qing had passed 2 myriad tribulations and was highly favored to become a Sword Path Immortal Venerable. He failed once on this 3rd tribulation and barely survived. When he tried again, he died. At present in Northern Plains, old ancestor Shui, who was desperately trying to pass the 1st myriad tribulation, he had spared no expenses in refining fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal GU. As for Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang, they were still far away from the 1st myriad tribulation. They might be old, but they had all used time path methods to slow the rate of time in their immortal apertures. Some GU Immortals fear calamities and tribulations, they even might spend a huge fortune to completely remove the tributary of the river of time in their immortal aperture. This way, the time in their immortal aperture would be completely still, the calamities and tribulations would not approach. But in that case, the immortal aperture would not be able to produce immortal essence, and without undergoing calamities and tribulations, the GU Immortals' Dao marks would not increase, their cultivation level would stagnate. And time path methods that stalled for time had drawbacks. They could not stay in the paused time for overly long, they had to pay even higher costs to maintain it. But in the current GU Immortal world, to prepare amply for tribulations, most GU Immortals would use time path methods to slow the time in the immortal aperture. Even expert GU Immortals were no exception. This was because, the higher the cultivation level, the greater the power of the calamities and tribulations, and the more dangerous they become. Most of the rank 8 GU immortals in Heavenly Court were sleeping during normal times. This hibernation was one of the best time-slowing methods in the world. For rank 8 GU immortals, they had to face a challenge that threatened them every 50 years, those were grand tribulations. Right now, in the sky, the first grand tribulation descended. Relic Vajra tribulation. Even though it was not directed at them, Heavenly Court's GU immortals felt joy but also deep wariness. Vajra pearls crashed into the dark clouds with crackling sounds. This thick dark cloud could be seen thinning at a rapid pace. Soon, the uppermost layer of dark clouds melted like ice that was mixed with hot water. Seeing this, Shadow Sect's immortals had grim expressions, their brows were knitted. Great, Heavenly Court's GU immortals smiled. They had used this stalling tactic, it had finally started to work. Even without us doing anything, the other party might lose already. Ha ha ha, Bai Chen Tian laughed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's gaze was deep, he said with admiration and deep emotions. The other party might have been extremely strong during his time, but how can he surpass heaven and earth? Humans should respect heaven and earth. Compared to it, what can the strength of a GU immortal do? Looking at the rank 9 GU venerables, which one of them could live forever? Respecting and revering heaven and earth, following the will of heaven, this is the true way of cultivation. Facing the might of the Grand Tribulation, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was slowly losing its sustainability. We cannot resist it head-on. The formation was controlled by people, it was naturally more flexible than the battlefield killer moves inside Yulu Blessed Land. The dark clouds opened up a space and let the Vajra pearls into the formation. The Vajra pearls hit the 3 immortal GU houses in the formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sneered, he knew that Shadow Sect was planning to make Heaven Overseeing Tower endure some of the pressure for them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was unwilling to see that happen. But he could do nothing. He was inside the formation, there was nothing he could do. He activated the Immortal GU house and tried to dodge. Fate Immortal GU is inside Heaven Overseeing Tower. One of the main materials in refining Fate Immortal GU is Heaven's will. And these tribulations are also due to the will of Heaven. Heaven Overseeing Tower, overseeing the world, we follow Heaven's will and uphold justice for Heaven. Thus, under the tribulations, Heaven Overseeing Tower suffers far less damage than the other Immortal GU houses. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord spoke. The implications of his words were very obvious, he wanted to continue stalling. When the 10 extreme formation reveals a flaw, he would activate the Immortal GU house and unleash a victorious attack. Towards this, the other Heavenly Court GU immortals had no objections. Oh no, right now, we have to endure more of the pressure, otherwise, the 10 extreme formation would not last until the end. So what if it's a grand tribulation? Our plan defies heaven. We had already seen such a thing from Dongfang Chongfan. The appearance of a grand tribulation was within our expectations. Sacrificing other immortal GU houses to protect this sacred feather city, it was for this moment. Shadow Sect's GU immortals showed resolute expressions, they were extremely prepared. Above Sacred Feather City, a faint light appeared. This light looked pink, but in truth, it was pure white, there was only a hint of pinkness. The strange thing was, this light made people feel a strong sense of warmth in their hearts. But in essence, this was not a light. It was a situation when the power of wishes was scattered. Each immortal GU house, even though were proficient in every aspect, had their respective specialties. For example, Dark Prison's specialty was in capturing, rearing, and enslaving desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. If its rank could be raised, it would also be able to subdue immemorial desolate beasts. Rank 9 Heaven Overseeing Tower's specialty was in unleashing the attack of fate, none of the targets could defend or resist it. Unfortunately, because of Rank 9 Immortal GU Fate's current condition, it could no longer be used. As for Sacred Feather City, the Immortal GU house that Shadow Sect spared no effort in obtaining, it had its specialty too. That was, it could absorb the power of wishes from past and present generations of Feathermen in the city, to automatically refine wish power Mortal GU. This Sacred Feather City had existed for a long time, occupied by the Feathermen. Generations after generations of Feathermen lived in the immemorial Green Heaven Fragment world. The stored wish power Mortal GU was incredibly large in number. Even though the Immortal Killer move Heavenly Wish already expended a large number of them, more than half was still left. Or rather, the Feathermen did not know of any other ways to use them. They did not, but Shadow Sect had an incredible background, it originated from long ago, it had a method. Thus, Sacred Feather City's wish power mortal GU were continuously activated, consumed without counting the cost. Wish power GU was a consumable GU. Obtaining the power of wishes, Sacred Feather City experienced growth in all aspects. It flew down and blocked the relic Vajra tribulation, helping the 10 extreme formation endure much of the pressure. What an amazing tribulation! In just a short time, graceful chaotic dual stage is already showing signs of breaking. He Lu Lan shouted. Fairy Li Shan's expression was ashen, her gaze was wavering. This grand tribulation was too terrifying, if she had to face it alone, she could only endure 2 or 3 pearls. But there were tens of thousands of Vajra pearls in this grand tribulation, and they were still growing in number, unceasingly. Fang Yuan laughed instead. Ha ha ha, I was waiting for this. I will show you the true power of graceful chaotic dual stage now. Absorb. At the next moment, thoughts exploded like fireworks in his mind, starlight was shining dazzlingly. All of his concentration and attention was on graceful chaotic dual stage. This immortal GU house could use time path methods to seal any attacks aimed at it, before sending them back at enemies. But this method, when used, needed the controller to be completely focused, the GU Immortal needed heavy concentration. Fang Yuan was not familiar with the Immortal GU house earlier, nor could he manipulate the Immortal GU house to move and deal with his enemies while using this method. But now, with Tai Bai Yun Sheng and the rest helping him, and with Sacred Feather City busy with the Grand Tribulation, Fang Yuan could finally find time to use graceful chaotic dual stage's unique power. Chapter 1008, Respective Sacrifices. Under Fang Yuan's control, graceful chaotic dual stage erupted with a dazzling red light. The red light enshrouded a large distance, burning like a raging inferno. A mysterious strength was spread over the fire, any Vajra tribulation pearl that hit the immortal GU house would be engulfed by the red light and sealed inside. The rank 9 immortal essence of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable allowed graceful chaotic dual stage to display its strongest ability. The whole immortal GU house shook intensely and started cracking. It was barely able to absorb the relic Vajra tribulation. After all, this was a grand tribulation. But Fang Yuan still succeeded. More and more Vajra pearls were controlled by him, sealed inside graceful chaotic dual stage temporarily. However, Fang Yuan had to pay a huge price for this. We battled for so long, but the portion of Giant Sun's immortal essence I took out was not expended by even 30%. But after absorbing 100 Vajra pearls, all of that portion of Giant Sun's immortal essence was expended. The rapid expenditure of Giant Sun's immortal essence caused Fang Yuan to be inwardly shocked. But right now was not the time to be distressed over the loss, he took out more of Giant Sun's immortal essence. Graceful chaotic dual stage moved freely, not only was it safe in the Grand Tribulation, it also absorbed even more Vajra pearls, its strength continuing to increase instead. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal GU house with astonishing defense, and with Fate Immortal GU as its core, it had a defensive effect against calamities and tribulations. But Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage, under the effect of Giant Sun's immortal essence, was able to display extraordinary might, displaying the wonders of time path. Its strength did not decrease but increased. After a wave of this grand tribulation, Shadow Sect's Sacred Feather City suffered the biggest damage. Even if they had used large numbers of Wish Power Mortal GU, it could not match Fang Yuan and Heavenly Court. The relic Vajra tribulation continued for 8 minutes before stopping abruptly. Without letting the three sides have time for a breather, a second wave of tribulation descended. Circles of light lit up in the sky. From within the circles of light, multiple giant deer charged out. Each of these deer were the size of an elephant. Their bodies were translucent, seemingly formed from white light. Immemorial Desolate Beast, Destiny Light Deer. This was a grand tribulation formed from immemorial desolate beasts. Every immemorial desolate beast could match a rank 8 GU immortal. And now there was a whole 22 of these deer. That is to say, there were 22 beasts of rank 8 battle strength. No doubt, even if these deer did not have any wild immortal GU on them, this grand tribulation's power was much more terrifying than the first wave. The light deer group galloped towards the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. In an instant, Shadow Sect's group paled. A gap quickly expanded in the 10 extreme formation, letting half of the deer group enter inside. Destiny Light Deer have 9 colors corresponding to the immemorial 9 heavens. These deer are all white light deer. It seems they should come from white heaven. Destiny light deer have gentle natures, they are named in beautiful legends where they carried humans to the heavens. Who would have thought that under the influence of heaven's will, these deer would go berserk and be filled with intent to battle? Despite Heavenly Court's GU immortals not wanting to participate, by being in this situation, they were unable to evade and were also involved. Fang Yuan controlled graceful chaotic dual stage to retreat to the edge of the battle. These light deer were alive, he was unable to use the immortal GU house to seal them. The attacks that could be sealed by graceful chaotic dual stage using the mysteries of time path were things like wind, water, earth and fire, not beasts. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had captured many Vajra pearls earlier, he used them now to force the deer away. In the second wave of tribulations, Heavenly Court's situation was best, Fang Yuan second, and Shadow Sect had the heaviest pressure on them, their situation extremely critical. At the crucial moment, it was immortal zombie Bo Qing who stood out. He activated famous and dazzling sword path killer moves like 5-finger fist heart sword, their power unstoppable and terrifying. Most of the Destiny light deer lost their lives on the spot under the slashes of sword lights. Even if they had wild immortal GU, it was of no use. Bo Qing was already dead, but his immortal zombie body was filled with an unimaginable number of sword path Dao marks. With the amplification of these Dao marks, even the same killer move would have completely different effects from when Qin Bai Sheng used it, the difference was gigantic. Immortal zombie Bo Qing persevered bitterly, finally letting Shadow Sect get through the second wave of grand tribulations. However, the dark clouds in the sky was already extremely sparse, the 10 extreme physique immortal zombies were no longer able to conceal themselves and were vaguely visible. The formation has already weakened to its lowest point, charge. Fang Yuan resolutely called out. Graceful chaotic dual stage shot out Vajra pearls, attempting to break the formation. On another side, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord also saw this good opportunity, and Heaven Overseeing Tower also moved out, adding insult to Shadow Sect's injury. What to do? Inside Sacred Feather City, Ying Wuxia had his head in his hands, unable to do anything to help. The expressions of Shadow Sect's other GU immortals were also ashen, the mood was extremely solemn. It was already the crucial moment between victory or defeat. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was completed, and would either succeed or fail, there was no other result. Once the formation was broken, everything would fall apart in succession. There is nothing else we can do, we can only sacrifice Zombie Alliance. 7-Star Child heaved a long sigh, before coming to a decision. The Zombie Alliance branches that were spread throughout the 5 regions were actually subordinate forces of Shadow Sect, like how the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were subordinates to Heavenly Court. It was just that Shadow Sect was extremely covert, many Zombie Alliance higher-ups were not even aware of it. This secret was hidden in the deepest parts of Zombie Alliance. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was the greatest plan of Shadow Sect, made by exhausting everything they had. At this moment, Shadow Sect was forced to make a painful sacrifice, giving up Zombie Alliance to salvage this situation. The backup plan was activated, one after another, figures appeared within the 10 extreme formation. These were immortal zombies from all the Zombie Alliance branches. Numerous rank 6, rank 7 and rank 8 zombies appeared, their numbers were shocking. This is, inside graceful chaotic dual stage, hey, Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yun Sheng and the rest were wide-eyed as they blurted out together. HMPH, sure enough, Shadow Sect was behind Zombie Alliance. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord frowned, killing intent surging within him, his gaze turning cold. Good. We will catch all these rebels that defy heavens will in one fell swoop. But unexpectedly, these immortal zombies did not seem to be in a conscious state and were like puppets controlled by wires. Before Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could make a move, they actually sacrificed themselves, turning into a portion of the 10 extreme formation. Big Sister, Fairy Li Shan howled in grief. Among these immortal zombies, she saw a blazing heaven demoness figure. But this rank 8 immortal zombie, the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, did not seem to be in a conscious state, showing a blank expression. Under the gazes of Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan, blazing heaven demoness also followed these immortal zombies, turning herself into immortal material, merging into the huge formation. Obtaining these immortal zombie bodies filled with Dao marks as well as countless immortal GU and immortal apertures, the 10 extreme formation's dark clouds condensed and instantly expanded, surpassing its previous peak state, and reaching an unprecedented level, almost covering the whole sky. Fairy Li Shan wept tears of sadness. He Lu Lan sank into silence. Fang Yuan frowned. The rank 8 reinforcement he was anticipating had died miserably in front of his eyes. Who could have those zombie alliance had such a relation to Shadow Sect? Even if someone had seen through the truth and spoke it out, who would believe them? Spreading throughout the 5 regions, an overlord among super forces, the huge zombie alliance was actually only a front for Shadow Sect. Previously, Shadow Sect issued a compulsory task to refine GU formations on a large scale. It was probably to scheme against Zombie Alliance's members. Tai Bai Yunsheng suddenly came to a realization, feeling his heart chilling at the sinister motive of Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan's expression was also unsightly. I had guessed the relation between Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance, but had not expected there to be such a situation. My previous life's memories misled me. After all, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, all the Zombie Alliance branches had existed. Such an immense cost, killing almost all the immortal zombies of the 5 regions, and making them into immortal materials to put in this 10 extreme formation. What do they want to refine? Could it be the legendary GU for eternal life? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord similarly had an extremely unsightly expression. The immortals from Heavenly Court behind him also showed worried expressions. Even if they were experienced and knowledgeable, with high status and power, they could not help but be awestruck by this astonishing move of Shadow Sect. From this moment onwards, the super force with the most GU immortals over the 5 regions, Zombie Alliance, was completely destroyed, dissipating in the wind. A piercing sound penetrated everyone's ears. The 3rd wave of grand tribulations had descended. Heaven's will was ferocious. No matter what Shadow Sect was trying to refine, it was clear that it was absolutely a heaven-defying thing and had already provoked the fury of Heaven's will. Even heaven and earth did not permit its creation. The 3rd wave of grand tribulations was much more terrifying than both the previous 2 grand tribulations combined. Sharp rain started falling from the sky. Every drizzle of rain was only half an inch long, but they were incomparably sharp as if they could pierce through everything in the world. Grand tribulation, absolute, piercing rain. The 10 extreme formation was reconstructed, but the dense rumbling dark clouds seemed to have suffered a huge blow, unable to regain their strength. Fang Yuan repeated the same thing, using Giant Sun's immortal essence to activate graceful chaotic dual stage to absorb the piercing rain. It was just that this time, he clearly felt the difficulty was many times higher than earlier. After holding on bitterly for a while, graceful chaotic dual stage was pierced in many places with large numbers of GU worms continuing to be sacrificed. If this continues, the immortal GU house can probably only last 15 minutes of time. He Lu Lan called out to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also did not have any good methods. Despite him already using all his strength and absorbing many attacks with graceful chaotic dual stage, he still was not able to protect everything. The arrow-like rain he was dealing with was only about 10% of the total. Shadow Sect was suffering most of the arrow-like rain. With this, anyone would know the terror of the Grand Tribulation. Under such a fatal predicament, rank 8 GU immortals absolutely would not have a good time. The 3rd wave ended. Sacred Feather City and graceful chaotic dual stage were both shattered. The remaining GU worms were stored by the respective GU immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower was filled with cracks, many times deeper than before. A corner of the tower had even completely crumbled apart. Everything is over. The final victor can only be Heavenly Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord laughed loudly, activating the strongest attack of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Unavoidable and unstoppable. At the next moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord saw. Under Heaven Overseeing Tower's attack, the formation cracked open. Shadow Sect's GU immortals suffered countless casualties. Fang Yuan and the rest also died together. Chapter 1009. Huge Hand. It's over. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stood on top of Heaven Overseeing Tower, looking at the battlefield. In his field of vision, Shadow Sect's Sacred Feather City had turned into rubble. Bo Qing, 7-Star Child and others had fallen to the ground as corpses. Graceful chaotic dual stage was heavily damaged. The GU immortals' corpses inside were mostly in pieces. Dark clouds faded. A beam of light shot down from the sky. It was shining with golden brilliance. Light burst out. This is what happens to those who defy Heaven's will. Ha ha ha. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord laughed loudly. But after a few seconds, he frowned, feeling suspicious that something was amiss. Oh wait, Heaven Overseeing Tower was damaged and cannot use Fate's strongest attack. Why did it manage to attack earlier? Also, I could not help but laugh earlier. that is not my normal behavior, what is going on? At this moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could vaguely hear some faint voices in the sky. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, wake up. Quickly wake up. Wake up, aren't I awake now? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord felt greatly surprised, the suspicion inside him grew. Suddenly, his body shook, he realized the truth. Oh no, I fell into their trap, everything that happened is not real, I am inside a dream realm. As he thought of this, he realized more and more issues. Both parties had died too easily. Especially Shadow Sect, they were backed by that person, after all. Furthermore, the other Heavenly Court GU Immortals were missing. In the entire tower, he was the only person. I can confirm that I am in a dream realm. However, how do I leave? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was anxious, even though he knew he was in a dream, he did not have unraveled dream like Fang Yuan, thus, he could not escape from the dream realm. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was sleeping soundly. Snore, snore, snore. He was snoring loudly, lying down on the concrete floor with a band of Heavenly Court's GU Immortals around him. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not only old, he was very tired. Earlier, in order to repair Fate Immortal GU, he consecutively refined GU, and later, he spent a lot of time repairing Heaven Overseeing Tower, protecting Heavenly Lotus Sect, and fought intensely with Bo Qing and the others. After that, he found Shadow Sect's secret mastermind and mobilized Heavenly Court's GU Immortals to use Heaven Overseeing Tower and enter White Heaven. He did not rest at all, traveling towards Yitian Mountain in southern border. And when he arrived, he had to control Heaven Overseeing Tower to engage in a huge battle. Thus, the moment he went into the dream realm, his entire body relaxed, he snored extremely loudly, he was in a deep sleep. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals surrounded Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord in the middle. They poured water on him, they used fire to burn him, they shouted until their throats were sore, they tried all methods, but he could not wake up. This was the power of Dream Path. It was beyond this era, just this one move could not be stopped. Even these rank 8 Heavenly Court GU Immortals had no way to resolve this. The scene was quite amusing. Outside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the battle was extremely heated, the sky turned dark, as the Grand Tribulation rumbled. Heaven Overseeing Tower floated in the sky, unmoving. Inside the tower, the Heavenly Court Immortals were anxious. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's soul was deeply in the dream, they had no methods to wake him. All they could do was to use some wisdom path methods to transmit to him, to try and get Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord to wake himself up. On Shadow Sect's side, the atmosphere was no longer as dreary, it was much more relaxed now. Ying Wuxia, good job. This is the power of Dream Path. Amazing. Ah, after so long, you finally have rank 8 cultivation level. Shadow Sect's GU Immortals surrounded Ying Wuxia, some of them relaxed, after all, the situation earlier was too dangerous. Some were in awe towards the power of Dream Path, some patted Ying Wuxia's shoulders and praised him continuously. After fighting for so long, Ying Wuxia with the pure dream reality seeker physique had advanced again, becoming a rank 8 Dream Path GU Immortal. Thus, he could use a rank 8 Immortal Killer move, Lead Soul into Dream. After 2 failures, during his 3rd attempt at this killer move, he finally succeeded, sending Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord into a dream. The effect was immediate, with Heaven Overseeing Tower stopping all movements, Shadow Sect's pressure was relieved greatly. 7-Star Child asked, how long will Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord be trapped for? Ying Wuxia answered, he is a rank 8 GU Immortal who has passed 1 myriad tribulation. The dream realm can only trap him for several minutes. But even if he escapes, I can still use the killer move to lead his soul into a dream once again. Good, Yan Shi did not create you in vain. 7-Star Child sighed. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower began to move again. What is going on? Shadow Sect's Immortals were shocked. Someone looked towards Ying Wuxia. Did Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord get out? Earlier, Ying Wuxia's attack was useless on Fang Yuan. He kept entering and exiting, this made the confidence of the Shadow Sect GU Immortals fall. But this time, Ying Wuxia shook his head, he was certain, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord is still in the dream. It seems that the other Heavenly Court GU Immortals are manipulating the tower instead. That was right, seeing that they could not wake up Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, the Heavenly Court GU Immortals took over Heaven Overseeing Tower. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was asleep, the entirety of Heaven Overseeing Tower did not belong to him alone. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable died, Heaven Overseeing Tower had become Heavenly Court's public property. Right now, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was fast asleep and unconscious. The other Heavenly Court GU Immortals had the rights to take over control of Heaven Overseeing Tower. But soon, Heaven Overseeing Tower stopped moving again. This was seen by Fang Yuan's group. He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan had doubtful and angry expressions. What is Heavenly Court trying to do? Fang Yuan's expression was grim. It seems that Shadow Sect used Dream Path methods to deal with the Heavenly Court GU Immortals, just like what they tried with me. But why didn't they target Heavenly Court's GU Immortals earlier? What is the point of considering this now? We do not have the Immortal GU House to protect us, and Shadow Sect has also lost Sacred Feather City. Only Heavenly Court still has Heaven Overseeing Tower. But they are obstructed by Shadow Sect. We are in grave danger. Fang Yuan, can you use fixed immortal travel again? Tai Bai Yunsheng was full of worries. I can't. Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing deeply. It seems that now, we are dead meat. He Lu Lan smiled bitterly. A harsh light shined in her eyes as she clenched her fists. It is a pity that He Cheng isn't dead yet. I cannot avenge my mother even up until death. Fang Yuan glanced at her. He did not speak. After the third grand tribulation, graceful chaotic dual stage and Sacred Feather City had broken apart. Only Heaven Overseeing Tower was left. Heavenly Court was the hope of Fang Yuan's side, but that hope had vanished. Not even considering a fourth grand tribulation, simply the 10 extreme formation was something Fang Yuan and the others could not hope to survive against. Is this really it? Fang Yuan inspected Spring-Autumn Cicada. Too little time had passed, it had not recovered much, it could not be used again. At this time, in the sky, the sound of a zither playing could be heard. Right now was daytime, but the sky was shining with endless starlight. The music entered the formation, into the GU Immortals' minds. Oh no, the 10 extreme formation also defends against sound path methods, but the formation cannot block this zither music at all. This is the fourth grand tribulation, zither mind tribulation. And the starlight in the sky, it is so bright even during daytime. This is the fifth grand tribulation, star flow tribulation. Why is it so dangerous? The fourth and fifth grand tribulations appeared together. Seeing this, Shadow Sect's GU Immortals shouted. They forgot about both Heavenly Court and Fang Yuan for the moment. In Heaven Overseeing Tower, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals also drew in deep breaths. The might of the grand tribulations increased according to the number of tribulations. The fourth tribulation, in terms of might, surpassed the first three grand tribulations together. As for the fifth star flow tribulation, it was stronger than Zither Mind Tribulation, Absolute Piercing Rain, Immemorial Light Deer, and Relic Vajra Tribulation combined. What is Shadow Sect trying to refine? They actually attracted such fury from heaven, to send down such terrifying disaster. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals and Fang Yuan had many questions. The two grand tribulations had not descended yet, they were still storing power. Shadow Sect's GU Immortals had grim expressions, they barely managed to endure the first three tribulations. And now, the fourth and fifth grand tribulations were here. Anyone could feel the deep animosity of heaven. It was not going to give Shadow Sect any way to live. What now? At once, Shadow Sect's GU Immortals were lost and helpless. Their immortal GU house was destroyed. The 10 extreme formation had suffered a huge blow from the third grand tribulation. Even if all the GU Immortals were sacrificed, they could not defend against these two grand tribulations. It seems that we are going to die in the grand tribulations after all. He Lu Lan sighed. Fang Yuan squinted. He had a different opinion. Regardless of what Shadow Sect was trying to refine, they had first created the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, killing Southern Borders GU Immortals to use their immortal apertures and bodies as GU refinement material, before sacrificing all of Zombie Alliance's members as fuel. Furthermore, they even lost 7 immortal GU houses. The price that Shadow Sect paid was unheard of. If Fang Yuan had not seen it himself, he would not believe it if anyone told him. Since they paid such a huge price, Shadow Sect was not going to give up. The zither music suddenly became louder, it was heard by everyone. The Immortals' expressions changed, they felt the world spinning, some of them fell down. The zither mind grand tribulation had started. In the sky, starlight gushed down like a huge blue tsunami, it extended over an endless distance, crashing down. Star flow grand tribulation, Shadow Sect's Immortals had firm expressions that were prepared for death, they encouraged each other as they charged forward. Only Ying Wuxia was left, dealing with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fang Yuan's side was on the ground. They had pale expressions, desperately resisting the power of the Zither Mind Grand Tribulation. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal GU house after all, it was still floating in the sky. Without an immortal GU house, how can we survive 2 grand tribulations? He, dying from the might of heaven and earth, it has to be more glorious than dying from old age in bed. Fairy Li Shan had a dazed expression, she looked at the sky, blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. She had already given up on resisting the Zither Mind Tribulation. The others were still desperately holding on. At this moment, an incredibly powerful aura with supreme strength burst out of the ruins of Yitian Mountain. An immortal aperture's entrance opened. This was Shadow Sect's blessed land. Earlier, the Shadow Sect headquarters that Bai Ning Bing could not find had already been placed here long ago. Feeling this aura, all of the GU Immortals' hearts shook. Even the rank 8 Heavenly Court GU Immortals had pale expressions, their eyes were full of fear. Shadow Sect's Immortals had overjoyed expressions. Our main body has appeared. A huge and monstrous ghostly hand moved out of the immortal aperture's entrance. The rank 9 aura grew immensely. A formless shock wave swept across the battlefield. Rocks broke and rumbled, dust and smoke rose. This is. He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng were tongue-tied. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had finally woken up. He felt immense pressure in his mind as he exposed the identity of the ghostly hand. Chapter 10:10. Embroidered Tower cannot block the demonic might. This ghostly hand that stretched out from life and death blessed land was extremely huge, like a hill. Its arm was not fully stretched out, more than half of it was still inside the door. Life and death blessed land's entrance was seemingly already open to the maximum, but only a small part of the ghostly hand could come out, as if it was stuck. Rank 9 aura, majestic and vast, spread out and engulfed. In all directions, Fang Yuan's side hurriedly retreated. Under the suppression of the rank 9 aura, they felt suffocation and had a fearful sensation that they were going to die from it. Looking at this huge hand again, it was dark like the depths of an abyss, terrifyingly sinister, and seemingly undulating with a dark blue light. What soul beast is this? It actually has such a terrifying aura. Not even immemorial soul beasts can match its aura. Could it be that the world has rank 9 soul beasts? He Lu Lan blurted out in shock. She still did not know the true identity of this ghostly hand. Impossible. Fairy Li Shan's expression was pale as paper as she retreated, speaking in a trembling tone. Among all the living beings in the world, only humans can reach rank 9, thus man is the spirit of all living beings. Once the soul left the physical body, it should be in a weak state, moreover the soul was incorporeal and could pass through bricks and tiles. But this right hand of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was solid like it was material, stable like a hill. After stretching out of life and death blessed land, it grabbed at the ruins of Yitian Mountain. Large numbers of boulders turned into powder under the hand. This was simply beyond the common sense of the cultivation world. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main cultivation path was Soul Path. His Soul Path foundation was so deep that it had reached the limits of a material state. It far surpassed the immortal's imaginations. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, looking at the huge hand that engulfed his vision, Fang Yuan felt his mouth drying up. He knew the origin of this huge hand. It was because not long ago, when he had been struck with the immortal killer move Lead Soul into Dream, and had entered the dream realm again, he had heard the melodious song of star constellation Immortal Venerable. Following this song, information flowed into Fang Yuan's mind out of nowhere. Spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams, where can one rest in peace? This showed the ghostly hand's true identity, informing Fang Yuan that the mastermind of Shadow Sect behind the scenes was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. When Fang Yuan had known this, he had been extremely shocked. With such mental preparation, now that he looked at the giant ghostly hand, Fang Yuan was able to forcibly calm down, instead feeling some relief. Everyone dies. This was the rule of the world, and everyone knew of it, even rank 9 venerables could not escape this fate. Then where did the soul of these rank 9 venerables go to after death? This was clearly explained in the legends of Ren Zhu. Road of Life, Road of Death and Obsession Death Domain which held Fairness Immortal GU. In the legends, after Verdant Great Sun died, his soul returned to the door of life and death. Rank 9 venerables along with all the living beings in the world had such an outcome in the end. The legends of Ren Zhu clearly recorded, the road of life was filled with suffering GU while the road of death had 3 obstacles, Danghun Mountain, Luopo Valley and Reverse Flow River. Fang Yuan did not know about Reverse Flow River's location, but he knew Danghun Mountain and Luopo Valley were in his hands. Fang Yuan even made a bold guess: the third obstacle, Reverse Flow River, was also probably no longer on the road of death. Without the obstruction of these three obstacles, couldn't souls after people die easily return to the world of the living? This meant spectral soul demon Venerable's soul returning to the world of the living was not an unexplainable matter. Regardless of what happened in the depths of the door of life and death, and what the truth was, right now, at this moment, spectral soul demon Venerable's soul had charged out of the door of life and death and appeared once again amidst the living. So all these were really spectral soul demon Venerable's arrangements. No wonder Shadow Sect is so mysterious and so powerful. No wonder Shadow Sect's GU immortals did not fear death. Have they already grasped a method of reviving the soul? But what in the world does spectral soul demon Venerable want? Shadow Sect did everything possible to protect the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, not even stinting on making any sacrifices. What are they trying to refine? The doubts in Fang Yuan's mind intensified, like the dense dark clouds above him. Spectral soul demon Venerable, you finally could not bear it anymore. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord heaved a deep sigh. With the help of Heaven Overseeing Tower, he had already deduced spectral soul demon Venerable's identity back at Heavenly Court. That pair of eyes that gazed at all things from the darkness, filled with killing intent, were the eyes of spectral soul demon Venerable. Knowing spectral soul demon Venerable was attempting to defy heaven to resurrect and escape fate, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had paled with shock and alarm, hurriedly awakening Heavenly Court's GU immortals to immediately take action and destroy spectral soul demon Venerable's plan, making him fall back to obsession death domain, maintaining heaven's will and fate. It was because the two roads to obsession death domain had been traveled by Fate Immortal GU personally. All things go through life and death, it is the world's greatest fairness. Once spectral soul demon Venerable resurrected, it would no doubt be unfair, the greatest violation of fate and heaven's will. Fate Immortal GU would probably be unable to recover further because of this. They had to take this chance while spectral soul demon Venerable had not resurrected, and pass judgment. If they allowed this demon Venerable with the strongest killing intent in history to resurrect, the world would become filled with massacre and chaos. Heavenly Court's side could forget about restoring their former glory, they might even be unable to protect themselves. That was the reason that in this battle at Yitian Mountain, Heavenly Court did not care about the price to activate the rank 9 Immortal GU House Heaven Overseeing Tower, bringing Heavenly Court's main forces with them. Spectral Soul, rank 9 Demon Venerable. What's there to fear? He is already dead, his soul has been hiding in the door of life and death, lingering on his last breaths. He is already no longer the rank 9 Demon Venerable. Right, everyone is aware of a soul's weakness. If he truly had his former strength, why would he need to establish Shadow Sect and create so many split souls? Why would he need to form these schemes? In my opinion, he can at most only be considered Spectral Soul, and not Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Heavenly Court's GU immortals talked and roused each other's morale, expelling the fear in their hearts. Facing a rank 9 existence, even these rank 8s of Heavenly Court could not help being anxious and fearful. The 10 extreme formation is Spectral Soul's weakness. We need to first stop this huge hand, then we can gather our strength to break this formation. Bai Chen Tian shouted. That makes sense. Heavenly Court's immortals nodded, a portion of them then flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower started activating, releasing sparkling white light. Ying Wuxia once again activated his only ability. One skill to dominate the world. Damn it! Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stomped his foot in anger but could only fall into the dream realm once again, unable to extricate himself. Shadow Sect had gone through untold hardships to create Ying Wuxia, and their efforts were showing outstanding effects at this moment. Even the rank 9 Immortal GU house was being tied down by Ying Wuxia alone. Even if there were people who replaced Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's position, they also soon fell into dream realms. As long as Ying Wuxia targeted Heaven Overseeing Tower, these temporary Tower Lords would follow suit and be struck by his ability. HMPH, you think the Grand Heavenly Court only has one Immortal GU house? Right at this time, Heavenly Court's GU immortals, who had flown out of Heaven Overseeing Tower earlier, suddenly brought out their second Immortal GU house. Rank 8 Immortal GU house, Embroidered Tower. This small pavilion was adorned with beautiful decorations, its walls were red and its tiles were made of jade, looking exquisite and beautiful, but it lacked part of its foundational support. One could clearly see the traces of destruction on the Immortal GU house. Although this was a rank 8 Immortal GU house, it was only a damaged object and not intact. The so-called Heavenly Court only has these antiques left. It is embarrassing for you people to keep what reckless savage demon Venerable broke for so long, and you are still bringing it out now to make a fool of yourselves. Immortal Zombie Bo Ching stood up, raising his right hand in the shape of a fist above his head. The next moment, the Peerless Sword Path Killer move, Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword, erupted with full power. Embroidered Tower shook for a while from this attack, before shooting out 7 embroidery needles condensed from faint light. These 7 embroidery needles flew gracefully like birds, and struck the huge ghostly hand in a blink of an eye. Immediately, the embroidery needles pierced through the ghostly hand and the ground countless times. Spectral Soul's ghostly hand tried to rise, but could not even budge. The 7 embroidery needles seemed to be using invisible thread that tightly sewed this ghostly hand to the ground. This embroidered tower Immortal GU house might be only rank 8, but after Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's disciple, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, was betrothed, he prepared it as a dowry. In the past, when reckless savage demon Venerable had rampaged into Heavenly Court, and was struck by this move, he also had to discard the 3 bloody skins to free himself. Inside the embroidered tower, the leading Heavenly Court's GU Immortal sneered. According to logic, during the time when the ghostly hand was sewn to the ground, the ghostly hand could have already flown away from the ground. But this ability of embroidered tower was this Immortal GU house's strongest attack. The sewing threads it used were actual Dao marks. It used Dao marks as threads to sew the ghostly hand to the ground. If Spectral Soul wanted to raise his hand, he would need to have the power to lift the ground of the whole of southern border. Maybe reckless savage demon Venerable had such power. But this remaining soul could not reach such a standard. Heavenly Court's foundation was truly unfathomable. Even when facing Spectral Soul, they had corresponding methods. Seeing Spectral Soul's huge hand tightly sewn to the ground, He Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yunsheng and the rest stared, dumbfounded. While Shadow Sect's group revealed worried expressions. However, the next moment, the solid and malevolent dark ghostly hand suddenly turned soft, until it turned into a pool of black water. A sea of black water surged out of the door of life and death. In an instant, the surrounding mountain ranges were submerged by it. This water that was from a soul covered all of the surroundings. It was tyrannical and domineering. Fang Yuan and the rest quickly flew into the sky. The next moment, the sea of black water soared to the sky, turning into a monster thousands of meters tall. Spectral Soul, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were terrified. A giant ghostly hand swept across the air at such a quick speed that it could not be dodged, smashing embroidered tower immediately. Another hand grabbed the large heaven overseeing tower. The ghostly hand increased its strength. Cracks started appearing on heaven overseeing tower, and at this rate, the whole of heaven overseeing tower looked like it would be crushed. The 2 grand tribulations, Zither Mind Tribulation and Star Flow Tribulation, came smashing down. Spectral Soul roared towards the sky, suppressing the zither sound. He raised 2 of his other hands and ferociously tore at a space. The space where he tore broke, the huge starlight tsunami rushed into the void. The 2 grand tribulations were so easily resolved by Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan and the rest, witnessing such a scene, were wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Chapter 10-11. Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul. The immortals present could not believe their own eyes. Zither Mind Tribulation, Star Flow Tribulation, these 2 grand tribulations were easily stopped by Spectral Soul. It was as easy as drinking water. This is the might of a rank 9 demon Venerable. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Spectral Soul was already dead. What was present now was merely his soul. This gigantic soul was already beyond normal form. He was thousands of meters tall, like an imposing giant. The dark clouds that the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation created merely reached the height of his waist. Fang Yuan and the others were in the air, resembling flies. Looking at Spectral Soul's leg, it resembled a giant mountain peak. Spectral Soul's chest had reached the clouds. He was as tall as the sky. He had 3 heads. The front head had dragon horns, a lion's mane, snake eyes, and elephant tusks. The left head had a peach-colored forehead, hair like grass, and 3 flower-like eyes. The right head had a fringe of clouds, eyes resembling lightning, ears like fire, and a golden mouth. He had 1,000 arms, 500 on each side. They were dark like ink, his muscles were bulging with firm lines, oozing with demonic aura. He also had 1,000 ghostly hands. Earlier, Heavenly Court had spent huge effort to use embroidered tower to immobilize a ghostly hand to the ground, but that was merely 1 out of 1,000. Ah, this appearance. Don't tell me. Impossible. Impossible. Fairy Li Shan had recognized spectral soul demon venerable. She screamed in disbelief. Her arms were covering her head. She shook her head as she retreated. She lost all the grace that a rank 7 GU immortal had. Spectral soul demon venerable's appearance was not a secret. It was widely spread in the GU immortal world. Even in the mortal world it was well known. Especially in southern border, many villages and countless mortals had a culture of revering spectral soul demon venerable. The people used clay to create a statue of spectral soul demon venerable, and would pray to it during festivals and offerings. Hei Lu Lan's pupils shrunk to pin size. She was so shocked she could not speak. Her entire body was shivering. Gulp. Tai Bai Yun Sheng swallowed his saliva. His body was covered in cold sweat. Fang Yuan showed a moved expression full of anticipation. His shock from earlier had vanished. This is the limit of soul path. The soul turns from phantom to solid. It can interfere with the material world. It is as condensed as a physical body, and as unbelievably powerful. Such a soul foundation definitely surpasses 100 million man's soul. My soul compared to it is like an ant versus the moon. But even the powerful spectral soul demon venerable died in the end, his soul returning to the door of life and death. Now that he has broken out, defying heaven and fate, what is he trying to do? When can I reach such a level as well? But even at this level, he cannot avoid death. I pursue eternal life. Does it truly exist? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. At this moment, he felt greatly excited. Even as an immortal zombie, he could feel a sensation of hot-bloodedness. One could learn from examples set by capable people. Spectral soul demon venerable was a predecessor who was undeniably a forerunner of GU cultivation. Even Fang Yuan, who had 500 years of experience, was small like a fly when he was facing spectral soul demon venerable. But Fang Yuan's fear had gone away entirely. He felt deep excitement. It was feverish. Like a person who aspires to climb the highest mountain seeing an immeasurably tall peak, even if that was not the goal, he still felt deeply motivated and wanted to climb up, to surpass it. Fang Yuan had long since forgotten about death. If he died on the path of ascension, even if his corpse was desecrated and his soul was utterly destroyed, so what? This was the goal that he pursued. At this moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with a grand light. It shattered Spectral Soul's ghostly hand and regained freedom. It was a rank 9 immortal GU house after all. Inside the tower, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Heavenly Court's GU immortals bit their lips. Seeing this overwhelming giant, they felt great pressure in their hearts. As expected of Spectral Soul, such vast demonic might, it is simply terrifying. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord laughed loudly. The aura in his body rose as his silvery hair swayed. His sleeves were fluttering like a war banner. His fighting spirit soon spread to the other Heavenly Court GU immortals. The immortals' eyes burned with passion. Heaven's will cannot be defied. Heaven cannot be defied. Even if you are Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had once slaughtered the world and caused endless bloodshed. Your era is over. Even if we die today, we will protect the great Tao of Heaven. Come, activate Heaven Overseeing Tower. The immortals had firm determination. Heaven Overseeing Tower shined with an unprecedented dazzling light. Spectral Soul's left head looked at it as it growled. Several hands were moving around. The entirety of Spectral Soul moved with a speed disproportionate to its size. In an instant, several hands grabbed Heaven Overseeing Tower tightly. More and more ghostly hands emerged, overlapping over one another, surrounding Heaven Overseeing Tower in the center. Heavenly Court's GU immortals were unrelenting. Heaven Overseeing Tower's light shone through the crevices of the ghostly hands, fingers, shooting out light that resembled sharp blades. More than 10 ghostly hands had layered together, but they shook vaguely. Spectral Soul, after getting to this point, actually ignored Heaven Overseeing Tower. The three heads looked towards the sky, having grim expressions. Even though he was several thousand meters tall, the sky was taller, it was still above his head. As if angered by Spectral Soul's arrogance, the deepest part of the sky was conjuring the strongest thunderstorm it could muster. An apocalyptic feeling engulfed the immortals. This is no longer a grand tribulation. This is a myriad tribulation. Apocalyptic myriad tribulation. Shadow Sect's GU immortals were lost for words. Beyond grand tribulations, there were myriad tribulations. Myriad tribulations were terrifying. If a rank 8 GU immortal passed all three, they would become a rank 9 venerable. Heaven was enraged. It knew that grand tribulations were useless against spectral soul, thus, it conjured a myriad tribulation. Myriad tribulation, wind lightning prison. The myriad tribulation descended faster than any GU immortal's expectations. Countless lightning bolts descended from the sky, countless tornadoes coiled around spectral soul's body like pythons and dragons. Spectral soul's 3 heads roared at the sky angrily. His 6 eyes shot out blood-red light that was oozing with killing intent. It had an intimidating aura. 1,000 arms moved together, ghostly hands tore the tornadoes apart while his hill-like fists punched against the lightning bolts in the sky. Lu Lan and the others could not speak anymore. The scene in front of them was like the reenactment of a legendary tale. The myriad tribulation was targeting spectral soul in the 10 extreme formation. Fang Yuan and the others were inside the formation. They were rather safe. This myriad tribulation's power is much higher than ordinary ones. Our main body can endure it. The 10 extreme formation, it has been refined by 60% already. Only 60%. The following tribulations will become more terrifying. Saying this, Shadow Sect's GU immortals became silent. Their real archenemy was not Heavenly Court or Fang Yuan, it was Heaven. If they were in their complete state, Shadow Sect's group was confident. But because of Heavenly Court and Fang Yuan, they were in an incomplete state. In fact, the 10 extreme formation had almost been about to break earlier. They only salvaged it by sacrificing Zombie Alliance. Sacred Feather City is lost, and our main body has appeared. We serve little purpose now. That's right, we should sacrifice ourselves to the 10 extreme formation and save some time. That is the best way. Then, what about those people? Leave them to us. Ying Wuxia spoke this as he looked at Bo Qing. The later tribulations would be more powerful. Shadow Sect's GU immortals had little use in resisting the tribulations. They might as well use themselves to accelerate the refinement of the formation. The true identity of these Shadow Sect GU immortals was that they were spectral soul demon venerable split souls. Precisely because of this, Shadow Sect could remain mysterious and hide in the background, developing for so many years without exposing themselves. This was also why Shadow Sect's GU immortals disregarded death. They were united and did not care about sacrifice. This huge force was simply a one-man show by spectral soul demon venerable. After discussion, Shadow Sect's GU immortals, including 7-Star Child and Song Zixing, made the same choice as Old Man Yan Shi. They entered the formation and sacrificed themselves. Only 2 people were left. One was Ying Wuxia. He had the pure dream reality seeker physique. His cultivation level also rose as time passed. At the last moments of his life, he would fully become rank 9, he was the final trump card of spectral soul. The other was immortal zombie Bo Qing. He had also been one of spectral soul demon venerable's split souls, but right now, he was only Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. The remnant soul inside was not Bo Qing but Mo Yao. Mo Yao's remnant soul would not help in the formation even if she went in. She could only be refined as immortal material. This was not worth it, thus she stayed behind. Currently, spectral soul was controlling the situation, resisting the myriad tribulation while suppressing Heaven overseeing tower. Immortal zombie Bo Qing and Ying Wuxia had no more worries. They charged towards Fang Yuan and the others. Fang Yuan and the others were not their match. They quickly retreated. But being encircled by the formation, and with space path methods sealed, where could they run to? Bo Qing waved his hand and sword light flew out, chopping off Fairy Li Shan's head as blood spewed out of her neck. The sword immortal's strength could not be resisted. Man as before. At the crucial moment, Tai Bai Yun Sheng activated Man as before immortal GU. Fairy Li Shan returned to her former state, touching her neck. Her eyes were filled with fear. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's arms were behind his back. He laughed arrogantly. Merely a ranked 6-time path immortal GU, how can it stop me? As he said this, Fairy Li Shan's eyes widened as sword chi burst out of her body, turning her into a pile of mushy flesh. Little ant. Lu Lan cried out in pain. Her eyes were bright red as she charged towards Bo Qing. Ying Wuxia blocked Fang Yuan. He stared at Fang Yuan intently. Fang Yuan, you were actually able to leave my dream realm, very interesting. Then, with my rank 8 cultivation level, I want to see if you can escape from it again. You know my name, Fang Yuan growled, feeling something amiss. He, you are an otherworldly demon, you are still useful to Shadow Sect, I will spare your life. Don't think of using Spring Autumn Cicada, This ranked 6 immortal GU has already been deduced by old man Yanxi. In its current state, it cannot be used, isn't that right? Ying Wuxia was confident of victory. He approached with a smile. What? Fang Yuan's entire body shook. Chapter 10-12. Murdering kin, slaughtering everyone. 100,000 years ago. Southern border, Xianxia Mountain. It was night time, darkness was everywhere. Wind and thunder rumbled, lightning flashed across the battlefield at times. Partway up Xianxia Mountain, more than 10 GU masters' corpses were on the ground. It rained heavily, but it could not wash away the thick and bloody smell of the place. A battle had just ended. There were only 2 people left on the battlefield. The victor was evident. Ha ha ha, a young man laughed while looking at the sky. His eyes were blood red, his expression was filled with bloodthirst. He slowly walked towards the other GU master. The other GU master was an old man. He was heavily injured and could not battle anymore. He retreated in a hurry, but he tripped and fell into the mud. The young GU master slowly walked in the rain, standing in front of the old GU master, looking down imposingly. His gaze was cold and icy, there was not a hint of warmth. But the old GU master's gaze did not carry fear, instead, it was filled with disbelief and fury. The elderly man shouted, Why, I am your grandfather, I brought you up, I taught you everything you know. Your accomplishments today are all because of the clan's nurturing. Why did you attack the clan's higher-ups? Why did you repay our kindness with enmity? Why? Facing the elderly man's questioning, the young GU master lowered his gaze, smiling lightly. Why? I did not really consider that. If I have to give a reason, maybe it is because I was annoyed. Annoyed, that's right. Saying things like, our clan is weaker than the other party, we should endure it and suffer in silence. Saying things like, we should respect the old and love the young, we should be courteous and have integrity, we should not talk back to elders. Saying things like, the clan is relying on me to defend its reputation, I need to think for the clansmen, that is how I can become a brilliant clan leader. It is really annoying. Since I was young, I have felt annoyed, I thought I could endure it, but I kept enduring and finally, I could not anymore. The young GU master said as his mouth opened, revealing his pale white teeth. Just because of this, the old GU master was furious. He sat up in anger. He stared with wide-opened eyes as he scolded, Why did you become like this? What were you actually thinking about? I must have been blind, I raised you for so many years in vain. I actually wanted to hand the village to you. The old GU master angrily rebuked until he cried, he sobbed uncontrollably. Enough. The young GU master had a ruthless expression. The old GU master's crying made him extremely annoyed. He raised his right hand, slashing down. With a soft sound, the old GU master was cut in 2, blood spewed out as his intestines flowed out. He had died without satisfaction. The young GU master became calm, he stopped moving. He wore a black robe, standing in the rain like a statue. He lowered his head, looking at the corpse below him. Memories of the past appeared in his mind involuntarily. When he was a child, his grandfather had brought him to ride horses and fly kites. When his superb aptitude was revealed, his grandfather smiled in joy. When he became a GU master, his grandfather taught him personally. He taught him to handle the clan affairs, he taught him meticulously. The young GU master let out a breath, he started to laugh. Ha ha ha. Soon, his laughter became louder as he raised his head, looking at the sky with his arms wide open. His tears flowed out, he was filled with sorrow, but on his face, there was an expression of utter satisfaction. He felt like he was someone who was drowning. Suddenly, he had reached the surface of the water and struggled to get to the shore. He breathed in deeply, he could smell a thick, bloody stench, it assaulted him, seemingly filled with the rage of his clansmen. But he felt that this air was goddamn fresh. Even though I am very sad, is this freedom? Ha ha ha, if I had known this, I would have killed them long ago. These annoying things should have been killed long beforehand. From now on, I will kill whatever annoys me. The young GU master screamed in the rain, his excitement was evident on his face. A flash of lightning went by, illuminating the young GU master's expression of joy. 100,000 years later, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The young GU master's face was still illuminated by this light. But now, he was already entirely different. He was a monster that was thousands of meters tall, with 3 heads and 1,000 arms. So noisy, non-stop rumbling, enough is enough. Spectral soul roared. 1,000 arms exerted force, demonic aura surged and filled all the surroundings, they coiled around the tornadoes and tore them to shreds. The impact of his actions caused the clouds over the whole area to stir. He suppressed the wind and lightning. The lightning bolts completely vanished under his wrath. The clouds dispersed and the sun returned. The myriad tribulation, wind lightning prison, had been resolved by spectral soul. Even a myriad tribulation could not stop him. The might of a demon venerable, it was fully displayed. All who witnessed this, be it Fang Yuan's side, or Heavenly Court's GU Immortals, they were in shock. Did we succeed? Bo Qing and Ying Wuxia looked back, joy showing on their faces. But immediately, the sky turned dark again, countless gray clouds gathered above Spectral Soul's head. The second myriad tribulation was gathering strength. Bo Qing and Ying Wuxia's expressions turned dark. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals heaved a sigh of relief. Spectral Soul's 6 eyes showed a pondering expression. Suddenly, he raised hundreds of arms, stabbing into the dark clouds at his waist. The dark clouds were formed by the 10 extreme formation. Receiving Spectral Soul's help, the clouds shook intensely. Oh no, he is accelerating the formation. Even though I do not know what he is trying to refine, we cannot let him succeed. Everyone, collaborate with me. Under Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's lead, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom. It flew out, bypassing the encirclement of the ghostly hands. At the next moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned back into material form. With a loud sound, it propelled forward and crashed into Spectral Soul's right head fiercely. At once, Spectral Soul's head caved in from the impact. His chin was slammed into the position of the cheekbones. Spectral Soul roared furiously. 100 hands grabbed at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Again, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted. The 6 Heavenly Court Rank 8 GU Immortals around him were in charge of this. At the critical moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom again, causing Spectral Soul's attack to miss. This ability to turn phantom was one of Heaven Overseeing Tower's methods. But it was not easy to activate. A large amount of thoughts and concentration was needed. It was like graceful chaotic dual stages ability to absorb attacks. 6 Heavenly Court GU Immortals turned the tower phantom twice. They were breathing heavily in exhaustion. Heaven Overseeing Tower floated above Spectral Soul's head in phantom form. But at this moment, 100 of Spectral Soul's strong dark arms shrunk immensely, turning dry, thin and long. Obtaining his help, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation underwent a huge change. The scattered dark clouds gathered towards the center. At the center of the dark clouds, a round ball could be vaguely seen. It spun on its own, shining with 14 different colored lights. Seeing this, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had an anxious expression. He ordered, chop off these arms. Heaven Overseeing Tower was like a rocket. It drew an eye-piercing light rainbow in the sky as it slashed forward. The light rainbow cut all of Spectral Soul's arms off upon contact. Ying Wuxia, go and deal with Heavenly Court's GU Immortals. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing called out. It was a simple matter for them to deal with Fang Yuan's side. But because of a series of events, they were constantly interrupted. Ying Wuxia gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to leave at this moment. Give me a moment to make Fang Yuan sleep first. Saying so, he activated the rank 8 immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Fang Yuan could not dodge. He was dragged into the dream realm. At the pavilion in the center of the lake, the music from the zither could be heard. Fang Yuan met star constellation Immortal Venerable again. Fang Yuan hurriedly activated his dream path killer move, but the dream realm held firm. All he saw were transparent ripples in his vision. His unraveled dream might work against the dream realm, but it was only rank 6. In contrast, Ying Wuxia's killer move was rank 8. The difference between the two was too vast. Fang Yuan could not unravel the dream realm. At once, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. The zither music continued. As star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled at Fang Yuan gently, she sang with a soft voice. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. He knew that he had lost. Phantom form. Heaven Overseeing Tower dodged Spectral Soul's attack again. But Spectral Soul's ghostly hands did not stop. They drove into the 10 extreme formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower was prepared to attack again, but one of Spectral Soul's heads opened its eyes and gazed at Heaven Overseeing Tower, immobilizing it. Heaven Overseeing Tower was unable to change out of its phantom form. Ha ha ha, this time, why don't you try and escape? Ying Wuxia placed his hands at his waist. Laughing smugly, Fang Yuan, He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng shouted. But Fang Yuan was deep in sleep, he could not be woken up. Bo Qing was about to kill He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng, when there was suddenly a huge suction force from the ground. The immortals were caught off guard, they were all sucked into the ground, their legs were deeply buried in the ground, a strong force was restricting them, preventing them from moving. Grand Tribulation, Earth Collapse. Bo Qing and Ying Wuxia were shocked, they did not expect that while the myriad tribulation was dealing with spectral soul, there was actually a grand tribulation waiting to ambush them. Why are they not restricted? Soon, both of them were shocked again. They saw that after landing on the ground, He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng regained their freedom, they could move freely. He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng were shocked and joyful. The latter quickly grabbed Fang Yuan, who was sleeping, and retreated rapidly. What made them even more joyful was that after the 10 extreme formation created the mysterious ball, the force that restricted the space around them vanished. If Fang Yuan woke up, they would be able to use fixed immortal travel and escape. But Fang Yuan was deep in sleep. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's eyes shined with deep killing intent, he was about to use his sword path Immortal Gu, when he felt that the thoughts in his mind, just as they appeared, were sucked out and into the ground. Evidently, the power of the Grand Tribulation Earth Collapse had a variety of targets. Not only could it target the Gu Immortal's body, it could even affect their thoughts, wills, and emotions. Just like this, Bo Qing could only watch as He Lu Lan and the others escaped from under his nose. Chapter 10:13, Gray Memory. This Grand Tribulation Earth Collapse was completely unreasonable. Not only were the Gu Immortals trapped in the ground, their thoughts were also interrupted. Without thoughts to mobilize their Gu worms, what methods could Gu Immortals use? Unless they could use wisdom path methods to resist it. But the condition for that was, the wisdom path method had to be set up in advance. Otherwise, once they fell into Earth Collapse, even if the Gu Immortal had a wisdom path method to use, they could not unleash it. Taking action in advance was the only way. Without the initiative, one was doomed. This showed the power of the Grand Tribulation, one could just imagine the might of the myriad tribulation. Damn it! Ying Wuxia struggled continuously, there were few results from his actions, he sank deeper and deeper as he screamed. Stop struggling, stop thinking. It will make our situation worse, we cannot deal with this at the moment. Immortal zombie Bo Qing, who was beside him, said in a calm tone. Or strictly speaking, Mo Yao's remnant soul was very calm. She was experienced. When she was alive, she helped her lover Bo Qing with his tribulation. The myriad tribulation that she had seen before was more terrifying than this. Comparatively, the Grand Tribulation Earth Collapse was harmless and gentle. We can only hope that our main body saves us. Ying Wuxia sighed, looking at Spectral Soul, only to see that Spectral Soul was also sinking. Half of his huge legs were already below the surface of the ground. Not just that, his left leg's lower portion was tightly sewed onto the ground. This was the result of an earlier attack by the Immortal Gu House Embroidered Tower. Even though Spectral Soul was powerful and mighty, and had used his full efforts, he could not control the entire situation. At this moment, out of his 6 eyes, 2 were staring at Heaven Overseeing Tower, preventing it from moving, the other 4 were staring at the sky. At the top of the sky, gray-colored clouds were growing in thickness, they descended slowly. The second myriad tribulation had started. But it was different from the first, wind lightning prison, that was extremely fast beyond one's reaction speed. In an instant, the wind and lightning would approach a person and attack them. This myriad tribulation, however, was very slow. It was so slow that anyone who was undergoing the tribulation could retaliate in many ways. But Spectral Soul did not move. He stood quietly, like a solemn mountain. Did our main body get hit already? Ying Wuxia shouted, looking extremely anxious. This is such a good chance, you have to retaliate. But until the gray cloud completely shrouded Spectral Soul, he did not move. He stared at Heaven Overseeing Tower, controlling it firmly. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were troubled. They used the Phantom method to make Heaven Overseeing Tower evade Spectral Soul's attacks. But to think that Spectral Soul's Phantom Path attainment level was beyond expectations, he was certainly a great Grandmaster. Heaven Overseeing Tower's Phantom tactic was taken advantage of by Spectral Soul, becoming unable to return to its normal form. Then how could it fight or do anything in that state? The myriad tribulation is coming. Ying Wuxia gritted his teeth, looking at the gray cloud descend slowly. Immortal zombie Bo Qing squinted, his muscles were tense. The Grand Tribulation Earth Collapse was enough to make them defenseless and helpless. now that the myriad tribulation had descended, was it the end for Bo Qing and Ying Wuxia? The gray cloud descended, but it caused no harm. What is going on? Is this a harmless myriad tribulation? Ying Wuxia was nervous. Seeing that there was no disturbance, he touched his body all over as he cried out in suspicion. Bo Qing did not answer him. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals recognized this myriad tribulation, but Ying Wuxia was unable to obtain the answer. Is this gray memory? The Heavenly Court GU Immortal who recognized it cried out. What is gray memory? The Heavenly Court GU Immortal recalled. When I was young, I had once obtained the inheritance of a rank 8 GU Immortal. In the past, this rank 8 GU Immortal failed to pass a myriad tribulation, gray memory. During his final moments, he left behind his inheritance. This myriad tribulation is harmless to the body, but it draws out the person's deepest memories. These memories were either those which had caused huge pain to the GU Immortal's mind, or were a trauma in their life. Don't look down on this myriad tribulation. That rank 8 senior did not even last 15 minutes under this myriad tribulation. He lost all his motivation and became dejected without any fighting spirit left in him. He lost all interest in life. The saying goes, you are your worst enemy. Looking at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he was invincible in the world, then wasn't his biggest enemy himself. For everyone in the world, even if we become a rank 9 Venerable, we will have a period of time when we were weak. We cultivate step by step, becoming stronger along the way. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered people over the world. He had an immense murderous nature. People guessed that he might have suffered some trauma when he was young. Who does not have any painful memories in the deepest part of their mind? Who does not have any shameful memories that they cannot express? Who has never made any decision that went against their nature? Along the way, who has never made a mistake? Amazing, simply amazing. This myriad tribulation is incredible. Perhaps even Spectral Soul is going to falter here. Myriad tribulation, gray memory. Because he recognized this myriad tribulation, Spectral Soul did not move. He knew that no attacks could resolve this tribulation. Only by entering it and facing his past, all the shame, trauma, humiliation and anger, could he pass this tribulation. The gray clouds coiling around his body suddenly had bright lights. There was even sound emitting from them. What was presented in front of the Immortals was a scene from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's childhood. Kill her, kill her, kill her. A band of GU masters surrounded a family of 3, their eyes were reddened as they shouted ruthlessly. Father, you cannot kill mother. A child protected his heavily injured mother, yelling with all his energy. HMPH, all demonic path members should be executed. We of the righteous path have to uphold justice and slay members of the demonic path. Why can't we kill her? Not only can we kill her, we must kill her. Only by killing her can our clan's humiliation be purged. The old GU master who was leading the group, said with a righteous tone. He shouted angrily. He was the grandfather of the boy, the leader of the clan. The clan leader's words received a warm cheer from all of the clan elders and elite GU masters. They raised their arms and shouted, kill, kill, kill. With a soft sound, fresh blood spewed out. The boy quickly turned around. At the next moment, his eyes opened wide, as his pupils shrunk to pin size. He saw his father had moved in front of him. His face was red and he was gritting his teeth. There were tears in his eyes as he suppressed his intense emotions. The dagger that he was holding had already stabbed deeply into the heart of his beloved wife. The boy opened his mouth and wanted to scream, but he did not make any sound. From that day onwards, he became very quiet. Evidently, this boy was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was a child. Under the influence of gray memory, his childhood trauma was no longer hidden, it was displayed in front of everyone. The gray fog moved, as another scene appeared. Several years had passed. The young boy had grown slightly. He was standing in front of his grandfather respectfully. His grandfather, who was the clan leader, drank a sip of tea, asking casually, I let you read about the history of our clan, what insight have you gained? Come, tell grandfather. Grandfather. The boy first greeted, before saying, I have had many gains these last few days, I have learned much. Oh, tell me. The old man asked in curiosity. Looking at history, I realized that there is one universal law in this world, that is, to kill. The boy said calmly, kill. The old man frowned. He replied in a grim tone, explain it to me. Yes, the boy continued. When we are hungry and need food for our bellies, we kill prey. When we have enemies, we kill our enemies and eliminate the threat. When the world is peaceful, The ruler will kill his meritorious subjects to gain authority and control, the boy said slowly. He did not notice that the old man's frown was getting deeper. The boy continued. Throughout history, it is a case of you killing me, and me killing you. What is a hero? They are someone who has killed the most enemies. What is a loser? They are someone who could not kill their opponent and got killed instead. Actually, even though kill is a word, it has very deep meaning behind it. How to kill? Should one use GU worms and do it themselves, or hire other GU masters to accomplish the deed? Sometimes, we cannot kill outright, because that would attract trouble, so we choose to assassinate. There are many forms of assassination, for example. Enough, the old man bellowed. In his anger, he smashed the cup on the ground. The fragments shot past the boy's face as a wound was created. Blood flowed slowly. The old man stood up, pointing at the boy, shouting in anger, I let you study and read, it is for you to admire the achievements of our clan's ancestors, and learn about the glorious history of our clan. I want you to learn about courtesy and integrity, I want you to understand the glory of the righteous path. And you actually learned about killing. What sort of twisted logic is this? You are confined for a month, stay in the house and reflect upon your mistake. Yes, grandfather, the boy replied. He spoke softly, but there was a stubborn light in his eyes. The gray fog moved, as the scene changed again. Several years later, the boy was already a rank 1 GU master. I finally refined hidden aura GU today, I will give grandfather a shock by hiding in the study room. The youngster sneaked into the room. No, I am only a rank 1 GU master, while grandfather is rank 4. It is very easy for him to find me. I should hide behind the secret door, in the hidden tunnel, and jump out to scare grandfather later. The youngster changed his mind, he opened the secret door and hid behind it. Not long after, he heard a commotion. He did not dare to open the secret door, he could only listen to the voices. Two people walked into the study room. His grandfather walked with heavy and hurried steps, he was furious. This traitorous son, he really wants to rebel. He wants to harm his father. The old clan leader was enraged, he slammed the table and caused a huge impact. Clan leader, the evidence is conclusive. News that you have obtained an 80-year lifespan GU has already spread out. It is confirmed that young clan leader wants to harm you. A hoarse voice could be heard. The youngster could recognize instantly that this was a certain clan elder, the personal aide of the clan leader. HMPH. This traitorous son, he wants to seize my authority, how can that be possible? The clan leader shouted. Clan leader, there are many higher-ups supporting young clan leader. The hoarse voice said again. There was a brief silence. The youngster's grandfather's voice said solemnly, my son's influence is not to be underestimated. If we suppress him openly, not only will our reputation in the righteous path be damaged, there will be internal strife that would weaken the clan. Go and prepare, we will strike first and find a chance to assassinate him. Once he is dead, as long as we kill this traitorous son, the other clan elders will have no choice but to give up. Clan leader is wise. Behind the secret door, in the hidden tunnel, the youngster covered his mouth, his entire body was shivering intensely. Chapter 10:14. Food Path Inheritance. Tai Bai Yunsheng carried Fang Yuan as he sprinted and escaped. He Lu Lan took one final look at the gray fog. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's pitiful childhood made He Lu Lan feel a sense of understanding due to her similar experience. For some reason, the Grand Tribulation, Earth collapse, did not affect them. Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lu Lan made use of this chance to escape, running away while feeling shock and joy. The 10 extreme formation was in its critical moment, it could not restrict the surroundings. Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lu Lan escaped very easily. Soon, the Battle of Yitian Mountain was thrown to the back of their minds. In a few minutes, they could no longer see the gray clouds in the sky. Fang Yuan, wake up. He Lu Lan slapped Fang Yuan's face, but he was not responding, he was sound asleep. Without Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel, they could not leave southern border. Unless they crossed the regional walls. But that would cause too much losses. GU immortals from northern plains. A voice could be heard from afar. Next, 3 southern border GU immortals landed. Seeing He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunsheng in a pathetic state full of injuries, the leading GU immortal was shocked. Looking at your injuries, did you come from Yitian Mountain? Speak. What actually happened there? Tai Bai Yunsheng had an expression of wariness. He Lu Lan smiled coldly. You want to know what happened? Go there and see for yourselves. The 3 southern border GU Immortals snorted. They did not have high cultivation level. They were here to investigate because the GU Immortal experts of their respective clans had gone to Yitian Mountain and lost all traces of communication with them. No matter which super force it was, they were very concerned about the ownership of graceful chaotic dual stage. Furthermore, He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng's auras were very weak, they were covered in injuries and were not in their best condition. We are asking you to speak, you had better obey us. Northern Plains GU Immortals coming to southern border and still acting so arrogantly. Attack, take down the 3 of them. Thus, a battle occurred out of nowhere. And in Yitian Mountain's battlefield, the gray fog was still spreading. The situation was in a stalemate. No matter how hard the Heavenly Court GU Immortals tried, they could not go out of their phantom form. Ying Wuxia and Bo Qing were all immobilized on the ground because of earth collapse. Waves of gray fog coiled around immortal zombie Bo Qing as they shined with bright lights, showing constantly changing scenes. These were Mo Yao's memories. As a variant human, she had suffered a fate of being ostracized. Speaking of which, it was strange, Bo Qing's immortal zombie body actually had Mo Yao's remnant soul. What happened in the past to Bo Qing during his tribulation was unknown. But Mo Yao, who was now present, had to endure the attack, because her remnant soul was in the gray fog. The most painful memories in her mind was drawn out. HMPH. Immortal zombie Bo Qing snickered. Facing these sad traumas in her life, Mo Yao's remnant soul showed her strong-willed personality. Strange, why are you unaffected by the gray fog? Bo Qing looked at Ying Wuxia who was beside him. Ying Wuxia was staring at Bo Qing's gray fog intently. I don't know. Ying Wuxia shook his head, he pointed. Yours is pretty interesting. Bo Qing snorted. It seems that because you were just born, and only have 18 hours to live, you had no time to experience these things. Saying this, Bo Qing's face was full of worries. The myriad tribulation gray memory was not a threat to Ying Wuxia. That was because he was too young, he did not have much life experience. But it was a completely different story for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. This second myriad tribulation is truly vicious. Once you are within the gray fog, not only are your past traumas revealed, the deepest emotions in your mind will be drawn out, you will experience the emotions that you once felt. My memories have already caused me to feel upset. If the recollection was on my lover, I might, if I am already this affected by it, then for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who has had a longer life and much more experience, how would he deal with it? Thinking about this, Mo Yao's remnant soul looked up by moving the immortal zombie body. Inside the gray fog, Spectral Soul was like a tall mountain. He was unmoving, like a dormant volcano. Surrounding him, the gray fog was rumbling, countless rainbow lights were shining. This fog showed all kinds of images. Spectral Soul had already become a GU Immortal. Inside Earth Abyss, youngster, you want to obtain my inheritance. In the darkness, 2 eyes shined brightly. Like lanterns. Yes, the GU Immortal spoke concisely. He wore a black robe with messy shoulder-length hair. His expression was cold. Bright light shined in his eyes from time to time. He, ha ha ha. In the darkness, a crazed laugh could be heard. It got louder and louder, it caused one's eardrums to tremble. After a while, the laughter stopped. It seems you have made your decision. Then this is your inheritance test. Roar. Following a loud roar, a strange beast came out of the darkness. This beast had 4 limbs, its body was covered in scales, it had a crocodile's head. Its huge crocodile-like mouth had sharp teeth inside, they were shining with cold light, like blades of daggers. Above its head, it had 2 curly dragon horns. But from its body, there was the aura of a GU Immortal. Evidently, this was a Beastman GU Immortal. Beastmen were a type of variant human. In history, they were the most targeted during the era of the 3 demon venerables. Who could have thought that Spectral Soul encountered a Beastman GU Immortal during his life? This Beastman GU Immortal with dragon horns and a crocodile's head opened his mouth, biting at the GU Immortal's soul. But GU Immortal Spectral Soul did not dodge or evade. The Beastman bit, tearing apart Spectral Soul's arm. Blood spewed out. Crack, crack. The Beastman chewed. Under the grinding of his sharp teeth, Spectral Soul's arm was torn to shreds. Blood oozed out of the space between his teeth, flowing everywhere. Gulp. The Beastman swallowed, sending the blood and flesh, along with the bones, down its throat. Delicious. I have not eaten such fresh food in a long time. The Beastman GU Immortal shouted, pouncing again. Spectral Soul did not retreat, he allowed him to continue biting. The Beastman Gu Immortal quickly ate his other arm, and his 2 legs, devouring them. Assaulted by intense pain, Spectral Soul was expressionless, he did not even frown at all. Instead, the Beastman Gu Immortal showed some shock on his face. You are different from those previous people. The Beastman Gu Immortal stopped eating, he assessed Spectral Soul as he spoke with a tone of praise, you have no emotion of fear at all. You know, I invented Food Path, I did a lot of research on eating. Many people wanted to obtain my inheritance, they allowed me to eat them, they looked very tough on the outside with no expression, but they were filled with pain and fear on the inside. Don't think that emotions can be concealed so easily. Actually, this kind of flesh tastes sour and disgusting, it is not delicious at all, I can tell when I eat it. Then, is my flesh delicious? Spectral Soul asked. The Beastman Gu Immortal frowned, he spoke, honestly speaking, your flesh feels cold, your bones are too tough, they are not delicious. They taste like the icicles that I ate during my childhood, when I was hunted down by you humans in frozen lands while escaping in hunger. But forget it, ha ha ha, I have been trapped here, I have not eaten anything fresh in a long time. How can I not be satisfied with this? Furthermore, what I love eating most are the heart, lungs, liver, and kidneys, they are my favorites, ha ha ha. Lad, you want to obtain my inheritance, there is a price to pay. Don't die at the last moment. Saying this, the Beastman Gu Immortal scratched, tearing open Spectral Soul's stomach, pulling out his large and small intestines. Next, in front of Spectral Soul, he sucked them into his mouth, crying out that they were delicious. Spectral Soul had a pale face, but his expression was still cold, as if those were not his intestines. Deep in the Beastman Gu Immortal's eyes, there was a flash of panic. He cackled, brandishing his claws, pointing at Spectral Soul's chest. Next. I will eat your lungs, you have to endure it. What can I not endure? Spectral Soul smiled coldly. In this special environment, even if I am eaten until only my head is left, I can still grow back. And by then, I would obtain your inheritance. After that, you would lose all value to me, you should worry about yourself. The Beastman Gu Immortal's movements froze for a second, he went into a rage, his eyes were spewing fire. Lad. You talk big, I want to see how long you can endure this for. He purposely moved slowly, causing friction in Spectral Soul's body, making him feel that his intestines and organs were being held, and his bones were being scratched, to try to generate fear and panic in him. The Beastman Gu Immortal took out Spectral Soul's organs and ate them one by one. In front of him, he opened his mouth from time to time, letting Spectral Soul see the miserable state of his organs that were crushed to bits. Spectral Soul's calm expression slowly changed, turning into one of interest. The Beastman Gu Immortal saw this gaze and had a change of expression. What are you thinking of? I find it interesting. I am eating your flesh, I am eating your organs, you find it interesting. The Beastman Gu Immortal looked at Spectral Soul with a disbelieving expression. Of course, eating is natural in this world, but on the other side of eating, there is killing. We eat meat, we have to hunt. When we eat vegetables, we have to uproot them, that is also killing. Even if we eat nothing but wind and drink nothing but water, we are still swallowing and digesting them. All in all, eating is killing. Of course, killing is not just eating, thus, your food path is inferior to my killing path. I have eaten many things, but I have never been eaten by another individual. You are eating me now, that is the same as killing me. Similarly, I have killed many life forms, but I have never been slowly killed by anyone else. This allowed me to understand the feeling of being killed, it is a form of enjoyment. Those who kill have to be prepared to be killed. Simply by killing others, I cannot fully comprehend killing. Thank you for letting me comprehend a deeper meaning in killing. The Beastman Gu Immortal heard this and opened his eyes wide, he looked at Spectral Soul like he was seeing a nightmare, a monster. Cold sweat began to form on his head. He felt that he could not swallow the young man in front of him anymore. He gulped, feeling that his throat was blocked. Lad, I will eat your upper body now, let's see how arrogant you can be. The Beastman Gu Immortal shouted, devouring with a frenzied gaze, his eyes were reddened. Soon, Gu Immortal Spectral Soul had only his head left. Seeing this, all of the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals, along with Immortal Zombie Bo Qing and Ying Wuxia, were silent. Even though he only had a head left, Gu Immortal Spectral Soul was still calm and at peace. This What sort of willpower? Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were lost for words. Earlier, the Heavenly Court GU Immortal, who was very confident of the myriad tribulation gray memory, saw this and his expression turned dark. He lost his confidence. But at this moment, the Beastman GU Immortal laughed wildly. He laughed in an insane manner. He was so happy, tears were flowing out of his eyes. It was filled with a tone of mockery. Ha ha ha, you were deceived, but don't be upset, you are the 270th person who was deceived. Ha ha ha, Spectral Soul's gaze flashed. Is this inheritance fake? Of course it is real. Back then, I cultivated to rank 8, Barbarian Ju Lai tried to trap me instead of killing me, he was after my food path, HMPH. I could not beat him, but he could not obtain what he wanted so easily either. I established an agreement with him, I would pass the food path inheritance to future humans, but not him. And the inheritor must endure my eating test. After making the agreement, I have been trapped here. Many humans came here in order to pass the test, to obtain knowledge of food path. But even Barbarian Ju Lai could not understand my true ability. He, my entire body is full of food path Dao marks. I have reached a level that has never been achieved by anyone before me. I can consume rocks and wind to fill my stomach. I can even consume GU worms to increase the Dao marks on me. I ate Dao marks non-stop, and finally, after 1,000 years, I broke the agreement that we had made. Ha ha ha, so do you get it? Next, I will eat your head and turn you into my nutrients and nourish me, to allow me to recover. Don't worry, I will remember you, you are one of the most unique among the pitiful people that I have eaten. So that is it. Spectral Soul still had a plain expression, he was very calm. The Beastman GU Immortal's expression froze, he grabbed his throat, shouting anxiously, what is going on? What is going on? Spectral Soul laughed coldly. I would never allow another person to determine my life and death. Not to mention an old agreement. You think my flesh is so easy to consume? Every piece of flesh that you eat contains a part of my soul. You are a great expert in food path, but coincidentally, I also have some attainment in soul path. Soul path, when did such a path appear? The splitting of the soul will cause you pain that is immensely higher than the tearing of your flesh. I'll let you know, I am the founder of soul path. As for that bit of pain, only by experiencing it will I enjoy the amazing feeling of killing, isn't that right? Spectral Soul said as the Beastman GU Immortal's expression turned ashen, he stopped moving. His eyes were opened wide, staring at GU Immortal Spectral Soul. Even though the other party only had his head left, in the Beastman GU Immortal's eyes, there was only fear. Chapter 10:15. Scenes of past events. Not only the Beastman GU Immortal, the Heavenly Court GU Immortals who saw this also felt immensely fearful. Demon, this Spectral Soul is completely crazed, even though there was a cause, he is filled with demonic thoughts, he thinks that nothing cannot be killed, he thinks that the greatest joy is killing, he thinks that the Tao of heaven and earth is essentially killing. No wonder he could become a demon venerable, and cause the greatest bloodshed in the world. Even the pain of tearing his soul apart felt splendid to him. He seems cold and logical, but he is actually crazy to the extreme. Nobody can save him, his mind is incapable of redemption. I have to agree, an invincible mindset is the basis for becoming invincible. He has such a mindset, it is simply demonic, but because of this, his mind will never waver, everything in this world will only reinforce that misconceived ideology. The myriad tribulation gray memory cannot stop him. Even though he is not a demon venerable now, and cannot be, physically invincible, he is still mentally invincible. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals discussed, they were anxious, fearful, disdainful, and filled with hatred, all of these were on their expressions. Chirp, chirp, just at this moment, in the sky, there was the clear chirping of birds. Heavenly Court's Immortals looked up, feeling great joy. Myriad tribulation, another myriad tribulation, the myriad tribulation gray memory is not over yet, but another myriad tribulation is on the way already. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is defying heaven. Once he revives, the world would undergo bloodshed again. Heaven would not allow him to do so, thus it caused these immense tribulations. He will definitely not succeed. The chirping of birds became louder and more frequent. The sky was shining with a jade light. Large groups of birds entered a formation and charged down. Myriad tribulation, grand clear space. One of the Heavenly Court GU Immortals recognized this. They seemed like birds, but it was actually the power of space path. Wherever the flying birds went, Space would be cleared out, nothing could exist there, it was a terrifying power that could not be stopped. This is grand clear space. In history, there was a Northern Plains predecessor who failed the tribulation but survived it. With an inspiration, he created the immortal killer move three-winged green bird. His descendants obtained it and had once dominated Northern Plains. That's right, this is the tribulation. Under the expectant gazes of heavenly courts GU immortals, the jade flying birds flew down, circling around spectral soul. Wherever the flying birds went, long and deep wounds were formed, as if they were sharp blades. Wounds soon formed all over spectral soul's body. It was a terrible sight. Spectral soul had no reaction, but Ying Wuxia was screaming on the ground. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was also showing nervousness on his face. The gray fog surrounded spectral soul, its power was seemingly causing him to dwell in his memories. A vast amount of rainbow fog that was thousands of meters tall rumbled in the surrounding 100 li. Countless scenes were shown, they displayed spectral soul demon venerables' rich life experiences in front of everyone. Suddenly, behind spectral soul's head, rainbow fog expanded, forming a huge veil that pushed away all of the surrounding scenes. In the image, there was an abundance of green light. This was a green heaven fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. A group of GU masters were inside fighting with a group of Featherman GU immortals. Spectral Soul, who was still a GU immortal, was also among them. He wore a black robe and had black hair that swayed with the wind, killing intent was oozing. Humans, you are too much. The Featherman GU immortal leader cried out, throwing out an immortal GU house. It was Sacred Feather City. More than 10 Featherman GU immortals flew into Sacred Feather City, as the city burst out with a glorious light. The human GU immortals could not beat them, they were utterly defeated. GU immortal Spectral Soul was unable to resist the might of the immortal GU house, he was heavily injured, barely surviving. Next, the scene vanished, turning into countless smaller fragmented images. Tens of thousands of images surrounded Spectral Soul, encircling him tightly, almost without any gaps. All of the experiences in his life, as long as there were emotions in them, they were shown. Everyone was watching with dazed expressions, they could not keep up with the number of scenes. Spectral Soul's entire life was condensed endlessly. Everyone could see that he walked further and further on the demonic path, his killing nature also intensified, as his cultivation level rose. A huge screen of fog was formed, pushing away the surrounding images again. The position was at Spectral Soul's left leg. Seeing this, the immortals had an understanding. The larger the scene that came from the rainbow fog, the more variation there was in Spectral Soul's emotions at the time. Thus, the moment the scene started, everyone's attention was drawn. This was a silver-white space. It was the location of a thieving heaven true inheritance. GU immortal Spectral Soul barged in, arrogance could be felt from his expression. He spoke to himself, thieving heaven, even though you were a demon venerable, you are already dead. Why don't you leave your inheritance to me? However, the thieving heaven true inheritances were left for otherworldly demons. GU immortal Spectral Soul was not an otherworldly demon, he was not qualified to inherit it. He tried all kinds of methods, but he ended up spitting out blood. His expression was pale as he returned empty-handed. When Spectral Soul became a demon venerable, he dominated the world, slaughtering the masses. He stood on a peak, his hair was white as snow. Looking afar, looking at a field of corpses, looking at the perishing life forms. This was recorded in human history. Spectral Soul destroyed a certain super force and slaughtered over 10 million people just to obtain lifespan GU. He played with the lifespan GU in his hands, while his expression was perplexed. He looked over the scenery, muttering to himself, "Heaven, if you want to kill us, why did you create us?" Even though he had strength that was invincible in the world, he was perplexed. His killing path could not explain this. Another huge screen of fog appeared. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable came to a thieving heaven true inheritance space, the same place he had once went to in his youth. Thieving heavens will formed in front of him. Anyone who can become a venerable has an outstanding aspect. I hope you can be magnanimous and leave this true inheritance for a fated person. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's hands were behind his back, he had a cold expression. When I was young, I had desired everything in here. But now, I have already obtained my Tao. No matter how precious the things are here, they are of no attraction to me. I came here because I have a question. Thieving heavens will smiled. I understand. Those who have reached our heights will have questions about heaven and earth. How about this? I will share my experiences with you, as a reference. Okay. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable nodded. Thieving Heavens will continued. You might already know, I am not from this world, I am what you would call an otherworldly demon. The world I came from is different from here in both its foundation and scenery. To me, I am only a traveler here, I want to go home, I have strived over my whole life for that goal. My real name is Benjia Sun. In my original appearance, I had blonde hair and blue eyes. Before coming here, I had a beautiful fiancée, we were preparing to get married. I had a high status in society, that was because I was a mecha operator. Mecha, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes were shining with deep interest. Even though he had traveled over the 5 regions, this was the first time he was hearing about other worlds. Mecha, you can think of it as a puppet, or a suit of armor. A human stays inside and manipulates it to unleash immense battle strength. Thieving Heavens will explain vaguely. A moment later, another scene appeared. Within 88 True Yong building, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable held Giant Sun's true inheritance, looking at it as he sighed deeply. This possession method can extend lifespan, but possessing a body using the soul is only a desperate method, death is still unavoidable. To extend one's lifespan GU is the best option. The path of a GU immortal is filled with calamities and tribulations, it is hard for the body to resist them, and it is hard for the soul to exist independently. The maintenance of longevity means the defiance of heaven. It is hard. Giant Sun, oh Giant Sun, even if you created 88 True Yong building and attempted to plunder the lifespan GU in northern plains. But heaven's will is vicious, fewer and fewer lifespan GU are being produced, even if you obtain all of the lifespan GU in the world, so what? Heaven's will dictates the production of lifespan GU. To live a long life, the crucial thing is heaven's will. At the River of Time, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stood in the air, looking at a red lotus that was floating on the river's surface. His entire body was emitting a thick darkness that was corroding the red lotus. Eventually, after exerting all his efforts, he successfully left a ghost face on the surface of the red lotus. Throughout history, the most mysterious red lotus demon venerable, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sighed, his face was full of fatigue as his eyes shined brightly. I want to know, why did you purposely stop and leave behind the heavily injured Fate Immortal GU? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's expression was mixed with shock and bafflement. He muttered, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable truly made a deep scheme. So only a complete otherworldly demon can thoroughly destroy Fate. Even Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is only half an otherworldly demon. He is similar to the Immortal Killer Move soul replacement that I created. His soul is from another world, but his body was born here. I want to extend my lifespan. I have to defy heaven, and go against heaven's will. Unfortunately, heaven's will has no soul, I cannot kill it. Maybe with the help of this red lotus true inheritance, I can become half an otherworldly demon. In a dark secret room, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sat on the ground, there were countless GU formations in front of him. Inside the GU formation, there were countless corpses, including men, women, young and old, and all sorts of variant humans. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had disheveled hair now, his hands and body were covered in blood, he was skinny like a skeleton, his eyes were deeply swollen, but they were shining with brilliant light. He was staring at a book fixedly. The Legends of Ren Zhu. The Legends of Ren Zhu, the Legends of Ren Zhu, to think that I only truly comprehended you today. You are an exposition of human path, you are the true inheritance left behind by Ren Zhu. With methods of human path, I can create a completely new body. After soul replacement, I will become half an otherworldly demon. Maybe not just that, I can still. It is a pity, it is too late, it is too late. I am heavily injured beyond treatment, death is approaching me. Seeing this, Heavenly Court's GU immortals were deeply in shock. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, but he actually died from injuries. Who hurt him, or did he injure himself after testing out human path methods? The myriad tribulation grand clear space was still continuing. More than half of Spectral Soul's 1,000 arms were already chopped off by the jade flying birds. His body was covered in wounds, but he was not resisting at all. Chapter 10:16. Over a long time. There was another scene. Inside the door of life and death. In Obsession Death Domain, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had no body, what was displayed was the soul with 3 heads and 1,000 arms. He looked at his appearance in the lake, muttering to himself, very good. I created a method of soul devouring based on food path. It not only let me return to my peak condition, I could even devour the souls of other GU immortals to obtain their memories and cultivation experience over their lives. Is this a blessing in disguise? But from start to finish, I did not find the souls of any other immortal venerables or demon venerables. I can understand why Star Constellation is not here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is not here too. Did he return home successfully? It is time to return to the world of the living. Without Dang Hun Mountain and Luopo Valley obstructing me, it is much easier for me to get out of the door of life. In death compared to Ren Zhu. But my main body cannot move out yet. I should send out some split souls to pave the way for my main body. HMPH. When I regain control of the world, I will deal with you. Spectral soul looked at a special soul. He was sleeping soundly, his body was emitting a golden luster, he was like a sun that had sunken into a lake. In the following scene, there was no spectral soul, but 7 mortals instead. We can see the light of day again. This is amazing. Among the 7 people, one looked up at the sky. Even though we are now mortals, we have our main body's cultivation experiences, we can definitely become GU immortals. Due to the obstruction of reverse flow river, only 7 of us made it out, even though there were 10 at the start. It is going to take some effort to let our main body come out. If anyone finds out, it will be troublesome. They will not sit around and watch. To play it safe, we should separate and develop in all 5 regions secretly. We will communicate once in a while. In that case, why don't we create an organization to deceive the masses? That's true, let's call it Shadow Sect. We will be as unnoticed as shadows, yet we are everywhere. One day, the entire world will be shrouded in our shadows. Alright, the 7 of us will be called red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple. Like 7 of the immemorial heavens, we have once stood at the peak, but have now fallen. This is to warn ourselves that we cannot be lazy or complacent. Sword Immortal Bo Ching is actually a split soul of spectral soul demon venerable. Heavenly Court's GU immortals cried out. Among them, an old woman said in shame, "There is no denying it with the evidence in front of us. My spirit affinity house is at fault for failing to investigate properly. The methods of a demon venerable are almost impossible to defend against. Even in Heavenly Court, his split soul spies were lurking here, not to mention spirit affinity house. It was fortunate that Tower Lord noticed it and used Heaven Overseeing Tower to expose these shocking secrets, that gave us the chance to stop this terrifying demon." Heavenly Court's GU Immortal exclaimed. In this situation, even though they could not do anything, Spectral Soul's condition was not good either. Ever since Grey Memory descended, Spectral Soul had been standing still, allowing the myriad tribulation grand clear space to assault him. He was already covered in countless injuries. Azure. On the ground, Mo Yao's remnant soul, who was inside Bo Qing's immortal zombie body, felt deep emotions as she saw the young and handsome Azure in the image. Around her, gray fog rumbled as a scene in the depths of her memory was shown. All around there were ruins, there were countless mangled corpses lying on the bloody ground. There seemed to have been an intense battle earlier. Husband, don't die, you cannot die. If you die, how will I live without you? Mo Yao hugged Sword Immortal Bo Qing as she sobbed helplessly. Bo Qing held Mo Yao's hands weakly. At this point, I will not conceal it from you. I am from Shadow Sect, I am a split soul of spectral soul demon venerable. You loved the wrong person, loving me will only cause you pain and hardship. Go, leave, if not, it will be too late. Mo Yao's body shook, she shook her head as she rejected him firmly. No, I will not go. I don't care about your identity, I only know that we love each other deeply, that is the most important thing. I don't care about anything else. If I cannot live together with you, I will die with you. Oh. Ying Wuxia watched from the side, he showed a curious and shocked expression. Gray fog rumbled continuously, the scenes around Spectral Soul became more and more chaotic. Earlier, it was from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's perspective, but now, they were from the perspectives of 7 people. These 7 only inherited a small portion of his foundation, they had their own difficulties and pains. Once in a while, Spectral Soul's main body would send out more split souls from Obsession Death Domain, traveling through Reverse Flow River. This made the scenes even more chaotic now. However, the largest image still attracted everyone's attention the most. 6 members of Shadow Sect gathered together. They were the first batch that had left the door of life and death, they were all immortals now. It was my mistake. Green spoke. If I did not ask Azure to teach that unscrupulous merchant in Treasure Yellow Heaven a lesson, Azure would not have fallen into the trap of love and betrayed us, even our main body was exposed. This is not your fault, Green. Purple consoled. These are traps and difficulties created by Heaven's will. Haven't you all noticed? It was faint when we were still mortals, but as our cultivation level rise, our lives also have become more filled with difficulties, nothing is going smoothly. Anything we do will cause unnecessary consequences, there are problems everywhere. We have to settle Azure's matter quickly, otherwise, our main body's plan will be obstructed. What should we do? Azure cultivates sword path and his battle strength is the highest. Do we need to gather our strength and jointly eliminate him? It is possible, but the price is huge, and the risk is high. I have a plan. If it succeeds, we might be able to turn Fairy Mo Yao over to our side. Purple said slowly. Oh, what plan? Purple smiled. The reason why Azure fell into the trap of love was because Spirit Affinity House used their signature Immortal GU, love. This GU is rank 9, its might is nigh unstoppable, thus Azure fell prey to it, it is not his fault. After all, his sword path is not complete yet, he cannot resist such attacks. But coincidentally, I had some enlightenment today, my wisdom path attainment level reached Great Grandmaster. Because we have been keeping in contact, I have a deep understanding towards Azure's sword path. After he got into trouble, I have been deducing on how to solve this problem. I deduced an Immortal GU recipe, it can create Wisdom Sword Immortal GU. Wisdom Sword Immortal GU. Purple nodded. That's right, Wisdom Sword can cut the threads of love, even if this GU cannot rival rank 9 Love GU, in actuality, we just need to cut away the Dao marks from Love GU on Azure's body. We can make it such that Azure obtains a fortuitous encounter and thinks he created this new Immortal GU recipe himself. Once he uses it, the love threads on his body will be cut, he will regain his reasoning and become one of us again. Not just that, since Mo Yao still has those love threads, we can use them to turn her over to our side. Purple's words made everyone overjoyed, they praised. Brilliant, brilliant plan, haha, worthy of a wisdom path GU immortal like Purple. What? Seeing this, Immortal Zombie Bo Ching, who was on the ground, frowned deeply. Mo Yao's remnant soul, which was inside the body, knew that her lover had created Wisdom Sword Immortal GU himself. Then, after that, did Azure deceive my feelings, or did he still love me? At once, Mo Yao's remnant soul shook, she was filled with doubts. But at this time, another scene was portrayed around Spectral Soul. Shadow Sect 7 Immortals gathered. As long as I become a venerable, even without our main body, I can be unrivaled and dominate the world. By then, with such invincible strength, even heavens may not be able to deal with me. At the least, there are still many. Lifespan GU in this era. Azure raised his head, speaking with an arrogant tone. Don't look down on heaven's will. Green said solemnly, the lesson that we have learned over these years, isn't it enough? Purple, you are our advisor, what do you think? Yellow asked. Purple looked at Azure. After Azure's first failure, it seems that as long as we prepare amply and deal with any mishaps, there aren't big problems. How is Fairy Mo Yao? He. Azure laughed coldly. That silly woman, she is prepared to sacrifice herself for me. She went to 88 True Yong building to refine Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU. She wants to draw the myriad tribulation over to herself when I undergo the tribulation. Purple shook his head. Even though Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path is quite innovative, Mo Yao's method will not succeed. But since she has the intention to do so, why don't you hand change Soul Immortal GU and that Immortal Killer move over to her? If you fail the tribulation, as long as your soul is intact, you will still have a foundation, you can start over rapidly again. It is better to prepare amply. Azure nodded expressionlessly. This scene made Immortal Zombie Bo Ching's body shake intensely. Ying Wuxia felt something amiss. He quickly said, don't overthink it, this is a myriad tribulation, it might not be real. Immortal Zombie Bo Ching did not speak, he was silent as a rock, he clenched his fists as his muscles tensed, his eyes were shut tight. 5 of the immortals from Shadow Sect were gathered again. Blue failed. He used his own immortal aperture and fused with the immemorial Blue Heaven fragment, in order to research Heaven's will, but he has already fallen deep into the dream realm. Yellow said with deep pain. The immortals were silent. A long while later, Purple said, even though Blue can be saved, I think we should not attempt it hastily. This is a trap left by Heaven's will, in order for our members to get exposed. Sigh, we can tell after Azure failed his second attempt to ascend to rank 9. The power of that tribulation was more than 10 times as much as the first. Evidently, Heaven's will does not want us to become venerables, it is trying to deal with us at all times. I will not hide it from you, I have recently had a bad feeling. First Azure, then Blue, I am afraid the next one is me. The Immortals were shocked, they quickly said, Purple, don't overthink it. I am not overthinking, this is the prediction of a wisdom path GU Immortal, after I am gone, GU Immortal Dali will take over my position. Also, the power of Heaven's will is higher than our estimations, but it is not impossible to deceive. From now on, Shadow Sect will lay low, accumulating our strength in secret. When we perform the heaven-defying deed, we should go all out at once, so that Heaven's will has no time to react to our actions. Chapter 10:17, Deep Scheme. On a larger image. Green, hurry go. Yellow grabbed Green's hand, pulling him outwards. No, I will not leave. It can still be saved, look at the immortal fetus GU, it is still alive. Green screamed, struggling, let me go, that is my entire life's work. You think this explosion is simply an accident? Look at the remaining rank 8 immortal materials, take a good look at them. Yellow called out furiously. Green's body shook, clarity returned to his eyes, he had a realization, his forehead was covered in sweat as he said with lingering fear, these immortal materials are all full of Heaven's will. That was so close, a moment ago, my sense of reasoning was influenced by Heaven's will. Even after setting up this huge formation and hiding in Northern Plains Earth Trench, I was still noticed by it. Only a complete otherworldly demon can be fully undetected by Heaven's will. This being discovered is nothing to be discouraged over. Give up on this attempt, we will start over again. Yellow consoled. Green was speechless, looking at the sandy area around him, he nodded solemnly. I've already told you, your deduction is completely wrong, I have nothing to do with Red Lotus, true inheritances. GU Immortal Dali said helplessly. The opposing time path GU Immortal was shrouded in fog, their appearance could not be seen. Only the Red Lotus marking on their forehead was visible, bright and red. They smiled coldly. I used the time path method in Red Lotus, true inheritance to deduce, how can that be wrong? Red Lotus Demon Venerable's next true inheritance is with you. Dali was silently before replying, there is nothing else to say, let's fight. Saying this, he charged ahead. You finally stopped evading. The mysterious GU Immortal was filled with intent to fight. After a long battle, GU Immortal Dali could not defeat the other party, he was suppressed by the Immortal GU House, graceful chaotic duel stage. The myriad tribulation grand clear space finally ended. Spectral Soul did not put up any resistance, his entire body was hurt by the countless green birds, his mass had shrunk by 1/3. At the same time, Heaven Overseeing Tower was prepared to strike, it seemed to be close to getting out of its phantom form. The surrounding gray fog had dissipated by half. This meant that the myriad tribulation, gray memory, was already half over. But the tribulations from the sky still continued. Another myriad tribulation was gathering on top of Spectral Soul's head. It seemed that as long as Spectral Soul was still alive, Heaven's will would not let him off. Myriad tribulation, dark oil poison. From the sky, drops of sticky poisonous oil dripped down. The oil seemed to be boiling hot. When they landed on Spectral Soul's body, there was a sizzling noise as smoke rose. The oil entered the wounds created earlier, flowing in and corroding Spectral Soul's body, an intense process of rotting was occurring inside. Soon, the poisonous oil turned from drops to streams, countless streams were raining down from the sky, over the surroundings. Spectral Soul's huge body was bathed in poisonous oil, it was rotting at an observable rate, his body mass was shrinking rapidly. But he did not do anything. Ying Wuxia, who was below, had an anxious expression. He wanted to call out, but he was in the Grand Tribulation Earth collapse, any movement or intense thinking would cause him to sink further. What is wrong with you guys, both of you are acting like this. He grumbled, looking at Immortal Zombie Bo Ching beside him. From the start, Immortal Zombie Bo Ching was like a statue, not moving, it was as if he was dead, he was unmoved by anything outside. Thankfully, they were below Spectral Soul's feet. Being covered by Spectral Soul's body which was above the clouds, the myriad tribulation did not cause any harm to Ying Wuxia or Immortal Zombie Bo Ching. A very far distance away, He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng were assisting each other as they escaped. Behind them, a group of southern border GU Immortals were chasing them. The xenophobia of the 5 regions GU Immortals was quite strong. Even in the most open Eastern Sea, foreign GU Immortals did not have an easy time. They were often ostracized and bullied by Eastern Sea GU Immortals. In the earlier battle, after He Lu Lan nearly killed a southern border GU Immortal, the situation became uncontrollable. The southern border GU Immortals flew into a rage. These northern plains outsiders were so arrogant and bullying them. Not only did they fight in southern border, they injured them. Where did they think they were? Thus, the chasing continued. Not just that, they even gathered their allies and reinforcements. He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng were not in good condition to begin with. They were injured. They battled as they retreated. Under their skillful movement, they got farther and farther away from Yitian Mountain. No matter how huge He Lu Lan's ambition was, she did not dare to get close to that place again. That was not the stage for ranked 6 GU Immortals. Not even rank 7s, and rank 8s also could only be side characters. That was a battlefield where Spectral Soul and Heavens will fought. The myriad tribulation dark oil poison had already ended. Spectral Soul was now surrounded by another myriad tribulation. This myriad tribulation was unknown. It had broken the limits of historical records. It was formless and ethereal. Only a mystical aura that could not be perceived was around. The aura coiled around him, causing Spectral Soul's body to explode wherever it went. Spectral Soul was a soul, but it was so condensed it was like material. It was as if it was a soul beast. With the explosions caused by the aura, the huge mountainous body vanished. Only a framework of it was left. Huge pieces of the soul were blasted away. In the gray fog, another scene appeared. Old man Yan Shi coughed blood. He held heavenly secret immortal GU as he muttered, so Fang Yuan has spring autumn cicada. No wonder he could refine fixed immortal travel and go to central continents who immortal blessed land and obtain Danghun Mountain. He then destroyed Imperial Court blessed land and caused the collapse of 88 Truyong building. Since he is an otherworldly demon who possesses spring autumn cicada, he has clearly escaped fate. This can be the best tool against Heaven's will. Fine. I will conceal the tracks of you and Tai Bai Yun Sheng, to prevent others from deducing matters about you. Qin Bai Sheng secretly watched the immemorial ruin bad as well as the numerous calamities and tribulations in this area. This was the time when Dong Fang Chong Fan had undergone possession and was going through tribulation. Dong Fang Chong Fan was merely using possession to revive, but his main body's aura was perceived by Heaven's will, sending such a terrifying disaster. In the future, when our main body tries to revive, the tribulations would likely be worse. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie nodded beside him. We can leave. This test against Heaven's will has ended. Why is Chu Rong not back yet? At this time, Fairy Zhang Yu appeared with a terrible expression. Chu Rong is dead. The operation to take back modest thatched hut failed. What happened? Qin Bai Sheng was mildly shocked. Chu Rong is a fire path grandmaster with rank 7 cultivation level. It is the inheritor of 3 thatched demon immortal. Fairy Zhang Yu said. This person was deeply concealed. His methods were ruthless. I almost failed to make it back. 3 thatched demon immortal. HMPH. Forget it. We will give up on modest thatched hut. Before the commencement of our crucial plan, we cannot expose our identities over this immortal GU house and cause Heaven's will to attack us in advance. Qin Bai Sheng thought for a moment and said this. Luopo Valley. Shadow Sects group faced the central continent GU immortals with grim expressions. Qin Bai Sheng stared at Feng Juzhe, sighing. Heaven's will's attack is already here. In order to protect the Pan Fang Yuan, Yan Shi concealed his traces. Central continent's GU immortals investigated Fang Yuan and in following their clues, instead found us. What do we do? Fairy Zhang Yu asked. We have no choice but to fight. Qin Bai Sheng gritted his teeth and said, cough, cough, cough. Old man Yan Shi coughed continuously. His expression was pale. He was so exhausted that it seemed like he would die from being out of breath. I used heavenly secret GU and consumed 100 years of lifespan. But it was worth it. I deduced that spring-autumn cicada's condition is bad. It has already been used. Seeing that Fang Yuan went to Yitian Mountain in advance, he evidently knows about the Battle of Yitian Mountain. With this, I can deduce that our main body has already failed once. Thus, he had to use that Red Lotus true inheritance to make Fang Yuan rebirth, sending him back to the past to change the future. Hey, thankfully, spring-autumn cicada is only rank 6, it is nothing scary. In that case, Fang Yuan is the best method of measurement. Looking at his future performance, I can deduce even more things. Would searching his soul directly be easier? Or would it affect the entire situation? In accordance to my planning, Bo Qing and 7-Star Child have already slowed down Heavenly Court as much as possible. This result should be a lot better compared to the last time. Old man Yanxi sat in the pavilion, looking at the mountain and fog change mysteriously. On Zombie Alliance's side, the arrangements are set, we can use them as a backup. It would be best to preserve them, sigh, I hope we do not need to use them. Using the newly obtained lifespan GU, I have about 20 years left. It is time to die. It is natural for my split soul to return to the main body. But before dying, I should help the main body deduce the tribulations of the following heaven-defying plan. Cough, 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 I didn't die. This means that I have already deduced all of the tribulations. No, it is because every wisdom path advisor of Shadow Sect, from generation after generation, had been deducing all along. We finally accumulated enough foundation to create a qualitative change. He, this is so ironic. Using Heavenly Secret Immortal GU as the core, the Wisdom Path Killer move created can deduce the contents of the tribulations. But this Immortal GU was created by Paradise Earth. He had tried to get rid of the main body's influence all his life, to think that after dying, he actually provided us such huge help. Seeing this, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were shocked beyond words. It turned out that Shadow Sect had already deduced the tribulations. That meant it was very suspicious that Spectral Soul was not moving inside the Myriad Tribulations. The mysterious Myriad Tribulation had gone away, the next Myriad Tribulation descended. Vine Dragon Tribulation, countless green vines with sharp thorns shot out from the sky and ground, coiling around Spectral Soul's body. Soon, millions of vines surrounded Spectral Soul tightly, forming a huge ball. They coiled around him relentlessly, becoming tighter and tighter, stabbing into his body and using the demon Venerable's soul as their nutrients. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. He is doing this on purpose. Look at that 10 extreme formation. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals shifted their gazes around as they came to realizations. Because Shadow Sect had deduced the tribulations, they could make arrangements around them. Spectral Soul purposely did not put up resistance because he wanted to fuse his soul path foundation into this formation, as the nutrients for this formation. What is he trying to refine? He actually used his own demonic soul as GU refinement material. Not just that, with so many myriad tribulations around him, they are actually carving space path, poison path, chi path, and wood path Dao marks on his body, to destroy his soul path Dao marks. They could harm Spectral Soul because these Dao marks were not weaker than the soul path foundation that he had accumulated for the last 100,000 years. Sensing this, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals drew in deep and chilling breaths. It seemed that Spectral Soul was not only refining himself, he was even using the power of the myriad tribulations to achieve his goals. But what was his goal? The 10 extreme formation was at the final juncture. In the dark fog, the ball of light was becoming brighter and rounder. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's heart sank to rock bottom. He had a determined expression. He said solemnly, "We cannot go on like this, we have to ruin Spectral Soul's scheme. No matter what he is refining, we have to destroy this 10 extreme formation. But we are in phantom form. No, we have one chance to retaliate. This is something that generation after generation of Heaven Overseeing Tower Lords have created after researching. It has always been kept as a confidential secret." Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals heard this and were joyful and surprised. Why don't you use it? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord smiled bitterly. He told them the price for using it. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals fell into deathly silence. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.